Hello everyone, like, subscriber and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Who? In the courtyard of the 6th Division, a shirtless teenager was sweating profusely. His name is Shenchen, and it has been almost 100 years since he traveled to Soul Society. The number of workouts today has been completed, but the improvement in physical fitness is still minimal. After Shenchen sat down to rest, he looked at the sky and shook his head with emotion. With his current strength, in this crisis-ridden Soul Society, he is simply the life of cannon fodder. Even if he worked hard to graduate from the True Spiritual Art Academy and entered the 6th Division, he was only at the bottom of the team. Ah Chen, today's practice is over so quickly, will we go for a drink later? A voice sounded. Shenchen looked over, it was his friend Rukia Kurosaki. Rukia, don't you usually work in the 13th Division, why did you suddenly come here today? Rukia said, I'm going to perform a mission in this world tomorrow, so I want to get together with you before I leave. In the present world. Shenchen hesitated for a while, then said, Rukia, remember to be careful in this world, don't fall for it. He knew that this time Rukia went on a mission in the present world, which probably marked Kurosaki Ichigo as Shinigami. Originally, if Shenchen wanted to maintain his advantage as a prophet, the best choice was to let it happen, but seeing that his friend was about to suffer, he still couldn't pretend not to know with his conscience. However, Rukia disagreed with this reminder and said, this task is not difficult at all, don't worry too much. Instead, I am more worried about you. I remember that tomorrow is the seed test of the 6th Division? If you are at the bottom of the team this time. Having said this, Rukia fell silent. Although the time for the seed test is different in each team, it is held once a year, and the ranking of seats within the team will change accordingly. Ordinary team members who do not have seats will also be divided into 3, 6, 9, and so on according to their performance. If you are at the bottom of the team for years, you may be expelled from Godi 13. This time I'm afraid it's more fortunate than luck. After all, I can't Chikai until now. Shenchen gave a wry smile. It's alright, Rukia comforted. At least your slashing fists and ghosts are pretty good. If it really doesn't work, I'll go talk to my elder brother. Thank you for your kindness, but you don't have to. Shenchen is also a man of backbone, and it is impossible to rely on Godi 13 in this way. At this moment, a strange sound of yin and yang came from outside the courtyard. Lord Rukia, your status is honorable, but don't always mix with the commoners from Rukanga, it really humiliates the status of the Kurosaki family. I saw 2 Shinigami from Kurosaki's family passing by, and they laughed at this scene. Rukia frowned and said, Takuto, Guan Saburo, just take care of yourselves. Lord Rukia, it's not that we are meddling, Kurosaki Takuto sneered, I don't think the patriarch would approve of your dealings with that kind of trash. Rukia said coldly, if the elder brother has an opinion, he will naturally say to me, why do you need to talk too much here? Okay, Rukia, don't bother talking to them. Shenchen is very indifferent, after all, it is only a few of the greenhouse flowers that can enter Godi 13 through family connections. It is normal to like to talk nonsense. You. A mere commoner, don't be too arrogant. Kurosaki Takuto and Kurosaki Guan Saburo were furious when they heard the words, but because of Rukia's presence, they didn't dare to go up and do it directly. If you have any opinions on me, let's see in the seed test tomorrow. Hearing this sentence, the two looked at each other, snorted coldly, and walked away. Today is your last safe day. I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow. After the two disappeared, Rukia apologized, I'm sorry, many people in the Kurosaki family rely on the identity of the 4 nobles, and they are very arrogant. It's okay, the 6th Division is a famous noble division. There are so many people like this, I'm used to it. Shenchen waved and chatted with Rukia until midnight, sending her out of the courtyard. Just as Shenchen was about to go back to the dormitory, a subtitle suddenly flashed in front of him. Congratulations to host for 100 years in Soul Society. Officially open the survival system. Survival system. Shenchen was startled for a while, then he couldn't hold back the joy in his heart, and even his body trembled slightly. After calming himself down for a moment, Shenchen began to look at the panel of characters that appeared in front of him. Host, Shenchen. Prop, sealed state. Skills, mediocre kendo, mediocre white hits, mediocre shunpo, mediocre kido. System, what do you mean by surviving for 100 years? After thinking about it, Shenchen asked. The system said, back to the host, the activation condition of this system is that the host has survived for 100 years without dying, and then the survival reward function will be officially activated. Shenchen wondered, what is the inventory reward function? Back to the host, the survival reward function means, every day the host survives, you can start a reward lottery to get a variety of weapons and skills. This feature made Shenchen's eyes brighten, and he immediately asked, what about the lottery that I survived for 100 years before? The lottery for the 100-year host's survival has been condensed into one. Would you like to open it? Ah? It's only once. Shenchen said disappointedly. It's only given once in 100 years. How is that different from a lottery that I give every day? The host's survival reward is defined according to the host's survival difficulty. The higher the host's survival difficulty, the greater the probability of drawing advanced rewards. As for the 100-year concentrated lottery, the probability is 100%, and the probability of having 100% will be drawn to the advanced reward. After listening to the explanation given by the system, Shenchen has basically figured out all the rules. So it turns out, that's reasonable. Without further ado, let's start the 100-year lottery first. As Shenchen's voice fell, the system panel automatically turned into a dial of invisible options and began to scroll rapidly. After the scrolling stopped, Shenchen widened his eyes and looked at the prompt in front of him with great surprise. Congratulations to host, you have drawn the Noble Phantasm, Sword of Oath of Victory. At the same time, a holy sword exuding holy golden light appeared in front of him out of thin air. Chapter 2. I didn't expect to be able to draw weapons from other worlds. Shenchen was excited and couldn't wait to hold the Sword of Vowed Victory. The moment he held it, a message entered Shenchen's mind. Sword of Promised Victory, host can freely use this noble phantasm, and the magic power required for activation has been changed to spiritual power. This noble phantasm comes with skills such as Wind King Barrier and True Name Liberation, and can be stored in the system space when not in use. As expected, it is a 100% high-level reward. After reading all the information, Shenchen was agitated. Although his Zanpakuto can't even do shikais, he has obtained a weapon no less than any Zanpakuto. Not to mention shikai, the power of the Sword of Promised Victory is more than enough than Bankai. If you can often get high-level rewards, then Aizen and Youhabach are nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Shenchen began to study the survival system again. After asking all kinds of information in detail, Shenchen finally understood how the so-called survival difficulty is defined. The difficulty of survival includes many aspects, such as whether the environment you are in is dangerous, whether the people around you are hostile, whether there is any powerful existence staring at you, and so on. The combination of these factors is the difficulty of Shenchen's survival, which determines the probability of Shenchen's lottery. In other words, the more dangerous the situation, the better. Shenchen pondered, although the truth is correct, but he must also ensure that he can survive smoothly. Otherwise, he will go straight to expose Aizen now, and the difficulty of survival will be instantly raised to the highest level, but he will not survive the lottery at all, which is a suicidal act. Anyway, let's start with the seed test. In a blink of an eye, it was daytime. The Shinigami of the 6th Division all came to the training ground where the 6th Division belonged to gather, and everyone had different expressions. Some people are worried about whether their seats will fall, while others are full of confidence and are determined to win higher seats. There are also some people who often stare at Shenchen's location and whisper. Of course Shenchen noticed it too. It was obvious that a group of noble children were discussing what happened yesterday. After being so humiliated by the mere civilians in their eyes, how could the two Kokaki children endure this sigh? So they must have been hyping it up in their social circles as soon as they got back, and show their friends a good show tomorrow, see how they teach the rambunctious commoner Shinigami. So even if de Shenchen didn't listen, he could basically guess it. Everything quiet down. At this time, the voice of Byakuya Kokaki, the captain of the 6th Division, came from the top platform of the training ground. The seat test is about to start, and the vice-captain will explain the rules next. After speaking lightly, Abarai Renji, who was standing beside him, answered naturally. Although it's the same every year, I still have to repeat the relevant rules for some new players. The seat test is completely different from the test at the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts. The emphasis is on actual combat ability, not simply slashing fists and walking ghosts. Therefore, the testers will conduct actual combat in the exercise field, and the team members can specify the challenge, and the seats will change according to the strength. After Renji said that, he raised his hand and waved it down. Then, this year's seat test officially begins. The 6th Division had nearly 300 members, and they immediately began to enter the field in an orderly manner. Byakuya and Renji watched the battles one by one on the summit stage, and gave judgments and evaluations on their strengths. The players of the 6th Division have not made much progress this year, and some people have even regressed. After watching for a while, Renji said with some dissatisfaction, "Captain, I said don't recruit so many nobles. How can they really know how to fight?" As soon as the words came out, Renji was a little embarrassed, because he remembered that Byakuya Kokaki was also a member of the 4 great nobles. Byakuya said indifferently, "I also recruited some Shinigami from civilians, but there is also no Shinigami that can make people shine." That's right." Renji shook his head, and it was Takuto Kokaki's turn on the practice ground. "I'm going to name de Shenchen," he shouted loudly, causing both Byakuya and Renji to look at each other. Just after talking about nobles and commoners, there is a battle between nobles and commoners. It's a coincidence. Renji laughed, then asked Byakuya, "Captain, who do you think will win this battle?" Byakuya glanced at de Shenchen from a distance and said, "Don't ask meaningless questions, the outcome is obvious." Renji sighed and said, "Well, no matter how unbearable the children of the 4 great nobles are, they are also born with powerful spiritual powers, and they are indeed not comparable to commoners." Byakuya even closed his eyes directly. He was not interested in watching the battle where the outcome was decided. On the training ground, de Shenchen felt that as soon as he entered the field, he immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Most of the players had obviously heard the announcement spread by Kokaki Takuto and knew that de Shenchen would probably end badly. De Shenchen, who was the focus, looked at Kokaki Takuto calmly. "Just a little advice. You choose me as your opponent. It's a mistake that will make you regret for the rest of your life." "Haha, are you scared now?" Kokaki Takuto didn't take it seriously at all, and grinned, "It's too late. For a commoner like you, our nobles are not responsible for killing them. It's really noisy." De Shenchen shook his head, decided to end the fight early, and reached out for a void. This action made everyone stunned. What is de Shenchen doing? Why hold on to air that has nothing? Give me death. On the opposite side, Kokaki Takuto had already pulled out Zanpakuto, and rushed over fiercely. "Wind, roar!" With de Shenchen's soft words, the gust of wind that swept over everything blew up in the training ground. Wow, what is going on? Why is there such a strong wind all of a sudden? Could that be de Shenchen's Shikai? This movement also caused Byakuya Kokaki, who had closed his eyes, to open his eyes again, and looked into the arena together with the stunned Abarai Renji. "I saw a golden holy sword slowly appearing in de Shenchen's hands. That's Zanpakuto." Renji's eyes widened. He had never seen Zanpakuto like this. Even, this golden holy sword made him feel even more beautiful than Sode no Shirayuki, the most beautiful Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. "Next, I will end this battle in an instant." De Shenchen held the sword of oath victory in both hands and made the declaration in a cold voice. At the same time, countless golden light spots rose around, and finally converged on the dazzling sword body. Chapter 3. This is? What a terrifying spiritual power! Even Byakuya Kokaki can't keep his composure any longer. This Riatsu is not that kind of massive power, but with the convergence of golden light, he feels an extremely dangerous feeling from that holy sword. Yes, it's scary. To actually make a captain like him feel the crisis from it. No, this battle must be stopped. Renji also felt deeply, but it was already too late. Shenchen was poised to reach the peak. Excalibur. Shenchen slashed with his sword, and a terrifying torrent of golden light swept through everything around him. Boom! The golden light shone so hard that people couldn't open their eyes, but the residual power of the tricks formed a huge impact, shocking the Shinigami all over the place. And the sound of shattering is even more incessant, and even Shinigami, who is half of the jingling court, looks up and can see a golden beam of light tearing the sky. After Yu Wei was over, everyone looked back at the arena and couldn't help but fall silent. I saw that the entire training ground was turned into a huge Tiankang, and Kurosaki Ichigo, the opponent, was completely wiped out, and he couldn't even see a shadow. Is this really the power that Shikai can have? Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths in shock. It seems that I won this game, so I will accept the challenge here as the champion. Shenchen held the sword of oath of victory and pointed in the direction of the soldiers. Who else is going to challenge me by name? The team members all jumped in their hearts, but no one dared to speak. Silent. What a joke. Just the power of your Shikai move just now, who can stop it? Nobody wants to die. At this time, Byakuya and Renji also left the stage with dark faces. Some of them didn't know what to say. After being stunned for a while, Renji said angrily, "You! How dare you, kill him? It's not uncommon for a team member to die in the seat test, isn't it?" As Kurosaki Ichigo himself said, he missed and killed several civilian team members in the past, didn't he just die? Shenchen said coldly, leaving Renji speechless for a while. In fact, Shenchen killed Kurosaki Ichigo neatly, not just on impulse. He understands that this may cause the four nobles to be hostile to him, but it also increases the difficulty of his survival and can help Shenchen get better rewards. "Captain, I think I can judge my seat now." Shenchen put away the sword of oath of victory and said lightly. Byakuya frowned rarely, and said, "It's true that you can already get the results directly. Your Zanpakuto is very powerful, and the power of the trick just now, I am afraid that Shinigami can't do it in Shikai. So, I will judge you as the third seat of the 6th division, and go get the certificate after the test is over." After speaking, Byakuya gave him a cold look, turned his head and left. Shenchen understands that even if Byakuya is limited by his apparent fairness and justice, he is definitely hostile to him in his heart. But this is just right, it would be better to say that Shenchen greatly welcomes this hostility. As for Shenchen's 3-seat position, the rest of the players were basically not dissatisfied. The power to blow up an entire New Day training ground with just one move, even many captain-level Shinigami who can do Bankai can't do it. It is true that they may be able to destroy an entire exercise field, but how many people can do it with just one sword? After leaving the venue, Shenchen went straight back to his dormitory, and then collapsed on the bedding exhausted. "I didn't expect to use up all my spiritual power in one blow. It seems that spiritual power is my current shortcoming." Shenchen, who is resting at the moment, does not know that what happened in the 6th division seat test today has quickly spread throughout the jingling court. It's not that the other Shinigami are idle and bored, or the 8 trigrams are so interested that you can't even notice. After all, under the full blow of the Sword of Oath victory, the entire exercise field was destroyed, and it was impossible to hear the loud noise that spread throughout most of the jingling court. Not to mention the beam of light soaring into the sky, I don't know how many people's attention it attracted. The quarters of the 5th division. Aizen Sōsuke took off his glasses and looked at the location of the 6th division's practice field with deep eyes. The attack just now was the best even among the captains. Is it possible that someone else has succeeded in Bankai? If that's the case, it's definitely a formidable enemy to watch out for. First team quarters. Yamamoto Genryusai also looked at the practice field of the 6th division, his face was neither happy nor sad, and he could not see what he was thinking. "Captain, do you know Zanpakuto who can do such terrifying tricks?" On the other hand, Kojiro Sasakaibe, the deputy captain of the first team, was extremely surprised, because in his memory, he could not remember which Shinigami of Jingling Garden had such a powerful Zanpakuto. I'm not impressed either. Yamamoto Shijikuni said slowly, but we'll find out soon. Kojiro Sasuke was stunned. Just as he was about to ask something, Byakuya Kokaki had already arrived at the first team building with Shunpo. Kojiro Sasuke suddenly realized that after such a thing happened, Byakuya Kokaki, as the captain, must have reported the situation to the captain as soon as possible. Your 6th division is really talented. Besides the captain, there is another genius who can Bankai. I don't know who it is. Who knows? Yamamoto Shijikuni and Kojiro Sasuke were surprised by Byakuya Kokaki's answer. The Shinigami who delivered this blow is named Shenchen. Byakuya Kokaki said, and this person has not yet mastered Bankai. This is impossible. Kojiro Sasuke was the most excited. If there was no Bankai, how could such a massive attack be possible? Yamamoto Shijikuni, who was always happy and unmoved, also frowned and said, the training ground is built with murderous stones, and ordinary attacks can't hurt the training ground at all. If it's as you said, Shenchen can make such an attack when he is in Shikai, then when he can Bankai, his strength will be unimaginable. Kojiro Sasuke agrees, and as a Shinigami who can Bankai, he understands the power of this level very well. Kojiro Sasuke asked himself, even among the captains, there are very few people who can destroy the training ground in one blow. Exactly, Byakuya Kokaki Kaido, so I suspect that his Zanpakuto may well be the strongest light Zanpakuto ever seen. Chapter 4. Although Shenchen doesn't know that a bunch of big guys are eyeing him, he can probably guess. After all, this is exactly what he wants to achieve. Sure enough, after the end of the day, the system also verified his idea. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving one day, and a lottery will be issued. Shenchen is still confident about the gold content of this lottery. Because others don't know it, but Shenchen himself knows very well that all his spiritual power can only be used to swear the sword of victory. He is a paper tiger. In this case, it attracted the attention of all the pros and cons of Quanjing Lingting, and of course the difficulty of survival rose invisibly. Start the lottery. With excitement, Shenchen clicked on the lottery wheel. The familiar light flashed, and a system prompt appeared. Congratulations to host for getting elite white hits. This reward shocked Shenchen, but new questions also appeared. System, what kind of standard is this so-called elite level? He remembered that in the system panel, his white hits skill was mediocre. Back to the host, the elite level is an upgrade from the mediocre level. Converted to a general level, it can be ranked in the top 100 in the entire Soul Society. Top 100 in all Soul Society. Shenchen was taken aback, this is incredible. Soul Society, as the place where the souls of human beings will go after death, I don't know how many people there are, and they can actually enter the top 100 directly under this base. Soon, Shenchen himself felt the same power. A huge amount of white hits knowledge flooded into Shenchen's mind in the next moment. The amazing thing is that Shenchen didn't feel any discomfort when he mastered it in an instant, as if the knowledge and experience itself had been trained by him. Very good, now one of my shortcomings has been made up first, and all the shortcomings can be filled with just persistent efforts. Shenchen is very satisfied. After all, white hits is a very important fighting skill. The most basic fighting system of Shinigami is to cut fists and walk ghosts. The slash in it refers to swordsmanship, and the punch in it is naturally white hits. The so-called white hits are the fighting techniques when not using weapons. The remaining walking and ghost are Shunpo and Kido respectively, and Shenchen is also confident that he can catch up soon. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's draw. It's just that Shenchen's luck seemed to run out in the second day's lottery. Congratulations to host for getting Golden Smile. Surprised, you can even get cooking. Shenchen was a little surprised, looking at the slightly ghostly bun in front of him. It was exactly the same as the one made by Master Xie with a steel rod. After hesitating for a while, Shenchen grabbed it and ate it as a late-night snack. Yeah. It doesn't glow, but it's really delicious. After eating, De Shenchen immediately widened his eyes. To be honest, Soul Society basically focuses on Japanese cuisine, and De Shenchen has been tired of eating for 100 years. It seems that even if you don't get skills or equipment, it's good to get other things. Let's wait for the lottery on the third day. So far, no one has contacted De Shenchen yet. So De Shenchen took the lottery very easily, and he didn't have to do anything every day and waited for the time to pass. On the third day, before the lottery came, the teammates of the 6th team came first. God tier 3 seats, excuse me. I'm the 9th seat Jinmayu. The visitor was a tea-haired woman with glasses, and De Shenchen was somewhat impressed. She was the daughter of the former vice-captain of the 6th division. Is something wrong? De Shenchen asked. Jinmayu said nervously, yes. I'm here this time to inform you to participate in the celebration reception after the seat test. Please be there. Hey, I thought it wouldn't be held this time, but I didn't expect it to be delayed by a day. De Shenchen was thoughtful. The previous celebration receptions were held the day after the seat test. The purpose is actually to celebrate the success of those who have risen in seats, and it is also a social occasion within the team, which can make it convenient for people to curry favor with their bosses. In the past, although Shinigami from a commoner was beaten to death by a noble Shinigami, he still did it. This time it was Shinigami from a nobleman who died. De Shenchen thought it would be cancelled. I see, thank you. Thinking of this, De Shenchen nodded to Jinmayu, indicating that she could go back. That night, a banquet hall in Jingling Court was contracted by the 6th Division. As a famous noble squad, the 6th squad is very generous, and the area is enough for several squad members to hold a banquet together. There is no shortage of food and good wine, and for De Shenchen, it can be considered a real treat. However, for more than half of the banquet, De Shenchen's side was always deserted. Most of the team members of the 6th Division keep a distance from De Shenchen, but De Shenchen doesn't care, and just concentrates on eating delicious food. After all, this would happen, and De Shenchen had already expected it. After all, De Shenchen was a member of the Kokaki family who killed one of the 4 nobles, and it can be said that he caused a lot of trouble. Even if De Shenchen was promoted to 3 seats, in front of the 4 nobles, it was nothing at all. Therefore, when the situation was uncertain, the team members were reluctant to get into trouble and contact De Shenchen. The vice-captain of Abarai is really amazing, and he is still the vice-captain this year. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was a little drunk, and then Jujin frantically touted Abarai Renji. It's no wonder that Byakuya Kokaki's character is too difficult to approach, let alone pursue, and can only take 2nd place. Haha, this is nothing, you haven't seen my real power yet. Renji also flushed from the drink and laughed. However, not all Shinigami have self-control when they are drunk, and immediately there are drunk Shinigami who start talking out of their minds. Hey, having said that, who is more powerful than Vice-Captain Abarai and the God Tier 3 seats? God Tier left after the 3 seats, and you didn't play against each other in the seat test. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the rest of the team immediately changed. Say, what to say, of course, Vice-Captain Abarai is stronger. That's right. How can the 3rd seat be compared to the dignified Vice-Captain? The drunk Shinigami didn't have much reason left, and continued, this may be. Isn't the 3rd seat second only to the Vice-Captain? And you saw that move, right? How could an ordinary Shikai stop it? Hearing this, Renji's entire face began to darken, and the surrounding teammates also felt a chill in the atmosphere. Originally, everyone was also a commoner from Rukanga. With Renji's character, even if he was drunk, he was unlikely to find trouble with De Shenchen. But over the years, Renji and Rukia's relationship has become more and more estranged, while De Shenchen and Rukia's relationship has gotten better and better. This always makes Renji feel a sense of being replaced, and De Shenchen is usually not pleasing to the eye. Speaking of, Renji narrowed his eyes dangerously, and glanced at De Shenchen, who was eating and drinking. As the newly promoted 3rd seat, De Shenchen has yet to toast me as a vice-captain. Chapter 5. In Japanese culture, class and honor are very important. Even if the 3rd seat is second only to the vice-captain, a level difference is a level difference. As the saying goes, the first grade of an official university crushes people to death, and Renji considers himself de Shenchen's immediate boss. In addition, the Japanese culture has a strong wine table culture, so it can be regarded as a default unspoken rule for new subordinates to toast their bosses. However, the celebration banquet is almost over now, but de Shenchen has absolutely no intention of coming over to make a toast. This undoubtedly makes Abarai Renji very upset, very upset. Hearing Renji's words, everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes together. Now de Shenchen can't even ignore it. What, is there a problem? De Shenchen wiped his mouth in leisure and asked. Humph, don't you know what to do next? Then let me remind you. Renji hooked his finger at de Shenchen, come here to make a toast, this is the rule. Where are the rules? De Shenchen asked rhetorically, why haven't I heard of it? Is it written in the team rules? Renji was suffocated, it is true that such unspoken rules cannot be written into the team rules. He immediately blushed and laughed in anger. Okay, after flying into the sky, your tail is up. It seems that today I have to teach you how to be noble. De Shenchen sighed and said lightly, before that, let me advise you first. I didn't take the initiative to trouble you, so for your own good, don't take the initiative to cause trouble for yourself. Renji was even more angry when he heard it, and coupled with the effect of alcohol, he was on top of it all at once. Speak mad. It seems that I won't teach you a lesson today. With that said, Renji stood up directly and held Zanpakuto's hilt. Vice Captain. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. No one expected this kind of development. However, de Shenchen remained calm and said coldly, the last person who said he wanted to teach me a lesson can't speak anymore. These words are cold, like the 9 secluded cold winds. The surrounding players couldn't help but recall the end of Kokaki Takuto, and even Renji's spirits awoke a little. Not good. If it's his move, I'm afraid I really can't take it. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on Renji's back, but it was difficult to ride a tiger. Enough, let's stop. Byakuya Kokaki spoke at this time, and he glanced at Renji lightly, but this look made Renji's complexion sink. If you go down the steps of Byakuya here, it will be like being rescued by the captain. It's like saying that the captain also thinks you can't beat de Shenchen, so he stopped the fight by speaking up. Captain, don't worry, just learn from each other. When Renji rolled his eyes, he immediately thought of Clever. Everyone is the 6th division, so of course there will be no life and death duel, so we will not use Zanpakuto in this discussion. This is a nice saying, it seems to be for the sake of safety, but it directly abandoned the use of Zanpakuto. The team members who heard this immediately understood Renji's intentions, and while sighing cleverly, they cursed shamelessly. This really hits de Shenchen's weakness. Without that powerful Zanpakuto, de Shenchen wouldn't be so great. It is estimated that de Shenchen will be deflated this time. The players all had different thoughts in their hearts, basically the same as what Renji thought. He just wanted to use this to make de Shenchen give in. After all, without Zanpakuto, it was obvious that de Shenchen was no better than his own vice-captain anyway. Okay, come on then. Who knows, de Shenchen's answer made everyone break their glasses. Even Byakuya Kokaki was slightly surprised after hearing this, because he thought de Shenchen would back down. Did you get carried away by the conflict of emotions? Byakuya shook his head secretly. After Renji was surprised, he was excited. As long as de Shenchen is completely defeated here, no one will doubt that the vice-captain of himself is inferior to de Shenchen in the future. Okay, have the courage. Have the courage. Renji laughed and clenched his fists. Then do the best you can. With that said, Renji pounces on him and pulls off a fine white hits technique. Of course, this subtlety is only for Renji, in fact, in de Shenchen's eyes, his movements are already full of flaws. In the blink of an eye, Renji was already close, and de Shenchen also made his move. Bang! 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 With a few simple melee moves, Renji's moves were perfectly defended. Then, de Shenchen punched out. Bang! The fierce punch pierced through all of Renji's defenses and slammed into his face. Pfft! Renji's face was bloody, and he was punched directly into the courtyard. There was an uproar around seeing this, and many people stood up in shock. What? How can that be? The deputy captain was easily repelled. Many people couldn't believe the scene in front of them, and Byakuya's pupils shrank. He understands Renji's level very well, and is an absolutely excellent vice-captain. Naturally, White Hits is also very strong. However, in front of de Shenchen, Renji's White Hits are like beginners. Just looking at the few moves just now, you can understand that de Shenchen's White Hits level is very strong. Byakuya judged secretly in his heart, even if he was a line away from the captain, the gap was as thin as paper. In other words, among the vice-captains of the entire Godi I-13, de Shenchen's White Hits are the pinnacle. Damn! It's impossible. Renji in the courtyard also got up and wiped his nosebleed in disbelief. He watched de Shenchen walk out of the banquet hall leisurely, and threw himself up again in disbelief. This time, Renji pulled out all the stops, and a stormy attack enveloped de Shenchen. And de Shenchen is like a rock, immobile in the face of attack, leaving Renji nowhere to start. Instead, it was his counter-attack that he made at will, hitting Renji with precision every time, making Renji's injury more and more serious. Bang! 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 The sound of beating continued to sound, and when everyone took a closer look, Renji had already become bruised and bruised. On the other hand, de Shenchen is still elegant and unscathed. Bang! Another kicked Renji's stomach, causing him to vomit up everything he just ate. Damn! Renji was beaten completely out of his mind, roaring to pull out Zanpakuto. Don't do such a shameful act. Byakuya Kokaki gave a loud shout, went straight to Shunpo next to Renji, stretched out his hand and held him down. You are forced to draw your sword, the outcome is already decided. Abarai, you are the one who lost. Chapter 6. This sentence shattered Abarai Renji's anger and his dignity. I lost. He stared blankly at his hands, still in disbelief. The Shinigami of the 6th Division also didn't know what to say. Originally, they only thought that de Shenchen was soaring through Zanpakuto's heaven-defying ability. Who would have thought that his White Hits would also be a must? The celebration banquet is over, let's go. Byakuya said in a deep voice, ending this farce-like celebration. When everyone saw de Shenchen indifferently waving their sleeves and leaving, they had already consciously avoided a path, daring not to offend de Shenchen in the slightest. That night, de Shenchen was waiting for the lottery in his dormitory. Since being promoted to the 3rd seat, with the improvement of power and status, he also has his own house in the jingling court. The specifications are very good, and it even comes with a small courtyard. Start the lottery. As the lottery was handed out, de Shenchen gave the order. Congratulations to host for getting bamboo dragonfly. Looking at the bamboo dragonfly that appeared in front of him, de Shenchen was stunned for a moment. Is this a good reward or a bad reward? To be honest, de Shenchen was very pleasantly surprised that even the future props in Doraemon could be drawn. You must know that there are a lot of heaven-defying technologies in it. However, bamboo dragonflies are very tasteless to Shinigami, because Shinigami can basically fight in the air, which is almost the same as flying. Strictly speaking, the bamboo dragonfly can only be regarded as the most basic future item, in other words, it is not a high-level reward. De Shenchen pondered, could it be because his situation wasn't dangerous enough? If you think about it carefully, although he has attracted the attention of Quanjing Lingting and caused a lot of hostility, he can't reach the level that allows them to directly attack him. And just attracting attention is not enough, because some of these attentions may be well-intentioned ones, such as wanting to cultivate oneself and so on. On the other side of the 4 nobles, even if they wanted to take revenge, they would definitely be secretly playing some tricks without losing face. It seems that my survival difficulty is not big enough. How can I improve my survival difficulty? De Shenchen calmly analyzed it, and first ruled out the option of making trouble in Soul Society. At present, he is not strong enough, while the Soul Society is crouching, and has an organized and powerful violent law enforcement agency Godei 13. If one does not do it well, it may be doomed. Well, other than that, the only dangerous place for Shinigami is Hueco Mundo. Shenchen's eyes lit up. That's right, Hueco Mundo is undoubtedly the best choice at this time. Although Hueco Mundo also has various terrifying Minos Grande, most of them are lone rangers without any organization, which means they can fight alone without falling into the danger of being surrounded and killed. And now that Hogyaku is in Rukia's body, Aizen hasn't been able to create that many Arrancars, and the danger level is further reduced. After thinking about it, Shenchen was a little worried again. Just, how to get to Hueco Mundo? If you want to go to Hueco Mundo, you have to go through the Black Cavity, but this kind of stuff can't be made by ordinary Shinigami. It would be too suspicious to ask Urahara Kisuke for help directly in this world. Besides, why would Urahara Kisuke help you? With such worries, Shenchen slept until dawn. Unexpectedly good luck would come. Of course, in the eyes of others, this is an out-and-out bad luck. God Tier 3 seats, the captain called you to come over, saying that there is a task assigned. It was still Yinmia who came to inform him. She, who was very nervous yesterday, became more restrained after Shenchen beat Renji violently. Shenchen didn't care much, and said, "Then please lead the way." When the two came to Byakuya Kokaki, they found that there were already a lot of seats at the front of the seat. It's just that the eyes they looked at Shenchen were a little strange, some regretted, and some gloated. Shenchen, here is your first task after being promoted to a high-ranking officer. Byakuya said, the Technology Development Bureau has detected some changes in the recent Hueco Mundo, and I hope we can send a high-level Shinigami to investigate. Shenchen was stunned when he heard the words, and almost laughed in surprise. Fortunately, he suppressed himself in time, resulting in a strange look on his face. In the eyes of other officials, this seems reasonable. Hey! No wonder the expression on the third seat of God Tier is so weird. Isn't this task clearly embarrassing? Hueco Mundo is so dangerous, it is undoubtedly a life and death to go alone, and the four aristocrats are not easy to mess with. Even if the captain doesn't want to get his hands dirty, the other three nobles will definitely take action, and it will end up like this. Everyone looks different, but their inner thoughts are surprisingly consistent. With Byakuya Kokaki's character, they knew that it was unlikely that such a thing would happen to be framed for revenge by the convenience of their position, so there was a high probability that the other three nobles had taken the shot. Don't look at the four aristocrats as four, but since they are collectively called the four aristocrats, they must have the habit of maintaining the status and majesty of the four aristocrats. Therefore, no matter which of the four families is provoked, in order to ensure the impression that the four nobles cannot be offended, the remaining three families will never allow the provocateurs to be better off. After all, Shenchen is a high-ranking official with 3 seats, and it is difficult for even the four nobles to do it clearly within the jingling court. Then, they only need to use the hands of others, even with the help of virtual power. The time limit is 3 days, at which point you can return to Soul Society. After Byakuya finished the order, he left the token and left. Next, Shenchen only needed to take the token to the Technology Development Bureau. When the rest of the Shinigami saw this, they also exited one by one. In their opinion, Shenchen was probably finished. Hueco Mundo can be said to be the base camp of the enemy, let alone 3 days, even if it only stays for 3 hours, it will be dangerous. Senior God Tier. Please be careful. Only Yinmia hesitated, bowed deeply to Shenchen, and then left. Shenchen looked at the token in his hand thoughtfully, and basically wanted to understand the cause and effect of this incident. Although Byakuya Kokaki may not have intervened in this matter, everyone with a discerning eye knows that he definitely acquiesced to the revenge of the other 3 nobles. After all, this order needs to be given to Shenchen by him. Even if Shenchen showed his amazing Zanpakuto ability, the value represented by this talent was not as stable as the long-term rule of the 4 great nobles. Alright, just as I wish, but the maliciousness represented by this behavior itself, I have also recorded it well. Shenchen glanced coldly at the direction in which Byakuya Kokaki disappeared, and then went to the 12th Division where the Technology Development Bureau was located. Chapter 7. God Tier 3 Seats, please come with me. The person who received de Shenchen was the vice-captain of the 12th Division, Nianmen. She kept her expressionless poker face and brought de Shenchen all the way to the front of the 12th Division's captain, Kurosaki Ichigo. You're de Shenchen who made a lot of noise a few days ago, right? Kurosaki Ichigo gave him an uncomfortable smile at first glance. Yes, but this specification is really unexpectedly high. I didn't expect that the director of the Technology Development Bureau would personally entertain me. Originally, it was only necessary for the deputy captain to explain to you. It was my special request to have her bring you here. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a gloomy smile, after all, I'm quite interested in your Zanpakuto. Without waiting for de Shenchen to answer, he started talking to himself. In order to ensure that the building materials of the exercise field do not need to be renovated frequently, they use the murderous stone that can block the spiritual child. It is logically difficult to destroy it. However, when I went to see the scene, the entire practice field was completely evaporated in one blow. This power is theoretically impossible to appear on Shikai. Naturally, de Shenchen would not follow Kurosaki Ichigo's meaning, but said lightly, Captain Ni, it is not within my responsibility to answer your questions. The time of the mission is urgent, and please give the mission requirements as soon as possible. Kurosaki Ichigo froze, then smiled again after a few seconds, all right, I'll study you when you come back alive. Saying that, he grabbed 2 seals. This piercing seal is a special one-time product of the Technology Development Bureau. After using it, it can briefly open the black cavity connecting Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. One to help you reach Hueco Mundo through the black cavity, and the other to unlock the seal after 3 days, which can help you reach Soul Society from Hueco Mundo. De Shenchen took it and didn't study it in detail, after all, he still knew Kurosaki Ichigo relatively well. Although Kurosaki Ichigo has a weird personality, the quality of technical products is absolutely guaranteed, and he doesn't bother to lie about this. After all, as the captain of the 12th Division, he doesn't need to cooperate with the 4 nobles to say anything against his heart when it comes to his status. In order to cut off my way back, did you even put a seal on it? The 4 nobles really spared no effort to kill me. Hearing de Shenchen's words, Kurosaki Ichigo said again, if you can agree to be my test subject, then I can help you block the 4 nobles. But I refuse. De Shenchen hummed, my favorite thing for de Shenchen to do is say no to people who think they can. Even Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know what to say now, what kind of weird hobby is this? After being stunned for a while, he took the initiative to talk about other topics. Finally, let's talk about the mission requirements. I believe that as long as you are not stupid, you should know what is going on, so there is nothing to investigate. Or should I say, your mission is to ensure that you can survive in Hueco Mundo for 3 days, so, work hard to survive. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo left to do his own research. Since de Shenchen was unwilling to cooperate with his research, Kurosaki Ichigo also lost interest in continuing to communicate with de Shenchen. However, what he didn't know was that, with such a good opportunity, de Shenchen didn't just want to stay for 3 days. De Shenchen didn't go anywhere else, because if he wants to open a black voice in Soul Society, he must be in a special security barrier to ensure that Soul Society will not be invaded by Hueco Mundo through black voice. It just so happened that the Technology Development Bureau had such a barrier, and de Shenchen used the first barrier seal directly in it. After the world-piercing seal was poured into spiritual power, it disappeared on the spot. Instead, a small black cavity suddenly appeared in the air. In terms of size, it is just enough for one person to pass through, and as for Minos Grande, it is even more impossible to squeeze in. Ready perfectly. De Shenchen took a deep breath and stepped into the black cavity. Hueco Mundo, the moon is dark and the wind is high. De Shenchen is actually not unfamiliar with the appearance of Hueco Mundo, after all, he has seen it before crossing. There was basically a barren desert everywhere, and de Shenchen was immediately alerted when he landed. Although my survival difficulty will be raised to a very high level, if I fail to survive this dangerous environment, then the higher the survival difficulty is for nothing. Shenchen has always been self-aware of this. So even after getting the survival system, Shenchen didn't jump at all, and always thought twice before acting. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Shenchen's actions these days are not prudent, but in fact they are all actions by Shenchen after careful consideration. It not only ensures enough hostility to increase the difficulty of survival, but also ensures that the difficulty will not be too high, so that it will be finished before the lottery is drawn. Before taking action, take a look at the current situation. Shenchen thought quickly in his mind, this time, I have two purposes. One is to increase the probability of the lottery, and the other is to increase my combat experience. Shenchen didn't slack off because of the system. He understood that even if he had the skills and weapons, if he didn't have enough battle experience to use it, he would be unable to exert his full power just like a soldier on paper. And if you want to increase your experience against the enemy, the quickest way is to fight a lot. With the real name of the Sword of Oath of Victory, the power of liberation, general emptiness is nothing to worry about, even a Jillian level Minos Grande can definitely kill it in seconds. But for the Ajich's level Minos Grande further up, it's hard to say that it can be done with the liberation of a real man's real name in just 3 seconds. It's best to avoid it. After doing all the considerations, Shenchen stretched out the Sword of Vowed Victory and officially started the killing in Hueco Mundo. Most of Hueco Mundo is still relatively weak, and it is not enough to watch in front of Shenchen, who has the apex of the Holy Sword and super strong white hits. However, at the end of the day, Shenchen was still covered in bruises and wounds, and almost used up all his spiritual power. Sure enough, the danger level of Hueco Mundo is not covered, but fortunately, it survived today. That night, Shenchen leaned behind a hidden dune and switched on the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving one day and getting a lottery reward. Looking at the system prompt, Shenchen calmed down and clicked with anticipation to start the lottery. The crisis of Hueco Mundo is completely different from Soul Society. This time the lottery should be guaranteed. Chapter 8. As the turntable stopped, a line of prompts appeared in front of Shenchen. Congratulations to host for winning excellent Shunpo. Excellent Shunpo. Shenchen was a little puzzled, but this was another new level. The system seemed to know what Shenchen wanted to ask, and took the initiative to explain it. Excellent level is the upgrade of elite level. Hearing this, Shenchen was shocked. He didn't expect to be more powerful than the elite level. The elite level white hits level alone is enough to beat a powerful vice-captain like Abarai Renji, so what about the excellent level? Even among the captains, at least they should be able to rank first. Shunpo, just picked up a skill I need most right now. Feeling the vast amount of Shunpo knowledge and skills pouring into his mind, Shenchen just feels like he has practiced Shunpo for countless years. In this crisis-ridden Hueco Mundo, Shunpo's ability to enhance mobility is undoubtedly a relief. Shenchen is more confident about his survival in Hueco Mundo. After a night of training, Shenchen, who had recovered well, continued on his hunting trip. Fierce fighting is constantly erupting in Hueco Mundo. Boom! 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 The white desert blew up sand pillars one after another, and a figure could be seen moving quickly through it. In contrast, there is actually a Jillian level Minos Grande. Whoa, 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 whoa. Although the Jillian level Minos Grande had a certain level of sanity, he was not at the level of a normal person. He was only provoked by Shenchen and killed him regardless. However, his angry attacks failed again and again. He just felt that the Shinigami in front of him was as if he could teleport, and he could dodge his attacks with a superb peek every time. Boom! Minos Grande issued Zero again, and Shenchen's figure moved, and Shunpo was already in front of Minos Grande. Wind King Hammer. Shenchen stabbed the holy sword forward, and the roaring wind immediately bombarded Minos Grande, penetrating it completely. Looking at the fallen figure of Minos Grande, Shenchen wiped the sweat from his face. This was the 8th Jillian Minos Grande he had hunted. In the process, De Shenchen's combat experience is also skyrocketing. The spiritual power is almost used up, let's take a rest for a while and then talk about it. Fortunately, the usage of the Sword of Oath Victory is not only about the liberation of the real name that consumes huge spiritual power, but there are many other articles that can be done. Together with Shunpo, whose speed is far faster than that of the Jillian level Minos Grande, De Shenchen has the ability to kill the Jillian level Minos Grande. This is also a huge upheaval that rarely occurs in Hueco Mundo, and even allows De Shenchen's reputation to spread quietly without his knowledge. Grimmjow, have you heard? Seems like Hueco Mundo broke into a Shinigami recently. Shinigami? Which Shinigami dares to come to Hueco Mundo alone? Minos Grande of Hueco Mundo have normal intelligence whenever they reach the Ajicha's level, so the exchange of information also exists. At this moment, Ajicha's Minos Grande, who looks like a leopard, is communicating with his 5 companions. That is Grimmjow Jaeger-Jaquez of Espada 6 in the future, and Deroy, Ilvert, Adarad, Nakim, and Shalong, who will also become Arrancars in the future. The 6 Minos Grande had known each other before meeting Aizen, and often acted together with Grimmjow as their leader. Although they are all Jillian level Minos Grande except for Grimmjow, they still retain a considerable amount of sanity because they degenerate from Ajicha's level Minos Grande after being eaten by Grimmjow. No, I don't think this rumor is wrong. It is said that 8 Jillian Minos Grande have been killed. That must be a pretty powerful Shinigami. Grimmjow grinned. I think so too, Xiao Long said, how about we go hunting him? If Grimmjow you can devour that level of Shinigami, your strength will definitely go further. Grimmjow has always had the goal of evolving into the superlative Minos Grande Vastolord, so certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Does it need to be said? From the moment I heard this, he has been my prey. Grimmjow grinned, and immediately started tracking De Shenchen with 5 other Minos Grandes. By the time they found De Shenchen had been hunting Minos Grande for 2 days in a row, resting and recovering in the pits formed by the battle. Is he that Shinigami? Grimmjow waited for Minos Grande to watch from a distance, and was about to rush up when Grimmjow suddenly said, "Hold on. What's wrong?" Adelad asked suspiciously. Strange, weird. Grimmjow squinted and looked over, his Riatsu is just too weak. What? The rest of the Minos Grandes were taken aback, they all felt it carefully, and then they all looked weird. Indeed, this Riatsu is so weak. Isn't that not even the average Jillian? Why is that? I heard along the way that he'd hunted down double-digit Jillians. It's too abnormal, he can never have such a strong strength. Grimmjow and others were undoubtedly very surprised. Before they arrived, they thought that a captain-level Shinigami had entered Hueco Mundo. Only the top combat power in Shinigami can kill so many Minos Grande in 2 days. Maybe our real target isn't him? Is he just another Shinigami? Deroy speculates. Grimmjow sneered, no matter what he is, if you see him, you can't let it go. Adelad, if you kill him, he will let you eat it. Yes. Adelad no longer concealed his figure, and charged towards De Shenchen with a grin. Oh? Another Minos Grande so soon. De Shenchen, who was resting, opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. He stood up and patted the dust on the Death Tyrant's suit, calmly facing the incoming Adorad. "Ha, are you already stunned?" Adelad opened his mouth to swallow De Shenchen, but De Shenchen suddenly disappeared. This is... Adelad's pupils shrank, and he who was once Ajicha's could naturally see it. This shows that De Shenchen's speed is far superior to him. SHH-. In the next moment, a long sword shining with golden light had completely cut off his head. Chapter 9. Among the many uses of the Sword of Oath of Victory, there is the technique of pouring spiritual power into it and making its blade glow. This glow is not just good-looking, the destructive power and sharpness of the Sword of Victory of the Vow at this time will be greatly increased by several times. Even the tough skin of Jillian Minos Grande can be cut straight away. This led to Adelad being instantly killed by De Shenchen. Hi, this Jillian Minos Grande seems to be a little better at killing than other Minos Grande. De Shenchen blinked, and it was obvious that Adelad was careless because he had contempt for him. And this amazing turn of events completely stunned Minos Grande such as Grimmjow. WH. Edelad was actually caught. Nakim was almost speechless, he doubted his eyes so much. Why would a Jillian-level Minos Grande be killed by such a weak Shinigami as Riatsu? UBD. Courting death. Several of his companions couldn't hold it any longer and jumped out to kill De Shenchen. Is there an ambush? De Shenchen looked stunned when he saw this, and responded with 12 points of energy. In the blink of an eye, all 4 Minos Grande had surrounded De Shenchen. Boom! 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 The sky-filled Zero blasted one big hole after another, but De Shenchen moved freely in the staggered beams of light, leaving them with scars one after another. Damn, so fast! Nakim and Xiaolong were extremely anxious, and they couldn't hit De Shenchen no matter what. Not to mention hitting him, it's hard to even see where he is. It's impossible, why is this? Grimmjow watched the battle from the outside, and the more he watched, the more incredible it became. Even though Riatsu was so weak, the Zanpakuto of Shinigami was always able to easily penetrate Minos Grande's defense. Coupled with that level of Shunpo, even in the Ajicha's level Minos Grande, few people can match it. You all step back and let me come. After thinking about it, Grimmjow gave a loud shout. And the moment the 4 Minos Grande heard the order, there was a shift in reaction. De Shenchen didn't miss this good opportunity. He reversed the Sword of Victory, and the Wind King's barrier erupted backwards. This is also a skill used by the Wind King's enchantment. In an instant, De Shenchen has been accelerated to 3 times the supersonic speed. At this speed, even Minos Grande couldn't react, and Deroy was cut off his neck in an instant. Afterwards, De Shenchen took advantage of the situation with a whirling slash, and Xiaolong's head also flew high into the sky. Do not! The other Minos Grande exclaimed, but De Shenchen wouldn't stop. When the other party has a reaction, it is difficult to rely on surprises. Therefore, De Shenchen chose to directly crush by force. He instantly injected a large amount of spiritual power, and straightened the Sword of Oath of Victory and aimed it at Ilfert. Boom! A small beam of light, like a laser cannon, penetrated Ilfert's body irresistibly. In a few breaths, all 3 Minos Grande were killed by De Shenchen. Even Grimmjow couldn't react to this sudden change. When he came back to his senses, he was instantly furious. I killed you He roared and lunged, only to be dodged by De Shenchen with Shunpo. Looking at the insane Grimmjow, De Shenchen also recognized his identity. Grimmjow is considered a very strong Ajichas. Now that I have little spiritual power left, it is difficult for me to fight against it. I will leave first. De Shenchen needs enough difficulty to survive on the one hand, but ensuring survival is the most important thing. So De Shenchen used Shunpo to move far away without hesitation. BD. Don't run. Both Grimmjow and Nakim chased after them, and the 3 of them moved a kilometer in an instant. Halfway through, both Grimmjow and Nakim kept attacking De Shenchen, but with little success. Even Nakim was gradually behind them. No, that Shinigami's Shunpo is so fast, I can't catch up. Seeing that there was a big difference, and even De Shenchen's shadow could not be seen clearly, Nakim could only helplessly stop. And Grimmjow himself is a speed-type Ajichas, so he can barely hang behind De Shenchen. Tisk, it's as annoying as candy canes. Looking back to see Grimmjow who was chasing after him, De Shenchen was under a lot of pressure. His spiritual power was always at the level of a normal Shinigami, and he was almost unable to withstand the continuous high-intensity battles and Shunpo. Ha ha ha! You are dead! Seeing that De Shenchen's speed seemed to slow down, Grimmjow suddenly became fierce. At this moment, a Zero bombarded from not far away. Boom! The Zero didn't hit anyone, but between Grimmjow and De Shenchen. Who? Grimmjow looked over angrily and found that it was an Ajichas class Minos Grande with horns on his head. I am Neliel Tuidalschwank, and you have invaded my territory. Neliel's voice is very pleasant, although the tone of speech is a little weak, but it can be heard firmly. I don't like seeing killings. Since you are on my territory, please stop fighting. You are dreaming. How could Laozi listen to you? Grimmjow was furious when he heard the words, and immediately a shot of siro accumulated in his mouth. Seeing this, Nellie also gritted her teeth and said, if any of you insists on attacking, then I can only help the other side. Not only did the threat fail to scare Grimmjow, it made him even more annoyed. Let's see if you have that ability yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Grimmjow hit siro directly at Nellie. Neliel was not to be outdone, and the two Ajichas level Minos Grandes fought together in an instant. What kind of development is this? Shenchen looked amused on the side, which was a pleasant surprise. He had already recognized who Neliel was, one of the future first-generation Arrancars, and ranked third in Espada, extremely powerful. However, Neliel is also a very special existence in Sulai, because her character is not cruel at all, but very pure and kind, unwilling to kill. But this situation is also good for me. Let's wait and see for a while. After Shenchen moved to a safe distance, he sat down and tried his best to recover while watching them fight. Chapter 10. The war lasted for a long time, and even alarmed many distant virtuals. Under the battle between these two exceptional Ajichas class Minos Grande, countless virtuals began to flee out of instinct, including Jillian class Minos Grande. There is no other reason, if they are involved, I am afraid that the aftermath alone is enough to kill them. Boom! The battle ended with Neliel's siro, and after Grimmjow received the blow with all the scars all over his body, he turned around and ran away with a groan of hatred. There's really no way to do this. Although Neliel doesn't like fighting, her strength is still above Grimmjow. It can also be seen from the Arrancarized rankings in the future that Grimmjow is not her opponent at all, and in the end, she can only give up to Shenchen in order to survive. It is finally over. Neliel was also relieved and walked back to Shenchen's side. Are you Shinigami? It's really daring to come to Hueco Mundo alone. At this time, Shenchen has recovered a lot of spiritual power, so he has a lot of confidence. He glanced at Neliel and said, I didn't expect you, a Minos Grande, to protect my Shinigami. I'm not protecting you. I said it just now. If anyone shoots first, I'll help the other party. Shenchen nodded, stopped talking, and continued to recover quickly. Neliel waited for a while, and was surprised to see that Shenchen hadn't moved. I told you. I'm Shinigami's archenemy, and I'm also an Ajichas level Minos Grande, so you can heal by my side so at ease. Originally in Neliel's imagination, Shenchen would at least appear as if he were facing a formidable enemy if he didn't say that he would run away immediately. Who would have thought that Shenchen was not only not nervous at all, but was even completely defenseless by her side. This wonderful attitude makes Neliel very fresh, and even Shinigami is not hostile to Minos Grande? Because I know you're a good Minos Grande, Neliel. Shenchen said casually. He is so sure, of course, relying on the familiarity of the characters and the prophets. However, to Neliel's voice, she was greatly moved by these words. He actually trusts me so much. Neliel thought silently, it seems that Shinigami aren't all bad guys. After staying together for a long time, Shenchen recovered more than half of his spiritual power and prepared to eat something to replenish his physical strength. He took out the food he had drawn in the lottery 2 days ago from the system space, and glanced at Neliel again. By the way, you helped me anyway. In return, I'll treat you to something good. Although I don't know if I can eat it or not. Shenchen had previously drawn the famous dish from Zonghua Xiaodang's family, Mayan Fei noodles, catfish noodles. This noodles was Lu Pingxing's final product in the Super Chef assessment, and it was delicious and unusual. Neliel was also very surprised to see that he turned his hand into a bowl of noodles. Where did you get it from? Is it your Zanpakuto ability? Originally there was nothing, but a bowl of steaming hot food appeared out of thin air, and even soup with water, which is absolutely impossible to see in Hueco Mundo. But I don't seem to see this Shinigami drawing a sword, Shikai? Don't pay attention to these details. Shenchen put his face in front of Neliel. Shinigami and Su are a kind of spiritual body, and it stands to reason that if I can eat you, you should also be able to eat. In these days, Shenchen found that one of the benefits of system space is that when things are put in, time is still in a state. So he can eat hot food at any time, and he will not be stingy to share it with Neliel. Thank you, Neliel took it carefully. By the way, you already know my name, but I still don't know what your name is. My name is Shenchen, you can also call me Chen. God tier, dust. Neliel murmured, her voice abruptly reduced. By the way, we know each other's names like this, and you gave me gifts to eat. Are we friends? Shenchen looked at Neliel in surprise, feeling that this might be Neliel with a little memory of her life. He nodded and smiled, of course. Neliel was a little surprised when she heard the words, and raised her head happily. In fact, she regretted it the moment she exited. After all, how could Shinigami be friends with mortal enemy Minos Grande? When Shenchen refused, she had to be depressed for a long time. But Shenchen agreed immediately. This was a real surprise for Neliel. It was the first time she had seen a Shinigami like Shenchen, who had no prejudice against the emptiness. Okay, then please give me more advice. Neliel responded a little shyly, and then she picked up the noodles and ate the catfish noodles. As soon as the noodles came into the mouth, the smooth taste completely diluted her emotions, causing Neliel's eyes to widen suddenly. Delicious! I've never eaten such delicious food. As long as you like it. Shenchen also ate something, and then continued to race against time to recover. He is now waiting for the end of the day to get his survival reward. Today I was besieged by 6 Minos Grandes, and one of them could still become an Ajichas at the Espada level. The level of crisis is definitely the highest level ever. This makes Shenchen extremely looking forward to how rich the lottery rewards will be after he has tried his best to survive. Hueco Mundo, the Palace of Virtual Knights. Although many of Hueco Mundo's avatars are unorganized stragglers, that doesn't mean Hueco Mundo doesn't have a ruling class. After all, as long as Minos Grande, who has reached the Ajichas level, has wisdom no less than ordinary people, then there will naturally be communication and grouping, and then surrender and conquest. The Void Knight Palace is the product of the rule of Hueco Mundo, it is the palace of the king of Hueco Mundo. The owner of the palace is naturally the absolute apex of the void, even in Minos Grande, it is the most superior existence, Vasto Lord level Minos Grande Baraggan Luzenbern. What do you want to play? At this moment, Baraggan, the king of Hueco Mundo, slowly opened his eyes on the throne. Your Majesty, I want to start the performance. Charlotte, who would later be Baraggan's chief subordinate officer Arrancars, spoke in a low voice. Recently, there was intelligence that a Shinigami broke into Hueco Mundo, and the Shinigami acted recklessly and killed many Minos Grande in days. Oh? And Shinigami with such audacity? Looks like he must be quite capable. Baraggan said indifferently, however, this identity alone is enough for him to die 10,000 times, not to mention that he dares to make trouble in this king's territory. Charlotte, Abilima, Fendir, Shinon, Geo, Nilgor, this king ordered you to join forces to completely harvest the life of this daring Shinigami. Yes, your Majesty. The 6 Minos Grande, who would serve as subordinate Arrancars in the future, all responded, bursting into the air, as if swearing to complete the task. All of them are Ajichas level Minos Grande. Chapter 11. Opposite Shenchen, Neliel has reluctantly finished eating the non-noodles, catfish noodles. It's delicious. If only I could eat it again. She wiped her mouth, looked at Shenchen and thought, since we are both friends, I must return the gift. Neliel thought for a while. Judging from the fact that she could eat Shenchen's food, she thought that Shenchen might also be able to eat some fake food, right? While a lot of Hueco Mundo is hunting the same species for food, as a huge world, Hueco Mundo certainly has some native plants as well. Thinking of this, Neliel got up and went away, looking for the edible Hueco Mundo fruits in her memory. It's a pity that most of Hueco Mundo is still a desert, so Neliel flew a long way to find the special fruit of Hueco Mundo. I found it, the fruit of the White Forest. Fortunately, it didn't wither. I wonder if Chen would like to eat it. Neliel hummed a song and was about to pick the fruit, when her heart suddenly jumped. Boom! An extremely fast zero hit her position, blowing up the sky. When the dust settled, Neliel moved hundreds of meters away with a dark face, and the fruit tree that she had finally found had already vanished into ashes. Who are you? She had a rare sense of anger, staring at the 6 Minos Grande that appeared in front of her. Huh? For an Ajich's level Minos Grande, it's so fast. Charlotte, who was in the lead, glanced at Neliel in surprise. Just now she thought she would definitely hit by sneak attack. It's just that Neliel has always kept a low profile because she doesn't like fighting by nature. Even if she is extremely powerful, not many people know her. Forget it, let me get straight to the point. Minos Grande saw you leaving with a Shinigami today. Where is he? Neliel was shocked when she heard it. Are they here to find Ah-chen? She glanced at the opposite, a full 6 Ajich's class Minos Grande. This combat power is enough to dominate any place in Hueco Mundo. No, Ah-chen hasn't recovered yet, they must not be allowed to find Ah-chen. In any case, Neliel decided not to sell to Shenchen. I have no idea. Neliel's answer was also expected by Charlotte and the others. Charlotte snorted coldly, forget it, we can also find it slowly, if you don't know it, just die. As soon as the words fell, Charlotte shot decisively. Anabilama, Fendir, Shinon, Geo, and Nilgor followed closely behind and attacked like thunder. Seeing this, Neliel gritted her teeth and could only resist with all her strength. If you let them find Ah-chen, it will be the end. They must be blocked here. After all, with the strength of Shenchen's Riatsu that Neliel felt, even if it could be fully recovered, it might actually be so weak that even a Minos Grande couldn't handle it. With this in mind, Neliel and the 6 Ajich's class Minos Grande launched a terrifying battle even more than the daytime. Boom! 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 The earth was turbulent, and countless zeros flew around, shattering all the voids within a radius of 10,000 meters. Abirama, Fendir, and the others are getting more and more frightened. Damn, isn't this guy too strong? Why is Minos Grande of the same level so powerful? Charlotte was also speechless, knowing that even at the same Ajich's level, Minos Grande were strong and weak. But what she doesn't know is that the difference between the strengths and weaknesses of the same level can be so big. However, Neliel also resisted very hard. No matter what, there were 6 Ajich's on the opposite side. Ugh! The battle during the day has consumed a lot of strength, and now I can't hold it anymore. As the saying goes, the old master was beaten to death by random fists. In addition, Neliel was not in his prime, so he became weaker and weaker. Charlotte and the others gradually gained the upper hand, but in the end they became stubbornly overpowering Neliel. Very well, she's about to reach the end of her power. Neil exclaimed excitedly, obviously victory was imminent. Charlotte and other Minos Grande were also shocked, which made Neliel even more unstoppable, and her body kept appearing large and small injuries. When the Great War broke out in the extreme distance, the time had quietly arrived the next day. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. Shenchen opened his eyes and clicked the draw with joy. Come on! This is the most dangerous day I've ever had. It's impossible to say something good. In Shenchen's anticipation, the turntable stopped spinning in the light. Congratulations to host for drawing peak Riatsu. Top level. Shenchen's eyes lit up, this is a level he has never achieved. System, this peak level, is it the evolution after the excellent level? Returning to host, that's exactly what Riatsu at the pinnacle level can make Riatsu of host reach the level of the top 5 in the Soul Society rankings. This statement of the system once again frightened Shenchen. Think about how many great people there are in Soul Society. Team Zero is so strong, not to mention the pervert for the time being. At this moment, even the big gangsters like Aizen Sōsuke and Yamamoto Genryusai have not left Soul Society. Just the existence of these outside specifications add up to more than 5 people, right? How can I still rank in the top 5 under such circumstances? How much will my spiritual power be strengthened? Shenchen thought excitedly. Immediately afterwards, Shenchen knew the answer. Because in the next second, an unimaginable amount of spiritual power emerged spontaneously from his body, and it swelled more and more. Shenchen has never felt such a huge Riatsu, and the sea is no longer enough to describe the vastness of this Riatsu. At the same time, Shenchen's use and induction of spiritual power is also rising rapidly. After a while, he could feel all the virtual Riatsu within a kilometer. This is not the end, it is followed by a radius of 5 kilometers, a radius of 10 kilometers, a radius of 20 kilometers. It has soared to the level of a radius of 100 kilometers before it stopped. This diameter alone can encompass several cities, and no one in this area can escape the detection of Shenchen's Riatsu. Spiritual power is finally no longer my shortcoming, but the longest point. Shenchen closed his eyes and felt it carefully, and suddenly let out a suspicious sound. Huh? This is... In his senses, there are 7 giant Riatsu fighting in the distance, but the most powerful of them has begun to weaken rapidly. Most importantly, Shenchen is very familiar with this Riatsu. It's Neliel. Chapter 12. The battle situation has fallen into a serious unfavorable state. The scars on Neliel's body are getting more and more, and the spiritual power has also declined rapidly. She can't hold it anymore. Let's give her the final blow together. Charlotte shouted excitedly at this, and the other 5 Minos Grande also began to gather their strongest attacks together. Oops, I'm afraid I can't stop it this time. Neliel screamed inwardly, but she didn't even have the strength to escape. Looks like he's going to die here. As a member of the Minos Grande, Neliel has seen so many deaths that she didn't expect this day to come so soon. It's a pity, I just made a good friend, and I'm about to say goodbye. Neliel closed her eyes sadly, but she felt a little comfort in her heart. At the very least, she tried her best to protect her good friend, so it was a bit meaningful to die. At this moment, a vast and extremely terrifying Riatsu suddenly rose in the distance. What? Minos Grande such as Charlotte and Neil were rushed by this breath, almost lost their minds, and even scattered the gathered attacks. They couldn't help it, because the horror of this Riatsu was beyond their imagination, far above them. Why does Hueco Mundo have such a level of Riatsu? It feels so unfamiliar. Is a new Vasto Lord Minos Grande born again? No. The new Vasto Lord doesn't have such a strong Riatsu. Although Vasto Lord Minos Grande claims to surpass the captain level, that is only relative to the general captain level Shinigami. And like Yamamoto Shijikuni or Aizen, or now Shenchen, Riatsu is no longer limited to the category of captain. Wait. He seems to be here. Several Ajichas Minos Grande looked in the direction of Shenchen in horror. At this moment, the powerless Neliel was long gone from their eyes. Or, they have no time to take care of it. What's going on? Who is that? It seems to be in Achen's direction. Is Achen alright? Nelielu herself is also very confused, because Shenchen's Riatsu has skyrocketed so much that she can't recognize it now. She can only feel that this Riatsu is approaching here at an extremely fast speed. No, we must complete the mission and retreat quickly. Charlotte's face changed, and she ordered immediately. Now, she can easily judge that Riatsu is not something they can compete with, maybe only His Majesty can fight against it. It is good. The remaining Minos Grandes hurriedly gathered their strength, trying to make up for the final blow to Neliel. Boom! The attack was laid in a hurry, and the smoke was everywhere. However, Minos Grande, who had hit Charlotte and others, did not leave at this time, but froze in place. They seem to be completely suppressed by invisible pressure, and they can't even escape. Good, so strong. She trembled and murmured, and the terrifying Riatsu master arrived at the moment just now and took all their attacks head on. When the smoke cleared, they saw Shenchen unscathed. Although there are no matching tricks, just by crushing Charlotte and their Riatsu bursts, they can directly offset their hasty blows. Rough usage like this, just by watching Zaraki Kenpaku's battle, you know it's useful. It's you. Are you the Shinigami that His Majesty asked us to kill? The moment she saw Shenchen, Abirama suddenly realized and screamed. Only this level of Shinigami has the strength to compete in Hueco Mundo alone. Although it's not clear who you originally wanted to die, but I know you're probably going to die soon. Shenchen turned his head to look at Neliel's injury, and when he looked at Charlotte waiting for Minos Grande, his eyes were full of danger. But Neliel herself was completely stunned, feeling like she was in a dream. Are you Ah Chen? It's Ah Chen, right? Why did Aizen become so arrogant after not seeing each other for a while? With this Riatsu alone, Grimmjow didn't need her at all before. Ah Chen could press Grimmjow on the ground with one hand and rub it. It's me, sorry for hiding Riatsu earlier. Shenchen explained casually, and then clenched the sword of vowed victory. Minos Grande like Charlotte and Abiramar were instantly chilled by this move. You must fight back. If you don't fight back, you will die. Charlotte drank to wake up her companions, who were Ajich's Minos Grande after all, and immediately broke free. This person is His Majesty's formidable enemy, and the Shinigami whom His Majesty ordered to kill. How can I be so embarrassed as the strongest ministers under the King of Hueco Mundo? The rest of the Minos Grandes were also inspired, and they all used the strength of their milk to gather Siro in their mouths. In an instant, 6-path Siro shone in front of Shenchen. Wind! Shenchen whispered, and the Wind King's barrier completely dissipated, revealing the golden sword body. A large number of photons have already gathered in it, and there is also a huge amount of spiritual power injected by Shenchen. Siro! Excalibur! Both sides shot at the same time. One side is the black and red Siro beam of 6 paths, and the other side is the torrent of light sweeping everything. The next moment, collide. Boom! A shocking explosion bloomed in Hueco Mundo, and the golden light and the black and red light devoured each other, but there was no stalemate. Not even for a moment, Jin Guang had completely suppressed Siro and rolled back towards Charlotte and the others. Bang! The exploding Yue exploded on Charlotte and other 6 Minos Grande, making them scream and scream in unison. Chapter 13. Okay, it's amazing. Neliel was stunned at the scene in front of her. If Minos Grande was sweating, maybe she was in a cold sweat. The 6-headed Minos Grande, who had been fighting hard for a long time before, was completely defeated in front of Shenchen with just one move. So this good friend I made is actually a hidden boss. On the other side, Minos Grande, including Charlotte and Abirama, lay in the crater, feeling nothing but excruciating pain. Damn! Just one blow. Seriously injured all of us. Charlotte, as Baraggan's chief minister, has never seen such a powerful Shinigami. Or should I say that Shinigami with such strength is really still within the scope of Shinigami? Get up! This threat must be eliminated for His Majesty. She roared loudly, got up first, and led the other 5 Minos Grande. Put all our strength into Siro, and then combine it. It will definitely be able to compete with it. Although they are not strong in the Ajich's level Minos Grande, they also have a very powerful secret skill, that is, the fusion Siro. They can fuse their Siro with the Siro of the rest of the Minos Grande to double their attack power. Oh? Still not giving up. Shenchen also noticed their actions, and said in his heart that he was an Ajich's level Minos Grande, but it was not that easy to kill. If it's just one head, the problem is the combined power of the 6 heads, then it can indeed offset a large part of the power of the real name liberation. It's okay, let's do it again. Shenchen held the sword in both hands again, and a spot of light rose from the desert of Siro, like a dream. Neliel was fascinated, the scene in front of her was so beautiful and dreamy. However, this could not hide the murderous intent of the Holy Sword of Light, and an unimaginably terrifying deterrent burst out from Shenchen. Integrated Siro. At the same time that Shenchen was charging, Charlotte and the others also completed the charging. A giant Siro turned into a thick beam of light and shot towards Shenchen. Ah, be careful! Neliel screamed in fright, and at this moment Shenchen also slashed with his sword. Excalibur. The pinnacle-level spiritual power was turned into a slash of light, colliding with the huge fusion Siro in midair. Boom! It has to be said that the Fit Siro does have a set, and it also contains all the power that Charlotte and the others have squeezed out. However, even so, the light of gold gradually swallowed and overwhelmed the light of black and red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oops! Run! This made Charlotte's pupils shrink and she screamed in despair. However, it was already too late, and the torrent of spiritual power that completely suppressed the black and red light caught up with them again, causing a big explosion like a meteor falling to the ground. Boom! By the time the dust settled, the 6 Ajichas Minos Grande had all been lying in the crater, losing all power to resist the last blow. Shenchen had gone all out twice before, and this attack was no exception. Huh? Can you still hit that level of attack? Neliel's 3 views have been refreshed many times today. How much spiritual power does Shenchen have? Excalibur. At this moment, the 3rd sword has already fallen into the crater. Boom! There was no offset this time, and the complete power turned into a pillar of light that rose into the sky for a long time. Looking at the deeper craters, the entire 6 Ajichas level Minos Grande have been wiped out, and not even the slag is left. This scene also made Neliel look complicated. She killed 6 Ajichas Minos Grande with just 3 swords. She didn't know if the appearance of such a powerful Shinigami was bad news for Hueco Mundo. Shenchen didn't notice Neliel's expression, because he was now concentrating on perceiving his own power. In those 3 moves just now, I used the greatest effort to liberate the true name of the Sword of Oath of Victory, but I didn't even consume half of my spiritual power. Shenchen knows exactly how much Riatsu is represented behind this. This means that in the future, Shenchen will have no problem using the Sword of Oath of Victory as a light cannon. His whole person is already a humanoid mobile destroying cannon. Go back, Nilu! Shenchen put away Zanpakuto and stretched out his hand to Nelielu. Neliel nodded obediently and held Shenchen's hand, but Shenchen's face suddenly changed. Be careful, another extremely strong Riatsu is approaching. I didn't feel it. Neliel looked around in surprise and saw nothing but 2 huge craters and a white forest. That white forest means that there are local fruits of Hueco Mundo that Neliel wants to pick, but she doesn't remember what Minos Grande lives there. Did you make the golden light attack just now? Under the watchful eyes of Shenchen and Neliel, Minos Grande, a human figure with a white mask on his face, came out of the white woods. Neliel was surprised when she saw him. She didn't feel the Minos Grande at all. This shows that this Minos Grande, at least has the strength not weaker than her heyday. But even so, I still haven't escaped Ah Chen's induction. Ah Chen is very good in this area. Neliel secretly glanced at Shenchen again. Yes, I typed it out, do you have any advice? Shenchen nodded, feeling that the Minos Grande in front of him looked a little familiar. However, Minos Grande didn't seem to hear these words, but he said, I think it's very beautiful, very beautiful. Shenchen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that anyone would use such words to describe such a world-destroying and terrifying attack. But as Minos Grande said, the sword light of the Oath of Victory is very splendid and grand in terms of visual effects. According to Iris Veal, it has a fierce and clear brilliance, and once illuminated the heroic figure of the darkness of the troubled world deeper than the night. This dazzling sword is the dream that all the soldiers who have disappeared on the battlefield throughout the ages have pursued and longed for. It is the crystallization of the prayer called glory. So I was attracted. Minos Grande's words were also very simple and straightforward. I have never seen such a beautiful and shocking view. It was only then that Shenchen finally recognized the identity of the Minos Grande in front of him. Legend has it that when most of the 5 senses of a creature are closed, the only sense left will be particularly sensitive and magnify all related feelings. And Shenchen knows that there is a Minos Grande, and only vision is left in the 5 senses, so the visual appeal will be magnified infinitely. You're Ulquiorra, aren't you? Chapter 14. It's a pity that Minos Grande, the mask that only has vision, still can't hear. Shenchen thought for a while, and manipulated Riatsu to form words in the air. With the strength of his peak-level Riatsu, this refined operation is effortless. Fortunately, the mask Minos Grande seems to still have a little instinctive memory of his life, and he knows words. You know me? He gave a rare surprise. This time the masked Minos Grande is finally having mood swings. I know everything. Shenchen pretended to be flickering deeply. After all, there was really no other reasonable explanation right now. However, he underestimated the simplicity of Su, who has lived in a barren Hueco Mundo since he can remember, and is actually more likely to trust people than human children. Oh, this is Shinigami's Zanpakuto ability, right? Ulquiorra nodded. I've heard that each Shinigami has a different power, but I didn't expect such an omniscient ability to exist. Shenchen. He didn't know what to answer. Neliel's thinking was simpler, and she said excitedly, wow! Chen, you are so amazing. I didn't expect that besides the golden bombardment, there would be such power. Shenchen twitched the corners of his mouth and could only change the subject and talk about something else. One person and two virtual people started chatting in place like this, during which Neliel was still slowly recovering from her injuries. They didn't even change their positions. Neliel and Ulquiorra were both outstanding among the Ajichas level Minos Grande. The artisans were bold, and they were not afraid of other false rumors coming to ask for trouble. Not to mention Shenchen, the peak level Riatsu made his self-confidence level rise continuously. Ulquiorra didn't speak much the whole time, and most of the time he just watched Shenchen write quietly. But even so, Shenchen felt that Ulquiorra seemed more and more human. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed. Shenchen looked up at the sky of Hueco Mundo and stood up. We have to find a place to rest, see you next time. Ulquiorra looked at the spiritual text composed of Shenchen, and his eyes moved. Can I come with you? Shenchen was surprised. You want to follow me? Shenchen still underestimated the extent of his influence on Ulquiorra because he didn't have an experience with only one sense. The former Ulquiorra could only feel nothingness, and even wanted to give up his own consciousness, and the brilliant golden light was the only color that shone into his heart. It doesn't seem right to have a Minos Grande following Shinigami. Sooner or later I'll leave Hueco Mundo. Bringing you into Soul Society will definitely be troublesome. Shenchen thought for a while and wrote, so, come to me after you Arrancars. From his memory, Shenchen knew that without Aizen and Hogyaku, Ulquiorra could evolve into the Arrancars state on its own in the future. By that time, with his Shinigami nature, it would be difficult to recognize him as a phantom, at least from his appearance. If I'm Arrancars, can I go to Chen? Neliel asked with wide eyes. Of course, Shenchen nodded, I welcome you anytime. Neliel and Ulquiorra are both the top players in Minos Grande, and even after Arrancarization, they are the top combat power in Arrancars. If they can be subdued, it will be of great benefit. Okay. I don't know what Arrancars is, but I'll try my best. Shenchen smiled and said, you'll know. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Followed by Ulquiorra and Neliel, all looking in a certain direction. From there came a horrific Riatsu of great malice, unprecedented in size among the Minos Grande, and approaching at a rapid rate. That's what a Vasto Lord Minos Grande feels like. Neliel was shocked and said, Chen, let's go. Vasto Lord Minos Grande is already the strongest Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo. She had also heard rumors that Vasto Lord Minos Grande could surpass even Captain Shinigami, and subconsciously felt that Shenchen could not be the opponent's opponent. After all, it is rumored that the captain level is already Shinigami's most senior position. No matter how powerful Shenchen is, he is at most in this most senior position, right? It's too late, Shenchen said indifferently, obviously he came specifically for us. As Shenchen said, Baraggan appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Looking at Vasto Lord Minos Grande with a black ominous aura wafting in front of him, even Ulquiorra became extremely alert. The king said, why Charlotte and their Riatsu have disappeared for so long? Did you kill them? Baraggan glanced at the crater and basically understood what was going on. Humph, what a bunch of trash, even a mere Shinigami can't clean it up. Of course he saw Ulquiorra and Neliel, but those were just two Ajichas Minos Grande. You know Charlotte and the others are full of 6 Ajichas Minos Grande, and even if they are separated by 2, there are 4 Ajichas who can besiege that Shinigami. Who are you? Neliel asked loudly. King of Hueco Mundo, I think of this Riatsu, he is the king of void. Ulquiorra next to her is not sure whether she is answering her or talking to herself, but the content of the words makes Neliel pale in shock. Neliel has also heard about the ruler of Hueco Mundo in Sui Palace, but he didn't expect that the adult to be dispatched in person. You. Neliel began to be a little scared. Don't shoot at Aizen, or we will be rude. But Baraggan ignored her at all, and stared straight at Shenchen. Are you the Shinigami who broke into the Hueco Mundo? I don't think you're even wearing the captain Haori, you're just a vice-captain at most, right? Shenchen smiled lightly. I'm sorry to be wrong, I only have 3 seats. 3 seats? Baraggan was really surprised when he heard this. He was stunned for a while, then sneered. Dare to come to Hueco Mundo with only the 3rd seat? This king also said which member of the Zero team came here. I didn't expect it to be just a group of junk. He exuded a vast Riatsu unbridled, and shouted with a deep sense of oppression, why don't you kneel when you meet the king of Hueco Mundo? Chapter 15. Riatsu shook the sky and distorted the space, forming a faint black. Ugh! Neliel, who has not yet fully recovered, first felt a huge pressure, which made her injury seem to be a little heavier. But the next moment, a warm hand was placed on her shoulder. Afterwards, a Riatsu, like the warm spring sun, protected Nelielu, and swelled violently outward to fight against Baraggan. You don't have this qualification yet. Shenchen's cold voice sounded, making Baraggan furious. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. You must know that even the captain-level Shinigami is no more than an ant in front of this king. Just as he finished speaking, Shenchen's Riatsu slammed into Baraggan's Riatsu like a tsunami, causing him to groan uncontrollably. This made Baraggan feel ashamed, but at the same time horrified. What? This Riatsu, impossible. He stared at Shenchen, although he didn't want to admit it, his Riatsu strength was by no means inferior to him. So that's why you can kill Charlotte and them. Baraggan said gloomily, I have to say, your Riatsu is no longer comparable to an ordinary captain. However, if you don't even have the position of captain, but you can stand up to this king in court, this in itself is a sin of disrespect that will never quit. Do you want to be known by others that even a small 3rd seat in Jingling Court is not weak on Riatsu? Therefore, in Baraggan's view, only the blood of Shenchen can wash away this shame. Neliel felt Baraggan's strong murderous aura, and suddenly became nervous, but before she could make her move, a beam of light hit her side first. Zero. It was Ulquiorra, who decisively hit Baraggan with a zero in the past. He has a very straightforward character. After identifying Baraggan's murderous aura, he immediately chose to strike first. However, Baraggan did not evade, but his spiritual power exploded in an instant, which forcibly neutralized Ulquiorra's zero. Then his tone became even colder, and he raised his hand to condense 1,000 radiance. Very good power, but both of you Minos Grande are also guilty of the same crime. This king will show you what a real zero is. As soon as the voice fell, a thicker beam of light came out of the sky. This time Neliel finally reacted, jumped in front of Shenchen, opened her mouth and ate zero in one bite. Zero repeat. She kept her mouth open, mixed zero with her own zero and hit it back again. Oh! Baraggan was a little surprised, this time there was no hard resistance. He dodged and ducked directly, looking at Ulquiorra and Neliel thoughtfully. After the confrontation just now, this king has already understood your strength. I don't know why you are hanging out with Shinigami, but you are undoubtedly Minos Grande at the peak of Ajichas. In Baraggan's tone, there was a love for talent. Ulquiorra and Neliel are undoubtedly extremely rare geniuses in the void, and they are only half a step away from the top Vastolord. Especially now that Charlotte and the others are dead, Baraggan wants to recruit new talent. So, why don't you follow this king? In this way, this king can save you from the death penalty. Of course. Baraggan glanced at Shenchen again, this defiant Shinigami must die. You are dreaming. If you want to follow me, you will follow Ah Chen. Neliel shouted first, making Baraggan look cold. It seems that I can only kill the Shinigami who is in the way first, and then beat you to the brink of death. If you don't change your mind, this king will have to wipe you out. Ha ha! Facing Baraggan's declaration, Shenchen sneered with disdain. Whoever wants to take me away, have you asked about the sword in my hand? In the next second, thousands of light spots madly converged towards the Sword of Oath Victory. What kind of trick is this? I didn't see him doing Bankai, but it's not as powerful as Shikai-kan. Baraggan instantly felt the rising threat aura, and thought in surprise. Of course, he couldn't just sit still and take the initiative. On the opposite side, there was Neliel who could devour and counter Zero, so Baraggan chose to attack directly. He came behind Shenchen in a flash, and killed him decisively. This made Shenchen's pupils shrink, and the Sword of Victory of the Oath, which was unable to be fully charged, was cut out with a backhand. SHH-. A huge rift appeared above the desert. The blow also pushed Baraggan back, giving him a knowing nod. The power is indeed strong, and it is worthy of the Riatsu. However, Shenchen knew that this was not the full power of the Sword of Oath of Victory, because the moment Baraggan approached, he felt that the charge was slowed down countless times. Even if it hasn't been Arrancarized yet, does it already have a power that is very close to the return of the blade? Shenchen secretly thought about the information he knew, and Baraggan also has a speed that even the Shunpo smashing bee can't react to. Undoubtedly the strongest enemy he has ever encountered in Hueco Mundo. After feeling the threat of the Sword of Oath of Victory, it is impossible for him to let me charge up to succeed. It is difficult to liberate my real name in the face of that speed. Shenchen narrowed his eyes, thinking about countermeasures in his heart. At the same time, Ulquiorra and Neliel, who finally reacted, fought bravely and fought with Baraggan. The battle that broke out in front of them was earth-shattering, and Ulquiorra and Neliel, as Ajich's level Minos Grande, were much stronger than other Minos Grande of the same level. Therefore, even against the more advanced Vasto Lord Minos Grande, it is not impossible to fight back. However, Baraggan is also not an ordinary Vasto Lord Minos Grande, but an absolute senior among them, even strong enough to achieve the throne. This made Baraggan handle the onslaught of Ulquiorra and Neliel with ease, and held the upper hand firmly. Boom! 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 Seeing that they were being suppressed by Baraggan, Shenchen didn't feel panic. Fortunately, I don't only have the Sword of Oath Victory, at least not soon. In today's day, he has experienced the battle with 6 Ajichas Minos Grande, and now the king of Hueco Mundo came to the door. The difficulty of survival is undoubtedly the constant refresh limit. Then just wait until today's survival reward arrives, and Shenchen is sure to get a new super reward. Thinking of this, Shenchen also participated in the battle, and the shocking battle that Hueco Mundo never had before officially broke out. Chapter 16. The 4 extremely strong beings only hit Hueco Mundo in the dark, and the surrounding ground seems to be bombed by meteorites. Originally, Shenchen's Riatsu was extremely powerful, but he lacked matching moves, and the only thing that could make good use of Riatsu's real name, Jafang, was difficult to accumulate power. On the other hand, Neliel was unable to fully recover from her injuries and spiritual power, so Ulquiorra was the only one who maintained her prime to fight. This allows Baraggan to take advantage of it, and the more he fights, the more he will win, and all his strength will explode. Be careful, don't touch his black aura. Seeing Baraggan exuding a lot of black aura, Shenchen immediately became alert. It's okay, we have high-speed regeneration, it's Chen, you have to be careful. Shenchen interrupted Neliel and said, high-speed regeneration will not work against him, because his ability is aging. If you are contaminated with black gas, you will quickly age and weaken, and you cannot recover with the high-speed regeneration that restores your injuries. What? Neliel was taken aback, but it was Baraggan who was even more shocked. You? Why do you know the ability of this king? Although Baraggan prefers to brag to his enemies about how powerful he is, all enemies who have heard of him are quite sure that they are dead. Charlotte and the others are absolutely loyal, and Baraggan is sure they won't reveal anything to the enemy. Coupled with Baraggan's very few shots as the king of Hueco Mundo, shouldn't many people know about his ability? But this goddamn Shinigami is very clear about his accurate ability. Hey, are you scared? Ah-chen is an omniscient person who knows everything. Neliel laughed triumphantly, making Baraggan's eyes cloudy. This Minos Grande looks stupid, so it's unlikely to deceive people, but how in the world can there be that kind of power? Shenchen also wanted to make Baraggan suspicious, so he didn't give any explanation, but just seized the opportunity to condense the psychic text for Ulquiorra to read. Humph, whether it is true or not, the fact that you will die at the hands of this king will not change. Baraggan stopped thinking about it, and was about to continue his attack when he saw Shenchen swing his sword down suddenly. Wind King Barrier. OM-. A large number of hurricanes rose out of nowhere and swept across this desert, bringing up thousands of dust. Baraggan lost his sight for a moment, but he didn't rush. Small tricks. Your Riatsu is locked on me, and I can't escape no matter how hard I struggle. I said it all, you are not qualified. Shenchen's faint voice came from the sand. Where did you have the face to think that you are qualified to let me escape? When the smoke cleared, only Shenchen was left, and Ulquiorra and Nelly was gone. You let those two Minos Grandes run away. Even Baraggan didn't quite understand the situation at hand, so what? After Shinigami died for Minos Grande? What a stupid decision, without their help, you will only die faster. Who gave you face? Shenchen let out a sneering laugh. Do you really think that without them, I would not be your opponent if I fight alone? Of course. Baraggan froze as soon as he got up, which apparently stopped him. After all, from the objective facts, Shenchen's Riatsu is no weaker than him, at least they are all powerful beings of the same level. Looking at it this way, Shenchen might not be able to single him out. Baraggan never dreamed that Shenchen was completely counter to common sense. There has never been a Shinigami, only Riatsu is strong enough to heaven-defying, and the rest of the supporting facilities have not kept up for the time being, so Baraggan was suddenly stunned. So that's it, do you mean that they got in the way when they were there? Baraggan perfectly gave himself a reason, and felt that this was in line with Shenchen's arrogant character. It's so arrogant, well, this king will let you taste what despair is, and let you deeply regret this decision before you die. Tens of thousands of meters away, Ulquiorra dragged Nelly and ran farther and farther. Hey! Stop! We can't just leave Ah-chen! Neliel shouted, and finally condensed words like Shenchen, which made Ulquiorra react. He told me to run away with you, Ulquiorra said after some thought. He said that the ability of the king of Hueco Mundo has the effect of extreme restraint on our Minos Grande. This is true. One of the reasons why Minos Grande without Zanpakuto's ability is still a big threat to Shinigami is high-speed regeneration. This is equivalent to giving Minos Grande several more lives, and it is difficult to kill no matter what. However, Baraggan's aging ability can invalidate Minos Grande's recovery ability and achieve the effect of instant kill. It can be said to be a natural enemy. Even so, you can't leave Ah-chen and run away alone. Neliel was in a hurry and said, he is just like us. If he is touched by that black gas, an accident will happen. Ulquiorra said simply, I don't know what he thinks, all I know is that he asked me to run with you. Neliel felt that it was completely unreasonable and did not understand Ulquiorra's brain circuits very well. But she didn't feel any fear from the other party, obviously it wasn't because of fear that she used Shenchen as an excuse to run away. Don't you have your own thoughts? Nelielu opened her mouth, do you just listen to what Ah-chen says? Don't think about anything else. Right. Neliel, who answered so succinctly, didn't know what to say. What she didn't know was that Shenchen created the smoke temporarily and ordered them to leave first for no reason. One of the reasons is that the existence of these two powerful Minos Grande makes Shenchen's survival difficulty drop rapidly when facing Baraggan, which is not conducive to his lottery. The second reason, and the most important reason, is so important that Shenchen can make this decision with complete confidence. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. Seeing that the time on the system panel was about to reach the next day, De Shenchen hurriedly told them to run away, leaving himself alone to face Baraggan, and through a wave of survival difficulty. And the lottery won by this wave of cheating operations did not disappoint De Shenchen. De Shenchen offered the strongest reward he has ever received. Chapter 17. On Baraggan's invisible system panel, De Shenchen clicked the draw. After the roulette stopped, De Shenchen stared at the system prompt. Congratulations to host, you have drawn Thunder Fruit. Of course, De Shenchen is no stranger to the incomparably famous Devil Fruit. If there is no natural enemy of Rubber Fruit, then Thunder Fruit is enough to be called one of the strongest Devil Fruit in One Piece. The good news is that there is no Rubber Fruit in the Shinigami world. The better news is that, in a split second, De Shenchen thought that Thunder Fruit could just restrain Baraggan's ability. Baraggan's speed is fast, even surpassing Broken Bee, so it is difficult for me to charge the Sword of Oath of Victory without avoiding him. As long as Baraggan gets close to me, the speed of charging will be affected by his ability, causing it to be slowed down countless times, and eventually he has to give up charging. What's worse is that once I'm attacked by his black energy, my body will age into bones, so even if I want to endure the attack to build up my strength, it's not enough. In the blink of an eye, De Shenchen summed up the current predicament. And after eating Thunder Fruit, De Shenchen can elementalize his body and become Thunderbolt. Electric fields move at the speed of light. Lightning doesn't age. And elementalization can also be immune to most physical attacks, which is perfect. Thinking of this, De Shenchen decisively took out Devil Fruit and ate it quickly. But, it's really unpalatable. This scene was also seen by Baraggan, and his inner anger almost exploded. How arrogant! When fighting this king's life and death, he still has the leisure to fight and eat. Baraggan just felt like his head was going to be dizzy. Only your death can relieve the hatred in my heart. He approached De Shenchen extremely quickly and slapped it with one paw. Feeling the feel of his hit, Baraggan finally felt a little more comfortable. But then, the mood turned into astonishment. What? Baraggan watched his claws pass through De Shenchen's body, but did not bring out any blood, but a dazzling electric light. Let's play the game of injury for injury. As soon as he looked up, Baraggan saw De Shenchen's sneer. At the same time, there is also the holy sword of light that slashes at extreme speed. Well! Baraggan tried his best to dodge, but his neck was cut in half, and he groaned and retreated a dozen meters. Feeling that he was about to be decapitated, Baraggan looked at De Shenchen, who was smiling in disbelief, and felt both horror and shame in his heart. Originally, because of Baraggan's aging ability, no matter what enemy it touches, it will be instantly killed, so no one has ever dared to exchange injuries with him. Besides, looking at De Shenchen, who was unscathed, it was obvious that he was the only one injured. Why on earth are you? After stuttering for a while, Baraggan didn't know what to ask. Is that the Zanpakuto ability of the opposite Shinigami? But why can his sword still hit a scorching slash of light? Why can he still be transformed into an elemental thunder? Why can he be omniscient and know everything? Which one is his Zanpakuto ability? For the first time ever, Baraggan felt that a Shinigami was so tricky. Are you scared? De Shenchen's faint provocation angered Baraggan again. Nonsense! You always used your speed to harass me, De Shenchen interrupted him directly. It's my turn now. What do you mean? Baraggan was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that his eyes were empty, and De Shenchen was nowhere to be seen. Varied. Baraggan looked around in shock, only to realize that De Shenchen had come to his side unknowingly. And a sword pierced through Baraggan. Ah! Baraggan howled and fled again, but just after running too far, De Shenchen teleported to him again and cut off one of Baraggan's hands. Go to hell! Go to die! Die to me! Baraggan gathered his spiritual power like a madman, and created several zeros to shoot around frantically. Boom! 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 There were violent explosions all around, but fortunately this time De Shenchen didn't chase him like a shadow. After calming down, Baraggan relied on high-speed regeneration to quickly heal himself, and for the first time in his heart he was afraid. If he wasn't false, he might have died in those few strokes just now. Damn! Why did he get so much faster? In the distance, Shenchen withdrew from his thunderbolt form. Just now, that is one of Thunder Fruit's abilities. It can use the electric field released by Thunder Fruit, incarnate current, to move in the electric field, and ignore any obstacles. Just the lightning itself, which is far from the speed of light, but Shenchen relies on electric fields to move, which is another matter. The speed of the electric field is equal to the speed of light, which means that Shenchen is moving at the speed of light. There is absolutely no one in this world that can be faster than him. Unfortunately, this move also has weaknesses. If the electric field is disrupted by huge energy disruptions, then Shenchen can't teleport in a completely disordered electric field. For example, Baraggan's map artillery attack in front of him was a crooked attack that prevented this move. Although elementalization can ignore pure physical attacks like swords, energy attacks like Zero can still hurt me. Shenchen thought to himself that there are very few abilities in this world that are 100% invincible. But judging from the current situation, facing Baraggan, he is at least infinitely close to being invincible. He didn't attack again? Is there any restriction? Baraggan is also worthy of being the veteran top-level Minos Grande who has lived for countless years. Although I haven't figured out the specific reason, as a result, as long as there are Zeros around him, that Shinigami can't get close. Okay. Then keep this state and fight him. Seeing Baraggan regain his fighting spirit, Shenchen sneered, "Oh? It seems that you have found a solution, so you can fight me again, right?" Baraggan kept his face ashen, determined that no matter what the other person said, he would not waver any more. Shenchen continued, "Unfortunately, that was just the basic use of my abilities." "What did you say?" Baraggan's expression changed greatly when he saw Shenchen raise his hand and aim at him. God's Punishment. Chapter 18. The sturdy lightning beam shot out from Shenchen's hand and slammed into Baraggan's body-protected Zero. Boom! There was a huge collision and explosion between the two, and for Baraggan, who was very close to the protective body Zero, it was a zero-distance contact with the big explosion. Immediately, an embarrassed figure was blasted hundreds of meters away. Although the injury is not serious, but once again deflated, has made Baraggan almost crazy. BD. This king will definitely kill you. Kill you. How has Baraggan endured such humiliation as the king of Hueco Mundo? He also raised his hand to aim at Shenchen, and the dark and terrifying rays of light gathered at an extreme speed. Black Zero. This is an enhanced version of the power above Zero, and it can only be used by the top Minos Grande or the top Arrancars in the future. The destructive power is countless times stronger. However, Shenchen remained unhurried, the corners of his mouth provoked. Is it going to be a fight next time? And with me, a thunder fruit-capable person? Interesting. While speaking, thousands of thunder lights also gathered around Shenchen. 30 million volts Thunder Beast. 30 million volts Thunderbird. The giant beast and giant bird-shaped lightning roared and rushed out, blocking Black Zero without hesitation. An intentionally earth-shattering explosion unfolds between Shenchen and Baraggan. The U-way of the explosion drove the two of them away for thousands of meters, but the bombing was far from over. The scene was full of thunder, mixed with the dark light of destruction, illuminating half of the sky. Boom! 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 The deafening loud noise is about to become 160 million volts Thunder Dragon. Wang Tsu's Flash. Both of them exerted their maximum power at the same time, and the most violent explosion in history rushed into the sky. When the dust settles, you can see an invisible giant abyss between Shenchen and Baraggan. Damn, damn! It's impossible to take him down like this. Seeing this, Baraggan's heart sank. He even used the strongest Zero Wang Suzi, but he couldn't suppress Shenchen. Looking up at Shenchen again, he saw that Shunpo was not far from him, holding a huge thunder in his hand. Lei Ying. An unprecedented huge thunder cloud appeared in the sky above Zero, from which a shocking huge ball of lightning fell, hitting Baraggan with his pupils shrinking. Boom! The explosion this time is like a thunderous carnival, and the blue lightning constantly crosses and devours everything around it. In just a few breaths, an island-sized void appeared in the desert. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. The surrounding quicksand kept pouring in, but it could never fill this bottomless pit. And Shenchen, who had hit such a shocking blow, finally got a little tired. Did you kill Baraggan? Shenchen probed into his Riatsu, and quickly noticed the imperceptible weakness Riatsu from the energy chaotic space. It was Baraggan who hid in the desert, but at the moment he only had less than half of his body left. I was forced to flee by a Shinigami? It's an unforgettable shame. Despite such resentment, Baraggan has lost the courage to fight Shenchen head-on. You know, high-speed regeneration also has its limits. And with the huge consumption, after being hit by Shenchen several times in a row, Baraggan's huge amount of Riatsu has been lost. Besides, the injury just now, high-speed regeneration almost couldn't save it. Do you hide in the ground without dignity like a mouse? It's a pity it's just a useless struggle. The next moment, Baraggan heard Shenchen's sneer in horror, and then a lightning bolt blasted him out on the spot. Damn, I suppressed Riatsu to such a low level, how could he still detect it? Shinigami in front of him completely shattered his dignity. Baraggan, who appeared, stared at Shenchen, turned around and ran away without hesitation. Don't try to escape. Shenchen just wanted to use the magnetic field teleport to catch up, but found that Baraggan had carefully relocated around Zero, and kept moving to prevent being hit by the judgment of God. It can only be said that it is worthy of the experienced veteran Vasto Lord Minos Grande, and immediately Shenchen also shunpo over. He used teleport within the range where the electric field was not affected, and with shunpo, he even matched Baraggan's top speed. When Baraggan looked back, he almost lost his mind. How could Shenchen just simply chase him, and countless lightning attacks lashed out, chasing after Baraggan who was fleeing in a panic. In desperation, Baraggan was forced to fight back, causing explosions all the way. At the ultimate speed of the two, they covered a distance of tens of thousands of meters in an instant. On the way, a wide line of fire was directly hit, traversing a large desert. Boom! 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 In the distance, Ulquiorra and Neliel, who had escaped dozens of kilometers away, stopped. Not because they thought it was a safe distance, but because the terrifying explosions that were hard to ignore were getting closer and closer. What's going on? Is there a new powerful enemy? Neliel's heart is cold. When did Hueco Mundo have so many big guys coming? This time, even Ulquiorra, who could not hear, saw the explosive flames that erupted rapidly all the way, approaching at a speed far exceeding them. The two immediately became alert, but the other party didn't seem to pay attention to them at all, and hit them in front of them in an instant. Boom! 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 The sound of the explosion gradually faded away, and the alert Ulquiorra and Neliel were both in a daze, and put away Riatsu in a daze. After a while, Neliel asked, "Just now, did you see who is fighting?" "It seems like." Ulquiorra said, "It looks like Shenchen and Baraggan are fighting." "Yeah, I'm not mistaken," Neliel nodded, "but I always feel like I see." Ulquiorra said, "Shenchen is chasing Baraggan." Neliel: "Sure enough, you were right." What is the situation? Is it a little too magical? Although I know that Chen is very strong, but no matter what, the performance of chasing and killing the king of Hueco Mundo all the way is too strong, right? Chapter 19. Hueco Mundo, Grimmjow and Nakim are resting. That BD Shinigami, kill him the next time we see him. Grimmjow felt a surge of anger at the thought of the humiliation that day. Grimmjow, what are you going to do next? Nakim asked. After recovering, of course, let's kill it together and chop up that shit Minos Grande and Shinigami. He listened to Grimmjow's grumpy reply, and Nakim remembered his dead comrade. Well, we must take revenge. At this moment, the expressions of the two Minos Grande suddenly changed drastically. It seems that some super breath is approaching. And it's so fast. It's about to. Before the words were finished, a flying figure smashed into the distance, bursting with smoke and dust. At this time, because they were no longer moving, Grimmjow and the others finally felt this Riatsu clearly. Suddenly, Grimmjow was excited. This feeling is a Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. It's the pinnacle of Minos Grande. Grimmjow's lifelong dream is to evolve into this superlative Minos Grande. Now there is an extremely rare Vasto Lord class Minos Grande, which appears in front of him alive. How can he not be excited? Vasto Lord. Nakim was extremely frightened when he heard it, and hurriedly pulled Grimmjow back a long way. Be careful, don't get caught. We can't be a match for the Vasto Lord Minos Grande. Just then, Nakim was a little confused. But, even though it feels like Vasto Lord is right, why is he so weak? Grimmjow was also taken aback when he heard the words, and finally noticed this. Yes, in his induction, the Minos Grande breath of this Vasto Lord is simply weakened to the extreme. Who the hell beat him up like this? Grimmjow can't imagine how strong the opponent will be. This is an opportunity, said Nakim suddenly. If you devour this Vasto Lord Minos Grande, then you must. No, there must be a strong man who hasn't come yet, the murderer who beat this Vasto Lord Minos Grande to the brink of death. Grimmjow calmed down, however, and tried to cover his breath. Soon, their presumed murderer appeared. I saw a flash of thunder, and a vague figure appeared above the sky in the distance. It was blown away so far? But forget it, I'm tired of the game of cat and mouse, let's do the last blow. Feeling this Riatsu, Grimmjow suddenly couldn't help shaking. No. Impossible. It's impossible. Nakim also immediately knew the reason, because he felt it too. This newcomer's Riatsu is exactly the same as the previous Shinigami. Thunder Fruit, like the Sword of Oath of Victory, needs to consume a certain amount of spiritual power after the system is transformed. Therefore, the originally huge spiritual power has been lost a lot after the battle with Baraggan, so I have the feeling before Shenchen became stronger again. It's this feeling that makes Grimmjow and Nakim hit by lightning. What are you kidding me, how long has it been? That Shinigami can actually beat the sword-told Minos Grande. I am the king of Hueco Mundo. In the pothole, Baraggan, with only his upper body remaining, struggled to get up. I swear in the name of the king of Hueco Mundo, even if I die, my pride will never let you so easily. Grimmjow and Nakim were shocked when they heard this name. King of Hueco Mundo, this is a legend they have also heard. Now the legend is in front of you, but it appears in a state that is about to be shattered. Pride. Shenchen snorted and crushed Baraggan's pride to the ground. Now that you have been beaten like a lost dog by me, what pride do you have? Saying that, Shenchen's hands had gathered a vast amount of thunder and lightning, and he looked down at Baraggan condescendingly. The breath of death. Baraggan gritted his teeth and poured all the remaining power and anger into the ominous black gas. The tsunami-like black gas spreads over half of the sky, and even the arrogant Grimmjow felt a sense of terror uncontrollably. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Shenchen neither dodged nor avoided, and continued to charge up calmly. The thunder clouds continued to condense in the sky, and the breath of death had begun to erode Shenchen, but it had no effect. Give it up, your ability is useless in front of me. With Shenchen's words, the thunder clouds have condensed to the greatest extent, and countless lightnings are intertwined. No, let's run away. Grimmjow and Nakim no longer need to look at the results to know the ending, and immediately start running away in a hurry. The next second, a giant ball of lightning in the thunder cloud fell. Lei Ying. The boundless thunder drowned Baraggan, and he turned to ashes in the thunder. When the lightning flashes dissipated, another huge crater appeared that could not be filled by the desert, and Shenchen also flew back to the positions of Ulquiorra and Neliel. Sure enough, the two of them hadn't moved since Shenchen passed by before. Because the situation is clear, Baraggan can't beat Shenchen anyway. How's it going? Seeing Shenchen approaching, Neliel immediately approached with concern. 1. Baraggan dead? Or run away? Shenchen smiled and patted Nelielu's head. Of course I killed him completely. Yet, Chen is really super strong. Seeing Neliel cheering, always makes Shenchen feel weird. You have a Minos Grande, is it really okay to cheer for Shinigami for killing the other Minos Grande? But Nelielu obviously didn't think so much, and shared the food with Shenchen and Ulquiorra that night. What Shenchen pulled out today was the imitation crispy roast meat from the Spirit of Halberd, but it was an oversized one, enough for the three of them to eat. But this made Shenchen fall into contemplation again. Today, he clearly fought with the king of Hueco Mundo, why didn't he get any advanced rewards? In the next few days, Shenchen still picked up some innocuous little things one after another, allowing him to confirm his conjecture. As expected, the difficulty of survival will change with my strength in addition to changes in the environment and other factors. Once my strength becomes stronger, the originally dangerous environment and enemies will no longer be dangerous to me, and the difficulty of survival will naturally drop. After thinking about it clearly, Shenchen realized that he would not gain anything by staying in Hueco Mundo. After all, with his current strength, even if not sweeping Hueco Mundo, at least he can go around without any rivals. As for Baraggan, because Shenchen told Ulquiorra and the others to leave quickly in the 10 seconds before the day passed, leaving him as a god to face Baraggan, he had already completed the role of increasing the difficulty of survival. Because of this, Shenchen was able to draw thunder fruit, so it is not a waste to say that Baraggan is a tool. Looks like it's time to go back to Soul Society. Chapter 20. Soul Society, the 12th Division. In the Technology Development Bureau, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at a document during a break in research and development. Speaking of which, the third seat of the 6th Division is called DA. What is it? Shenchen. Nianmen added. Oh, Shenchen, he hasn't been back to Soul Society for over a week, hasn't he? Yes, the second boundary-piercing seal has never been successfully activated. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said, it's a pity, his Zanpakuto is still a good research material. For Shenchen's current situation and fate, Kurosaki Ichigo directly inferred without any hesitation and doubt. After all, what would happen if a Shinigami, who was only the third seat, stayed in Hueco Mundo, surrounded by powerful enemies, for more than a week? Now there must be no bones left. Ding! At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly sounded from the instrument. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment, and then he recalled that this was the sound he set by himself, the sound that would sound once the second piercing mark was activated. What's going on? Could it be that the second world piercing seal has been activated? At such a time, Kurosaki Ichigo stood up in disbelief. Could it be that Shenchen really came back? If he has come back, then he should be. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo set off immediately with Nyan Dream. Let's go to the 6th Division Station. A little earlier, Hueco Mundo. Hey, Aiken, are you leaving? Neliel said reluctantly. Yeah, Shenchen looked at Nellie and Ulquiorra, but don't worry, we will meet again in the future. Ulquiorra nodded, and Neliel made up her mind. I must finish that Arrancarization as soon as possible. Under their gazes, Shenchen activated the boundary-piercing seal and stepped into the black cavity. Today's Hueco Mundo has little value to stay, so Shenchen decided to return to Soul Society to see if there is any way to improve the existential crisis. After passing through the black cavity, Shenchen returned to the familiar jingling court. All the way to the 6th Division, Shenchen saw many members of the 6th Division get together and go to the discussion courtyard while discussing. Huh? Did something happen? Why did the 6th Division gather together? Shenchen was surprised. It stands to reason that after the seed test, there will be no large-scale events that require the whole team to go together. Out of curiosity, Shenchen hid his Riatsu and lurked to listen to what the team members were saying. With Shenchen's current use and realm of peak-level Riatsu, it is impossible for even the vice-captain to find his Riatsu if he wants to hide. That God tier 3 seats, to be honest, I quite admire him. Oh? How do you say that? You think that God tier 3 came from grassroots, but like a dazzling star, he rose up at once. Having said that, another team member sneered. So what? Isn't it down yet? Hey, who made him provoke the four nobles? That is the ruling class of the Soul Society. The soldier who spoke sighed and shook his head. In the end, not only was he persecuted to Hueco Mundo and died without a place to be buried, but as the third seat of Tang Tang, he didn't even have a funeral. How can there be good fruit to fight against the four nobles? You see that he just died not long ago, and the captain will start to announce the new third seat candidate. When Shenchen heard this, he basically understood what was going on. The third seat is a senior officer in a squad team, second only to the vice-captain, so the inauguration ceremony of the new candidate will definitely require the participation of the entire team to witness. Hehe, Byakuya Kokaki. I haven't figured it out yet with you. Shenchen sneered and also rushed to the court of discussion. In the courtyard, both Byakuya Kokaki and Abarai Renji were already present, and in front of them, more than 200 players from the entire 6th division also arrived one after another. After seeing that the Shinigami had basically come, Byakuya Kokaki said straight to the point, the former third seat Shenchen can be preliminarily inferred as the death caused by the failure of the mission. Therefore, next, a replacement candidate for the third seat will be announced to fill the vacant seat. Byakuya Kokaki said it simply and without hesitation. Although Shinigami in his team was killed, he didn't say any words of memory and sorrow, instead he pointed out that Shenchen died due to a mission failure. Then the third seat will be replaced by the fourth seat Kokaki Road. Does anyone have any objections? As Byakuya Kokaki said, he glanced at the audience. His questioning was just a routine passing scene. In fact, it was basically announcing a decision, and it was impossible for anyone to object. And Kokaki Road also smiled proudly, I didn't expect the promotion to come so quickly. Since no one has raised any objections, then I object. The next moment, a cold voice sounded from outside the door. What? Who is against it? Who is so bold? After hearing this, the team members were all agitated, and looked towards the door with great curiosity. Even Byakuya Kokaki frowned slightly, he just thought the voice sounded a little familiar. Following everyone's gaze, the owner of the voice appeared. I saw that it was a young man dressed as a death tyrant, it was Shenchen. Yes, it's him. The exclamations suddenly came one after another. They had all heard that they were sent to Hueco Mundo alone, but Shenchen, who was completely dead no matter what, came back unscathed. It's just too late to think about why. Shenchen's objection itself is a provocation to Byakuya Kokaki's authority. So he said coldly, you are not qualified to object. The mission requires you to return to Soul Society 3 days after the Hueco Mundo probe. It is now the 8th day, and you have violated the mission regulations. Therefore, not only will you be deprived of your status as a chairperson, but you will also be punished for breaking the rules. Anyone who listens to this will know that it is forcibly deducting the hat. After all, how could a third seat of Tang Tang be dismissed just because of the small problem of exceeding the task time? Really? Shenchen said indifferently, well, I don't want the third seat. Shenchen's words surprised everyone, because from the previous point of view, this Shenchen is obviously a thorny character. How did you give in so quickly? Humph. Renji sneered when he saw this, after suffering, have you really become good? Immediately after, Shenchen continued to say the next sentence. Because I don't need the third seat anymore, I will challenge Byakuya Kokaki to take the captain's seat. When the words fell, Shenchen had raised his sword and pointed at Byakuya Kokaki. Chapter 21. As soon as this statement came out, the surrounding Shinigami thought they had heard it wrong. What did Shenchen just say? He wants to challenge the captain. Challenge the head of the Kokaki family, one of the 4 great nobles? Is this revenge against the 4 great nobles? Byakuya Kokaki snorted disdainfully. In his opinion, this was Shenchen's act of rebellion against the 4 nobles because of his anger. But that's fine. Before that, although Byakuya Kokaki acquiesced to the persecution of the other 3 nobles, he didn't act directly because of his character. And now he can justifiably tame Shenchen, and by the way, he once again warned the world that the four nobles should not be offended. It's really one of Godi 13's rules, and I can accept your challenge. Byakuya also said indifferently. In Godi 13, to become the captain of the captain, you can only choose one of three ways. The first method is to pass the captain's exam under the witness of the three captains including the chief captain. The second method is to use the recommendation of the 6 captains, and then get the approval of 3 of the remaining 6 captains. And the third method is exactly what Shenchen is currently using. Witnessed by 200 team members, you won the duel with the then captain, and then succeeded as the new captain. It's still courageous, you let the players clear the field to prevent accidental injuries. Shenchen held the sword of oath of victory and walked calmly in front of Byakuya Kokaki. However, what he said surprised the team members. This is too arrogant. I think it's you who is more courageous, right? There's no need for that, Byakuya Kokaki said. The battle doesn't spread to ordinary people. That's right, Captain Shikai alone can crush you. Renji also sneered aside. As we all know, Byakuya Kokaki's Shikai is the most powerful type of Shikai of Shinigami. Some Shinigami Shikai are mediocre, and some Shinigami Shikai. For example, Byakuya Kokaki, after being trained by Team Zero, can even reach the power of Bankai. You don't regret it. Shenchen shook his head. Byakuya Kokaki had pulled out Zanpakuto in front of him, and turned to the ground. Scatter, Senbonzakura. The blade fell, turned into thousands of sakura flower fragments, and melted into the air. This beautiful scene, but hides the amazing murderous intention, floods to Shenchen like a tide. Shenchen is finished. Just when everyone thought so, Byakuya Kokaki was surprised to find that Shenchen suddenly disappeared. Senbonzakura hit the air directly, and the next moment, a chill that made people cold to the soul appeared on Byakuya Kokaki's neck. It's Shenchen. What? Byakuya Kokaki's pupils shrank, although he couldn't see it, he could feel that there was indeed a blade on his neck. This reversal of the scene also stunned everyone. Was Shenchen Shunpo just now? How can it be so fast? Even the captain didn't respond. Renji was completely stunned, this Shunpo level was completely superior to him. After Senbonzakura Shikai, there is an 85 cm radius around you is a no-wound circle, right? Shenchen squinted his eyes and said coldly, as long as you step into such a woundless circle unexpectedly, you can be completely beheaded. This sentence surprised Byakuya Kokaki again, even to the point of horror. Why would he know such a thing? Just thinking of this, Shenchen put away the blade. But it's hard to convince you to beat you like this. Let me help you clear the field. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenchen slammed the sword of vowed victory to the ground. Wind, howl. With the support of huge spiritual power, the Wind King's enchantment spread beyond the limit. The tornado that went straight into the sky appeared here, rolled up those unexpected Shinigami, and blew all the way to thousands of meters away. Most of them were stunned, and fell heavily on the ground or on the roof, making their bodies sore. However, at this distance, it was barely possible to watch the battle with safety. What happened? Outside the council courtyard, Kuroshi Mayuri and Nyan Dream just arrived when they felt a strong hurricane swept in. If both of them are not very powerful, I am afraid they will be blown out like other Shinigami. Could it be that Shenchen? Did you actually do it directly in the 6th division? The vaguely guessed Kuroshi Mayuri had a look of excitement on his face, and this was the perfect opportunity to observe Shenchen's Zanpakuto. He rushed in all the way, and sure enough, Shenchen and Byakuya Kokaki looked at each other from a distance. The most important thing is that Byakuya Kokaki, who used to look calm in the past, has a rare anger today. Fang Cai. You could have defeated me directly, but you chose to give up this opportunity so arrogantly, this contemptuous insult, I will remember it well. Byakuya Kokaki said with a gloomy expression, an explosive Riatsu was already pouring out of his body. As the captain of the 6th division and the head of the Kokaki family, Byakuya Kokaki has an extremely strong pride and dignity. Although he was careless just now, Shenchen let him go without caring, as if he was saying, Shenchen is confident that he can defeat Byakuya Kokaki, who is going all out at any time. To this end, Byakuya Kokaki decided to use all his strength to give back to Shenchen. Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Zanpakuto completely sank to the ground, and from the ripples on both sides of the ground, thousands of huge blades rose up. Immediately afterwards, the huge blades will fly and scatter together, and the number of broken blade petals is hundreds of millions of times more than Shikai. To deal with Shinigami, who is not even a vice-captain, did you use Bankai directly? This scene undoubtedly shocked Kurosaki Ichigo, especially what Byakuya Kokaki just said. Opposite him, Shenchen's expression remained unchanged. I'm not arrogant, I just made a reasonable judgment. Only when you Bankai and then lose to me can you gain the greatest prestige. This is arrogance. Byakuya Kokaki coldly shouted, now that I have Bankai, I can give you the opportunity to liberate your Zanpakuto as well. It's not necessary. Shenchen clenched the sword of vowed victory, and showed a confident smile. Because this battle will end directly in a very short period of time. Chapter 22. Hearing this, Byakuya Kokaki's face darkened even more. Even Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback. Why are you Shenchen? He doesn't think Shenchen is a brainless person, but it's too arrogant to say that. But soon, they all knew what Shenchen was relying on. There seemed to be a silent roar, the air was twisted, the sky was low, and the vast Riatsu came here. Varied. Byakuya Kokaki's body tilted, and he felt the boundless pressure emanating from Shenchen's body. This Riatsu. Kurosaki Ichigo also widened his eyes, is it captain level? No. Even me, I can't compare at all. Why does Shenchen have such a powerful spiritual power? Not only did they feel extremely shocked, but even the entire Jingling court felt this unusual horror Riatsu. Because this Riatsu is powerful and unfamiliar. Who is it? Is there still such a strong person in Jingling court? In the first team, Yamamoto Genryusai frowned and looked into the distance. In his memory, it had been a long time since Shinigami had such a level of Riatsu in Jingling Garden. And if an unknown powerhouse appears in the hinterland of Jingling Court, it is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. Team 7. Captain Komamura Seijin also sensed Shenchen's Riatsu and left immediately. This is an emergency situation. It is suspected that an unprecedented powerhouse has invaded the Jingling Court. Quickly follow me to check. The 7th Division is the inner court escort team, and has the responsibility to check this abnormal situation as soon as possible. With the same responsibility, there is the 10th Division as the patrol guard. Captain Hichugaya Toshiro was handling official business, and he raised his head in shock in an instant, and looked at the deputy captain Matsumoto Rangiku. A powerful Riatsu I've never felt before, and, even above me. This realization made both of them pale in shock. Could it be that such a strong travel disaster occurred? No, you must go and see. On the streets of Jingling Court, there was a cute little girl with pink hair lying on the shoulders of a strong man. On his body, he was wearing the captain of the 11th Division, Haori, and even the little girl had the vice-captain's sign on her arm. Ah! The awesome Riatsu suddenly appeared. Baekhyun Leo, don't move. After Zaraki Kenpaka finished speaking, he also looked at the position of the 6th Division and showed a hideous smile. But you're right, it's been a long time since I've seen a Riatsu that interested me so much, I hope you won't let me down. Having said that, Zaraki Kenpaka jumped up with Yachiryu and headed straight for the position of the 6th Division. Shenchen in the courtyard of the 6th Division did not know that the entire Jingling court had already moved because of him. Byakuya Kokaki, who was opposite him, didn't know about this either, but he knew one thing, that Shenchen was definitely a fearsome enemy at least at the captain level. He immediately waved his hand without hesitation, and the tsunami-like Senbonzakura blade rushed towards Shenchen overwhelmingly. Oh? Did you use all your strength as soon as you came up? Kurosaki Ichigo saw it clearly, he knew that Byakuya Kokaki could make Senbonzakura 4 times faster once he was steered by hand. So there is no doubt that Byakuya Kokaki is completely out of hand. Excalibur. In contrast, it is Shenchen's shocking sword light without any confusion. The holy sword of light that swiftly slashed down showed the power of a tsunami that was even more powerful, and collided with Senbonzakura, knocking him down on the spot. The unabated golden light illuminated Byakuya Kukaki's stunned face, then engulfed it. Boom! The explosion rose, and Yue directly swept all the walls of the courtyard. When the smoke cleared, a huge sphere made of Senbonzakura petals appeared in the field. Is that Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi? I didn't expect a lethal move, and I was forced to use it for defense in the end. Kuroashi Mayuri was very interested to see it, and let Nyan Dream keep recording. Kage Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi originally used Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi's billions of blades to wrap the enemy in a spherical shape, smashing the opponent from all directions without any dead ends. At its largest, it can even be even bigger than the Void Knight Palace. It can also cause huge strong winds when slashing, and non-Byakuya people even need the protection of enchantments, and they have destroyed half of the Nether Palace in the future. However, in the face of the extremely powerful De Shenchen, this ultimate move can only be forced to surround Byakuya himself to become a life-saving move. Second hit. However, De Shenchen did not stop at all, and the holy sword in his hand gathered light again. De Shenchen is really full of fire power as soon as he comes up. That kind of monster attack can still be fired in bursts. Kuroashi Mayuri's complexion changed, and with the dream of Nyan, she stepped back several hundred meters. Only in this way can we guarantee that they will not be involved in it. Excalibur. Byakuya only had time to pull all the blades back into the ball, and De Shenchen's second luminous cannon had already broken through the air. Boom! The originally deep crater suddenly became bigger and deeper, and the original courtyard can no longer be seen at all. The vast golden light soaring into the sky also stopped Hitsugaya Toshiro and Komamura Seijin, who had finally approached. Get ready, the aftermath is coming. The impact is coming, everyone defends. They gave orders to the team members respectively, and sure enough, Yue swept away immediately. What a terrifying attack! Komamura Seijin struggled to resist the strong wind. Even though it's so far apart, it still has such great power. Looking at the giant pit, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi has been completely broken up, and Byakuya Kukaki is half knelt not far away. Tisk, Senbonzakura's attack power is not as good as his. If it wasn't for the use of Shunpo to dodge at the critical moment, maybe the blow just now would have been severely damaged. The more Byakuya Kukaki analyzed in his mind, the more frightened he became. What shocked him even more was that soon he saw a new spot of light rising around him. This means that De Shenchen has started to charge up again, and the third blow is coming. Jijing Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Byakuya Kukaki decided to change the method, raised his hand and produced a large number of pink light knives, which spread rapidly, directly shrouding De Shenchen. As can be seen from the outside, a huge space isolates the battle arena, and inside there are spectacular thousands of light knives surrounding De Shenchen. Even using this trick, it seems that the battle is almost over. Both Hitsugaya Toshiro and Komamura Seijin stopped at the outer edge of the space and watched Byakuya Kukaki's famous stunt. In the interior of the space, De Shenchen did not hesitate, the holy sword in his hand had already reached its peak. The bells and whistles, it doesn't work for me at all. Hearing De Shenchen's words, Byakuya Kukaki's face sank. What did you say? Excalibur. De Shenchen didn't talk nonsense to him at all, the holy sword slashed, and the torrent of light swept the entire space. Chapter 23. On the outskirts of Senbonzakura Kageyoshi's space, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Komamura Seijin joined Kuroashi Mayuri and asked about the situation. What did you say? That De Shenchen didn't even have Bankai, so he fought with Captain Kukaki like this. Both Toshiro and Komamura Seijin had incredible expressions on their faces after hearing Kuroashi Mayuri's truthful words. The last time they knew they could compete with Bankai without Bankai, was the famous battle Matsaraki Kenpeki. Boom! Before they could finish their amazement, there was a loud noise from inside the space, and then a golden light rushed out, traversing the sky. With the destruction of this blow, the space slowly dissipated like a punctured balloon. Among them are De Shenchen, who has never changed his position, and Byakuya Kukaki, who has an extremely ugly expression. The captains present have almost never seen Byakuya Kokaki with such an expression. This can't help but Byakuya Kokaki. Shenchen didn't even have Bankai, so he was so embarrassed that he didn't even move a step. Any tricks he used, those he was proud of, seemed like tricks in front of Shenchen. In Shenchen's words, it's bells and whistles without any use for eggs. This is really an absolute trick. I haven't seen this kind of battle in a long time. Komamura Seijin, who is also a violent Bankai, can easily see through the situation on the field. No matter how gorgeous Byakuya Kokaki's Bankai is, Shenchen does only one thing, slash. With one blow, everything is destroyed. Absolute power crushes everything. It seems that if I want to defeat you, I have to use my strongest power. Byakuya Kokaki took a deep breath, his injury worsened by Shenchen's third blow. Then bet the outcome on this last move. Final scene, White Emperor Sword. All Senbonzakura's petal blades returned to Byakuya Kokaki, who poured all his remaining spiritual power into it, turning it into a white light emanating from the sword. This makes Byakuya Kokaki look like wings, which is difficult for ordinary people to see, and Byakuya is not easy to use. Because this is Byakuya Kokaki's strongest move, its power is so great that even the captains such as Toshiro and Komamura Seijin have their faces changed. No, Kokaki, is it possible that he wants to go all out? He actually used such extreme power. But right away, the power rising from Shenchen also made them all look sideways. Gather with the breath of the stars in the sky, the torrent of brilliant life. Shenchen chanted loudly. In fact, the Sword of Oath of Victory also had a liberating language similar to a fantasy sword, Heavenly Demon Lost. In this case, the real name Liberation can unleash the ultimate power of the Sword of Promised Victory. Oops, the next blow is definitely a devastating collision. Both Toshiro and Komamura Seijin changed their faces, and they looked at each other and started building the barrier together. If the aftermath of the collision spreads, Jingling Court will have to know how many buildings have fallen today. Excalibur. The barrier was just constructed, and Shenchen slashed down without any confusion. The golden sword light soaring to the sky split everything in front of him and landed on the White Emperor sword in the final scene with a mighty thunder. Boom! The endless brilliance rapidly expanded, filling the entire barrier in an instant. In the next second, the enchantment was overwhelmed, and countless cracks spread all over it. Even if the two captains desperately injected spiritual power, the repair speed could not keep up with the destruction speed. Bang! Finally, the enchantment was broken, and the fire of the explosion bloomed from it. Fortunately, after the weakening of the enchantment, it would not be too harmful to the surrounding area, but Byakuya Kokaki, who was hit by this blow, was very difficult. What is the final outcome? Everyone knew that this was the decisive blow, and they all looked at the arena nervously. Amidst the gunpowder smoke, Shenchen was not only still standing there, but was still intact. On the other hand, Byakuya Kokaki was in an unprecedented embarrassment. The captain Haori on his body was completely damaged, and the whole person lay on the ground and vomited blood. It can be seen that Byakuya Kokaki tried to get up several times, but failed. He has lost the strength to fight again. Do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat, the battle will end here, otherwise. As Shenchen spoke, the holy sword in his hand lit up again, and began to gather the light around him. No way! This saw everyone stunned. How could Shenchen continue to carry out such out-of-spec terrorist attacks? What was the first move just now? Toshiro murmured, is it already the fifth sword? Is his spiritual power infinite? Despair also appeared in Byakuya Kokaki's eyes, apparently Shenchen still had too much energy left. However, the dignity of being the head of the four noble families made Byakuya Kokaki unable to admit defeat. Enough! At this moment, a terrifying Riatsu, like a sea of stars, suddenly covered everyone. Everyone started to have trouble breathing, even the captain Shinigami, who just felt like he was in water. With the increasing pressure, an old figure also walked slowly into the arena. It is the captain of Godei 13, Yamamoto Genryusai, who is known as the strongest Shinigami in history. Stop it, Shenchen! He said slowly, the specific things, the old man has already understood. According to the rules, you have already defeated Byakuya Kokaki, the former captain of the 6th Division, and you are now officially recognized as the new captain of the 6th Division. The decision made by the Commander-in-Chief can be said to be a certainty. No one will object, because this victory is an obvious matter. The old man can't bear to watch a precious captain-level combat power fall, so let's end this matter. With Yamamoto's announcement, things seem to have settled. For him, winning de Shenchen, a new star, is also a good thing for Jingling. Wait! Just when everyone thought so, a figure like a shooting star fell into the arena. He looked at de Shenchen with great excitement, and said loudly, "Is it you who gave off that Riatsu just now? I'm Zaraki Kenpake, come and play with me." Chapter 24. Zaraki Kenpake's random entry was beyond everyone's expectations, but also within everyone's reason. After all, think about it, how could Zaraki Kenpake not see hunting Xingxi when he ran into a master with such a strong Riatsu? Especially those who had seen de Shenchen fight, such as Hitsugaya Toshiro and Komamura Seijin, felt a sense of sight. Speaking of which, there are no tricks, it is simply crushed by strength. This is like Zaraki. De Shenchen also seemed to be fearless, even after defeating Byakuya Kokaki strongly, his Riatsu was at least half left, and he was not afraid to fight anyone. Is it the captain of the 11th team? If you want to hand over the captaincy of the 11th team, like Byakuya Kokaki, then I have no problem. The words were full of gunpowder, making Zaraki Kenpake's grin even more intense. Yes. If you can defeat me, the captain's position will be given to you directly. Nonsense, no one has ever been the captain of the two teams. Yamamoto Kongwo made a sound, and said solemnly, "The old man has already said it, and this is the end of the matter." The implication is that Zaraki Kenpake is not allowed to mess around anymore. But the captains present all know, where is Zaraki Kenpake obedient? I saw Zaraki Kenpake was silent for a while, and then said, "Forget it, let's not fight today." Everyone. Did they hear it wrong just now? That Zaraki Kenpake gave up obediently. Even Yamamoto Shijikuni was a little surprised when he heard the words. But it turns out that Zaraki Kenpake is still the same Zaraki Kenpake. Just listen to him continue, "You have already fought a battle just now, right? After all, spiritual power is consumed, even if you want to fight, it is not enough. I'll wait a day for you to recover, and we'll have another game tomorrow. I'll go to the 6th Division to find you." After all, Zaraki Kenpake jumped straight away, just as crisply as when he came. Seeing this, Toshiro shook his head, "This is really a disaster, Captain God tier. Anyway, good luck to you." De Shenchen, as the new captain who was personally recognized by the chief captain, Toshiro, and the others also quickly changed their minds and regarded de Shenchen as an existence of the same level. Yamamoto Shijikuni didn't say anything more, and ordered a sentence before leaving. "The captain has the right to appoint a vice-captain, so you can choose a new vice-captain, and you can arrange the rest of the handover by yourself." After the crowd dispersed, the 4th Division of the medical team also arrived, and Captain Anohanaretsu personally directed the emergency treatment of Byakuya Kokaki. "I've heard the specific things, Captain God tier, it's not a good thing to be targeted by Captain Zaraki." Before leaving, Anohanaretsu thought about it and decided to warn de Shenchen. At that time, Captain Zaraki will definitely come to the door to find trouble as promised. If it is really lost, it is not a big deal to admit defeat. After all, I don't want to need to treat two captains of the 6th Division in a row within a few days. Even seeing Byakuya Kokaki beaten so badly by de Shenchen, Anohanaretsu doesn't think de Shenchen will be a match for Zaraki Kenpake. This is not groundless, but her serious judgment as a first-generation Kenpake. Just because Zaraki Kenpake has the most powerful power in Shinigami, who inherited the name of Kenpake, which means the strongest swordsman of Soul Society. De Shenchen was non-committal about this, because he knew that the battle just now was not his full strength. Thunder Fruit is de Shenchen's strongest move and his biggest hole card. So with a meager defeat of Byakuya Kokaki, de Shenchen didn't want to reveal his trump card, and there was no need for it. But if Zaraki Kenpeki is really looking for something, it's a bit of a hassle without Thunder Fruit. While De Shenchen was contemplating, the surrounding members of the 6th Division had already approached in awe and awe. Not long ago, they witnessed the change of the history of the 6th Division. The power of De Shenchen has been deeply carved into their hearts. God tier. Captain, what are we going to do next? Abarai Renji didn't hold back in one breath, and forced himself to call out De Shenchen's position for a long time. He never dreamed that De Shenchen would become his immediate boss in a blink of an eye. What else can I do? De Shenchen glanced at him. Of course, each of them will go back to their respective homes and find their own mothers, so let's go. Following De Shenchen's order, everyone in the 6th Division returned to their respective positions. As for De Shenchen himself, he went to hand over the position of captain. First of all, the team building that has not lived in for a few days has to be changed again. This time it is the courtyard residence dedicated to the captain. The captain of Godi I-13 is the top class in the official violence organization of Jingling Court, so the benefits are very good. The only residence for the captain alone is a luxurious building with its own large garden landscape, all owned by De Shenchen alone. In addition, there are many servants in the courtyard for daily work such as maintenance and cleaning. Because Byakuya Kukaki used to live in Kukaki's house, when this residence exclusively for the captain of the 6th Division arrived in De Shenchen's hands, it was in a brand new state where no one had ever lived. After instructing the servants to clean the house, De Shenchen went to pick up the captain, Hayori. This is a costume that only captains can wear in Godi I-13, and it is a symbol of status. Whoa! Back at the cleaned house, De Shenchen draped Captain Yuri over his body, and the big 6 logo on the back fluttered in the wind. However, De Shenchen had just been cleansed when another big trouble came to him. The visitor was also dressed in Captain Yuri, with a pair of square glasses on the bridge of his nose, with an elegant and easygoing smile on his face. This made the 2 6th Division Shinigami, who served as the doorman for De Shenchen, all looked solemn and stood up to salute him. The man smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for more courtesy. Then he smiled and said, "Can you two help me to inform Captain God tier? Let's just say, Captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sōsuke is visiting." Chapter 25. Aizen. Hearing his subordinate's report, De Shenchen couldn't help squinting his eyes. He can be considered to have long expected, in the face of such a powerful combat power rising at the speed of light, it would be strange for Aizen not to notice. Whether he wants to be on guard, or he wants to win over. In short, Aizen must have made his mind up on him. "Will it be good to see you?" De Shenchen pondered, and came to a conclusion without taking too long. Aizen Sōsuke is indeed worthy of his fear and caution, but with De Shenchen's current strength, he will not be afraid of Aizen. De Shenchen, who had long known about Kyoka Suijutsu's abilities, had already made sure that he hadn't seen Aizen Zanpakuto's Shikai. In terms of strength outside of complete hypnosis, Aizen is indeed very strong. But De Shenchen is also confident that he will never be weaker than Aizen, who has not yet merged with Hogyaku. "Let him in." De Shenchen gave an order to his subordinates, and soon a Shinigami led Aizen inside. After letting the servants serve tea, De Shenchen and Aizen sat opposite each other on the tatami. God tier captain is really young and promising, and seeing him now is really extraordinary. Aizen spoke first. "Captain Aizen has won the award. As far as I know, Captain Hichuga's young and promising is not under me." De Shenchen didn't smile, and directly ignored Aizen's compliments. Aizen nodded and said, "You are all geniuses. Of course, I am far behind the others." De Shenchen is tired of seeing the dummies maintained by Aizen. He said straight to the point, "I don't know why Captain Aizen came here today." "Why?" "Just to visit the new captain." Aizen smiled and said, "By the way, if we can discuss and exchange ideas. Don't worry, it's just a friendly discussion. How about we agreed to limit it to Shikai's scope?" De Shenchen sneered when he heard the words, "I believe in you. If you really communicate with you through Shikai, then you will step into a place of doom. No, I'm not interested in this. If Captain Aizen has nothing else, please go back." De Shenchen's indifference made Aizen frown slightly. Captain God tier is too outlandish. We will cooperate with each other to protect Jingling Court in the future. Therefore, I think that understanding the abilities of the other captains is the key to being able to cooperate well in the face of the enemy. As he spoke, he changed his words. If Captain God tier is really unwilling, then I won't force it. Just treat it as wishful thinking, and I will unilaterally show you my ability, right? No, don't look, farewell. Shenchen saw off guests 3 times in a row, and even Aizen was choked with anger. Why is this Shenchen so oily and salty? It's too disrespectful, isn't it? However, Shenchen has said this for the sake of it, and the character that Aizen has created for himself is not good to stay away. He had no choice but to get up and leave without even drinking a sip of tea. Then I'll go back first, we'll see you at the captain's meeting. Looking at Aizen's back, Shenchen was thoughtful. My tough attitude today must have planted the seeds of doubt in his heart. So, what will you do? Don't let me down, Aizen Sōsuke. There is no doubt that Shenchen used Aizen as a tool to overcome the difficulty of survival. At present, as long as Aizen doesn't want to expose and turn his face in Soul Society, there will be no very exaggerated big moves. But with his suspicious nature, he will definitely take action against Shenchen. So this is not only to ensure that the crisis will not be too big, but also to ensure that there will be a new crisis of Shenchen that Aizen thinks is enough to deal with. As Shenchen had expected, Aizen had just left the 6th Division's station, and Shenchen had already been thinking about it in his mind. Aizen has one of the best minds in Soul Society, and when he thinks about it carefully, he realizes that something is not right. According to the emotional intelligence of a normal person, even if Shenchen's personality is stubborn, he won't treat another captain of the same level like he did just now, right? Could it be that there is a fraud in it? Especially when I repeatedly proposed a proposal that would allow him to see Kyoka Suijutsushikai, he refused it outright. The smarter people are, the more suspicious they are. Aizen thought too much in an instant. Although he admitted that he did not reveal any flaws, but what if? No, Shenchen is like a loophole in my plan, and it must be confirmed as soon as possible if he knows about Kyoka Suijutsu's abilities. Thinking of this, Aizen went into the dark and contacted Ichimaru-jin and Tuan Kaname. Ichimaru-jin is the captain of the 3rd Division, and Tuan Kaname is the captain of the 9th Division, both of whom are the powerful Shinigami who have mastered Bankai. No one could have imagined that these 2 dignified captain-level masters would be under the command of Aizen Sōsuke. Shenchen, the new captain of the 6th Division, is full of doubts. I need you to test him. Got it, Tuan Kaname said. How exactly? Ichimaru-jin is also a character who doesn't ask much about the reason, so he quietly waits for Aizen's plan, but he doesn't know what to think. You pretend to kill him first. At this critical moment of life and death, he will definitely reveal some flaws or valuable information. If he doesn't actually have any big secrets, then this is the end of the matter, and a new captain is not a concern. Aizen continued, and if he behaves suspiciously, then you, just kill him. No matter what kind of plan it is, I will use Kyoka Suijutsu for your aftermath, and we must ensure that no unexpected factors can affect our plan. That night, Shenchen sat on the edge of the corridor, watching the moon while waiting for the survival reward. During the day, he chose to meet Aizen, and deliberately aroused Aizen's suspicion, just to brush off the existential crisis of the day. In addition, the duel with Byakuya Kokaki is also today, so Shenchen is very confident about the difficulty of survival today. At the very least, should I be able to draw some good new items or new skills? Shenchen took a sip of the warm wine next to him, and finally a system prompt appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. Chapter 26. Shenchen clicked the lottery without hesitation, staring intently at the turntable that appeared in front of him. As the turntable stopped, a line of system prompts also appeared in front of Shenchen. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent Observation Haki. Observation Haki. Shenchen was stunned at first, followed by a joy. Observation Haki is a powerful ability in One Piece, one of 3 types of Haki. Among them, the ability to sense the attack and the strength of the opponent's voice is called observation Haki. Once you increase this power, you can read the location, number of enemies out of sight, and what actions they will take in the next instant. Although at first glance, it's just an auxiliary skill, and it doesn't have any major combat power improvement, but it's a perfect match with Thunder Fruit. That's exactly why Shenchen was pleasantly surprised. After all, Thunder Fruit is one of the very few devil fruits he knows that can work perfectly with observation Haki. But what level is the excellent observation Haki? Shenchen could clearly feel that there was an extra power of Haki in his body, and the strength was not small. In the past, Shenchen got an excellent Shunpo, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult for ordinary captains to keep up. So Shenchen is looking forward to the excellent observation Haki. Shenchen closed his eyes, and a field of perception composed of observation Haki rapidly expanded. In just a few breaths, observation Haki has expanded to its limit. The range is so large, it even covers the entire Jingling Court. This gigantic range was a surprise for Shenchen. After all, Jingling Court is not too small, and if observation Haki can cover the entire Jingling Court, it means that what happens in any corner of Jingling Court cannot escape Shenchen's perception. As for other strengths, Shenchen experimented one by one, and he already had a general understanding in his heart. Although I can't reach the ultra-high realm that foresees the future, there is no doubt that other basic application aspects have reached the level of ultimate. First of all, this range is already inconceivably huge. Observation Haki also has a variety of functions, such as sensing attacks and predicting the opponent's next move. Or perceive the strength of the creature, perceive the emotions and thinking of the creature, and perceive the position and number of objects outside the field of vision. The strength of these sightings varies from person to person, and the current Shenchen is very sure that he has reached the limit of ordinary people's cultivation. I don't know what will happen to the peak level further up. How much improvement can it make? Shenchen's incomparable expectation, whether it is the ability to foresee the future, or the ability to detect the inner thoughts of others, is a level of magic. This is. Just as Shenchen was about to take back observation Haki, he detected a situation that could not be ignored. I saw that in observation Haki's perception, Aizen Sōsuke was explaining something to Ichimaru-jin and Tuan Kaname. Afterwards, Ichimaru-jin and Tuan Kaname left Aizen and headed straight for the 6th division. Haha, did you really shoot at me? Shenchen smiled slightly and retracted observation Haki. Aizen and Ichimaru-jin didn't know anything about it. This is yet another strength of the observation Haki, as it does not belong to any power system in this world. If Shenchen perceives with Riatsu, he must be perceived by Aizen. But for observation Haki, Aizen didn't know the existence of this skill at all, so naturally it was impossible to guard against. But that's fine. After all, this is exactly the development I expected at the beginning. I still have to praise Aizen for acting according to my plan. Thinking of this, Shenchen got up and walked out with a smile, intending to cooperate with them. In this way, it is easy to brush the difficulty of survival. Otherwise, wouldn't Aizen's hard work be wasted? The 5th Division Station. After Ichimaru-jin and Tuan Kaname left, Aizen did not relax, but was still pondering what was missing. Especially, just now, he somehow felt a sense of being watched. There is absolutely no basis for this feeling. If you have to say it, it is the kind of existence that is similar to the intuition of a master. I have used various methods to investigate, but I haven't found the slightest trace. Is it because I am too suspicious? With Aizen's high self-esteem, he believes that there is no way anyone in the entire Soul Society can spy on him without him noticing. In addition, he is a rationalist with a high IQ, so if he has tried all means to get no evidence, he can only think that the feeling just now is just an illusion. It seems that the sudden rise of Shenchen has really had a big impact on me. Aizen shook his head, his negative impression of Shenchen deepened even more. On the other hand, after Ichimaru-jin left Aizen, he thought quickly in his heart. There is no doubt that Shenchen has become a threat that Aizen cannot ignore, and it is helpful to my plan to assassinate Aizen. But now that Aizen is killing Shenchen again, Ichimaru-jin can't help but get tangled up. In his opinion, Aizen's city is very deep, and its unfathomable level is unparalleled in the entire Soul Society. So if you want to assassinate Aizen, the only way to go is to pretend to be lurking beside him. Is it really worth exposing for De Shenchen? It depends on whether De Shenchen can actually fight against Aizen, but it seems very hopeless at the moment. Ichimaru-jin shook his head and could only hope that De Shenchen himself was strong enough to escape their pursuit. Wait, there seems to be something wrong. At this moment, Tuan Kaname, who had been releasing Kito's probe, suddenly stopped with a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong? That De Shenchen, Tuan Kaname said, suddenly moved in the direction outside the jingling court. Ichimaru-jin couldn't help but stunned for a moment. This is too weird, isn't it? Not long ago, they also discussed how to lure De Shenchen out of jingling court so that they can easily start. As a result, now De Shenchen went out consciously. Chapter 27. This guy, don't you want to live? He actually created opportunities for us. Ichimaru-jin gritted his teeth secretly. Why is this De Shenchen so unsatisfactory? But there is something strange about it, that De Shenchen seems to be cooperating with them. Could it be that he knew about our plan? Tuan Kaname frowned. But immediately, he and Ichimaru-jin denied it. In the entire Soul Society, no one, not even Yamamoto Genryusai, can monitor their conversation without being discovered by the three of them at the same time. Otherwise, Aizen would have been discovered long ago. How could it be lurking until now? But if this is the case, De Shenchen's behavior can't be explained? Perhaps, he wanted to go outside to relax on a whim. Ichimaru-jin said, how about it, are we still going? Tuan Kaname said, no matter what his purpose is, this is a great opportunity not to be missed, of course. Their reactions were all within De Shenchen's expectations. After all, how could the two captains give up their goals and tasks just because of this strange sign that has no beginning and no end? At most, we will deal with caution when the time comes, and you don't have to worry. Tuan Kaname said his arrangement, the combined Zanpakuto abilities of the two of us are enough to assassinate most of the captains. I first use Suzumushi to confuse him to block his senses, and then you use Shinso to quickly kill him with one blow. Even if he is De Shenchen, he will definitely die. Now De Shenchen's actions are in line with what Aizen said suspicious. Then Tuan Kaname will directly kill him. Alright. Ichimaru-jin is not good at opposing this proposal, and according to his position, he can only do it. Alas! It seems that De Shenchen is doomed, and there is no last hope. Tuan Kaname is a very strategic captain, so his plan seems so perfect. With the seamless cooperation of the two of them, De Shenchen can't escape death no matter how strong he is. As a world corresponding to the present world, Soul Society is vast beyond imagination. In addition to Jingling Court, there are not only Rukonga, but also many plains and wilderness. It's just that there are souls resident, basically only Jingling Court and Rukonga. At this time, De Shenchen was walking on a deserted mountain path, looking very relaxed and at ease. And not far behind him, two captain-level powerhouses who are suppressing their Riatsu and killing intent to follow. Tweet it. Suzumushi. Tuan Kaname quietly freed his Zanpakuto. The Riatsu on the surface of Zanpakuto vibrated rapidly, producing a humming sound similar to the chirping of insects. Then, Tuan Kaname sent sound waves into De Shenchen's ears and started hypnosis De Shenchen. Suzumushi has been successfully launched. It seems that De Shenchen is actually nothing special. I think so. I heard that his previous battles were just violently crushed by Zanpakuto, without the slightest technical content. Tuan Kaname sneered and motioned for Ichimaru-jin to free Shinso. Ichimaru-jin didn't expect De Shenchen to be attacked so easily, and he really couldn't pin his hopes of defeating Aizen on him. If that's the case, then De Shenchen has no value. Shoot him, Shinso. The Zanpakuto in Ichimaru-jin's hands grew extremely long and stabbed at De Shenchen's back. Chong! At this moment, the sword shadow flashed. I saw that De Shenchen didn't turn his head, and he swayed Shinso's attack with a backhand sword. What? Sparks blazed, Ichimaru-jin and Tuan Kaname both widened their eyes in shock. I was discovered? How is this possible? Tuan Kaname muttered to himself, and Ichimaru-jin also narrowed his fox-like eyes. Have you activated your Zanpakuto ability properly? Of course. I'm pretty sure. Seeing that de Shenchen had turned back to look at them, Tuan Kaname and Ichimaru-jin could only end their quarrel, guarding de Shenchen like an enemy. Is this your plan? De Shenchen looked at them with interest, and said, It's a pity that you met me, otherwise you might have really succeeded. Tuan Kaname frowned, How the hell are you? You talk too much. As soon as the words fell, de Shenchen disappeared without a trace and appeared directly behind Tuan Kaname. Varied. Tuan Kaname's pupils shrank suddenly, he tried his best to dodge, de Shenchen was already cut down with one sword. SHH! Ah! The screams rang out, Tuan Kaname staggered and Shunpo was dozens of meters away, and his left arm had been cut off by Keegan. This scene made Ichimaru-jin's back go cold. What was that just now? Is it too fast? My Suzumushi should still be in effect. Keep hitting him. Tuan Kaname reluctantly yelled and launched the attack first. Suzumushi second style Red Locust. Zanpakuto instantly created countless sharp blades with pointed ends, which fell from the sky like rain to attack de Shenchen. Ichimaru-jin also calmed down and raised Shinso. Gun Yarn Rain. Similar to Tuan Kaname's offensive, Shinso also turned into thousands of knives, smashing densely at de Shenchen. For a time, de Shenchen was attacked on both sides. This kind of cross-attack from two different directions, combined with Suzumushi's ability, he shouldn't be able to escape now, right? Tuan Kaname thought through gritted teeth, but it backfired. He and Ichimaru-jin could only vaguely see the staggered electric light passing by. De Shenchen's figure was so close to the point that they couldn't see clearly at all, and they traveled freely between the hail of bullets. Just like the blow just now, this is de Shenchen Thunderfruit's electric field teleportation. In front of the movement speed that reaches the speed of light field, whatever kind of intensive attack they are all clouds. Damn it! It's too fast. Ichimaru-jin opened his squinting eyes in horror. Can this speed really be called Shunpo? He'd never seen someone's Shunpo go so fast. Tisk, I didn't expect de Shenchen to be so tricky. It seems that Fujian will definitely not be able to take him down. Tuan Kaname completely put away his previous contempt at this moment, and his whole body surged with a huge amount of spiritual power. Bankai, Suzumushi Final Yama Cricket. Chapter 28. The Riatsu that erupted on Suzumushi instantly turned into a huge black enchantment, surrounding Tuan Kaname and de Shenchen. In Inma Cricket's Bankai barrier, hearing, sight, smell, and Riatsu will all disappear. Tuan Kaname just wants to let de Shenchen, who only has a sense of touch, feel the pain of being slaughtered by him. Because only the person who touches the handle of the sword has the complete 5 senses in the enchantment, so Ichimaru-jin can't help when he comes in, and Tuan Kaname excludes him after Bankai. At this moment, Ichimaru-jin looked at the black barrier in front of him, and finally had time to think. Although I got the specific situation of de Shenchen from Aizen, but the intelligence didn't say. De Shenchen's Shunpo is so fast. Thinking back to de Shenchen's Shunpo, Ichimaru-jin still feels a little frightened. It took him only 1 year to graduate from the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, and he was a veritable super genius. In addition, he has also been in contact with powerhouses such as Aizen for a long time, and he is also a rare master among the captains. But even so, Ichimaru-jin has never seen Shunpo so fast. That can't be called Shunpo, right? It's like moving through space. Thinking of this, Ichimaru-jin's temples ooze cold sweat. Obviously the two of them ambushed de Shenchen, but in the blink of an eye, de Shenchen in turn seriously injured a captain-level combat force. Apparently, de Shenchen was scarier than all of them expected. The final form of Suzumushi, Inma Cricket's enchantment. Tuan Kaname held the handle of the knife and watched de Shenchen stand still in the darkness, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Humph! Even de Shenchen as strong as you is still so fragile after all the senses are deprived. He walked slowly towards de Shenchen, lifted Zanpakuto, and was about to decapitate de Shenchen. All of a sudden, Tuan Kaname suddenly had a pick in his heart. This kind of feeling is a sense of incongruity. If you think about it carefully, de Shenchen didn't get caught in Shikai, so will it happen in Bankai? Just thinking of this, a cold light suddenly appeared in Tuan Kaname's field of vision. Ku! Tuan Kaname dodged with all his might, but he was still cut with a big bloody hole in his chest. For a time, blood was flowing. You, can you really see me? Tuan Kaname is shocked and angry. In fact, de Shenchen really got hit and lost almost all his senses in Tuan Kaname's Bankai. But just like the original Shikai, de Shenchen's observation Haki is unaffected. Tuan Kaname's figure and movements, in de Shenchen's observation Haki field, are as conspicuous as the candlelight in the dark night. A hole. Answer me. Without waiting for an answer, Tuan Kaname let out a huge whirlwind with a roar. Hado's 58th Tianlan. With no certainty that de Shenchen could see him, and Tuan Kaname was seriously injured, he certainly wouldn't come close to fighting. At this point, Kido is a good choice. He wants to personally confirm whether de Shenchen is really unaffected. Wind King Hammer. De Shenchen's cold voice sounded, with wind to wind, the King of Wind obviously crushed Hado of Wind. Boom! The gust of wind blowing backwards blew Tuan Kaname several more somersaults, and there were many more scratches all over his body. But what makes Tuan Kaname furious the most is that it has completely confirmed that de Shenchen can see him. How on earth did you do it? This can be described as the complete failure of Tuan Kaname's biggest reliance, Bankai, which is equivalent to killing him. Your Bankai is not bad, almost the same as Aizen's Zanpakuto ability. Unfortunately, you made a huge mistake, that your Bankai is also cut off from outside prying eyes. De Shenchen didn't answer him directly, but directly raised his hand and aimed at Tuan Kaname, and lightning flashed. Rice wife! Lightning strikes Tuan Kaname with lightning speed. Ah! Tuan Kaname let out a miserable cry and fell limply to the ground. This means that I am not afraid of being seen in my battles, so be honored, you will experience my true strength. De Shenchen walked towards him step by step, the thunder on his body became more and more intense. Thunder C. Accompanied by word syllables, the shocking and devastating electro-optical rapid expansion. This is a new trick developed by de Shenchen after he completed Master Thunder Fruit, combining the two tricks of lightning and discharge. In an instant, de Shenchen poured out all the thunder from all over his body. Boom rumble! The scene was like a sea of thunder and lightning, which quickly filled the Suzumushi barrier and finally burst out. In the outside world, Ichimaru-jin can only see the amazing blue light breaking through the Suzumushi barrier, and then there is a huge explosion. Boom dash! The aftermath forced Ichimaru-jin to retreat hundreds of meters away, and when he opened his eyes again, the ground in front of him was already charred black. And de Shenchen is standing at the very center of the battlefield, and at his feet is Tuan Kaname, who is covered in smoke. This, so fast. For the first time, Ichimaru-jin felt the pressure from someone other than Aizen and couldn't help clenching Zanpakuto. Unexpectedly, Tuan Kaname was killed by de Shenchen not long after Bankai. Now if he wants to survive, he has to work hard. Swastika. Ichimaru-jin had just mentioned Riatsu when he saw de Shenchen looking over from the sky with indifferent eyes. Do you want to die? Or do you want to live? His words surprised Ichimaru-jin and stopped Bankai involuntarily. The first sentence is undoubtedly de Shenchen's warning, once Ichimaru-jin Bankai, his life will definitely be lost. Ichimaru-jin knew very well that, judging from the tragedy of Tuan Kaname, even if he Bankai, he is unlikely to be de Shenchen's opponent. Especially that weird and terrifying speed, maybe even faster than Bankai's Kamishini no Yari, that would be equivalent to completely restraining me. After thinking about it, Ichimaru-jin concluded that he could not beat de Shenchen no matter what. What do you mean by that? Can you let me go? I can help you accomplish your goals and help you get revenge. De Shenchen's casual words made Ichimaru-jin's eyes widen suddenly. You know my purpose. Of course, de Shenchen said lightly, you're an undercover agent by Aizen's side, and it happens that Aizen is going to be my enemy, so our enemies are the same. So, swear allegiance to me, be loyal to me, and I will lead you to kill Aizen. Chapter 29. Does Shenchen's words silenced Ichimaru Jin? He asked himself, even if he kept going undercover, what were the chances of successfully killing Aizen? Aizen itself is already very strong, and the inscrutable city is very deep, and there are almost no flaws. In addition, Ichimaru Jin knows that Aizen's purpose is to get Hogyaku, then Aizen after getting Hogyaku will undoubtedly become stronger and stronger. This shows that the probability of Ichimaru Jin's success will only become more and more slim. In this case, is it better to attach to the strong with the same purpose? If you've made up your mind, come and kill Tuan Kaname with your own hands. Does Shenchen kicked the half-dead Tuan Kaname into the middle of the road. He looked at Ichimaru Jin, whose face was uncertain, without rushing. Does Shenchen, who is familiar with the future development, is very clear that Ichimaru Jin seems to be frivolous and cunning, but he is actually a person who values feelings very much. So if Ichimaru Jin offered his loyalty sincerely, then Does Shenchen would not have to worry about his betrayal. There is no doubt that the strong and intelligent Ichimaru Jin will be a very effective subordinate. UBD. Moaning, Tuan Kaname looked at Ichimaru Jin angrily. I didn't expect Ichimaru Jin to be a 25th boy. Just now, Tuan Kaname was thinking that as long as Ichimaru Jin can escape, he can warn Aizen. Let Aizen be alert to Does Shenchen. This man is not only the superficial strength, but even has the terrifying lightning ability that came from nowhere. However, this plan was declared bankrupt not long ago. It seems that I have no way out, and to be honest, your proposal really makes me very moved. Ichimaru Jin smiled hard and raised Shinso to Tuan Kaname's forehead. Then, he stabbed it decisively. Pfft! The flesh and blood was pierced by the blade, and Tuan Kaname's entire head was nailed to the ground, completely dead. Very well, you made a wise choice. Does Shenchen snapped his fingers, and a lightning bolt flew out, wiping out the ashes of Tuan Kaname. This scene made Ichimaru Jin's heart skip a beat. Could it be Kido? But it doesn't look like any Kido he's ever known. It can only be said that Does Shenchen has too many secrets. Lord God Tier, what am I going to do next? Ichimaru Jin quickly switched roles and asked respectfully. Go back and keep lurking beside Aizen, and cooperate with me depending on the situation. Does Shenchen said. Go back to Aizen. Ichimaru Jin was taken aback for a moment, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Now that Tuan Kaname is dead, it would be difficult for him to go back, so he originally ruled out the option to return to Aizen. Does Shenchen knew what he was thinking, and smiled, just tell him that you barely escaped when I killed Tuan Kaname. Ichimaru Jin shook his head and said, Lord God Tier, Aizen is a scheming person, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to believe. Of course I know that, Does Shenchen said. I know even more about Aizen than you do. But don't worry, Aizen won't be suspicious of you. If you want to say why, because he already knew that you were an undercover agent, it doesn't matter that you are suspicious. What did you say? Ichimaru Jin was shocked when he heard this. What I said is true. He kept you by his side because he was just curious how you would kill him. Does Shenchen is pretty sure that Aizen will not take action against Ichimaru Jin even if he finds the matter suspicious. Because Aizen is essentially a lonely person because he is too smart and powerful. For this reason, he even has the strange idea of training Kurosaki Ichigo to fight himself. And how would Ichimaru Jin take action against him? It was a rare pleasure that Aizen looked forward to in his dull and boring life, so how could he give up at will? Okay. Ichimaru Jin nodded, and now he can only trust Does Shenchen. Trust me, you'll be fine. But anyway, at least you have to act like you don't fool Aizen too much. After Does Shenchen finished speaking, the sword of oath victory in his hand had already lit up with golden light. What are you going to do? Ichimaru Jin twitched the corners of his mouth, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. I will control my output and leave you with only minor injuries. Does Shenchen slashed with a sword that looked like a devil to Ichimaru Jin. Boom! The time soon came to daylight, and there was not much turmoil or change in Jingling Court. Although Tuan Kaname is dead, there are no bones left, and the time of disappearance has not exceeded 24 hours, so no one has shown any signs of vigilance. After the scarred Ichimaru-jin returned, Aizen didn't make any response or movement for a while. However, Shenchen is sure that Aizen is definitely planning a new wave of plans against him. And it must be even more dangerous than before. In that case, you can look forward to today's survival reward. Shenchen sat in his courtyard, muttering to himself. Today, he was ambushed by 2 captain-level powerhouses, which is already dangerous enough in itself. Tuan Kaname will not be mentioned for a while, but Ichimaru-jin is undoubtedly the best among the captains. It's a pity that Shenchen is also very strong, causing the difficulty of survival to plummet, but it doesn't matter. Because Shenchen made Ichimaru-jin rush back on the same day, this will definitely increase Aizen's attention to Shenchen by several levels. This brings about the hidden difficulty of survival, so Shenchen feels that he can look forward to it. That night, the system lottery came as scheduled. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. Shenchen clicked the draw without hesitation, and a new system prompt appeared immediately. Looking at this reward, Shenchen's face showed a look of surprise after a long time. Chapter 30. Congratulations to host for obtaining the excellent level swordsmanship. At first glance, this swordsmanship is only one of the 4 basics of slashing fists and walking away ghosts, rather than any special skills. However, this is one of Shenchen's most in-demand skills. If the swordsmanship reaches the excellent level, presumably the average captain is no longer as good as me in swordsmanship. Shenchen is very clear that his biggest shortcoming is the long-term close combat. Before that, Shenchen's way of fighting was to crush him mindlessly with even light cannons. In addition, there are various applications of Thunder Fruit. But these are all ranged attacks. When it comes to close combat, Shenchen has only mediocre swordsmanship except for elite white hits. Although I have the semi-invincible protection of the elemental body, wouldn't it be completely useless if I encounter an enemy with a melee attack with intense energy? Shenchen's concerns are not groundless. For example, the future Kurosaki Ichigo, one of his fighting methods, is to wrap the power of the crescent moon on the blade of Tensazanjutsu. In this way, each of his blows can carry an extremely terrifying energy attack. This is undoubtedly the enemy of elementalization. And now, Shenchen's last shortcomings have been filled. Feeling the vast amount of swordsmanship knowledge pouring into his mind, Shenchen expressed his satisfaction. Hi! Get a good night's sleep, and then recharge your batteries during the day to thoroughly digest this knowledge. As soon as Shenchen returned to the house and wanted to sleep, he felt a huge Riatsu suddenly rise in the distance. And it's still getting closer. Shenchen used observation Haki to scan the air and knew who was coming. It's actually Zaraki Kenpei. I didn't expect that it was just after 12 o'clock in the evening that he couldn't wait to find him. Today is indeed the day that Zaraki Kenpei said, even if Shenchen doesn't want to pay attention to Zaraki Kenpei, Zaraki Kenpei himself will come to the door. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. Shenchen frowned. However, Zaraki Kenpei's strength is extremely strong, and it is not bad to brush the difficulty of survival for a new day. It's just that if Zaraki Kenpei is allowed to rush over, his courtyard, the captain of the 6th Division, will probably be destroyed. Thinking of this, Shenchen stretched out his hand, and the holy sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, the rays of light converge, and the golden light blooms in the night sky. Excalibur. A straight, thick beam of light cut through the night sky, attracting almost everyone's attention. Zaraki Kenpei was far in the air when he saw a golden light hitting him. The slash of light is extremely fast, and it is almost impossible to avoid it. Zaraki Kenpei immediately laughed wildly, and Riatsu surged up all over his body. Good come! The same dazzling golden light rose in the air, it was the terrifying spiritual power of Zaraki Kenpei burning. This made him, like a little sun, collide with the sword light without fear. Boom! A violently spreading great fireball suddenly erupted in midair. The loud noise made all Shinigami, sleeping or not, notice it. The most stunned person was undoubtedly the captain of the 13th Division, Jushiro Yukatake, and his friend, the captain of the 8th Division, Kiraku Shunsui, who came to him for a drink. Because this big explosion happened in the sky above his 13th Division station. Is this Captain Godtier and Captain Zaraki? Jushiro blinked, and saw a figure fall out of the firelight and landed not far away with a loud bang. He immediately exchanged glances with Kiraku Shunsui and rushed over. After reaching the place, Zaraki Kenpeka stood up from a small pit and moved his muscles and bones. Tisk, it hurts. This scene surprised both of them. They just saw it. Zaraki Kenpeka took the terrifying attack of the God-tier captain head-on. Did he spend a huge amount of spiritual power to forcibly offset the attack? The seasoned Kiraku Shunsui deduced the situation at a glance, but still couldn't help stunned. Only a monster full of spiritual power like Zaraki Kenpeka can use such a luxurious defense method in Jingling Garden? It just depends on the situation. Even so, it still failed to neutralize all the power, causing Zaraki Kenpeka to stop moving. Thinking of this, the two began to marvel at the power of De Shenchen's attack. SHH. Saying that Cao is here, Cao is here, and the object of their lament, De Shenchen, has already come over by Shunpo. As soon as he saw the two gathered together, Jushiro had an extremely bad premonition in his heart. Wait! Don't you want to start a fight with my 13th Division? The blow from De Shenchen just now was equivalent to blocking Zaraki Kenpeka from the 6th Division. Wait! Jushiro hurriedly shouted, God-tier Captain, Zaraki Captain, please don't fight here, why don't you go? Zaraki Kenpeka roared directly, who cares about you? The battle has already started. While roaring, he had already raised Zanpakuto with a grin, rushed to De Shenchen and chopped it down. Chong! De Shenchen also raised the holy sword, and there was a collision of sparks, which shook the air with a muffled sound. Ha 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 ha! Sure enough, your Riatsu is very good, so happy. Zaraki Kenpeka laughed wildly and slashed continuously. De Shenchen was not to be outdone, and the two weapons had almost become shadows. Clang, 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 clang. Jianfeng cut the surrounding walls into pieces, and the steps they stepped on caused the ground to crack. You too. Jushiro Yukatake opened his mouth and Kiraku Shunsui patted his shoulder comfortingly. Give it up, Zaraki doesn't even listen to the teacher. The teacher in his mouth was the commander-in-chief who had the most say in Godi I-13, Yamamoto Genri Yusai. Jushiro thought about it, and it was true, he could only watch the battle with a wry smile. At the very least, all he can do is protect the surrounding security as De Shenchen's engagement with Zaraki Kenpeka expands. Who do you think will win? Kiraku Shunsui asked. I think it's Captain Zaraki, right? Jushiro analyzed. I've already read the battle data of Captain Godtier yesterday. His most powerful trick just missed the opportunity, and the worst thing is that he has to accumulate power. And what Captain Zaraki is best at is close combat, and he will never give Captain Godtier another chance to charge up. This judgment Kiraku Shunsui also agrees. In his opinion, De Shenchen's first blow did not kill Zaraki Kenpeka, and De Shenchen's defeat was already doomed. However, after the two watched for a while, the judgment in their hearts began to waver. Instead, there were shocked expressions on the faces. Chapter 31. In Jushiro Yukatake and Kiraku Shunsui, De Shenchen should not be good at melee combat. No wonder they thought so, after all, as far as they knew, De Shenchen was only 100 years old. This is quite young among Shinigami. And human energy is limited, in a mere 100 years. It is impossible to practice everything to the extent that everything is covered. Coupled with the strength that De Shenchen has shown before, it is basically a powerful long-range attack. Therefore, many people take it for granted that De Shenchen's combat power is full of long-range attacks. However, the sight in front of them completely broke their cognition. Chiang! 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 The violent collision sound, like hammering iron, continued. De Shenchen didn't lose out at all. No way? Facing that Captain Zaraki, he actually Kurosaki Shunsui opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Jushiro was also extremely surprised, and said, I remember he was only 100 years old, right? But this swordsmanship, is it really something 100 years old can have? The exquisiteness of Shenchen's swordsmanship made even the two veterans feel ashamed when they saw it. If it's just Riatsu's strength and Zanpakuto's ability like a torrent of light, it can be said to be so talented. All of this can be explained by the fact that Shenchen was born with powerful spiritual and Zanpakuto abilities. However, swordsmanship can't be explained at all. There is no shortcut to this technique at all. In any case, it takes hard practice every day and night to achieve results. Even talented people can only shorten this time. No. Look at it. After a while, Kurosaki Shunsui widened his eyes and discovered even more shocking things. That kind of super high-level swordsmanship is not even his limit. Jushiro looked equally horrified, and received the same shock as Kurosaki Shunsui. Really? He keeps getting stronger in battle. The two of them could clearly feel that Shenchen's every move and every fight was constantly strengthening his strength. And the progress is so great that it is visible to the naked eye. I'm afraid that in front of Captain God Tier, no one dares to claim to be a genius. Jushiro's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. What they didn't know was that Shenchen quickly integrated the knowledge of excellent swordsmanship in his mind during the battle with Zaraki Kenpeki. This makes him look stronger and stronger. Ha 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 ha. Zaraki Kenpeki noticed this too and let out a happy laugh. Very good. Very good. This is the only way to play well. Besides Unohanaretsu, you are the only opponent I respect. Suddenly, Zaraki Kenpeki burst out with stronger Riatsu and faster speed. Then I must repay you with all my strength. Be careful not to die, or I will have a lot less fun in the future. This performance immediately changed the expressions of Jushiro Yukatake and Kurosaki Shunsui. Zaraki is also an incredible monster. Looking at this soaring speed and strength, the two of them actually felt an irresistible feeling. The two asked themselves, if they were in Shenchen's position, facing the attack of Zaraki Kenpeki's violent storm, would they be able to block just the swordsmanship of close combat? The answer is negative. However, at this moment, Shenchen, who had been fighting silently before, also spoke leisurely. Let me be careful not to die? When did I say that it was all my strength just now? Shenchen has completely absorbed all knowledge of swordsmanship at this time, and then fully unfolds observation Haki. Under the perception of observation Haki, every move of Zaraki Kenpeki could not escape Shenchen's eyes. No matter what kind of sword move it is, it can be seen in Shenchen's induction, and there is no accident or secret move. Hey, is this a joke? Seeing that Shenchen and Zaraki Kenpeki fought faster and faster, Kurosaki Shunsui finally broke out in a cold sweat and saw the horror of it. Shenchen's swordsmanship seems to have no flaws. Yes, the terrifying fact of the fighting has been revealed to Kurosaki Shunsui and Jushiro Yukatake. They saw that Zaraki Kenpeki was faster and stronger, which should have been harder to deal with. But Shenchen doesn't seem to have the slightest blind spot. No matter how Zaraki Kenpeki attacks, he can't break through Shenchen's defense. It's an impeccable swordsmanship, like a reef in front of a big wave. Jushiro muttered to himself. With the support of observation Haki, Shenchen can even predict in advance what tricks he will come up with just one pre-movement from Zaraki Kenpeki. This kind of fighting method that seems to be unoccupied by the prophet also made Zaraki Kenpeki extremely embarrassed. What's going on? I always feel that no matter what tricks I make, he has already expected it. This fighting experience is something Zaraki Kenpeki has never had before. It's like being restrained everywhere, the whole person is restrained, and finally falls into the disadvantage. However, such an invincible and powerful enemy also makes Zaraki Kenpeki extremely excited. So strong! You are really strong! This is really good! Zaraki Kenpeki laughed wildly, and the irascible Riatsu was wrapped around the blade with all his strength. Sword press! The hot sword slash forced Shenchen away, and also made the two captains who were watching the battle take a few steps back with difficulty. They only felt that the spirits within 100 meters around them seemed to be burned to the ground. Did you change your style of play? Shenchen sneered, no problem, then I'll come too. After all, Shenchen imitated Kurosaki Ichigo's future style of play, accumulating the slash of the sword of victory without firing, trying his best to keep it on the edge of the blade. In this way, Shenchen can use less spiritual power, so that each blow can obtain a destructive power per unit area that is very close to the liberation of his real name. With this divine operation, Kiraku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake, who were not far away, were stunned. Knowing that the two wild beasts were about to collide again, they quickly retreated back hundreds of meters. After all, they don't want to be affected by Chayu. Chapter 32. The two terrifying forces collided in the next moment. Boom! Zaraki Kenpaku's expression changed in an instant, only to feel an unimaginable force coming from the opposite side. In the blink of an eye, blood burst out from his tiger's mouth, and he stepped back several steps. Boom! 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 Every step on the ground is like an earthquake, and a footprint is a deep pit. What a powerful force! Zaraki Kenpaku's eyes lit up. I have never felt such a strong force. Even first-generation Kenpaku Anohanaretsu, the only one who made him experience death in the past, was mainly better than him in swordsmanship. And the crushing of pure power like now gives Zaraki Kenpaku an unparalleled freshness. Ha 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 ha! It's really wonderful. Let's come again. He erupted again with a terrifying mass of Riatsu, and slashed down with his sword. Kendo 2 breaks. This is almost Zaraki Kenpaku's strongest move. He doesn't know anything about Shikai and Bankai, some only have super spiritual power and sword moves. Boom! Shenchen waved his sword to meet him without hesitation, and there was another shocking loud noise. And behind the soaring smoke, Shenchen also took the initiative to attack. The real name Jafang, which is stored but not released, is wrapped around the holy sword, consuming spiritual power every minute and every second, but it brings Shenchen's slashing power beyond the peak. Next, Shenchen has been attacking Zaraki Kenpaku like a heavy artillery, constantly suppressing the past. Bang! 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 The collision between the sword and the sword is extremely fast, and the sound is not like the slash between the swords. This deafening sound even made Jushiro Yukitake and Kiraku Shunsui in the distance have to cover their ears. But even so, their eyes were still fixed on the situation in front of them. My god, that Zaraki Kenpaku was crushed to death! Kiraku Shunsui exclaimed involuntarily. From the downfall just now, and then until now, Zaraki Kenpaku has been defeated by Shenchen. Because every sword, Shenchen's slashing power is higher than Zaraki Kenpaku's, so every collision, the ending is only Zaraki Kenpaku's retreat. Even Zaraki Kenpaku's hands were covered with blood, and his bones were almost shattered by the shock. Your defeat is set, end the battle here. Seeing that Zaraki Kenpaku's arm holding the sword was shaking, Shenchen took a deep breath and made a thrusting motion. This time, even Zaraki Kenpaku put on a serious look. He no longer grinned, because at this moment, he was completely convinced by Shenchen. Just like Anohanaretsu in his distant memory, Shenchen's sense of violence is so beautiful in Zaraki Kenpaku's eyes that he can't help but fight it all with 12 points. Okay. Let's decide the outcome in this move. Zaraki Kenpaku let out a loud roar, and a shocking Riatsu erupted all over his body. Zaraki Kenpaku has always been best known for his violent fighting methods in the Jingling Garden. However, Shenchen knows that the strongest aspect of Zaraki Kenpaku at this stage is actually not attacking at all. The attack power is really strong after Zaraki Kenpaku is able to liberate Zanpakuto. Likewise, Zaraki Kenpaku himself understands. His strongest aspect now lies in the defensive power formed by overwhelming spiritual power. With a roar, Jushiro Yukitake and Kiraku Shunsui shrank their pupils, feeling the endless pressure. It was the feeling that even the air was being oppressed by Riatsu, as if the endless golden spiritual power poured out from the surface of Zaraki Kenpaku, forming a huge solid skull. The spiritual power has become so dense that it becomes materialized. This is my first time seeing this move. Jushiro exclaimed in shock. This defense itself is an attack, and the fiery spiritual power can burn out all incoming moves. The defense at its peak was able to hold back even a sacrifice like one knife cremation Hado. What's the situation at the scene? At this moment, the captains finally arrived one after another. It is Anohanaretsu who bears the brunt. This is. Anohanaretsu's pupils shrank suddenly upon seeing this scene. As the former Soul Society's #1 swordsman, she naturally saw the development of the battle at a glance. That Shenchen can actually push Zaraki Kenpeiga to such a degree, she thought in surprise. This completely overturned her previous guess. SHH. Bang. Before Jushiro Yukitake and Kurako Shunsui could speak, Shenchen and Zaraki Kenpeiga moved at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, the sword of Oath of Victory stabbed straight into Zaraki Kenpeiga's defense. Well. Zaraki Kenpeiga immediately groaned and was pushed out dozens of meters away by the huge force. However, despite the cracks all over the materialized Riatsu, it is still strong. No, failed to penetrate. The arriving captains shouted out involuntarily, and Zaraki Kenpeiga also smiled again. But before he could laugh out loud, Shenchen's eyes narrowed and he took another step forward while drinking. Drink Shenchen unscrupulously instilled spiritual power into it, and the brilliance gathered on the sword of Oath of Victory finally swelled to its limit. Then, it shot out like a laser cannon. Boom! In an instant, a beam of light that erupted from zero distance directly penetrated the materialized Riatsu, opening a large hole in Zaraki Kenpeiga's abdomen. Cough! Zaraki Kenpeiga was stunned on the spot, and after a few seconds, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily. Quick! The first aid class comes with me. Anohanaretsu hurried over to treat Zaraki Kenpeiga, but Shenchen's expression remained unchanged, and he swung the holy sword to make him disappear again. After all, Shenchen knows the pervert vitality of Zaraki Kenpeiga. This seemingly serious injury will not kill him at all. Rather, it won't be long before Zaraki Kenpeiga will be able to continue to live and breathe. Congratulations, Captain God Tier, it's your victory. Jushiro, who had been watching the whole time, said in a deep voice. Kurako Shunsui also had a complicated expression, but said nothing. Mainly because he didn't know what to say. Shenchen was too good at making trouble, right? He had never seen any Shinigami who had just become the captain for 2 days before seriously injuring the other 2 captains in a row. Chapter 33. But this is either a battle that complies with the regulations of Jingling Court, or it is the other party's own request. You can't even say it's Shenchen's fault. Sorry, our 6th division will pay for the repair costs of your station. Shenchen nodded and jumped back to his courtyard. Looking at his distant back, all the captains looked complicated. I thought that Shenchen was just a Shinigami who became the captain because of Zanpakuto's ability and spiritual strength, but he didn't expect that he had other strengths. It seems that until now, no one can doubt that the strength of Captain God Tier is not comprehensive. However, today is a historic day. Shinigami, who is the only one in the Soul Society who can become the leader even without Bankai, has finally decided to compete. Daytime. Shenchen went to the 4th division. His purpose is to ask Byakuya Kukiki to inform the 6th division of the personnel changes, other than to see if Zaraki Kenpeiga is okay. God Tier captain is really idle, and I don't know how much trouble it has brought to our 4th team. As the captain of the 6th division, Shenchen was naturally Anohanaretsu, who was also the captain. Haha, this is something that can't be helped. Is it possible that I won't fight back? Shenchen said, besides, after all, there are only 2 people, right? Anohanaretsu said angrily, when you fought Byakuya Kukiki, a lot of Shinigami got bruised all over the place just by clearing the field. I really never dreamed that I did not treat 2 captains of the 6th division at the same time in a few days, but treated 2 captains who were injured by the captain of the 6th division at the same time in a few days. The topic was a little awkward, and Shenchen could only cough back politely. Okay, here we are, Byakuya Kukiki is inside. After Anohanaretsu brought people in, he rushed to deal with other things. Shenchen pushed in the door, and saw the magnificent interior decoration. It was hard to imagine that this was actually a ward. It can only be said that it is a special ward for the four nobles, right? Didn't bother you, Kokaki? Seeing Shenchen, Byakuya Kokaki was slightly startled. But he didn't stop for a few seconds before he nodded and said, "No. Captain, what are you doing here?" Byakuya Kokaki is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. Since Shenchen won the captaincy position according to the rules of Jingling Court, he will also admit the result. Shenchen said, "I came here mainly to inform you that the candidate for the vice-captain has been decided, and I have chosen you as the vice-captain." The choice did not surprise Byakuya Kokaki. On the surface, it seems that Byakuya Kokaki has just been pulled down by Shenchen, but in fact, no one in the 6th division has the strength and qualifications more suitable to be the vice-captain than him. Then thank the captain for his trust. What about Abarai? Shenchen said, "Of course he went down to the 3rd seat. This is my former seat, so it's not bad for him. Even if Abarai Renji can become Master Bankai soon, he is still not a match for Byakuya Kokaki, so he can only rank 3. But when he thinks of the future 6th division, there will be 3 Shinigami with at least captain-level strength plus him, and Shenchen is very satisfied." "I see, I'll be on my post when I'm healed." Byakuya Kokaki nodded. The matter was settled. In fact, Shenchen also had his own considerations in this arrangement. The 6th division is a division that has a great relationship with the nobles, and the captains of the past generations have never been held by civilians. Therefore, throwing Byakuya to the position of the vice-captain as a mascot can also effectively stabilize the situation of the 6th division. After saying goodbye to Byakuya Kokaki, on the way back to Division 6, Shenchen's observation Haki field broke into a figure as fast as a thunderbolt. Captain God Tier. There was no hostility to the visitor, and Shenchen immediately knew his identity, the deputy captain of the first team, Kojiro Sasuke. "What, the captain has something to do with me?" "Yes," Kojiro Sasuke said, "the commander wants you and Vice-Captain Kokaki to come over tomorrow, and Vice-Captain Kokaki will let me know." Byakuya Kokaki, backed by the huge resources of the Kokaki family, recovered very quickly. Although he can't fight for the time being, he can walk freely, but there is no problem. "Okay, I get it." Shenchen didn't ask in detail, because he actually had a vague guess about what Yamamoto Shijikuni was looking for him. After all, it's been a while since Rukia Kokaki went to the world to perform a mission. That night, Shenchen stayed in the courtyard, waiting for the end of the day. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. Shenchen is no nonsense, just click to start the draw. When the turntable stops, a line of prompts pops up. Congratulations to host for drawing the elite Zanpakuto talent. Shenchen was taken aback for 2 reasons. One is that he hasn't drawn elite level skills for a long time, but elite level skills are still very powerful. The probability is still not much improved today. But there's nothing I can do. I'm getting stronger and stronger, and there are very few people who can bring me enough survival crisis. Shenchen shook his head with some emotion. And the second reason he was stunned was that this strange skill was the first time Shenchen had seen it. Or should I say, can this be considered a skill? Zanpakuto talent? Could it be the talent that enhances my connection with Zanpakuto? Shenchen closed his eyes curiously and felt it, and found that it was very similar to his own guess. This Zanpakuto talent is all-encompassing. In addition to enhancing the talent to connect with Zanpakuto, the development and mastering of Zanpakuto's abilities will also approach a terrifying level. If I can't even see it in the system panel, then I don't even have the mediocre Zanpakuto talent? No wonder I've been unable to Shikai. Shenchen pulled out his sealed state and looked at it carefully before his eyes. Speaking of which, this Zanpakuto talent is indeed a reward I really need. Chapter 34. To be honest, Shenchen is curious about his Zanpakuto abilities. After all, this is a different power that will appear depending on the person. How can a normal person not be curious about what his power is? And if you can cultivate to Bankai, there will be some combat power improvement brought by Zanpakuto, even no less than system skills. The most notable example is Ryujin of Yamamoto Genryusai. Once the Zanpakuto, which is known as the strongest flame type, is Bankai, Shenchen feels that he may not even be his opponent with Thunder Fruit fully opened. However, Shenchen is not in a hurry, his current speed of improvement is already 1,000 miles, and it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Yamamoto Genryusai. And in the not-too-distant future. Call. Thinking of this, Shenchen took a deep breath and began to communicate with the sealed state. With this connection, Shenchen immediately felt the difference. Judging from the elite white hits he has ever won, elite will have the best boost among all vice-captains. So to communicate with Zanpakuto with this level of talent is simply a crushing of talent. It's no exaggeration to say that this speed of communication is 1,000 miles in a day. Shenchen opened his eyes and looked at the sealed state in surprise, and he immediately decided to spend the whole night liaising with Zanpakuto. It won't be long, I'll know my Zanpakuto's real name. Sunrise. With Shenchen's current strength, not sleeping one night would have any effect. He packed himself up, and after breakfast, he went to the first team's station. When he arrived in front of Yamamoto Shijikuni, Shenchen found that Byakuya Kokaki was already sitting on the tatami in advance. Shenchen, since you're here too, this old man will cut to the chase. Ryujin, who was standing in front of Shijikuni Yamamoto, said, the hidden mobile team reported to room 64 in the center of Hyaga yesterday and found a major offender whose whereabouts are unknown. The Jingling Court also received accurate information. Shinigami Rukia Kokaki violated the Soul Society law and distributed spiritual power to humans. Therefore, Godi I-13 is officially wanted for Rukia Kokaki. I need the 6th Division to go to this world and capture Rukia Kokaki back. Rukia Kokaki is also a member of the Kokaki family, and has a close relationship with Byakuya Kokaki. Shenchen finally understands why Yamamoto Shijikuni asked him to come even though Byakuya's injuries were not healed. As the head of the Kokaki family, Byakuya Kokaki should know. No problem. Shenchen glanced at Byakuya Kokaki and saw that his face was gloomy. Obviously, the 4 nobles had a channel to know the news in advance. After seeing Shenchen's gaze, Byakuya Kokaki also nodded, I see. Shenchen asked, Captain, when are we going? Yamamoto Shijikuni said, this matter is urgent, you all go now. Present life, Karakura town. In Kurosaki Ichigo's house, a family is sitting at a table with Rukia talking. Rukia, as expected, I still care a little about the Soul Society you mentioned. Are there many Shinigami like you? Not long ago, Kurosaki Ichigo had just injured the Jillian-class Minos Grande who invaded the world, so he felt that there was still a lot of unknown sides in this world. Rukia nodded and said, yes, I am a member of Godi I-13, the official organization of the Soul Society. The 13 captains in Godi I-13 are the strongest 13 Shinigami in the Soul Society. They protect the Jingling Garden and maintain the balance between the Soul Society and the present world. Kurosaki Ichigo blinked and said, the 13 strongest Shinigami? How does that compare to me? You. Rukia snorted, I guess in front of the real captain, you can't even make a move, right? How is that possible? Kurosaki Ichigo was very unconvinced, didn't I fight back that big guy with a sharp nose during the day? Rukia said, Minos Grande is great, but in front of the Captain Shinigami, he is nothing. Your days as a Shinigami are very short. I don't think you're even as good as my friend. Your friend? Kurosaki Ichigo asked curiously. A friend from the same team as you. Rukia shook his head and said, that's not true. His name is Shenchen, and he belongs to the 6th Division led by my eldest brother. If I have the opportunity, I will introduce you to him. Really? Then I'll have a good fight with him and see who is stronger. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little eager to try. Meanwhile, Shenchen and Byakuya Kokaki have also arrived in Karakura town. The next development is almost the same as the original history that Shenchen knew. First, Rukia noticed that Soul Society had sent someone here, and left the envelope alone in order not to implicate Kurosaki Ichigo. And then, Kurosaki Ichigo also learned about it from the soul. With the help of Urahara Kisuke, he broke away from his body and chased after him in the form of proxy Shinigami. It's just that Shenchen is a chaotic butterfly after all, which has changed the historical development to a certain extent. As a result, before Rukia saw him and Byakuya, he met Uryu Ishida who was passing by, and Kurosaki Ichigo who was chasing after him. Rukia! Where are you going? One household. Rukia turned to look in surprise, when the three finally gathered. Kurosaki Ichigo was also surprised to see Uryu Ishida there. Why are you here? As you can see, Ishida Yulong picked up the plastic bag in his hand. I just came out to buy things at night. While they were talking, Shenchen and Byakuya Kokaki were looking down at them from a high place not far away. I'm sorry, Captain, Byakuya said after a while, it was originally my Kokaki family's lax discipline, but I got you involved. Shenchen said leisurely, it's okay, you should also know that Rukia and I are good friends. Then of course her business is mine. Hearing the words, Byakuya was silent for a moment, and he looked at Shenchen's unnerved face, with deep suspicion in his heart. Is this the expression of knowing that a friend is about to suffer? Chapter 35. How about it, do you want to let your brother and sister catch up? We're not in a hurry anyway. Shenchen asked suddenly. Byakuya Kokaki thought about it for a while, then nodded, I'll trouble you then. The four nobles have the dignity of the four nobles. As the head of the Kokaki family, Byakuya Kokaki thinks that this is a matter of family members that needs to be dealt with by him personally. Rukia. Quietly, Byakuya had already appeared not far from Rukia. Rukia, who was talking, suddenly shuddered when she heard the voice. Byakuya, big brother. She turned her head slowly, and shouted in respect and awe at Byakuya Kokaki's figure. But when he saw Byakuya Kokaki, Rukia was stunned again. Brother Byakuya, what's going on? What about the Captain Hayori on him? Rukia knew that Byakuya Kokaki always paid attention to appearance, so it was absolutely impossible for him to go out without wearing Captain Yuri. Just when Rukia was full of question marks, Byakuya continued, follow me back to Soul Society, your matter has been known to the Central Room 64. Distributing spiritual power to humans without authorization is a serious crime enough to be sentenced to death. Come back and stand trial. Although Byakuya Kokaki's tone was flat, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't take it any longer when he heard it. Hey! What are you talking about? Kurosaki Ichigo shouted, Rukia did this to save me, how could I ask you to bring her back to convict me? If you want to take her away, you must first ask me if I agree. Saying that, he raised his knife excitedly at Byakuya Kokaki. One household, don't. Rukia was shocked when she saw this. This is simply suicide. Remember what I said? He is my eldest brother Byakuya Kokaki, the captain of the 6th Division. You have no chance of winning. So what? Kurosaki Ichigo yelled, even if he's the captain, No, I'm no longer the captain of the 6th Division. Byakuya Kokaki's flat words surprised Rukia. What? Then who is? Long time no see, Rukia. A voice that was also familiar to Rukia sounded, looking at Shenchen who appeared in front of him, Rukia's brain immediately shut down for several seconds. Ah Chen? How do you? She looked at Shenchen carefully, and found that the captain of the 6th Division, Hayori, was actually draped over Shenchen. What is this doing? Is the world too crazy, or am I not keeping up with the times? Am I right? Are you wearing the wrong clothes, Ah Chen? Rukia rubbed her eyes several times, always thinking that Shenchen and Byakuya Kokaki had accidentally switched identities. You read that right, and I didn't wear it wrong. Shenchen replied with a smile, as you can see, now I'm the captain of the 6th Division. And your eldest brother, because he was defeated by me, has been demoted to vice-captain. Rukia suddenly felt dizzy. Don't make it so simple. I'm completely confused. Byakuya bro, he was defeated by you? You defeated Byakuya bro? Rukia intuitively felt that it was impossible, the difference in strength between the two was like the difference between clouds and mud. And how long has it been since she came to this world? Okay, let's stop talking. Shenchen clapped his hands. Rukia, come back to Soul Society with me, I'm also here to take you back. Don't worry, even if you are convicted, I will protect you. After all, we are good friends. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, he completely understood the current situation. He's the good friend, Rukia said. Shenchen? Why did he suddenly become the captain? Forget it, it doesn't matter. He would again point to Zanpakuto and Byakuya, instead pointing to Shenchen. Anyway, I won't let you take Rukia. Just let the horses come. Kurosaki Ichigo's fuss made Shenchen, who didn't even look at him, turn his head. It's just that his smiling face, at the moment, only has a stern look. Has no one taught you not to disturb the reminiscences between friends? Do you still have any education? Kurosaki Ichigo, who was scolded by this, blushed and said angrily, it's none of your business whether I'm upbred or not. If you have the ability, beat me first, and then teach me a lesson with big words. Shenchen glanced at him and looked at Ishida Yulong again. Are you going to intervene too, Quincy? Ishida Yulong was slightly surprised when he heard that. His identity was revealed in an instant. He put down the plastic bag in his hand and said, that's for sure, I hate Shinigami after all. Ah Chen, this has nothing to do with them. Rukia said subconsciously, and Shenchen waved her hand comfortingly. Okay. For Rukia's sake, I can forgive your offense just now. As long as you don't act obediently, I will let you go and leave you a way to live. These high-level words instantly angered Kurosaki Ichigo. Really? Then you can take a good look at who will let who survive. Kurosaki Ichigo let out a roar and charged forward with all his strength, raising Zanpakuto and slashing down. And then, no more. Kurosaki Ichigo's body fell from mid-air, and his pupils were filled with disbelief. I saw his Zanpakuto blade, which was firmly clamped by Shenchen with 2 fingers. No. Impossible. Damn it, I can't get it out. Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly wanted to pull out Zanpakuto, but Zanpakuto felt as if he was caught in iron clamps, and he couldn't move. Tisk. Seeing this, Ishida Yulong knew that something was wrong, and he had already condensed a bow and arrow in his hand, but before he could shoot it, Shenchen grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto and threw him along with him. Cough. Pfft. In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was thrown away together with his sword, knocked down Uryu Ishida heavily. Both of them vomited blood, and rolled more than 10 meters under the huge impact before stopping. 1-on-2, spike. What? Rukia was stunned. Ah Chen, you are already so strong. Originally, although she thought Kurosaki Ichigo was not Shenchen's opponent, the gap should not be that big. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo's talent is unprecedented, and the speed of improvement can be described as 1,000 miles. But think about it, if you don't have such strength, how can you defeat Byakuya Kokaki and become the captain of the 6th Division? Chapter 36. Good, so strong. Both Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Uryu, who had been beaten to death, felt aches and pains in their bodies, but the pain was far less than the horror in their hearts. They only knew for the first time today what a real powerhouse is. It was beyond their imagination. Through the blow just now, Yuha should be able to feel the gap between him and Ah Chen, right? If only he retreated in spite of the difficulties. Rukia thought silently, but she knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was not that character. Sure enough, Kurosaki Ichigo got up with difficulty. Cough. I haven't lost all my fighting power. Come again. Shenchen shook his head and said, do you really think you took my blow and didn't die? It's ridiculous. Just now, for Rukia's sake, I just kept my hands on you. I suggest you don't give up the opportunity that Rukia won. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment, then shouted with a knife, I don't believe it. I will never back down. Oh, it's really shameless. Shenchen's tone gradually became cold, and the shocking Riatsu burst out. Buzz. The air became anxious, whether it was Ishida Yulong on the ground or Kurosaki Ichigo standing up, all of them shook their bodies, as if they couldn't bear the pressure. Even Rukia broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Shenchen in horror. What kind of powerful spiritual power is this? When suppressing Kurosaki Ichigo and the others with spiritual power, Shenchen had actually been thinking about a problem. That is to kill Kurosaki Ichigo or not. If you want to enjoy the benefits of being a traveler, it is a good choice not to kill Kurosaki Ichigo to ensure normal development in the future. But today's Shenchen also has the confidence that no matter how the future changes, he can deal with it calmly. So the conclusion is that it is possible to kill or not to kill. However, although Shenchen did not fully intend to kill, this was not the case in the eyes of onlookers. Oh, if Kurosaki Ichigo is killed by you, I will be very troubled. Urahara Kisuke, who has been following since helping Kurosaki Ichigo out of his body, finally appears. He stood in front of Kurosaki Ichigo and clenched Zanpakuto with a dignified expression. Urahara Kisuke. Shenchen raised his eyebrows, are you going to intervene too? Hearing the name, Byakuya Kokaki also frowned slightly. Urahara Kisuke was even more surprised, you saw through my identity at once? This god-tier captain who has never met, seems to be better than I imagined. But you're right. I'm afraid I'm going to intervene today and won't let you kill Kurosaki Ichigo. Shenchen snorted coldly, it's just you. Urahara Kisuke smiled reluctantly, and said, indeed, facing two captain-level powerhouses, it's a bit difficult even for me. But don't forget, you all have seals that limit the spiritual seal, and I don't have such a thing on me. The so-called limited spiritual seal refers to a seal that is imposed when the captain goes to the world in order to prevent the captain's powerful strength from causing damage to the world. This seal would suppress 80% of Riatsu's captain-level Shinigami, leaving them with only about 20% of their strength. And Urahara Kisuke looked at Byakuya Kokaki again. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Kokaki is still seriously injured, right? Although it looks like it's okay to move, but it's deadly when you move your hands. What? Rukia was taken aback again, and upon closer inspection saw that Byakuya Kokaki was indeed pale. Recalling what Shenchen said just now, she suddenly looked at Shenchen very subtly. It's you who beat my big brother like this, right? With his best friend on one side and his dearest brother on the other, Rukia felt a headache just thinking about it. Hehe. Do you think that you will be my opponent with only 20% of Riatsu? However, Shenchen sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke was taken aback for a moment. He thought that he was a strong captain-level expert anyway. How could he not be able to beat other captains whose spiritual power was 80% sealed? Do you think you are Yamamoto Genryusai? Is it because you want to save face? Urahara Kisuke couldn't help thinking to himself, but he firmly pulled out Red Princess in his hand to show his attitude. Captain God Tier, you should be the rising star of Soul Society, right? I think we'd better not have a conflict, otherwise. Urahara Kisuke's words were only halfway through, when a flash of electricity flashed in front of his eyes, and Shenchen suddenly appeared in front of him. So fast. Urahara Kisuke's pupils shrank, he almost didn't even react. Shenchen wouldn't give him a chance, the holy sword of light shot instantly, and Urahara Kisuke could only fight at full speed, and the two passed by. From the moment you draw your knife, it can be regarded as a declaration of war against me. Behind Urahara Kisuke, Shenchen turned his back to him, flicking the blood from his sword. Well. And Urahara Kisuke also shook his body, and there was a big blood hole in his waist. In an instant, and it's still in the state of the limited spirit seal. Compared with the physical pain, Urahara Kisuke's heart is the most stormy sea. You know, the other party only has 20% of the spiritual power. He could even hurt him in one move. And this swordsmanship is simply the pinnacle. When did Soul Society produce such a swordsmanship? The sword-drawing duel in an instant is actually the most test of swordsmanship. That's what happened just now. Shenchen, with the perfect combination of excellent swordsmanship and observation Haki, has completely surpassed Urahara Kisuke in terms of swordsmanship. Originally, you were considered a wanted criminal of the Soul Society, but fortunately, you are not on the task list this time. De Shenchen said indifferently, even so, if you still have to force yourself to die, then you can't blame me. There is no doubt that Urahara Kisuke's prediction was seriously wrong. The strength of Shinigami in normal practice is closely related to the strength of spiritual power. Once 80% of the spiritual power is sealed, it is basically equivalent to 80% of the strength being sealed. But De Shenchen is different. Spiritual power is purely his energy-driven existence. Even if he is sealed, the impact is not too big, only the stamina has decreased. What's more, De Shenchen's own spiritual power is astonishingly large. If there is only 20% left, if he wants to play 1 or 2 oaths of the Sword of Victory's true name Liberation, there is no problem at all. Chapter 37. It's terrifying. Urahara Kisuke covered his waist, his back was soaked in cold sweat involuntarily. Now Godi 13, is the captain already strong enough to be so scary? You can rest assured about this, De Shenchen said lightly, it's just that I'm very strong. I see. Urahara Kisuke nodded, but even so, I won't let you kill Kurosaki Ichigo. Urahara Kisuke's confidence is not without reason. You must know that there are several captain-level powerhouses hidden in Karakura town. One is Ishida Yulong's father, Ishida Longxian, and the other is Kurosaki Ichigo's father, Kurosaki Ishine, both of whom are rare masters. Apart from that, neither the former commander-in-chief of stealth mobility, Shihaorin Yoryuaki, nor Tesaitsu Kabishi, the former commander-in-chief of Kido, will stand idly by. It seems that you don't want this life anymore. De Shenchen snorted coldly, as if it was hitting everyone's heart. Wait a moment. At this moment, Rukia hurried over and stopped between De Shenchen and Urahara Kisuke. Aiken, please, let's end this matter, I'll go back with you. De Shenchen looked at her and smiled slightly. That's fine. Then don't make me sound like a big villain. I didn't say that, Rukia rolled her eyes, you figured it out yourself. De Shenchen shrugged and greeted Byakuya Kukaki. Open the door, let's go back to Soul Society. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was in a hurry and wanted to rush to block, but was held down by Urahara Kisuke. What are you doing? Let me go. Kurosaki Ichigo tried desperately to break free, but Urahara Kisuke, who was far stronger than him, pinned him down. Calm down. You heard it just now. Don't waste the opportunity that Rukia Kukaki got you. If you're alive now, you'll have a chance to save Rukia in the future, but if you rush up now, you'll die. Kurosaki Ichigo calmed down by Urahara Kisuke's decisive words. He could only watch helplessly as De Shenchen, Rukia, and Byakuya disappeared behind the door, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Okay, go back and take a good look at it. Urahara Kisuke let go of Kurosaki Ichigo. But Kurosaki Ichigo was extremely depressed rarely. Because after calming down, he can see the situation more clearly. The gap between him and that De Shenchen can be described as a world apart, and it is impossible for him to be De Shenchen's opponent just now. Not to mention listening to Rukia, there are 13 others as strong as De Shenchen in Soul Society. Seemingly seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's thoughts, Urahara Kisuke comforted, you don't have to be so nervous. Even among the captains, De Shenchen is very powerful. Kurosaki Ichigo sighed, then even if I don't mention the other captains, I can't beat De Shenchen alone. That's why I let you cultivate, Urahara Kisuke said. Because, after you have cultivated for a while, I will teach you how to activate your true Shinigami power. Kurosaki Ichigo was startled. Just the rest of the details, Urahara Kisuke said that he would tell him after the next meeting. Kurosaki Ichigo was driven back by Urahara Kisuke with such a heavy heart. Ishida Yulong also left with a gloomy expression. He has always regarded Shinigami as a great enemy, and among his own enemies, the strength displayed by that De Shenchen even gave him a sense of despair and powerlessness. It was really dangerous just now, I almost couldn't help but shoot. After the two of them disappeared, a black cat jumped down from the corner next to Urahara Kisuke and changed into a capable dark-skinned beauty. That De Shenchen, even you are so afraid. Urahara Kisuke was a little dumbfounded after hearing that. No matter what, as long as he and Shihaorin Yoryuaki join forces, they shouldn't be worse than that De Shenchen, right? You haven't gotten the exact news because he's rising too fast, but I know what he's done in Soul Society. Uryu said, he defeated Byakuya Kukaki and Zaraki Kenpake, and they were both unscathed. What did you say? This time, Urahara Kisuke is really shocked. Equally surprised, and on the telephone pole in the distance, Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned in the pose of Shinigami. Don't show that stupid look, it's annoying to look at. Opposite him, Ishida Ryaji shook his head and said. You don't know Byakuya Kukaki and Zaraki Kenpake to say that, those two are super strong. Kurosaki Ichigo said exaggeratedly, however, the new captain of the 6th Division actually defeated them without injury, can you believe it? Ishida Longxian didn't speak, of course he understood the power of De Shenchen. He and Kurosaki Ichigo came over because they felt this extremely powerful Riatsu. That's exactly what De Shenchen's purpose is, to unleash Riatsu, a huge Riatsu that is completely foreign and too powerful to ignore. Therefore, if they don't come to check, there will be ghosts. Then, once there are so many strong men eyeing De Shenchen in the dark, and they are ready to take action at any time, there is no doubt that De Shenchen's survival difficulty will skyrocket. It can be said that De Shenchen's trip to the world this time is to happily brush a wave of survival difficulty. And De Shenchen, who had completed his goal, had already taken Rukia to the land of Jingling Court at this time. In front of them, 10 members of the Punishment Army in Black have been waiting for a long time. Thank you, Captain God Tier, please hand over Rukia Kukaki to us. The leader of the criminal army said respectfully. De Shenchen nodded, then patted Rukia on the shoulder again. Don't be nervous, I said before that I will protect you, so you should be wronged for a while. Rukia smiled bitterly, thank you for your kindness, Ah Chen. But this is Central 40SIX's decision, even you can't change it, right? Although the captain has a high weight in the Shinigami group, the Central 46 is the real supreme judicial body. De Shenchen said, you don't have to worry about this, what I said will be done, even if, against the whole Godi 13. Chapter 38. De Shenchen needs more and more difficult predicament to meet the needs of the existential crisis, and secondly, he knows what will happen next, so he can say this lightly. However, when Rukia heard it, her heart was pounding with fright. Ah Chen, don't do stupid things. Rukia panicked, it's not worth it for me. Haha, it hasn't arrived yet, don't think too much. De Shenchen laughed perfunctorily and watched as Rukia was taken away by the criminal army. After returning to his courtyard, De Shenchen began to look forward to today's lucky draw. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. The system prompt arrived as scheduled. De Shenchen took a deep breath and clicked the draw. Congratulations to host for winning 3 Tomo Sharinon. At the same time, De Shenchen felt his eyes heat up, and a pair of blood-red pupils emerged. When De Shenchen opened his eyes again, he found that the world in front of him was extremely clear. Sharinon. The dynamic vision has undoubtedly been greatly improved, and it is very helpful for combat. De Shenchen nodded with satisfaction. This Sharinon is undoubtedly a magical skill. If you think about it, most of the entire Hokage ninja plot can be said to be the work of the Uchiha family. And Sharinon is also an official plug-in. In the later stages of Hokage ninja, if there is no Sharinon, I am too embarrassed to speak. Huh? Even the Sharinon has been changed to be powered by spiritual power. Immediately afterwards, the new discovery surprised and delighted De Shenchen. If you can use Sharinon with spiritual power, does that mean that Sharinon can also affect spiritual power? De Shenchen tried it on himself and found that it was the case. Not only can you roughly see the spiritual power in everyone's body, but you can also use Sharingan's own hypnosis illusion effect to disrupt other people's spiritual power. The main principle of illusion in the Hokage ninja world is to disturb the chakra in the enemy's body. Now this change in Sharinon allows De Shenchen to use illusions on other Shinigami, even virtuals. Although De Shenchen is very satisfied with this lucky draw reward, there is only one day that can create a huge existential crisis. In the days to come, De Shenchen's draws were basically all kinds of messy things, and there were no particularly practical rewards. But De Shenchen is not in a hurry, he is currently practicing Shikai wholeheartedly. And it's getting closer and closer to success. Finally one day, Shenchen, who was sitting quietly in the room, gleamed in his eyes. It's done. He looked at Zanpakuto on his lap, and there seemed to be a slight change. If I have to say it, this Zanpakuto has become more beautiful and delicate, just like the glass of handicrafts. But without losing the texture of metal, only the blade becomes as bright as a mirror. Although I have heard rumors circulating in Jingling Court before that I am the strongest Zanpakuto of the light element, I didn't expect to find out at the end that I am actually Zanpakuto of the light element. Shenchen grabbed Zanpakuto and put it in front of him, looking at it in a trance. He has successfully communicated with Zanpakuto, but his Zanpakuto body does not seem to be a talking creature like Zabumaru. Even so, Shenchen learned his real name from the depths of his soul. It's called The Universe Looks in the Mirror. In the days that followed, Shenchen worked hard to hone Shikai. Regarding the ability of Kinkin to look in the mirror, Shenchen has also fully understood through Shikai many times, and is very satisfied with it. However, as the running in with Kinkin's mirror deepened, Shenchen always vaguely felt that something was wrong. I always feel, this doesn't seem to be the full power of Kinkin's mirror. This feeling comes from Shenchen's elite Zanpakuto talent. He could vaguely sense that Zanpakuto still had undiscovered potential. However, it is precisely because Zanpakuto's talent is only elite, so the deeper part, Shenchen has always been difficult to reach. Even Shikai at this stage is already very strong. If this fails to reach its full potential, how powerful is the full version of Shikai? That's right, Shenchen's first thought was Shinigami Yasukawa Yumi Chika of the 11th Division. His Zanpakuto Shikai was originally only half Shikai. This is because his Zanpakuto likes the color of glass the most, but it is the color that he dislikes the most. So Yasukawa Yumi Chika realized two different Shikai by changing the liberation language. Shenchen feels that his current situation is similar to that of Yasukawa Yumi Chika. It's just that Shenchen was passive and couldn't fully play Shikai. Fortunately, the elite Zanpakuto talent is already very strong. Shenchen can feel that he is improving every day, and he is getting closer and closer to the full version of Shikai. By the way, Shenchen thought, is it too late for Kurosaki Ichigo to arrive at Soul Society? Rukia was about to be executed, and Kurosaki Ichigo hadn't come yet, much later than Shenchen knew the history. SHH. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the courtyard, and Ichimaru Jin Shunpo came over and half-kneeled in front of Shenchen. Lord God Tier, I have the latest information to report to you. Ichimaru Jin said, according to Aizen's investigation, I am afraid that the troopers headed by Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiharan Uryu are about to break into the Soul Society. Because Urahara Kisuke is only available in West Rukanga, Aizen kept me hanging around the west gate, forcing them to use Shibas. Okay, Shenchen interrupted, I know all about Aizen's plans. Ichimaru Jin was stunned, and suddenly felt that Shenchen was even more inscrutable. Even the deep-seated Aizen knew the plan earlier than he was an undercover agent? Then, Lord God Tier, do we need to stop this plan? Why stop it? Shenchen asked rhetorically, isn't it good? Jingling Court has become more interesting again. But Shenchen thought about it again and said, I'm more interested in taking your place and meeting with them. Shenchen's idea wasn't a whim. There must be a reason for Kurosaki Ichigo to be so late, Shenchen believes. What is the reason for this? Shenchen feels that he can look forward to it, maybe it can contribute to his survival crisis. Also, Shenchen wants to face Shiharan Uryu in a fight. That is Flash, who has many titles such as the former captain of the 2nd Division of Godi I-13, the former commander-in-chief of Stealth Mobile, the general commander of the 1st Division of the Criminal Army, and the head of the 20th second generation of the Shiharan family, one of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society. Goddess Uryu. Presumably her strength will not disappoint Shenchen, right? Chapter 39. Jingling Court, West Gate. A battle had just happened here, but it wasn't even tough, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just arrived, easily defeated Siden Fang. Si Danfang, who was guarding here as a doorman, looked at his broken axe and cried for a while on the ground. "You're the first person I've beaten me in decades, so, let's go." It didn't take long for Sidon Fong to stop crying and make a decision. He turned his huge body and began to lift the door of the west gate with a strange force. Oh! That's great! Kurosaki Ichigo cheered, and behind him Uryu Ishida, Sato Yasutara and Inu Orium all looked happy. "Oh, don't get carried away so quickly." Only one black cat, Shihaorin Yoryuaki, was still reminding Kurosaki Ichigo. "Yoryuaki, don't worry, I'm already strong. I will never lose again this time." Kurosaki Ichigo said confidently that he came to Soul Society after an extremely difficult training. Now he feels good about himself, and he feels that he is more than a little bit stronger than before. "That damned de Shenchen, just wait. I'm going to make you disgraced this time." Kurosaki Ichigo secretly made up his mind. When they were talking, Sidon Fong had completely lifted the door. However, immediately, Danfang looked at the scene in front of him with fear, and the whole person trembled so much that even his voice stuttered. 6. God-tier captain of the 6th Division. Standing behind the west gate is De Shenchen with a light smile on his face. Although it was not long before De Shenchen became the captain, his vicious name had already spread throughout the jingling court. Coupled with the unreliable Captain Yuri, Danfang recognized him at once. Tisk, as soon as I came over, I heard the blushing big words. De Shenchen shook his head slightly. Undefeated for decades? The strength of a mere chairman is really big. Danfang was even more frightened when he heard the words, and he even broke down in cold sweat. He is not a fool, and naturally he has self-knowledge. The reason why he has been undefeated for decades is only because those high-ranking officials, vice-captains, and captains disdain to fight against him. Me? Shut up, just because of your dereliction of duty as a doorman but taking the initiative to open the door, I have the right to behead you. De Shenchen said coldly. Sidon Fong was finally able to speak more coherently at this time. "If they beat me, I'll let them go there as a guard. It's a matter of course." "It seems that you misunderstood the duties of the doorman," De Shenchen said. "The duty of the doorman does not include letting intruders in. Now, put the door down, and I don't have to kill you." De Shenchen's icy words made Danfang chill to the bone. He knew very well that if he didn't do it, he would definitely be killed. "Hey! Don't ignore what I've been talking about." Kurosaki Ichigo on the side can't listen anymore. As soon as the west gate opened, Kurosaki Ichigo already had a surge of adrenaline in his body when he saw the ultimate goal he wanted to defeat with all his heart. However, what he didn't expect was that he regarded De Shenchen as a lifelong enemy, but De Shenchen didn't even bother to look at him at all. "Always like to interrupt other people's conversations, it seems that your upbringing has not improved in the slightest." As soon as De Shenchen said this, Kurosaki Ichigo's heavy memories and anger were immediately revived. A hole. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately pulled out the Zanjutsu sword, rushed over in an instant, and slashed it down. Chong! Sparks flew, and De Shenchen's Zanpakuto unsheathed and blocked the blow firmly. "I'm not the same as I was before." Kurosaki Ichigo yelled, "I'm going to beat you this time. Where's your lightsaber? Take it out, or you'll have no chance." De Shenchen sneered and said, "Just because of you now, I'm not qualified to use the holy sword. Now you are really too weak, you only need a half-hearted Shikai to deal with you." Although De Shenchen said this, Shihaorin Yoryuaki was still crawling not far away, keeping his posture ready to go. Part of her mission on this trip was to escort Kurosaki Ichigo and others, so she was always on the lookout for the flood of light that De Shenchen used that sign. Can't De Shenchen say no, she really believes it, right? Yoryuaki is confident that he can surpass Soul Society's Shunpo level, and he will never give De Shenchen any chance to accumulate power. Hey! You'll regret it. Kurosaki Ichigo was flushed with irritation, turned his head and shouted at Yulong Ishida and the others, "Don't shoot, I'm going to fight him one-on-one." Stupid decision. De Shenchen snorted softly and swung Kurosaki Ichigo away with his sword. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately stepped forward, wielding Zanjutsu and fighting De Shenchen fiercely. Clang, 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 clang. In the shadow of swords and swords, Kurosaki Ichigo kept retreating. The fight didn't last long at all. After just a few seconds, a flash of blood appeared. What? Kurosaki Ichigo let out a pained cry, and continued to swing the knife while holding back the wound, but then he was losing ground. Kurosaki-san! Inu shouted worriedly, because she watched Kurosaki Ichigo's wounds grow more and more, and she couldn't resist Shenchen's offensive. The gap in swordsmanship is really too big, it's almost irreparable. Uryu watched his heart sink. She had long known that Shenchen's swordsmanship was powerful, but she didn't expect it to be so sophisticated. No, we must keep our distance. Kurosaki Ichigo is not stupid. Knowing that he is not an opponent at all, he hurriedly retreated 100 meters away at the cost of another wound on his body. Although the strength and speed are a bit stronger than expected, but, that's all, it's still just the category of garbage. Shenchen sneered, you know that I just played casually, not even a warm-up, are you that much? Kurosaki Ichigo, who was originally full of confidence, was beaten and scarred as soon as he came up, and his confidence has already suffered a huge blow. This time, Shenchen was mocked again, and the whole person was about to explode with anger. I haven't shown my true cultivation achievements yet. Just watch it. Kurosaki Ichigo mobilized his entire body of Riatsu with fury and gathered on top of his Zanpakuto held high. The crescent moon rushes to the sky. Chapter 40. Looking at the blue light soaring into the sky, Shenchen finally knew why Kurosaki Ichigo came so late. Obviously, Uryu and the others were frightened by their own strength, so they were more cautious than the original history. They forcibly trained Kurosaki Ichigo to master the unique skill of Crescent Moon Skychong before letting him come to Soul Society. If that's the case, then I just happened to try a new trick. Shenchen held Zanpakuto upside down and softly chanted the liberation language. Upside down, Kinkin looks in the mirror. In an instant, in the sky and on the ground, a piece of pure white light Madara expanded rapidly. But it was like a flash in the pan, and it disappeared all of a sudden. Instead, Shenchen's blade is as smooth as running water, but the general shape has not changed much. That's Shenchen's Shikai? Isn't that the lightsaber from before? Uryu was fully on guard against this unknown trick, but Kurosaki Ichigo was very disdainful. Hey, so this is your Shikai? It doesn't seem like a big deal, it's far worse than mine. Kurosaki Ichigo now has some basic knowledge to know that the size of Zanpakuto represents the size of Riatsu. He looked at Shenchen's Kinkin mirror even after Shikai, and it was still the size of a normal Zanpakuto, and he was very happy at the moment. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo chopped it out without hesitation. The blue slash ripped apart the earth and rushed towards Shenchen, until it illuminated Shenchen's face. SHH-. Then, crescent moon Skychong swept across Shenchen's side, without even touching Shenchen's side. What? Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment, and Uryu Ishida also shouted in dissatisfaction, Hey! Kurosaki! Where are you aiming to fight? I'm clearly right. Kurosaki Ichigo felt like he had a hard time speaking, only Uryu could see it from a distance. The moment the slash approached, it seemed to be twisted. Uryu's dynamic vision is strong because of Grandmaster Shunpo. She could clearly see just now that the attack trajectory of Crescent Moon Skychong seemed to be distorted, like a distorted light. However, light travels in a straight line, and logically it will never bend, right? Is that his Zanpakuto ability? Uryu quickly analyzed it, and the name seems to be related to the mirror. When the light shines on the special mirror, it will indeed show a special distortion. Uryu has just analyzed this, and the battle has already started. The right arm of the giant. Although Kurosaki Ichigo told them not to help, but just now even Kurosaki Ichigo's trick was useless, and they knew that it was impossible not to do it. Sato Yasutara took the brunt of the brunt, and came behind Shenchen with a punch. A giant blow. The color of his right hand turned into red stripes on a black background, and a huge azure blue spiritual shock exploded at close range. Since the long-range attack just now doesn't work, Try a personal crit. Where are you fighting? However, Sato Yasutara's eyes flashed, and the giant's blow passed de Shenchen, blasting smoke and dust into the sky. Instead, it was de Shenchen's icy voice, with a flash of cold light. Ugh! Sato Yasutara was slashed by de Shenchen and was seriously injured on the spot. Sato! Kurosaki Ichigo and others were shocked and angry when they saw this. Uryuiki's pupils shrank as well, and that seemed to be a new ability just now. It's no longer a twisted attack trajectory, but reversed left and right. This kind of ability Uryuiki has seen, the Zanpakuto of Hirako Shinji, the captain of the 5th division in the past, is a similar power. It's just that the reverse stroke only reverses the enemy's 5 senses, but de Shenchen reverses the enemy's attack direction in a physical sense. It's like looking in a mirror, the original attack on the left turned into a right attack, so of course it's impossible to hit de Shenchen. Uryuiki quickly found a way to pass on this information, but what she didn't know was that Kinkin's ability to look in the mirror is far more than that. The first one, de Shenchen pointed at Kurosaki Ichigo and the others, who will die next. UBD. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were extremely angry. Inu hurried to heal Sato, and Uryu Ishida also shot a lot of arrows with his spiritual bow. Rain of Light. This huge number of ranged attacks is really a good way to counter de Shenchen's abilities. Because there are too many to distort all of them, even if the orientation is reversed, there must be some attacks that can hit. Well done! Uryuiki sighed in admiration, and Ishida Yulong responded quickly to her intelligence. It's just that the attack doesn't make any sense. De Shenchen was about to leave Shunpo, but Kurosaki Ichigo already grabbed him and blocked him. Although it only resisted de Shenchen for a moment, it was enough to cover the place with arrows. Dang 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 dang. The rain of arrows continued to shoot into the ground, and it seemed to penetrate de Shenchen's body, but it penetrated unhindered. This is... Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Uryu's expressions changed when they saw this. No doubt this was a mirror image illusion caused by light and shadow. Another new ability. Uryuiki was also horrified. At this moment, de Shenchen, Shunpo had already reached behind the terrified Ishida Yulong, and slashed with one sword. Cough. Ishida Yulong, who couldn't react at all, immediately fell into a pool of blood. I killed you Seeing his companions being knocked down one by one, Kurosaki Ichigo was going crazy. Desperately, he burst into the sky-shattering spiritual power, and sprinted towards de Shenchen like a demon at a speed that exceeded the limit of his ability. At the same time, Inu Orium also reached out to de Shenchen and released her only attacking skill. Lonely slashing the shield. This time, de Shenchen was directly faced with double-sided attack. But de Shenchen's complexion didn't change at all, and his lips moved slightly. Upside down. The next second, Inu Orium's attack was twisted, and Kurosaki Ichigo's slash was reversed. Then the two staggered de Shenchen's body at the same time, and collided fiercely. Ah! Mr. Tsubaki! Inu shouted in despair, because the Tsubaki ghost, who was the only one who cut the shield from the sky, was directly hacked to death by Kurosaki Ichigo's rage blow. And Kurosaki Ichigo also widened his eyes in astonishment, watching de Shenchen's indifferent slash. The farce is over. Swish dash. Blood splattered on Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 41. With Kurosaki Ichigo's fall, there was silence. The few people who were still alive were struggling on the ground, looking at de Shenchen with despair in their eyes. This is the true strength of the captain level. Kurosaki Ichigo was in severe pain, his mind clouded. Too strong, to the point of unimaginable strength. He didn't even force the legendary Bankai out, his side was easily wiped out by de Shenchen. Damn, how many new abilities does he have? Uryuiki was also surprised, the development of the scene has completely exceeded her expectations. Originally, she was worried that her Riatsu would attract other captains if she made a move here, and she thought about letting Kurosaki Ichigo and the others block a wave and then retreated quickly. In addition, if she turns into a human in the form of a black cat, she has no clothes on her body. Although she doesn't care about it very much, it is equivalent to adding no basic armor in battle. I didn't expect a moment of hesitation, it was already too late. How can this kind of shikai be called a half-baked shikai? Uryu recalled de Shenchen's previous words, this is definitely the top strength among all Zanpakuto shikai. Another reason why she didn't make a move before was that Kurosaki Ichigo and others, who were confident that they had become stronger collectively, could handle it. Not to mention the others, Kurosaki Ichigo alone is now enough to rival a normal vice-captain. How could a normal captain kill them one by one? Kurosaki-san. Inu Orium's voice woke Uryu. I saw that de Shenchen had already passed by Shunpo without stopping, smashing the 3-day shield she used for defense with one sword, interrupting her treatment of Sato. Stop! Upon seeing this, Uryu knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. She instantly changed back to her body, and was about to pass Shunpo to block de Shenchen's next blow. I advise you not to act rashly. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind, and Uryu felt cold all over. Varied. Uryuki's pupils suddenly shrank to the smallest, but his body froze, not daring to move. Because the de Shenchen in front of him has disappeared, replaced by the cold killing intent behind him. When is it? I couldn't even react. This is completely unimaginable for Uryu. As the first person in Soul Society Shunpo with the name Flash Goddess, Shihaoer and Uryu didn't even see how de Shenchen moved here. This is also a matter of course, even if Uryuki's speed is fast, it is not worth mentioning in the face of the speed of light that is teleported by de Shenchen's electric field. Your strength is not comparable to other captains, right? What do you want to do? Forcefully suppressing the horror in his heart, Uryu asked in cold sweat. I just want to beat you guys out of interest. Unexpectedly, de Shenchen behind her suddenly put Zanpakuto in the scabbard, and walked back slowly towards the west gate. Hi! Uryu was confused, what exactly do you mean? De Shenchen stopped and looked back at Shihaoer and Uryu. After this battle, you must have enough pressure, right? Don't do the spring and autumn dream that only shikai can fight against me, come back next time when you become stronger. De Shenchen had already made up his mind now that it would be better to keep Kurosaki Ichigo alive for now. In other words, de Shenchen is like raising a cup. Build up the hostility of Kurosaki Ichigo and the others, then wait for them to grow stronger, contributing to de Shenchen's existential crisis. And de Shenchen doesn't have to pay anything. It can be said that he is a pure green and pollution-free leak without investment, and a very qualified tool person. As for whether they will be stronger than de Shenchen's control, de Shenchen is not worried at all. Not to mention the changes in Kurosaki Ichigo's strength along the way, de Shenchen knows it all by heart. De Shenchen's current strength growth rate alone makes him confident that he will always surpass Kurosaki Ichigo. What a strange man! Watching de Shenchen disappear into the depths of the jingling courtyard, Uryu began to feel the rest of his life. When he touched his back again, his whole body was wet with cold sweat in a short period of time. Damn, after all, I can't beat him. Kurosaki Ichigo let out an extremely unwilling moan while he was unconscious. Uryu knew at a glance that de Shenchen had probably left an indelible shadow of despair in Kurosaki Ichigo's heart. Hopefully he can make it through, and Bankai's training seems to have to happen soon. Uryu sighed and began to direct Inu Orium to rush for treatment, while evacuating quickly with the wounded. As Shihaoer and Uryu marvels, de Shenchen's Zanpakuto is just an incomplete shikai, surpassing most of Shinigami's Zanpakuto shikai. The Zanpakuto shikai of the general Shinigami, even the captain-level Shinigami, are mostly monotonous and simple abilities. Like Zabumaru of Abarai Renji, like Senbonzakura of Byakuya Kokiki. It seems that the battle is different, but in fact, they are just playing with their simple abilities. As for de Shenchen's mirror, Shikai's power alone has been summed up into 3 after this battle. One is that it can distort the enemy's attack trajectory, and the other is that it can physically reverse the enemy's attack direction. It can be said that it is related to the characteristics of the mirror. After de Shenchen returned to the courtyard, recalling the battle just now, he kept summarizing in his heart. Besides that, the third ability is to use the light and shadow reflected by the mirror to create a mirror image to confuse the enemy. All in all, they are very useful skills. This makes Shenchen more and more looking forward to what new abilities he will have after he is fully Shikai. All captains, please gather at the first team immediately, and hold an emergency captain meeting now. At this moment, a notification spread to the entire jingling court with Kido resounded in Shenchen's courtyard. Shenchen was stunned for a moment, and there were many speculations in his mind in an instant. About the invasion of Kurosaki Ichigo and the others, how quickly did the jingling court respond? Or, after so many days of disappearance, Tuan Kaname is finally going to start an investigation? Or both? No matter which one it is, Shenchen has to go to find out. Thinking of this, Shenchen immediately set off and rushed towards the first team's station. Chapter 42. Shenchen was a late arrival. By the time Shenchen arrived late, basically all the captains of Godi I-13 had arrived. Now that Shenchen has arrived, let's get started. Yamamoto Shijikuni glanced at Shenchen, Zanpakuto leaning on the ground. Immediately, all the captains lined up in 2 rows face to face, and the captains' meeting began. Today, the old man has 2 things to say. Yamamoto Shijikuni said, these 2 items are the top priority and need to be carefully discussed by everyone. The first thing is that according to the report of the deputy captain of the 9th Division, Hisagi Shuei, the captain of the 9th Division, Tuan Kaname, has been missing for many days. Speaking of which, Komamura Seijin, a friend of Tuan Kaname, couldn't help it. The old man and his people searched the entire jingling court, but couldn't find Tuan. There is no doubt that something happened to Tuan. Hearing this, the rest of the captains all frowned. A good captain-level powerhouse, where can you go? Captain Tuan he? Said the 2nd Division captain, Broken B, wouldn't it be like the previous incidents, he defected for some reason. Speaking of which, Broken B's eyes became much gloomier, because she remembered the blow that Shihaorin Uryuaki's departure had brought to her in the past. Nonsense! This is absolutely impossible. Komamura Seijin said with red eyes, the justice in Tuan's heart, the old man is very clear, there is absolutely no possibility of defection. Broken B said coldly, Captain Komamura, I just mentioned one of the possibilities. Komamura Seijin said angrily, then why don't you consider other possibilities? For example, Tuan was killed by someone. Whoa dash! As soon as these words came out, the captains were moved. Is it unlikely? Jushiro Yukitake said, after all, Captain Tuan's strength is still very good. If you want to harm him quietly, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do. That's not necessarily true. Shinigami can't be in full bloom all the time. Don't you often ask for sick leave and not come to the captain's meeting? Kiraku Shunsui's words made it difficult for Jushiro Yukitake to refute for a while. Speaking of this possibility, I found a piece of information. At this moment, Aizen suddenly made a sound. As far as I know, on the last night when Captain Tuan still showed up, the guards at the East Gate saw Captain Godtier leaving Jingling Court, and I don't know where he went. The eyes of the audience were immediately focused on Shenchen. Captain Godtier, Kiraku Shunsui began, could you please explain what you were doing that night? Shenchen shrugged and said, I'm just going out to relax. What, is this also illegal? I choose to relax at that time, I think you are the most suspicious. Komamura Seijin said loudly. Shenchen's expression immediately turned cold, and he said coldly, Komamura, you need to speak with evidence. Besides, what motive do I have for attacking Tuan Kaname? After all, my position with Captain Tuan is the same in a sense, isn't it? Shenchen's eyes swept across the audience and said, as for what happened to Captain Tuan in the past, I believe everyone has their own means to know. Especially you, Komamura, you should also know that Captain Tuan was secretly determined to uphold justice because of the injustice of Central 46 and the bullying of the 4 nobles. Hearing this, Komamura Seijin fell silent because it was the truth. As for me, as you all know, I used to be framed by Hueco Mundo in the name of a mission because of a conflict with one of the 4 noble families. At that time, I was only a 3 seat, but I had to stay alone in the dangerous Hueco Mundo. Doesn't this mean that I was also victimized by the four nobles like Captain Tuan? Not only Komamura Seijin, but also the other captains became silent. Originally, Tuan Kaname's aspirations and De Shenchen's experiences were inconvenient things to talk about on the table. Because this represents the darkness of Jingling Court, and the rebellious heart that is normally not allowed. So, why don't you suspect that it was the four nobles who started it? De Shenchen spread his hands. Don't doubt the four great nobles with great motives, but point the finger at me. Captain Aizen, he looked at Aizen coldly, I don't think you've become a minion of the four great nobles, deliberately throwing dirty water on my head. Feeling De Shenchen's gaze, Aizen's eyes narrowed slightly. Today is another thing that was beyond his expectations, that is, De Shenchen's eloquence and wisdom are even more powerful than he expected. In just a few words, he completely cleared his suspicions, leaving the audience speechless. Not only that, but also the black pot was thrown back. But forget it. Since the first plan is unsuccessful for the time being, then the second plan will be implemented. It will have no effect anyway. Aizen sneered inwardly, no matter what, the plan to deal with De Shenchen will not fail. Okay, that's all for now, and we'll discuss it after the second division's investigation. Yamamoto Shijikuni quickly ended the issue. After all, if we continue to talk about it, it will become a criticism of Central 46 and the four aristocrats. Then the second thing, he continued, is that the West Gate comes to report that there are several calamities that have invaded from this world. These words surprised the captains again. They haven't had a travel accident for many years. I didn't expect that there are still people who dare to invade Jingling Court. But that's not the point. The point is that De Shenchen, the captain of the 6th Division, was there at the time, but he just fought to repel the misfortune, and didn't arrest him. Yamamoto looked at De Shenchen dangerously, and said solemnly, in this regard, De Shenchen, do you have anything to defend? The scene suddenly became tense, but De Shenchen's expression remained calm. I have nothing to defend, and no need to defend. What did you say? Yamamoto Shijikuni frowned. Let me ask you, were they wanted by Jingling Court before I encountered those calamities? No one answered, because Jingling Court didn't know about the existence of Kurosaki Ichigo and the others before, so it was impossible for them to be wanted. Not wanted, right? De Shenchen nodded in satisfaction. Then, as a captain of Godi I-13, I naturally only need to fulfill the responsibility of guarding the Jingling Court, not including catching them who are not wanted criminals. And in fact, in front of me, they didn't even step into the land of Jingling Court. So what do I need to justify? Chapter 43. De Shenchen's words are simply irrefutable. Even if you think about it carefully, there seems to be something wrong, but you can't catch anything wrong. At the very least, Yamamoto Shijikuni has a rare black face. It really confuses right and wrong. Even if you are the commander-in-chief, please speak carefully, De Shenchen said lightly. If you think I'm wrong, you can give reasons instead of making groundless accusations like this. De Shenchen's words startled everyone, how dare he speak to the captain like this? Yamamoto Genryusai, as the strongest Shinigami who suppressed the Soul Society for countless years, has been so disrespectful to him for many years. De Shenchen, you really have a good eloquence. Yamamoto Shijikuni snorted coldly, but he really couldn't take De Shenchen for the time being. In fact, De Shenchen has managed this. First of all, he can confirm that Yamamoto Shijikuni is not the kind of person who will openly break the rules out of anger. So as long as De Shenchen didn't break the law, no matter how angry Yamamoto was, he couldn't do anything to him around the rules. So this can be described as dancing on the tip of a knife, with crisis difficulty while ensuring survival. De Shenchen's happiness is so unpretentious and boring. The captain has passed the prize, De Shenchen laughed, then your conclusion is? Yamamoto Shijikuni snorted, this matter can be discussed later. At present, the first priority is to catch the calamity. Captain, wait a minute, I have an objection. At this moment, Aizen suddenly made a sound. De Shenchen raised his eyebrows and looked at Aizen, who was about to make trouble again, with interest. On this point, based on the information I have collected, I think it is very suspicious. Oh! Shenchen laughed, what is Captain Aizen's opinion? Aizen said, according to the intelligence, Captain God Tier and Rukia Kokaki, the great sinner who has been convicted and executed by Central 46, have been best friends for many years. And those who invaded are also the people who Rukia Kokaki is related to in this world, and their purpose is to rescue Rukia Kokaki. What? The captains were shocked. Captain Aizen, what do you mean? Jushiro frowned, did the God-tier captain open up to the misfortunes because of this relationship? Aizen said sternly, that's right. Shenchen has publicly trampled on the laws of Jingling Court for his own sake. You really put a big hat on you, Aizen Sōsuke. Shenchen said coldly, however, don't you think you are too keen on me? Be it the former Captain Tuan, or the current traveler, why are you the only one in Godi I-13 who collected so much information in advance? Where did you get this information? Why did you put so much thought on it inexplicably? Shenchen's words undoubtedly mean something. As he said, Aizen's 5th division is a rescue team, so how did they start working as the 2nd division? Enough. The old man has already said that the most important thing now is to arrest the traveler, and the rest will be discussed later. Seeing that Aizen was about to refute again and was about to quarrel with Shenchen, Yamamoto Shijikuni terminated the meeting. About whether Shenchen has an affair with the travelers, everything will naturally come to light after he is caught and interrogated. In the evening, the sun sets. Shenchen, with his hands behind his back, stood on a street in Jingling Court, admiring the sunset. Usually at this time, you should be staying in your courtyard, but now you have come outside for the first time. Did you expect me to come to you? A voice sounded, and Shenchen didn't turn his head to Kaido. Isn't your performance obvious enough during the day, Aizen? In Shenchen's impression, Aizen's initial disguised position should be to protect Rukia, thinking that there is a fraud behind Rukia's affairs. This time, however, Aizen was completely on the opposite side, enough to sound the alarm for Shenchen. Hehe, it seems that you really know my secrets, so many of the previous doubts can be explained. Aizen stepped out of the shadows, her glasses had been taken off. But it doesn't matter. My plan has been half successful. You must die. Aizen's tone of voice was as if he was telling a given fact. Shenchen laughed dumbly and said, don't you think that if you target me like this during the day, I will be attacked by Godi I-13? Of course not, Aizen laughed. I just need to show them how tit for tat you and I are. Then, I'll kill you again at night. Whether it is successful or not, you will definitely die. It's such a double insurance. Although Aizen did not explain the plan, Shenchen had already guessed what he was going to do. That's it, Shenchen said, I think you dared to fight me in Jingling Court, and you have already used Kyoka Suijutsu to disguise it in advance, right? That's right, Kyoka Suijutsu's hypnosis is perfect, no one but you in Jingling Court today will know that this battle is because I want to kill you. Aizen smiled, but the killing intent in his voice was completely concealed. Then what are you waiting for? Shenchen finally turned around, and the scarlet light flashed in his eyes. Go ahead. These words are like an order to start a war, and the next second, Shenchen and Aizen's Riatsu soar at the same time. Boom! The two terrifying Riatsu collided with each other, and they both shot at the same time. I know exactly how you fight, and I won't give you a chance to build up your strength. Seeing that the holy sword in Shenchen's hand was already lit up, Aizen drew his sword and slashed as expected. The 78th of Hado, Zanhua Wheel. The speed of the slash was extremely fast, but even if it was about to hit, Shenchen was indifferent. Thunder! Just listening to Shenchen's cold drink, his body did not move at all, and a supersonic shock wave broke out on the surface of the body, directly breaking the spiritual power slash. At the same time, Shenchen had also finished charging up and slashed down. Excalibur! The beam of light came straight towards Aizen. Aizen pointed his finger forward without any ambiguity. Bakudo number 81 Splitting Void. A huge defensive wall rose from the ground, blocking all the golden light. Boom! However, in the midst of the violent roar, cracks were still visible on the defensive wall. Sure enough, it's impossible to block the splitting void that abandoned the chant. No, even the splitting void that's fully chanted, I'm afraid it can't be done. Aizen frowned, and when he was about to cast the splitting void again for a double defense, Shenchen had already rushed all the way from the edge of the splitting void. And the holy sword in his hand also completed the charge on the way, and it burst out as soon as it came out. Excalibur! What? Aizen was taken aback, and a torrent of golden light instantly illuminated his face. Chapter 44. Boom! The beam of light slashed across. At this time, the splitting void was also completely broken, and the first slash before it joined in, sweeping the entire area crosswise. The two overlapped, and an unprecedented astonishing explosion erupted. It's such a terrifying destructive power that no matter how many times I watch it. Aizen threw away the completely burnt remains of feather texture on the edge of the huge crater covered in flames. If you take a closer look, even the edges of Aizen's Deathlord outfit showed signs of scorching. As expected of Aizen Sōsuke, he can barely dodge such a sudden attack. Shenchen snorted from a distance. Indeed, that unexpected two-hit combo, replaced by other ordinary captain-level Shinigami may have been hit. Aizen smiled and said, "Unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary captain-level Shinigami." "What a coincidence," Shenchen chuckled, "I'm not an ordinary captain-level Shinigami either." Both of them are well aware of this. They all know that the other party may be the strongest enemy they have fought so far. Since you can release such a shock wave, then replace it with a powerful attack that you can't break. Aizen made a quick decision and Riatsu skyrocketed. Heido number 88, Flying Dragon Strikes Thief Thunder Cannon. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. The azure blue pillar of thunder was shot out at the same time as the roaring giant Thunder Dragon, and the two collided with thunder. 90 of Heido Black Coffin. Aizen didn't stop at all, and high-level Kido played one after another as if they didn't want money. In terms of Kido, Shenchen is still an absolute weakness, and he fell into the giant black enchantment all of a sudden. But Shenchen didn't panic at all, just sneered secretly. "This weakened Kido after abandoning the chant is not worth mentioning to me at all." The golden light in the hand suddenly appeared, and the miracle of breaking through with force was repeated here. Boom! Of course, Black Coffin was completely blasted by the golden light soaring into the sky before it could play a role. Even Yu Wei, who was slashing, shot at the place where Aizen was originally, and exploded a huge sky pit. However, there was no one in the sinkhole, and Aizen had already been waiting outside of Black Coffin by Shunpo. "Of course I know that this level of Kido won't be effective for you, but I guess at the first glance after breaking through with confidence, even you won't be prepared for the sight in front of you, right?" Aizen smiled coldly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand had already fallen to the ground, submerged in invisible water patterns. This is the result of Aizen's precise calculation. In addition to the mentality problem, the first reaction of ordinary people after regaining their vision must be to open their eyes and master the situation around them. This is a psychological blind spot, and with the instinct in battle, Aizen is confident that even Shenchen is not exempt. Coupled with the liberation of Kyoka Suijutsu, there is actually no need for liberation words. Under the combination of multiple factors, Aizen predicts that Shenchen will definitely be recruited. Now, Kyoka Suijutsu's Shikai has caught your eye, I won, Shenchen. Looking at Shenchen who was standing still in front of him, Aizen couldn't control the smile on his face. After all, this is the strongest opponent he has never foreseen, so the sense of accomplishment and high feeling after defeating him is unprecedented. "Thank you for the joy you brought me, but you're done here too." After finally restraining the happy smile, Aizen reunited Kyoka Suijutsu and pierced Shenchen's heart with a knife. Nice, tactile, no phantom or anything. Aizen was relieved, and when he raised his head again, he found that Shenchen was looking at him strangely. "Even if it's you, do you talk so much when you win?" "What?" Aizen's pupils shrank, and just as he was about to step back, his body was firmly grasped by Shenchen. "Why? I clearly pierced your vitals." Aizen was still struggling with horror, but from the Kyoka Suijutsu running through Shenchen, a huge electric current suddenly came, which paralyzed Aizen for a while and made it difficult for him to move. "Look clearly, what did you pierce?" Shenchen said with a sneer, and at the same time, a huge amount of thunder clouds began to gather in the sky. Aizen looked down and saw that the position where he pierced had changed into a simple element. This ability Aizen has never seen before, simply unexpected. Damn! Aizen gritted his teeth. Even so, you should have hit Kyoka Suijutsu's perfect hypnosis. Hearing this, Shenchen laughed and said the famous line that originally belonged to Aizen. "When did you have the illusion that I was tricked?" Along with Shenchen's words, the three-hook jade in his eyes is slowly spinning. Sharingan's own illusion. What is this? Does it also have an ability similar to hypnosis? Aizen was stunned, feeling an unprecedented sense of disobedience. Why haven't I noticed these conspicuous red eyes since the start of the war? This is obviously very unreasonable. Unless, from the moment he and Shenchen fought, he had already been hit by the hypnosis of these red eyes, causing him to be forced to ignore it. It's a pity that your Riatsu is very strong, and the Sharingan of Sanguya can't make you have too strong hallucinations. I had to assist in the battle, just to make you think that Kyoka Suijutsu succeeded. By the time Shenchen finished speaking, the thunder clouds above his head had already gathered to the peak. In this way, it's really not easy to catch the only moment when a person like you is extremely cautious. Then, the gossip ends here. Shenchen clasped Aizen's arms tightly. The sound of thunder has reached the ultimate, and now it's time for you to lose your soul. Lei Ying. In the time of these few words, the lightning ball in the dark cloud reached a huge level of breaking through the limit, and it slammed down like a thunder and lightning meteorite. Stop! Aizen was flustered for the first time. Do you want to die together? Did you forget that you just pierced the thunder? My own thunder has no effect on me. Shenchen's eyes shone with dazzling thunder, and the next moment, a world-destroying strike came to the earth. Boom! The blue light illuminated half of the sky, and the sound of explosions echoed in the entire jingling court. Chapter 45. The light faded away. An incomparably wide area in the jingling court has been reduced to scorched earth. Not to mention any collapsed buildings, even the ruins have long since vanished. Who? Except for Aizen, such a heavy gasp would never appear on himself. Not to mention the state of embarrassment that you can't even imagine in your dreams. Even I have to praise you for consuming an astronomical amount of spiritual power in an instant to cancel out most of the power, and then escape at the last minute. Shenchen's voice sounded across from him. Such amazing skills are indeed Jing Lingting's toughest enemy other than Yamamoto Genri Yusai. Come to think of it, Aizen isn't invincible just because of Kyoka Suijutsu. Even in the face of Kurosaki Ichigo and Bankai State without Kyoka Suijutsu, Aizen can block Tensou Zanjutsu's attack with one finger and damage Kurosaki Ichigo with ease. Although Kurosaki Ichigo at that time not only consumed a lot of spiritual power, but the wounds he fought against Byakuya Kukaki have not healed, but he still showed Aizen's terrifying strength. It's ironic that you use this to say about me, especially when I'm already injured. Aizen squinted his eyes, his left arm drooped weakly, and even his left leg had serious burns. However, Shenchen is still in an unscathed state. Shenchen, I admit that you are a truly worthy opponent on an equal footing with me. It seems that I have miscalculated what happened today. If there is a chance, let's see you in the next day, Aizen said softly. I will show you me who is beyond the limits of Shinigami. Aizen Sōsuke, do you think it's all for this? Will I still let you go? Shenchen said in a low voice, there is no danger in words. I've never thought about it that way, but my spiritual power has been exhausted a bit, so my judgment is to stop the battle in time. Aizen smiled reluctantly, and suddenly began to sing loudly. Heaven's Pride, the Iron City Wall, the Dragon's Line, the Lion's Roar. Splitting Void's Chant. Shenchen was stunned for a moment, a little confused about what Aizen wanted to do, but it was right to interrupt Aizen at this moment. God's Verdict. Shenchen raised his hand and unleashed his fastest move, and the lightning beam bombarded Aizen, fighting fiercely against his Riatsu. The tiger roars, the wolf runs, and cut off the world before it collapses. 30 million volts Thunderbird. It was also one of De Shenchen's particularly fast moves, and when combined with God's judgment, it made Aizen take a few steps back. But Aizen tried hard not to dodge or evade, and still insisted on chanting the mantra. Bakudo number 81 Splitting Void. A huge wall of spiritual power that far surpassed the previous defenses rose from the ground, isolating between De Shenchen and Aizen. De Shenchen frowned when he saw this. Are you going to run away? You won't be allowed to succeed. Seeing that the splitting void physically separated the two, De Shenchen expected Aizen to make an escape plan soon. He made a decisive decision, his body turned into an electric current, and he shuttled past the electric field at the speed of light. Electric field teleportation. In an instant, De Shenchen appeared beside Aizen and slashed down. Chong! Aizen seemed to have expected it long ago, and raised Kyoka Suijutsu to block the blow. Finally lead you to a close distance. As soon as Aizen's voice fell, De Shenchen's expression changed. From the ground around them, 5 Riatsu dragons suddenly emerged, roaring and crushing them. Hados 99 5 swirling dragons of destruction. For a split second, De Shenchen could only surge the Riatsu defense as well, as the 5 swirling dragons of destruction had disrupted the electric field violently. Boom! Even if Hado of the highest rank abandons the chant, the power he brings is unimaginable, and the scene is quickly submerged in fire. Aizen! The hurricane erupted, and De Shenchen liberated the Wind King's barrier, blowing away all the smoke and dust. However, Aizen has disappeared. Tisk, there are quite a lot of smarts. He was actually run away by him. In the blink of an eye, De Shenchen had already figured out everything. Just now, Aizen was battling to be hit in a row without changing his position. In addition to chanting Splitting Void as a cover, the most important thing was to bury the trap of 5 swirling dragons of destruction at the same time. And Splitting Void is by no means a mere cover. The spiritual wall with extremely strong physical defense prevents the possibility of De Shenchen's follow-up long-range attacks. Even the liberation of the true name of the Sword of Oath of Victory cannot immediately break the defense wall. This makes De Shenchen have to attack himself, and then he will step into the coverage area of 5 swirling dragons of destruction. So far, this Soul Society's peak battle has come to an end. De Shenchen stared silently into the distance for a while, then turned around and returned to his courtyard. I won't be able to come back to rest for a while. De Shenchen has basically guessed Aizen's next move, so he needs to recover well in order to cope with the possible upcoming battle. That's right, De Shenchen neither intends to stop, nor does he intend to escape immediately. After the battle with Aizen, De Shenchen already knew enough about his strength. I am afraid that looking at the entire Soul Society, except for Aizen Sōsuke, Yamamoto Genryusai, and Team Zero, no one is his opponent. Therefore, De Shenchen urgently needs to create an environment to allow himself to obtain super high difficulty of survival. At nightfall, the moon is on the tip of the head. Hell Butterfly brought a piece of news that angered the entire Jingling court. Aizen Sōsuke, captain of the 5th Division, was confirmed dead last night. There are also huge traces left by the battle in the Jingling court, telling the authenticity of this matter. According to the investigation after seeing Jun was dispatched quickly, it was found that the spiritual power of Aizen and De Shenchen did remain at the scene. As Aizen was dying, he tried his best to escape to the residence of Jushiro Yuhatake, the captain of the 13th Division, leaving his last words. According to Aizen, it was the captain of the 6th Division, De Shenchen, who held a grudge because of what happened during the day, so he came to kill the master with a lot of evidence. In other words, kill and kill. This made Godai 13 run at high speed even at night, only for De Shenchen alone. Central 46 decisively issued a verdict, immediately wanted and arrested the captain of the 6th Division, De Shenchen. Chapter 46. Although the Jingling court responded quickly, after everything was really arranged, it was already past 12 o'clock in the night. This not only gave De Shenchen enough time to recover, but even had time to wait for the lottery to appear. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. Looking at the system prompt, De Shenchen had unprecedented expectations in his heart. This is the reward you got after the battle with the big boss Aizen. I don't know how rich it will be. Although the increase in the difficulty of survival only increases the probability of the lottery, Shenchen estimates that the probability of his own today is so high that he can draw good things with a 90% chance of winning. After all, in that battle not long ago, Aizen could be described as scheming. If Shenchen hadn't used 3 Tomo Sharinan and caught Aizen by surprise, he might have lost Kyoka Suijutsu on the spot. In the face of Shenchen, who has shown enough threats, if Aizen wins, he will definitely kill Shenchen without hesitation. Fortunately, the final result is that Shenchen is better. Let's start the lottery. Shenchen gave an order, and the bright turntable appeared and began to turn. After half a sound, a system prompt appears. Congratulations to host for drawing the peak level fusion talent. Looking at this seemingly inexplicable reward, Shenchen was full of question marks. Fusion talent? What the hell is this? Could it be that there is a very small probability of not getting a good thing? But it's not right. This is a peak level skill, and it is definitely very awesome. Shenchen recalled how powerful Riatsu was at the pinnacle level, and felt that this skill seemed to have a lot to explore. Immediately, Shenchen closed his eyes and felt the difference, and immediately noticed the difference. He only felt that with the operation of his mind, it seemed that the spiritual platform became clearer, and his understanding of many moves was deeper. These deeper understandings are basically focused on how to make the tricks better cooperate. Originally, because Shenchen had different power systems, it was very difficult to cooperate with each other. Now in front of this peak level talent, Shenchen feels that this is not difficult. It's a little subtle. A good thing is a good thing, but it's a pity that it can't immediately improve the combat effectiveness. Shenchen sighed softly. Although now he can feel that he has new understanding and new ideas every second, but these still need to accumulate over time. Before that happens, Shenchen has bigger troubles to deal with. Come yet. In Shenchen's observation Haki field, multiple figures quickly approached. Shenchen stood up and walked directly to the door. On the roof of the building in Jingling Garden, 2 extremely fast Shinigami led the hundreds of figures behind them to march together. Those responsible for this arrest mission were the 2nd Division as the marching team and the 10th Division as the patrol guard. And the leader of the team is undoubtedly the captain of the 2nd Division, Shui Feng, and the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro. I didn't expect that man to do such a thing. Hitsugaya Toshiro's face was extremely gloomy. He recalled the way Hinamori Momo, the vice-captain of the 5th Division and his childhood sweetheart, cried with tears in his eyes, and he felt a burst of anger. Hitsugaya knows that Hinamori Momo has always admired Aizen, and now Aizen's death has brought her a big blow. This mental wound is probably difficult to heal, right? It is because of what he did that we need to be more careful. Broken Bee said lightly, so you chose not to bring the vice-captain with you, which is really a wrong idea. You didn't bring it either. Hitsugaya asked rhetorically. Did you say Omada? Broken Bee said, the kind of guy who only considers food and money, as well as how his hometown's business is going, but it gets in the way when he brings it. And Matsumoto is different from Omada, she is a very capable vice-captain, and she is quite good in combat. Don't say that, Omada's strength is not bad. Hitsugaya shook her head. Also, I don't think it's necessary to bring the vice-captain with me. Now, because of Aizen's death and Tuan's disappearance, Jingling Court is in chaos. In addition to the invasion of travel disasters, the backlog of affairs in the team is piled up, and there is an urgent need for someone with high authority to handle it, so apart from me, only the deputy captain can do it. In fact, Bro B didn't bring Omada over for this reason. She could already imagine Matsumoto Rangiku processing the documents with a sullen face. What's more, Hitsugaya added, the 2 of us alone are enough to deal with that Shenchen. Broken Bee frowned, even if he has the record of defeating the 3 captains. That's right, Hitsugaya said, he fought with the 3 captains only to defeat each other in a duel, and now we are 2 team members. Not to mention that we also brought hundreds of subordinates to help us out. If we still can't take him under such circumstances, it would be a disgrace to my name as the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow system. Or, Hitsugaya squinted at the skimmer bee, is it because you have no confidence? Hey, stop joking. I've surpassed that Shihao in Uryu now, and with this power, even if I deal with de Shenchen alone, I'm more than enough. Broken Bee also answered unequivocally, and his tone was full of confidence. Both of them have their own pride, and this is the basis for their judgment that they can definitely arrest de Shenchen. One is the owner of Zanpakuto, the most powerful ice and snow type known as a genius, and the other is the one who believes that he surpassed the legendary flash goddess Uryu. Broken Bee said, but before that, there is still the most important question, that is, don't know where he will escape to. Hitsugaya said, isn't that why we started the search from his residence? There must be clues left in there anyway. Anyway, Jingling Court has been completely blocked now, and it is impossible for him to escape silently. When he is found, he will be suppressed directly. While the two were talking, they had already led the large force to the courtyard of de Shenchen. However, to their surprise, the target of this trip, de Shenchen, is standing at the gate of the courtyard right now. There was no imaginary escape, only de Shenchen's unhurried smile. Welcome. You two were actually sent to arrest me. It's really unfortunate for the two captains. Chapter 47. Dark clouds cover the sky, covering the sky. The atmosphere was depressing. It was in this situation that they met de Shenchen, and Hitsugaya was immediately furious. You're the one with bad luck, UBD. Broken Bee also felt incredible, you didn't escape. Why should I run away? De Shenchen asked back, I was framed by Aizen Sōsuke, and I am innocent. Nonsense. Hitsugaya Toshiro angrily said, Captain Aizen's body cannot be faked. Captain Uzawa has already experienced corpses, no matter how much you reverse black and white, it is useless. Ugh. De Shenchen sighed and said, it seems that now, you won't believe what I say, right? Broken Bee said in a cold voice, if you have anything to say, just tell Central 46 at the judgment. De Shenchen said, it's a pity that I can't say it. If I didn't expect it, Central 46 would have been killed by Aizen long ago. What nonsense are you talking about? Broken Bee frowned, the order to arrest you is from Central 46. Stop listening to his empty words. Today you have to go to jail first and talk about the rest later. Hitsugaya shouted. I ask one last time, are you sure there is no possibility of a peace negotiation? I advise you to think again. Hearing de Shenchen's words, both Hitsugaya and Broken Bee felt a little ridiculous in their hearts. It is de Shenchen who is clearly at the end of the road. Why does it sound like de Shenchen is admonishing and warning them now? It's useless to talk too much, just grab it. With a wave of Broken Bee, the hundreds of Shinigami surrounded de Shenchen. The encirclement is surrounded by 3 layers and 3 layers, so tight that not even a fly can get out. Well, it looks like this is your final decision. De Shenchen raised his finger to the sky and said coldly, don't say that I didn't take care of my colleagues in the future. Wanlei. What? Broken Bee and Hitsugaya were surprised at the same time, and the intuition of the master brought them an endless sense of crisis. Then, countless thunder and lightning fell from the sky and fell straight into the encirclement. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded continuously, along with the screams of the Shinigami. It was a thundercloud that de Shenchen had already prepared in advance, so there was no need for any warning when it was launched, and it caught everyone by surprise. Damn, why does he have that ability? Both Hitsugaya and Broken Bee were the first to see the power of de Shenchen Thunder Fruit, and by the time they came back to their senses, hundreds of Shinigami had already been knocked out. Most of the people fell into a coma, and some of the tenacious ones were squirming and moaning on the ground, but their bodies twitched and couldn't get up at all. It was all wiped out in one move. Broken Bee's eyes are full of disbelief, these people are the elites of the 2 squads. However, in front of de Shenchen's 10,000 thunders, under the thunderclouds is the attack range, and no one can escape the lightning strike. Tisk, de Shenchen may be stronger than we thought. Hitsugaya spat, already prepared for the worst. The same is true for Broken Bee, the two of them put down the certainty they felt before, and a large number of Riatsu surged together. Sit on the frosty sky, higher in Meru. Sting as much as possible. Suzumibaki. The two of them shikai at the same time, cheer up 12 points. Come on, let's fight quickly. Shenchen hooked his fingers at them, and the Shunpo Savvy Bee was the first to move. She dodged with a Shunpo, came directly to Shenchen's back, and stabbed with a finger. Second hit kills. This is the plug-in level ability of Broken Bee. As long as the same part is stabbed twice, the enemy can be directly pronounced dead. However, Broken Bee was empty, her proud speed was nothing in front of Shenchen. Varied. Broken Bee's pupils shrank, Shenchen in front of him had disappeared, and his breath instantly came to the back. Just as Bro Bee was about to react, she felt an incomparable force hit her, sending her flying for several kilometers along the way. Wind King Hammer. When the Broken Bees landed, they crashed into several walls in a row, and felt that their waist was about to break. How can it be so fast? Broken Bee looked at Shenchen in the distance in horror. At this time, Shenchen was being chased by Hichugaya's ice dragon whirling tail. If I remember correctly, pure ice seems to be an insulator. I wonder if it can hit my elemental body like rubber. For this reason, Shenchen Shunpo dodged, only to be a little confused by the rushing back bees. This Shunpo. Although it is a very powerful level, it is not faster than me, is it? Don't try to escape. Hichugaya shouted, Ice Dragon spinning tail Juikong. The Ice Dragon quickly turned around and pursued, Shenchen's face sank, and he also raised his hand to aim at the Ice Dragon. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. The roaring Thunder Dragon rushed out, collided with the Ice Dragon, and devoured the Ice Dragon in an instant. What? The Thunder Dragon with undiminished power illuminated Hichugaya's horrified face. It's this powerful thunderbolt attack again. Boom. The next moment, the thunder light drowned Hichugaya. However, the momentary neutral position of this move was also precisely grasped by Broken Bee. There is a flaw. The Broken Bee approached Shenchen at the fastest speed and pierced Shenchen's body with one finger. It became, Broken Bee was stunned for a moment, because there was no blood flowing, and no bee pattern appeared. How could it be? I clearly hit him. I knew you would seize this opportunity. So this flaw was specially reserved for you. Shenchen snorted coldly, while keeping part of his body elementalized, the other part of his body was backhanded to hold the Broken Bee. Lahai! The sea of thunder and lightning erupted instantly, bathing everything around it. Ah! The Broken Bee suffered heavy losses in the tragic howl. When Shenchen wanted to give Broken Bee the final blow, Observation Haki made a move and immediately released Broken Bee and dodged. In the next second, icicles of birds densely penetrated Shenchen's original location, but unfortunately it was doomed to return without success. Damn, does he still have eyes behind his back? He can't even hit it like this. Hichugaya Shunpo came over to rescue the Broken Bees, while panting heavily, he looked at Shenchen not far away unwillingly. I see. Shenchen glanced at the broken ice wall on the ground. It was the non-conductive ice wall that blocked the Thunder Dragon. However, two captains, don't you all look embarrassed now? We seem to have just started fighting for a few seconds. Chapter 48. Shenchen's sarcasm deeply hurt the hearts of the two. Hichugaya didn't expect that, originally full of confidence, but only a few moves after the battle, was suppressed by Shenchen like this. And judging from Shenchen's moves, it's obvious that Shenchen didn't do his best at all, it was as if he was playing tricks on them. It's me who underestimates the enemy, and I must never hold back against Shenchen. Broken Bee also took a deep breath and managed to slow down. The battle situation is also a great shame to her. This view is completely consistent with Hichugaya Toshiro, who both clenched Zanpakuto and the surging Riatsu to their respective extremes. Bankai Daiguren Hiren Meru. Bankai Jakuho Reikaban. Facing Shenchen, they have done their best. Originally, this Bankai was too dazzling for covert assassination and violated the dignity of covert maneuvering, so I wouldn't use it unless I had to. But now you are forcing it out. Broken Bee said coldly, I will make you pay for this humiliation. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't use it if you have the ability, you blame others for your ugly tricks, do you have a brain disease? Shenchen made a snip, and the bumblebee laughed in anger. Very well, I've decided. I'm not going to catch you, but to kill you. Huh? What? Hitsugaya Toshiro was startled. Wait a minute, this is against the order. Hitsugaya. Stop saying such stupid things. The broken bee glared at Hitsugaya fiercely. Do you think we still have enough time to discuss killing him or arresting him when facing Shenchen? Hitsugaya fell silent after hearing the words. Indeed, what the broken bees said was the truth. In the face of Shenchen, whose strength is far beyond imagination, they may lose at any time if they don't work hard, let alone decide what to do with Shenchen. Okay, Hitsugaya gritted her teeth, do you have any plans? Broken Bee said gloomily, in fact, I can only use this trick once every 3 days, but the huge restriction brings the effect of heaven-defying. Jakuho Reikaban condensed 2 hit kills into 1 hit kills, and as long as Shenchen is hit by my shelling, he will die on the spot. Hitsugaya immediately understood, in other words, you have a surefire blow, and I'm responsible for cooperating with you, right? Yes, please. It is good. Hitsugaya doesn't have any nonsense, rushing up is his second strongest trick after Bankai. Millennium Ice Prison. When he saw Jakuho Reikaban's incomparably cumbersome body, Hitsugaya, the genius captain, could immediately guess that Broken Bee needed to restrain Shenchen by himself. In short, it is to limit Shenchen's movement to facilitate that one-hit kill aiming. And this happens to be the unique skill of the ice and snow system. The moisture in the atmosphere suddenly condensed into large icicles, which sealed Shenchen seamlessly, and kept approaching and freezing inward. Here you go. Broken Bee gave a cheer and lifted Jakuho Reikaban to aim at Shenchen. Emission. Jakuho Reikaban let out a loud roar and blasted past in the huge smoke, and the shards were also thrown away by the recoil. But even in the air, Broken Bee was staring at the Millennium Ice Prison, wanting to appreciate his victory. In her field of vision, the interior of the Millennium Ice Prison suddenly lit up with golden light. Excalibur. With a swipe sound, the huge icicle formed by the 1,000-year-old ice prison was divided into 2. What? The unabated slash met the horrified Hitsugaya, and then cut off the ice wall he hastily condensed, and finally hit Hitsugaya among the large pieces of ice. Excalibur. Shenchen didn't stop for a moment, and the second sword noble phantasm slashed at Jakuho Reikaban again. He wasn't sure whether this one-hit kill rule-like ability depended on whether the elemental body was immune, so Shenchen decided to destroy it in the middle of it. Boom! The light cannon and the missile collided in the air, and the circular destruction light ball spread rapidly. During the aftermath of the turmoil, Hitsugaya managed to stabilize her body and used her ability to freeze the blood in her abdomen. Fortunately, the blow just now was continuously weakened, otherwise I might be cut in half. Seeing this, Broken Bee was also in despair. She had already used all her tricks, but it was useless. Thank you for coming up with this tactic, Shenchen said coldly. Unfortunately, in front of my holy sword that can burn the earth, it is useless to freeze me. Next, it's time for me to counterattack, right? As soon as Shenchen's voice fell, his whole body turned into a roaring thunder. Boom rumble. The reverberation of the sky continued. Shenchen fully displayed the ability of Thunder Fruit, and began to hunt down Hitsugaya and Broken Bee while moving at high speed. Get moving! Hitsugaya was so terrified that he had to turn around and flee while defending with the bees. Instant coax. Broken Bee immediately activated his strongest combat technique. This was originally an attack method that could sharply increase speed and strength, but now he was forced to use it to escape. However, only in this way can she and Hitsugaya not be instantly killed by Shenchen. I saw 3 figures under the sky quickly intertwined, but the only ones injured were Hitsugaya Toshiro and Broken Bee. SHH. 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 The Sword of Promised Victory combined with Thunder Fruit's high-speed continuous slashes made it impossible for the two of them to cope, and new wounds kept appearing. At this time, Shenchen, wearing lightning and holding a holy sword, is as unstoppable as the god of war, like the incarnation of thunder. No. The scarred broken bee was the first to stop. If we continue like this, we will all die in a few seconds. You have to fight back to hope for a comeback. I will bet all my last spiritual power on this blow. Okay, then I will also use my strongest trick. You must seize this opportunity. Ichigo, covered in blood, made a decisive decision, no longer fled, but attacked with a sword. Dragon pistol frame. Arrancars clashed violently with the sword of promised victory, and a large number of ice cubes froze instantly and began to expand into the shape of a cross. It's all useless. The holy sword in Shenchen's hand burst into dazzling light, and the high temperature and heat quickly melted and frozen, which also illuminated Ichigo's wry smile. I know it's useless, but the battle didn't take long, but I have already melted a lot of ice cubes by you, right? This caused the surrounding water vapor, and even the wings behind Ichigo were dissolved by him. And all these costs, in exchange for Ichigo's trump card, Daiguren Arrancars' ultimate stunt. Frozen in 100 Flowers Burial. Chapter 49. The snowflakes fell out of thin air, and the moment it touched Shenchen, it started to freeze frantically. Presumably this kind of rapid freezing starts from all over the body, even you can't melt them with your tricks without hurting yourself. Ichigo Toshiro sneered and looked into Shenchen's eyes. He wanted to see fear and panic in the eyes of this man who had beaten them to pieces, but unfortunately, there was nothing. All Ichigo saw was indifference. It's ridiculous, do you really think I'm doing my best to deal with you? What? Ichigo was stunned, and saw Shenchen's whole body radiating thunder light, constantly shattering snowflakes and ice cubes. 200 million volts Thor! Shenchen shouted loudly, and thunder formed a huge thunder god body on his body. Damn it! Ichigo's expression changed greatly. Brobe, hurry up and attack. I know. Broken Bee was also in a hurry to break out in a cold sweat, squeezing his last spiritual power. Oh, go beyond me. My limit. Jakuho Reikaban. The second mortal missile, which was almost impossible to shoot, finally successfully whistled. I'm betting everything on this move too. Ichigo also exerted his strength. Drink He tried his best to mobilize the Bingtian 100 Flowers Burial, just to relax for a moment, so that Shenchen would not have time to destroy Jakuho Reikaban's missiles. However, all these efforts are just useless struggles in the face of other strengths like clouds and mud. Why do you think that only your celestial phenomena can manipulate the weather, but I can't? Shenchen asked lightly, causing Ichigo and Broken Bee to be stunned at the same time, and then they were shocked. Could it be that? Shenchen raised his hand and pointed directly at the dark clouds above his head. In the dark thunder cloud, the thunder strike has long been brewing, and now is the time to erupt. Following Shenchen's words, a huge lightning ball broke through the clouds and fell towards Jakuho Reikaban's missile. Lei Ying. The next moment, everything was silent, only the dazzling electric light swallowed everything. Boom! Only then did the sound follow. What a terrible trick! In the distance, several captains who were fast approaching stopped at the same time, and invariably built a barrier to limit the spread of power. After the lightning and thunder dissipated, they found Ichigo Toshiro and Broken Bee with only half a breath left in the charred pit. How long has it been since we sensed they were fighting? Jushiro Yukitake said in amazement, is there a minute? I didn't expect that the winner will be decided before I arrive. No, maybe only half a minute. In short, it's definitely over in less than a minute. Kiraku Shunsui's expression was equally gloomy. Having defeated two powerful captains so quickly, Shenchen, as Godi I-13's enemy, has such power, it is simply bad news. That night, Shenchen came to Qingjing Tajulan. This is the residence of Central 46, and Shinigami is strictly prohibited from approaching. But now Central 46 has been basically killed by Aizen, so this empty place is the best safe house where Shinigami will rarely come. Shenchen came here mainly because he wanted to wait here for today's lucky draw. Today he not only fought to the death of two powerful captain-level Shinigami, but also made him an enemy of almost all Godi I-13. In addition, in Shenchen's observation Haki field, he could clearly perceive several captains coming when he was fighting. Such an urgent and dangerous situation will undoubtedly make the existential crisis soar, right? Today is definitely another high-probability lottery draw, I hope my luck can be better. Shenchen rubbed his hands, and after 12 o'clock in the evening, he immediately clicked the system lottery draw. The roulette wheel stopped after a while, and a reward prompt appeared in front of Shenchen's eyes. Shenchen took a look and was stunned at first, and then showed a look of great joy. I really fell asleep and gave me a pillow. As long as I learn this skill, even Yamamoto Genryusai can't do anything about me. The next day, Godi I-13, who managed to deal with the disaster report of Jingling Garden, was finally able to hold a captain's meeting. Godi I-13, all the captains who were not injured are basically here, and all of them are full of indignation. I don't need to say more about the situation. Since Aizen Sōsuke, 2 more captains have been brutally murdered by Shenchen and beaten to the death. Yamamoto Genryusai said with a heavy expression. I think he did what Tuan did. Komamura Seijin said irritably, I'll just say he's the biggest suspect. If the old man sees him next time, he will definitely be crushed to ashes with his own hands. Huhakuro Mayuri said with a gloomy smile, I am very interested in his power. How did he achieve such strength? There are a lot of traces of lightning strikes at the scene. Where does this ability come from? If Hichugia and Broken Bee can wake up, maybe they can ask them carefully. That's not the point now, Nirvana. Komamura Seijin roared. Okay, Kiraku Shunsui said, the most important thing right now is to follow Shenchen's trail. Once we find out where he is hiding or escaping, we will. What joke are you talking about, Kiraku Shunsui? A calm voice interrupted Kiraku Shunsui. Listening to this voice, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The owner of this voice was originally the one who should and least likely appeared here. Big Shenchen. All the captains, even Yamamoto Shijikuni, looked over in disbelief. I saw that at the door of the council hall, Shenchen stepped on the threshold steadily, as if he was not worried about his situation. This move, in itself, is the biggest provocation and humiliation for Godi I-13. Chapter 50. Normally, those who commit such a heinous crime should all flee in fear of the crime. What's more, when the enemy he faced was Godi I-13, the strongest law enforcement agency of the Soul Society. Yet Shenchen showed up. And he showed up on his own initiative, so he came to Godi I-13 in a totally unimportant way. As if to despise them, thinking that they are nothing to fear. This is not a provocation, what is it? This is not an insult, what is it? You take it easy. Damn sinner! Komamura Seijin roared angrily, and Yamamoto Shijikuni also said solemnly, I didn't expect you to throw yourself in the net. Komamura Seijin, I advise you to be careful with your words, Shenchen said lightly. I am neither a sinner, nor have I thrown myself into a trap. I came here just to clarify, whether you believe it or not is up to you. 99. Clarify? Do you have the face to say that word? There's nothing left to tell you. Komamura Seijin roared to shoot, but Yamamoto Shijikuni reached out and stopped him. Shenchen, what do you want to say? Shenchen said, the same thing I said to Hichuga Yatashiro and Broken Bee yesterday, and I'll repeat it to you now. I am innocent, framed by Aizen Sōsuke, his Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu can do complete hypnosis, it's all a game set by him. You are just used by him as a knife against me, if you still don't believe it, then there will only be the same result as yesterday. Shenchen said coldly, blood and pain to forge the end of things. What nonsense! However, such unbelievable words, of course, no one believed. In a previous life, when Shenchen saw some film and television works developed because of misunderstandings, he always wondered why the characters in them couldn't speak clearly. Only now did Shenchen realize that in reality, the result of doing so was that no one would listen to his words. Okay. Shenchen sighed, although it was expected that it would not be successful, it's fine. What does that mean? Kiraku Shunsui frowned, feeling that Shenchen's words were strange. Listening to what he said, is it possible that this situation is also one of his own expectations? There will be no end of blood and pain, because you will be crushed by us here. You have taken the wrong step, Shenchen. No Hinaretsu said coldly, and the rest of the captains also pulled out Zanpakuto. Now, when you came alone to the encirclement of me, you should have expected what would happen, right? Facing Jushiro Yukate's words, Shenchen answered the question. By the way, I also forgot to say a word. Tuan Kaname was indeed killed by me, but he was killed by me because he followed Aizen's order and came to assassinate me. Great God dust! Komamura Seijin was furious, and the hair on his body stood up. However, he still didn't make a move, because in the next second, a vast and terrifying Riatsu rolled over the entire space. Sure enough, it's you, Shenchen. The owner of Riatsu is Yamamoto Shijikuni. He walked out slowly, step by step, each step as heavy as if it could smash the ground. Ryujin Jaka has already drawn out, and the flames rising above represent the unprecedented rage of Yamamoto's kingdom. You all step back, this is the shame of Godai 13, and the old man will kill it with his own hands. As his students, Jushiro Yukatake and Kuraku Shunsui can see that Yamamoto Shijikuni is rarely really angry. Otherwise, there are few enemies who can be qualified to let him personally take action in these thousands of years. Everyone, get out of here, and build a defensive barrier together. 99. Kuraku Shunsui greeted loudly, knowing what Yamamoto Shijikuni meant. Let them go, not because of boring ideas like heads up, but because of avoiding accidental injuries. After all, that was the ultimate Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, with the most destructive power and the widest range of destruction in Soul Society history. Even if it's just Shikai, it's very likely that the rest of the Shinigami will be involved and killed if one is not careful. This is also the second reason, that is, they need multiple captains to work together to build a barrier to surround this battlefield. Otherwise, Ryujin Jaka's lingering might destroy the entire Jingling court. Seeking flowers. Looks like Shenchen is finished. Jushiro Yukatake said while flying back. No one disputes this. What if Shenchen beats several captains? The chief captain Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni is different, and compared with other Shinigami, it is a dimensional gap. As expected of the captain of Godai 13, this spiritual power is even higher than mine. Shenchen felt the Riatsu who was more than himself, and his face was solemn. Therefore, he immediately transformed into an elemental body without hesitation, and his body turned into a rolling thunder. Everything in Vientiane is ashes. Ryujin Jaka. Yamamoto Shikai is even more direct Shikai, it seems that he does not want to give Shenchen any chance. 0. Torch. His Zanpakuto slashed out in an instant, and the flame tornado swelled violently and swept out. The fire tornado grew bigger and bigger, and finally became like a pillar of fire connecting the heavens and the earth, mercilessly surrounding Shenchen. The captains in the distance have reached a safe distance at this time, and they each set up a barrier and are connected to each other. Even so, there is still an unbearable heat wave coming. It's so hot. Can you still feel this terrifying heat despite the barrier? Ichimaru Jin was extremely surprised. To be honest, it was the first time he saw Yamamoto Genryuze Shijikuni's real appearance. Now, he was really worried about Shenchen's safety. My lord, can you really endure it? Compared to Ichimaru Jin, Kuraku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukatake knew this power by heart. I didn't expect that when dealing with a Shenchen, the teacher could make a serious shot. Hehe, Shenchen was hit as soon as he came up, and the game was over after the game started. Kuraku Shunsui shook his head and said that he knew how strong Yamamoto Shijikuni's Ryujin Jaka was. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a powerful Bankai comparable to some captains. Boom! However, at this moment, the violent thunder exploded. I saw that from the gap between the whirlwind of flames, lay light came out, and it became more and more prosperous. 200 million volts Thor. Chuan. Chapter 51. Shenchen's voice resounded inside the barrier, and he used his unique move as soon as he came up. The thunder and lightning leaked more and more from the whirlwind of flames, and finally the god of thunder ripped apart the whirlwind of fire, revealing the divine body in front of the world. What? This is impossible. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was quite sure before, has his eyes widened in disbelief. Even Anohanaretsu's pupils shrank. She who was once subdued by Yamamoto Shigekuni knew the power of Yamamoto Shigekuni. However, the Shenchen in front of him seems to have the strength to fight against it. Shikai, the captain, actually, can't suppress Shenchen in the first place. The deputy captain of the first team, Kojiro Sasuke, was even more surprised. Although he was the deputy captain himself, he was actually a top powerhouse who had already trained Bankai. Even, he is strong enough to leave an irreversible scar on the mountain 590s, and he naturally has the eyesight to judge the battle in front of him. Originally, he and Kurosaki Ichigo agreed, but now they feel that all three views have been subverted. Roar! Thor let out a roar, and the violent thunder and lightning began to disperse the flames. Oh! Yamamoto Shigekuni also opened his eyes unexpectedly and stepped up the transmission of Songming's spiritual power. For a time, the flames and lightning chambers protested, filling the entire space. Break me! Shenchen shouted and raised his spiritual power to ultimate, turned into a fist of Thor, and shattered the void. Even the space seemed to be crumbling at this moment, and the whirlwind of flames was completely shattered. How is this possible? Komamura Seigen was horrified. The commander-in-chief actually fell behind in the match. What kind of ability is that, so powerful? Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath, eyes full of excitement and curiosity. For many years, he had never seen a force capable of fighting against Ryujin. Isn't that any kind of Kido? Is it a Zanpakuto of the Kido family? But why Raiden? What was the sword of light before him? Like Kurosaki Ichigo, countless doubts erupted in everyone's mind. Before they could get an answer, Shenchen made a bold move. It's my turn to fight back. Shenchen controlled Thor to scatter thunder with all his strength, forming a larger-scale move that was more than normal around his body. 30 million volts Thunder Beast. 30 million volts Thunderbird. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. They've all gotten bigger and more numerous. As soon as Shenchen gave an order, they were like a beast tide, attacking Yamamoto's heavy country with magnificent thunder and lightning. Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted coldly, and Zanpakuto waved again. Hot hell! One after another, thick pillars of fire suddenly burst out in front of him one after another. Bang! 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 55 bang! Bang! 55 bang! 99! The extremely terrifying high-temperature fire pillars slammed into the beast tide all the way, and each fire pillar was like a high tower, directly smashing the thunder and lightning beast tide. Not only that, the hot hell did not stop, and slammed into the Thor behind the beast tide one after another. Boom! The sky-shattering explosion shook one side of the world, and the smoke and dust from the sky swept through the enchantment. God's judgment! In the center of the smoke, before everyone could find out about Shenchen's safety, the equally thick Lake Guangzhou answered on his behalf. And, more than one breakthrough. As if spiritual power doesn't need money, all Shenchen's tricks today are special augmented versions. A series of more than a dozen lightning beams shot out one after another, directly hitting the Yamamoto country. Even Yamamoto Kongwo had to stand by, swinging his sword to move the pillars of fire in front of him, blocking out the pillars of lightning like a city wall. Boom! 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 The thunder and fire struck and exploded again, and the intense fire spread across the world, shocking everyone inexplicably. Is this really the kind of battle that both sides can have without Bankai? It's completely beyond the norm. So, you have such power, no wonder you can kill Aizen Sōsuke and Tuan can aim. This time, Yamamoto Shigekuni has completely faced Shenchen. That strange thunderbolt, neither Kido nor Zanpakuto, although it came from nowhere, must be your support, right? Yamamoto Shigekuni expressed his rare admiration. It is indeed strong, and it is of course that Hitsugaya Toshiro and Shatterby will lose to you. However, this can't protect you in front of the old man. If this is the strength of your courage to face the old man, then you have underestimated the old man too much. Of course I didn't underestimate you. Shenchen said Kaido. Indeed, Shenchen has attached great importance to Yamamoto's heavy country, and he also clearly knows the power of Yamamoto's heavy country. Because of this, Shenchen didn't even use the Sword of Oath of Victory. Because he knows that Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, who has extremely rich combat experience, is absolutely impossible for him to successfully charge up, and he is absolutely capable of preventing him from accumulating power successfully. So as soon as Shenchen came up, he directly used the extremely fast Thunder Fruit to fight the ultimate of the elements with the ultimate of the elements. But what is my real whole card? It depends on whether you can force it out. Yamamoto Shijikuni snorted coldly when he heard the words, and said, "Arrogant. Young man, let you see what real power is." The flames ignited from Ryujin Jaka's blade again, and some of Shenchen's broken Thor bodies were refilled. The two sides do not need to say more. Once again the full fire power of the battle, the thunder and fire broke out again in a shocking confrontation. It's just that this time it's no longer a long-range 4.4, but a close-range fight. But don't think that Yamamoto is a great country, he is only strong by virtue of Ryujin Jaka's heaven-defying, his other powers are also on the top of Shinigami. The terrifying Riatsu alone is unparalleled, and the Kendo, which has been immersed in countless years, is even more extreme. Zaraki Kenpaku's swordsmanship is learned from Yamamoto's heavy country. That violent swordsmanship coupled with the spiritual power of destroying the dead is the perfect match to exert the supreme power. On the other hand, Shenchen, Thor's body greatly enhances his speed and strength, and melee combat is also beneficial to his play. Therefore, in the second round, both sides approached each other at the same time. The fist of thunder and lightning swung out in the blue light, and the sword of flame slashed under the scorching heat. Boom dash! Chapter 52. Boom dash! In an instant, thunderstorms and fires consumed everything around them. It turned out to be such a situation. Jushiro Yuhatake had a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, and just by watching Shenchen and Yamamoto Shijikuni's fight, he could feel his thrilling feeling. Even if it wasn't long before the battle, the remnants of their confrontation had already caused all the buildings of the first team to collapse and be destroyed. It can be said that the first team station inside the enchantment is already in a mess. Boom! The body of Thor is still constantly colliding with Ryujin Jaka, and both of them are extremely fast. Even Shinigami, who is as strong as a captain, can't see the details of the battle. Bam! 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 Every blow is shocking, and the loud noise is continuous. Sword press. Yamamoto Shijikuni wielded fiery high-temperature spiritual power, and Shenchen also injected spiritual power into his body and punched out. Lightning erupted, suppressing sword slash in the explosion. Kendo double break. Yamamoto Shijikuni kept changing his 28 moves, and Shenchen continued to throw another punch, colliding hard. Boom! 33. The two separated in the aftermath, and in an instant they fought together again. The two sides continue to move, and where they stop for a while, a deep pit will appear. Stroking. Yamamoto Shijikuni gathered Riatsu on the edge of the blade at the moment of swinging the blade, creating a very fast and sharp strike. Break. Shenchen still pours thunder into his fists, thunder and lightning roar, and Thor punches. Boom. No matter how Yamamoto Shijikuni's tactics change, Shenchen is simply and rudely going all out, relying on the body of Thor to strike a thunderous blow. This head-to-head confrontation stunned almost everyone. Really? The teacher can't win Shenchen at all. No one understands Yamamoto Shijikuni's accomplishments on this path better than Jushiro Yuhatake and Kiraku Shunsui. Just over 2,000 years ago, Yamamoto's Kendo was already able to establish a school. Today's Shino Spiritual Arts Academy was formerly the Yuanzi school of Yamamoto Shijikuni. But what do they see now? In the fierce one-on-one melee combat, regardless of Yamamoto Shijikuni's ever-changing moves, Shenchen is one punch. using force to break the trick, and even began to slowly gain the upper hand. Hinaretsu, who is a master of kendo, sees it more thoroughly. Because of this, she was even more surprised. That's not a simple mindless violence, otherwise the captain would have been defeated long ago. It seems to be just a simple punch, but in fact, every move has no flaws, and it can just meet the captain. It's like Shenchen has completely analyzed every move and every style of Yamamoto Shigekuni. How the hell is this done? The support effects of 3 Tomo Sharinan and Observation Haki have reached a terrifying level that even Hinaretsu can't understand. I have to admit that it's not good for me to continue the close combat. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yamamoto Shigekuni was forced to recognize this reality, and he couldn't help but have mixed feelings in his heart. But the most important thing right now is to take Shenchen and completely suppress it. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes narrowed. Torch. When Shenchen's observation Haki moved, he immediately directed most of Thor's power behind him. Boom. 99. A monstrous flame appeared out of thin air, and when it rushed from Shenchen's back in an instant, it detonated everything around it. This gave the enemy a zero-range attack, and Yamamoto Shigekuni successfully got rid of Shenchen's melee entanglement. Such a sudden attack should be able to defeat Shenchen, right? Kojiro Sasuke, who had personally experienced the horror of this move, is now afraid to speak in a positive tone. After all, Songming, who should have stopped after burning the enemy to ashes, was torn apart by that Shenchen with his bare hands. Riatsu didn't disappear. What a tough opponent! Yamamoto Shigekuni suddenly spoke up, and what he said surprised all the captains. As expected, when the flames were extinguished, Shenchen's figure stood proudly in front of everyone. Not only that, everyone opened their eyes wide and found that Shenchen was still unscathed. The jumpsuit Kakuzu didn't get burnt? How did he do it? This scene was so incredible that even Kuroishi Mayuri, who had been obsessed with researching Shenchen's abilities, felt incredible for the first time. Even the tone of Yamamoto Shigekuni himself rarely revealed uncertain emotions. Did the power of the torch be offset by the huge thunderbolt body just now? No, not only that, this is really strange. It was only then that Yamamoto Shigekuni realized that Shenchen had been fighting his own enemy who controlled the ultimate flame, but from the beginning of the war to the present. No burns whatsoever. Not to mention burns, there is not even a single scald, which is simply unreasonable. It's impossible for the great god to sit perfectly and defend against all the heat and flames, right? No, it doesn't matter what the truth is now. Yamamoto Shigekuni took a deep breath and said slowly, the important thing is that this old man clearly knows that if you don't pay some price, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill you. Although I don't want to use this trick in Jingling Court, but now, I have to do it. As soon as the voice fell, Riatsu, who was almost strong enough to be seen by the naked eye, descended on the spot. Well? Even the captains who maintained the barrier on the periphery had a moment of incomparable heart palpitations. After passing through the barrier, the pressure was so strong that it was unbearable. Looking at the distorted air, Shenchen also had a serious expression. Is this the spiritual power of Yamamoto Genryusai? Just releasing the momentum is enough to make the space tremble. 35. Yan hot hell hell. Yamamoto Shigekuni said word by word, under the attention of the spiritual power that surpassed the previous one, dozens of fire pillars rose around in turn. When this trick is just kept in the form of a fire pillar, the surrounding water will have evaporated, and if a collective explosion occurs, it can even wipe out several times the area of Karakura town. If it weren't for the fact that there were 7 captain-level powerhouses in the distance maintaining the barrier and blocking the spreading power, then Yamamoto Shigekuni would definitely not use this move in Jingling Court. After all, this is a surefire blow, at the cost of possibly destroying the entire Jingling Court. Shenchen must be killed on the spot. Chapter 53. Seeing the determined Yamamoto Shigekuni, the hearts of all the captains jumped suddenly. Although it was too disrespectful to say it, Kiraku Shunsui couldn't help roaring inwardly. Is this so crazy? Actually released this trick in the Jingling Court? Not to mention whether they can really block it, if one is not careful, even Yamamoto Shigekuni himself may be involved in this powerful explosion. If these pillars of fire really explode, I'm afraid it might even be as powerful as a small nuclear bomb. Shenchen's heart also sank, and he wasn't sure whether he could resist. No, I can't let him perform successfully. Shenchen immediately made a good decision and released his first hidden trick. Boom rumble. The rolling thunderclouds lit up, and Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted coldly. Want to stop the old man? You don't have the qualifications, and you can't do it. That's not certain. Shenchen smiled slightly and said, it is better to say that you must be thankful that your Zanpakuto ability is flame. 99. What do you mean? Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned. Originally, before I came to fight you, I had already saved thunderclouds for backup, but you may not have some scientific common sense. You flood the ground with high heat and heat, which not only evaporates a lot of water into the sky, but also produces a violent updraft to assist this phenomenon. 99. Shenchen raised his finger and pointed to the sky under the shroud of blue light. That is to say, in the process of fighting with me, you have greatly enhanced my thundercloud power, so that all the tricks and powers I have prepared can be improved to a higher level. What did you say? Yamamoto Shigekuni's pupils shrank, and then his field of vision was filled with dazzling blue light. Wanlei. Countless thunder and lightning fell at the same time, hitting the pillars of fire in the scorching hell in a large area. This is a veritable thunderstorm. From the thunder that fell to the sky, and the pillar of fire that rose from the ground, the sky and the earth were divided into two for a time. The top half is full of blue, full of electric light, and the bottom half is full of crimson, full of flames. Boom! 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 The violent explosion sounded immediately, and the scorching hell had been smashed ahead of time before it could reach the peak of the explosion. In an instant, the explosion of fire filled the entire barrier. Not good. Everyone's expressions changed, because cracks had begun to appear in the enchantment. And the cracks are getting bigger and bigger. No way. This is a barrier created by the combined efforts of 7 captain-level powerhouses. It actually made the entire barrier shake. It's about to shatter. I'll increase the input of spiritual power, and we must not let this power escape. Otherwise, the jingling court will be finished. Jushiro Yukitake, Komamura Seijin, and others shouted in unison, trying their best to instill spiritual power. After finally supporting until the end of the outbreak, the enchantment was already crumbling, and the interior was also full of thick smoke, making it impossible to see the battlefield. What happened? Kuroshi Mayuri frowned. I can't see clearly. They could only feel that Shenchen and Riatsu of Yamamoto Shigekuni were still alive. This surprised everyone. How terrifying strength is this to be able to protect themselves from such an explosion? A slight coughing sound came out, and everyone looked at it, and they couldn't help but look horrified. I saw that after the dust cleared, Yamamoto Shigekuni covered his mouth and coughed lightly, and the Captain Yuri on his body was gone. However, when looking at Shenchen, the Captain Yuri still fluttered, and the figure of the whole person stood proudly on the spot, as if the flames can't hurt him at all. Is this a joke? Kojiro Sasuke couldn't help stunned. The Yamamoto Shigekuni of Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, the strongest in charge of the flame system, was actually injured by the flames one step earlier than Shenchen. Although there is no real trauma on the outside, the slightly embarrassed posture still makes everyone feel like a dream. Sure enough, the power of the detonation will be much smaller if it is detonated in advance, and even you cannot be spared the big explosion generated in this case. Shenchen's indifferent voice came out, making Yamamoto Shigekuni's expression gloomy. Don't be too arrogant, brat. You've only just become captain for less than a year, are you already complacent that you can fight this level with this old man? Even though he was one move short of chess, Yamamoto Shigekuni still had absolute confidence. After all, he hasn't even used Bankai yet. If your attack just now requires the help of thunderclouds to have such power, it must be impossible to use it continuously at will. But I am different. As long as the old man wants to do this, he can come back countless times. 35. Yamamoto Shijikuni clenched Ryujin Jaka tightly, drank it lightly, and a pillar of fire that was scorching hell has risen again. Hey, bypass me, are you still coming? Kurosaki Shunsui was sweating coldly from outside the barrier, who knows if the barrier can hold up again. The rest of the captains also all looked down. They looked inside the barrier and knew what would happen if they were really exploded by the hot hell. I saw that the entire first team station within the enchantment has been completely burned into fly ash. Not to mention the broken eaves and walls, not even a single piece of rubble was left, and they were all burned to ashes. I really have to feel the vastness of your spiritual power, it's like endless. Even De Shenchen sighed in admiration upon seeing this. Linyo's. But since he has already seen this move once, and he has been released successfully, then De Shenchen is not De Shenchen. In front of the lightning speed, you can't do it even if you think about it. De Shenchen proved this sentence with his actions, and the infinite thunder poured out of his body, blessing his speed and going straight to the Yamamoto country. Humph, sly boy. After Yamamoto Shijikuni just started a big move, even though his spiritual power can still keep up, the speed of accumulating power is still a little slower. This directly gave De Shenchen an opportunity to approach, so that he only had time to create 2 fire pillars, and De Shenchen had already invaded the surrounding area. As a last resort, Yamamoto Shijikuni directly directed the movement of the fire column and hit De Shenchen in the air. De Shenchen is not to be outdone, the light of thunder blooms to the extreme, facing the thick beam of light head-on. Boom! Chapter 54. Seeing that the lightning and flames continued to fight, everyone looked solemn. Chun Shui, who do you think will win? Jushiro Yukitake asked. Of course it's the captain, that's the obvious thing. Even if you see De Shenchen's strength, do you think so? 35. Kurosaki Shunsui shook his head and said, although De Shenchen's strength is amazing, he is still far behind the teacher. Don't say anything else, you can feel it just from Riatsu, right? Jushiro Yukitake was taken aback for a moment, and after feeling it carefully, he also understood what Kurosaki Shunsui meant. Indeed. De Shenchen's Riatsu is already much weaker than it started, which is no wonder. After all, how De Shenchen kept making moves madly just now, and even suppressed Ryujin Jaka's power for a while, everyone saw it with their own eyes. Such a huge output is no less than the continuous release of high-level Kido, which naturally consumes a lot of spiritual power. At the very least, there are very few people present who feel that they can persevere. Even Kuroashi Mayuri has already made a judgment. If it were him, I am afraid that the spiritual power would have been exhausted long ago. In contrast, Yamamoto's Captain 590's spiritual power is still very strong, and this is the absolute difference in the background. Anohanaretsu heard their discussion and spoke up too. It seems that in the war of attrition, De Shenchen is still no match for the commander-in-chief. Kojiro Sasuke said. Kurosaki Shunsui nodded and said, it's no longer difficult to catch De Shenchen now. 39. He judged that Yamamoto Shijikuni said that he wanted to kill De Shenchen, but in fact he still had a little intention to arrest him. After all, this was the order of Central 46. Because of this, Yamamoto Shijikuni never used Bankai. Well, Jushiro nodded, when De Shenchen's spiritual power is consumed a little more, there will be no resistance. Boom! During their conversation, lightning and fire exploded for the first time. The enchantment that was about to be repaired, once again showed a lot of cracks, which shocked everyone. Tisk, you really can't relax for a moment. Kurosaki Shunsui spat, and immediately increased the output of spiritual power. Their judgment is actually similar to that of Yamamoto Shijikuni in the barrier. Your Riatsu has weakened a lot, and it looks like it's time for the fight to come to an end. Yamamoto Shijikuni's voice was full of grimness, as if to pronounce the end of the enemy. De Shenchen, it is indeed a great achievement that you have been able to fight with the old man. The old man recognizes your strength. It's a pity that you, with such strength, chose to be the enemy of Godi I-13, it's really stupid. After scolding, Yamamoto Shijikuni picked Ryujin Jaka from the bottom up, pouring all his spiritual energy into it. It's over, burn the city on fire. Ryujinjaka's blade released an ultra-high temperature flame wall, wrapping De Shenchen like a huge palm. If De Shenchen were to forcibly break through from the inside, he would be chased by flames. However, Yamamoto Shijikuni can continue to fill the flame wall from the outside, so he predicts that the weak De Shenchen will never have the strength to break out again. De Shenchen was captured successfully, inform the Seeing Jun to come and take him, Yamamoto Shijikuni said. In the future, Yamamoto Shijikuni used this technique to besiege the three top powerhouses Aizen Sōsuke, Ichimaru Jin, and Tuan Kaname. This proves that he has absolute confidence in Huo Fencheng siege ability, and is confident that no attack can break through. Not to mention De Shenchen, who doesn't have much spiritual power left now. All the captains also breathed a sigh of relief, only Ichimaru Jin frowned slightly. See, Lord God, is it so finished? No, if it was that man, how could it be so easy? No matter how you look at the scene, De Shenchen lost the whole game, but Ichimaru Jin didn't know why. Deep down he felt that De Shenchen would not lose so easily. That lord, it's more than this level. 39. Although Ichimaru Jin thought so, everyone else felt that the dust had settled. But De Shenchen is really powerful. If it wasn't for De Shenchen's crazy consumption of spiritual power, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to catch him. Who said it wasn't? But if he didn't fight hard, he wouldn't be able to resist the commander-in-chief. Listening to the discussion between the two colleagues, Komamura Seijin snorted coldly. Anyway, the sinners are finally killed, and Tuan and Aizen can rest their eyes. Wait! Don't lift the barrier! Suddenly, Yamamoto Shijikuni's pupils shrank, and he shouted. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and saw Yamamoto Shijikuni pull out Ryujinjaka again, and even Rishikai, and continue to pour spiritual power into it. What happened? What happened? All the captains are completely ignorant, so they can only stare at Yamamoto Shijikuni, whose expression is getting more and more gloomy. How? Why is this? As they watched, Yamamoto Shijikuni's forehead began to sweat, his teeth clenched and a shocked expression appeared on his face. No. I can't hold it any longer. Before the other captains could ask what they couldn't hold back, the sight in front of them told them everything. I saw the wall of flames formed by the burning city. Even though Yamamoto has been filling it with spiritual power, it is still shrinking irreversibly and rapidly. Under the dull gazes of everyone, Huo Fencheng shrank smaller, and finally gathered into a small flame vortex, which fell into De Shenchen's mouth. What? This? How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Everyone almost went crazy. Damn, De Shenchen just ate up the captain's flame? The taste is not bad, thank you for the hospitality. De Shenchen, who had eaten the entire burning city that was constantly strengthened, wiped the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. This is exactly the high-level reward that De Shenchen drew last night, really as his trump card, being used against Yamamoto's trump card ability. In order to defeat the real dragon, turn yourself into a dragon, devour the flames with the dragon's lungs, and take it for yourself. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. Chapter 55. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone. First the Holy Sword of Light, then the Body of Thunder, and now the Swallowing Flame. How many abilities does De Shenchen have? Where did they all come from? Aren't you always curious why I don't count the cost at all for my moves? De Shenchen said with a smile. The answer is right in front of your eyes. Thank you old man Yamamoto for the delicious spiritual power that he provided me. 5. No matter how unbelievable, the facts are right in front of them. De Shenchen, who was almost weak before, has now regained his aura, and his spiritual power has risen again. Am I dreaming and haven't woken up yet? Kiraku Shunsui muttered, eating flames to replenish spiritual power? How could such absurd things be possible? Unfortunately, Yamamoto Shijikuni's words broke his last fantasy. It turns out that this is the case. The old man is surprised. Why did you never get hurt by the old man's flame during the battle just now? His eyes were full of emotion and vigilance. It seems that now, whether it is to kill you or arrest you, it is already very difficult to do. In comparison, it's a little less difficult to kill you. For the peace of Soul Society, this old man must kill you too. As soon as the words came out, the murderous intent was awe-inspiring. Don't be so sane, you foolish old immortal who is blinded by others and doesn't know it. 99. On the other hand, Shenchen's body was also burning with large dragon flames. After thunder and lightning, you can actually use fire again. Kuroashi Mayuri sees that his eyes are getting more and more glowing. What is the reason for this? I really want to know. Teacher, let's help you. 99. Jushiro Yukitake immediately said, otherwise, if you fight him, it will be a huge loss. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Shenchen's power can be said to completely restrain Yamamoto's heavy country. The flames of Yamamoto's heavy country will not only fail to hurt Shenchen, but will become Shenchen's tonic. This will lead to Yamamoto's heavy fighting and less spiritual power, and Shenchen's fighting more and more spiritual power. How can he fight? No, I don't need help, Yamamoto said solemnly. Jushiro was anxious, but there's nothing wrong with it, Yamamoto shouted. If I encounter an ability that can target flames, I will lose, then I have lost many times in the past 2 or 3,000 years. On the contrary, the old man may need you to stay farther away, and you must not come close to us. Hearing this, Jushiro was stunned at first, and then his face changed greatly along with Kiraku Shunsui, Anohinaretsu, and Kojiro Sasakaibe. Teacher, do you think? Kiraku Shunsui also shouted, it's crazy to use that trick in Soul Society. Yamamoto Shijikuni said, there is no other way out of this, and I have to admit that Shenchen is really strong. But don't worry, this old man will end the battle soon. Before destroying the Soul Society, this old man will take Shenchen's life completely. Hearing Yamamoto Shijikuni's decision, everyone no longer refuted, but looked nervously at Ryujin Jaka in Yamamoto Shijikuni's hands. I saw the flames on Ryujin Jaka, which seemed to converge completely at this moment, and then continued to condense. Bankai. Riatsu, who made the space distorted, reappears here, accompanied by the voice of Yamamoto Shijikuni, which makes Jingling tremble. Residual fire is too sword. In an instant, a violent heat wave hits the face. The heat spreads rapidly, sweeping almost everything. If it wasn't for the fact that everything inside the enchantment had already been burnt out, I'm afraid that the pressure alone could make it spontaneously ignite. Is this the Bankai of Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni? I knew it for a long time, but the feeling of oppression when facing it is really unusual. Shenchen could feel that even though he had the dual blessing of the elemental body and the dragon body, he was still sweating on his back. The heat is so hot that even he can't take it lightly. Yamamoto Shijikuni gently lifted the residual fire blade, and at this moment, the heat wave rushed outwards along with Riatsu. Crack, 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 crack. Just the lingering power of this movement has already completely shattered the crumbling barrier, and the chain reaction of shattering can't be stopped. Listen to the Commander-in-Chief, rewind. Rewind. Komamura Seijin shouted loudly, realizing that it was impossible for the barrier to hold up a battle of this level. ###pound. If they still want to ensure their own safety, they can only run as far as they can. After all, in front of this ultimate Bankai, who can even evaporate the moisture of the entire Soul Society, no matter how far back, there is no guarantee of absolute safety. Yamamoto Shijikuni said coldly, Shenchen, it's your time of death soon. No, I don't think so. Shenchen sneered and said, do you think I was just watching your Bankai performance just now? What? Yamamoto Shijikuni was stunned for a moment, and saw Shenchen's figure slowly dissipating, and it was just a mirror image hallucination. The Shikai ability of Kyunkin Mirror was never shown to Godei 13, so even Yamamoto Shikai didn't know that Shenchen had it. 0. Oops. So at this moment, Yamamoto Shijikuni knew something was wrong. Sure enough, Shenchen has invaded his side with a huge amount of spiritual power. By the way, I also relied on this period of time to accumulate my strength to the top. So take the trick and release all my spiritual power. In Yamamoto's vision, only a golden meteor slammed over at high speed. Dragon Slaying Profound Truth, Shiranui Type, Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes narrowed, and he swung the remnant fire too hard, like a meteor hitting the earth, slashing towards the dragon extermination Profound Truth. In the next moment, a huge explosion that pierced through the sky devoured the entire first team station. Boom! In the midst of this fire, Yamamoto Shigekuni's expression changed, and he felt that it was difficult to resist this mighty force for a while. That was to gather all the liberated spiritual power of Shenchen, and use the mysterious trick that can slay dragons, and it was still a surprise attack. On the other hand, he was caught off guard, and he was caught off guard only in time to respond with an ordinary slash. Even so, Yamamoto Shigekuni is confident that his slash is unmatched, but today there is an anomaly. Well? After a thousandth of a second, Yamamoto Shigekuni groaned, and his entire body was knocked out. In the eyes of the retreating captains, the invincible captain was actually knocked away from the fire, and rolled hundreds of meters in the air before stopping. Chuan. Chapter 56. This unforgettable scene shook everyone's heart. Each of them wondered if they were seeing it wrong, and could not even believe their own eyes. Even Yamamoto Shigekuni himself, after being slightly stunned, became annoyed and angry like never before. It is undoubtedly the greatest humiliation in Yamamoto Shigekuni's life to have been beaten by Shenchen after Bankai, who was almost sure of everything. "Little devil, are you ready to die?" Yamamoto said coldly. "Lao, you are worried, not yet." Shenchen smiled slightly and said, "It's better to say that depending on your age, you will definitely die earlier than me, so you should prepare yourself in advance." Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted coldly, "No. You will die today. Right now, right now." "There won't be such a thing," Shenchen shook his head and said, "I've already played 607 enough, as long as you know that Dragon Slayer magic does restrain you, that's enough. Let's talk about the rest later, goodbye. Do you think that after the old man Bankai, you still have a chance to escape?" Yamamoto shouted loudly, and the residual fire is about to start to really show its power. However, Shenchen's next move directly stopped him. I saw Shenchen raised his hand and pointed in one direction. "There, is the clean pagoda where Central 46 lives. I asked myself that my spiritual power is quite a lot, not to mention your supplements. Then, why is my spiritual power still quickly depleted?" 35. The answer is there. As Shenchen's voice fell, two huge meteor-like lightning balls broke through the clouds and smashed from the sky to Qingjing Tajulan. "Do you like this gift I gave you?" Shenchen sneered, "Double welcome. This is a gift I have been preparing for a long time." UBD. Yamamoto Shigekuni's pupils tightened suddenly. "So, how do you decide?" Shenchen asked, "With your eyesight, you should see that no one in Jingling Court except you has the strength to intercept two Lei Yings at the same time in one move." 35. But given the distance from the clean Tajulan to here, no matter how fast Shinigami wants to rush past, the rest of the time can only make one move. So choose. Do you want to keep stalking me, or go save Central 46? In fact, Yamamoto Shigekuni had already made his decision while Shenchen was speaking. After all, his thousands of years of experience and eyesight can't be covered. What Shenchen said, Yamamoto Shigekuni can infer that he is inseparable by just looking at it. So there is only one answer. Yamamoto Shigekuni left here at full speed a few seconds ago, and charged towards the double thunder in the distance. "Hey, I already told you that Central 46 is all dead, but you still don't believe it." Shenchen shook his head and sighed, "But that's fine. See you later, captains of Godi I-13. At this moment, all the active captains of Godi I-13 are staying away because of Bankai of Yamamoto Shigekuni. So no one can stop Shenchen from leaving. They could only watch helplessly as Shenchen turned into a lightning bolt and disappeared into the sky at a very high speed. Damn! 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 Komamura Seigen's eyes were red with anger, and his canine teeth were clenched tightly, crushing the slate on the ground. Such a hateful thief, can only watch him leave calmly. Jushiro Yukitake and Kurako Shunsui also fell silent. There is no doubt that they all felt this humiliation that they have not experienced in thousands of years. In the end, it was Shenchen who swaggered into the team meeting where the captains gathered, and then swaggered and left safely. We did nothing. Damn it. 39. No wonder they are so resentful. Shenchen's success is like rubbing salt on Godi 13's wound. No. This is already equivalent to tearing out Godi 13's dignified face, then throwing it on the ground and trampling it. But this is no wonder they, after all, who would have thought that even Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo shot, and finally still can't win Shenchen? Lord God is really handsome. If you really want to go, you can leave, no one can stop you. There was only one person, Ichimaru Jin, with a faint glimmer of light in his narrowed eyes. Originally he was still worried that Shenchen was no match for Yamamoto Shijikuni at all, but the development of the battle changed his mind again and again. Today, Ichimaru Jin is full of respect and confidence in Shenchen. This man can definitely kill Aizen Sōsuke. Humph, he was really calculated by him. On the other hand, Yamamoto Shijikuni has already dealt with Lei Ying and returned to the battlefield after releasing Bankai. The former first team station has turned into a huge crater. The captains reunited and waited for Yamamoto Shijikuni to give orders. From today, Shenchen's wanted level will be officially set to the highest wanted level. All members will immediately hunt for Shenchen. After thinking for a while, Yamamoto Shijikuni said again, but if someone finds Shenchen's trace, don't make a rash move, just report it to the captain. Even, Shinigami at the vice-captain level should never fight against Shenchen, otherwise it will just be a death sentence. Everyone's faces were moved. Has Shenchen really been so strong? Seemingly seeing the thoughts of the captains, Yamamoto Shijikuni said again, however, don't think Shenchen too scary. He seems to be fighting against me, but in fact, the old man's Bankai has not even officially played a trick, and just now I can clearly perceive that his Riatsu has fallen to a low point. Kuroashi Mayuri said thoughtfully, in other words, did he actually use all his 4.4 strength to fight against you who didn't give his full strength for the time being? That's right, Yamamoto said indifferently, but I don't mean to make you despise Shenchen, on the contrary, you need to pay attention to Shenchen with an unprecedented vigilance. Shenchen is Soul Society's most powerful Shinigami, apart from the Old Man and Team Zero, there is no doubt about it. Therefore, the Old Man ordered you, in the process of chasing Shenchen, there must be 3 captain-level combat forces at the same time. No, 4 captain-level combat forces must be present at the same time before you can fight him. Chapter 57. This unprecedented order shocked everyone's hearts. In other words, Captain Yamamoto believes that in order to capture or kill Shenchen, 4 captain-level forces must appear at the same time to be considered insurance. Even when there are only 3 captain-level combat powers, this is not a sure thing. Shenchen is so terrifying. Yes. After the shock, the captains led their orders to retreat one after another, secretly digesting the horror in their hearts. After leaving the first team station, Shenchen sneaked directly to the vicinity of the Central Underground Council Hall. It stands to reason that as long as there is no order from Central 46, Shinigami is generally not allowed to approach. Therefore, it is a good choice to rest here for a while, recovering spiritual power and waiting for tonight's lottery draw. I wonder if Aizen is still hiding here. Shenchen took a walk around the Central Underground Council Hall and thought to himself. According to the 28 stories known to Shenchen, Aizen has been hiding in one of the 2 places, the Central Underground Council Hall or the Purity Tajulan, after disguising his own death. In order to ensure that when someone comes to receive orders, Kyoka Suijutsu's hypnosis can issue some relevant instructions according to the situation, so Aizen Sōsuke, Tuan Kaname, and Ichimaru Jin are usually on duty here. But now, Tuan Kaname was killed by Shenchen, so Shenchen doesn't know if Aizen has changed his plans. Am I sharing a hiding place with Aizen? Thinking of this, Shenchen even felt a little funny. But when Shenchen thinks about it carefully, he thinks that Aizen will probably not be in the Central Underground Chamber for a long time. Because the Central Underground Conference Hall is not accessible in the general sense, in contrast, Qingjing Tajulan is the real Shinigami forbidden area. Therefore, in terms of safety, Qingjing Tajulan will be much better. In that case, when I went to Qingjing Tajulan and smashed the double thunderbolt, I wonder if it scared Aizen. Shenchen thought wickedly, after all, Aizen suffered a lot from Lei Ying's move. Presumably he will have some psychological shadows, right? After making this judgment, Shenchen went straight into the central underground chamber. Sure enough, Aizen is not here, there is only the body of the central 64 room. Of course, there was a man who smiled like a fox. Hello, Lord God, since you are so stingy and rushed in, you must have a clear understanding of Aizen's plan, right? Shenchen nodded, found a corpse in room 64 in the center, kicked it away, and took his seat. You came so fast. Ichimaru-jin said with a smile, the Central Underground Council is the place where I will be on duty. After the battle between you and the Commander-in-Chief, I rushed over without stopping. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Oh. Shenchen touched his chin, it sounds like you are no longer on duty every day, but you are in charge of the Central Underground Chamber? But that's normal, not to mention the lack of manpower. Just being discovered in the Central Underground Chamber is much better than Aizen being discovered here. Hearing this, Ichimaru-jin's eyes widened in surprise. Lord God, you really know more than I thought. It's amazing. Indeed, before you killed Tuan Kaname, we were all on duty one by one every day. So what did you come to say? 99. Shenchen waved his hand and said, I don't have any orders, but do you have anything to tell me? 35. Ichimaru-jin nodded and said, Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni issued a clear order after the war to adjust your wanted level to the highest. Shenchen laughed, that's pretty good. Ichimaru-jin. Don't care, Shenchen waved, you continue. Oh. Ichimaru-jin was stunned, other than that, Yamamoto Genryuze Shogun strictly prohibits Shinigami below the captain level from fighting with you. What? Shenchen said angrily, is this BD looking down on me? How can I not? If there are so many less vice-captains, wouldn't the survival crisis be greatly reduced? Ichimaru-jin. Wait a minute, your reaction is a little weird. Yamamoto Genryusai obviously gave this order because he attached great importance to your strength. This is almost the same as the run away when you see this person order on the battlefield, and it is enough to boast with others for a lifetime. Cough, leave me alone, you continue. Shenchen coughed. Okay, well. Ichimaru-jin wiped his sweat and said, finally, Yamamoto Shijikuni ordered that even if a captain-level Shinigami encounters you, at least 4 captain-level Shinigami must be present to deal with you at the same time, so please be careful. Shenchen clapped his hands when he heard the words, fantastic. Ichimaru-jin. What's so good about this? It's obviously super dangerous. At the very least, Ichimaru-jin felt that if he was faced with such a predicament, he would be beaten every second. 607. Although he believes that his strength is outstanding among the captains, he is far from being able to play 4 captains at the same time. It's really hard to understand the thinking of the great god. Could it be that the courage to face danger is the secret of the great god being so powerful? 55. Ichimaru-jin thought to himself, he really doesn't understand the world of the strong. After understanding the general situation, the next thing Shenchen needs to do is to try to recover. Then, wait for today's survival reward. Today's crisis is no less than that of Aizen. Shenchen was both emotional and looking forward to it. The reason why he was ready for a double strike in advance was because he had expected that he would probably have a hard time against Yamamoto's Bankai. After all, there are several tricks in Yamamoto's Bankai, all of which will not release flames at all, and the Dragon Slayer magic of fire can't be absorbed even if you want to absorb them. In addition, when it was Shikai alone, the mass and high temperature of Ryujin Jaka's flames were already approaching the limit of Shenchen's engulfment. I hope today's survival reward can make me strengthen again. Time passed by every second, and soon midnight came. Congratulations to host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. The moment the system prompt appeared, Shenchen clicked the draw without hesitation. Chapter 58. Congratulations to host for winning the excellent Zanpakuto talent. Seeing this reward, Shenchen is generally satisfied. Although it is a talent-like skill, the Kinkan mirror has already given him a great surprise. Now he is only half a step away from the full form of Shikai. If he can take it to the next level, then Shenchen is really looking forward to what new abilities he will acquire. Anyway, let's try Zanpakuto first. Shenchen closed his eyes, sat down with his legs crossed, and put the Kinkan mirror in front of him. As soon as he realized it, Shenchen immediately opened his eyes in surprise. This Zanpakuto's talent has improved so much that he can clearly feel it in just a few seconds. Stunned. Now the speed of communication between me and Zanpakuto can be called 1,000 miles in a day. Shenchen understands when he thinks about it. If it is said that the talent of the elite level is outstanding among the vice-captains, it means that as long as you practice hard, it is possible to be at the level of Master Bankai. After all, there are several Shinigami who were only vice-captains in the past, even Shinigami who were not even vice-captains, eventually succeeded in training Bankai. And a higher level of excellence, doesn't it mean that 100% of Bankai can be cultivated? To comprehend Shikai with this level of talent is naked aptitude crushing. Maybe, I will be able to completely master Shikai in the mirror before tomorrow. Shenchen continued to practice with great interest. In fact, as he expected, after only half a day, Shenchen has successfully taken the final step. I see. Shenchen took a deep breath, held the handle of the Kinkan mirror, and a clear look flashed in his eyes. I was wrong before, it's not that the Kinkan mirror is not full of Shikai, or only half of Shikai. The real name of Kinkan mirror is not wrong, what Shenchen really needs to change is the liberation language of Kinkan mirror. Through the change of the liberation language, the Kinkan mirror has the fourth, and the last ability, and it is the ability that is really related to the essence of the mirror. Just like the instinct of breathing, Shenchen knew exactly what power Zanpakuto had without trying. However, some practical combat is still indispensable. In this way, Shenchen can master this Shikai faster. When it comes to opponents in the battle, there is a ready-made one on the scene. Silver! Shenchen shouted. Ah! Ichimaru-jin raised his head from the seat opposite. Sir, do you have anything to explain? Shenchen smiled and said, I didn't explain it, I just wanted to have a fight with you. Ichimaru-jin immediately shrank his neck and sneered, Sir Dashin is really joking, with your ability to punch Aizen and kick Yamamoto, wouldn't I bring food in front of you? The implication is, let's not fight a battle with such an obvious result, shall we? I don't want to be beaten. How can my strength be as exaggerated as you say? Shenchen laughed and said, don't worry, I only use Shikai to fight you this time, and I don't need any other abilities. Seeing that Ichimaru-jin couldn't shirk, he had to smile bitterly, well then. After a fight, Ichimaru-jin lay panting on the table on the stage. Jin, according to Yamamoto Shijikuni's order, will you team up with the other 3 captains to search me tomorrow? Ichimaru-jin nodded and said, yes. I will try my best not to let them disturb you. No, Shenchen shook his head, tell me where you will go tomorrow, and I will meet them. Ichimaru-jin was stunned, but at the thought of Shenchen's Shikai strength, he was relieved immediately. That's right. With the strength of the great god, there is no need to hide from them at all. The next day, Ichimaru-jin and Kurosaki Shunsui, as well as Jushiro Yukitake and Komamura Seijin, formed a search unit consisting of only the captain. This kind of team structure, which has never been seen before, is enough to show how terrible the enemy they think they are facing. But I didn't find Shenchen yesterday, can I still find it today? The 4 of them have been busy for a long time, but they have no results, Kurosaki Shunsui sighed. Jushiro shook his head and said, who knows, but most of them will come back without success? After all, Shenchen has just fought with the teacher, and he will definitely hide and recuperate. It's no wonder. Kurosaki Shunsui said, as long as you have a normal mind, you will understand how well Godi I-13 will be waiting after showing that kind of strength. It would be thankless to show up at this juncture, and I would only face the encirclement and suppression of a large number of powerful combat forces. If I were him, of course, I would avoid the limelight first 5. Komamura Seigen snorted coldly. This is hard to say. With Shenchen's arrogant personality, maybe. How can that be? Both Kurako Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake subconsciously wanted to deny it, but when they thought about what happened yesterday, they immediately fell silent again. This is indeed the case. Just the fact that Shenchen showed up in the team's first meeting yesterday is not a crazy move that ordinary people can do. Ichimaru, what do you think? Jushiro asked. Ichimaru-jin squinted his eyes, and the memories of yesterday came to his mind. My lord, if I need to be your enemy after we start fighting tomorrow, what should I do? Shenchen said with a slight smile, you can just shoot normally, otherwise it's unlikely to fool the few elites on the same team as you 5. Ichimaru-jin moved, is it really possible? But won't you be under a lot of pressure? Wang Zhao, a lot of pressure? Shenchen sneered, who do you think you are talking to? Are you sure, I can fight your Bankai with only Shikai, will there be pressure against you? Memories come to an abrupt end here. Ichimaru-jin smiled and said, I don't have any other ideas, if I really meet Shenchen, then I will do my best to take him down. That's good, Jushiro nodded. Faced with Shenchen, we need to work together too. Jushiro Yukitake's words were only halfway through, and it stuck like a broken belt. The same stuck as him, along with fellow Kurako Shunsui and Komamura Seigen no. In front of them, Shenchen stood proudly at the top of a white pagoda, overlooking them condescendingly. Hello, Shenchen said indifferently, are you the cannon fodder that Yamamoto sent out for me to hunt? Chapter 59. After a short period of surprise, everyone quickly waited. Komamura Seigen, in particular, was directly incensed by Shenchen's words. Big God! Dust! Komamura Seigen roared in rage, and threw herself with all her might. Chong! Shenchen pulled out Zanpakuto and caught the anger blow impartially, looking extremely relaxed. The old man is going to kill you. 9. A mere loser, don't bark in front of me. Shenchen snorted coldly, and the powerful Riatsu exploded, transforming into a huge force and sending it to Zanpakuto. Komamura Seigen only felt that a strange force was crushing him, and he was uncontrollably slashed and flew out, directly crashing into a wall 100 meters away. Everyone calm down. Kurako Shunsui immediately shouted, facing Shenchen, you must not fight alone. Why did Yamamoto Uenyujai Shijikuni emphasize that 4 captain-level forces must be present before he can fight Shenchen? It is because he is very sure that when it comes to heads up, no one but him is Shenchen's opponent. It's the old man who lost his temper. I'm sorry. No matter how angry the old man is, he won't be so careless. In the midst of the ruins, Komamura Seigen stood up with a gloomy expression. The brief confrontation just now was a shame for him. Shinigami, who is a violent Zanpakuto, is actually suppressed by his opponent even more violently, which is a great shame. It's rare to agree with you, Kurako Shunsui. Shenchen said in a condescending manner, I advise you to do your best, otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing to be killed by me? By the way, remember to go together, so I don't have to bother to hunt down one by one. Don't be too arrogant. 35. Kurako Shunsui's face sank, and his spiritual power ignited when he pulled out Zanpakuto. The flowers are chaotic, the flower gods cry, the sky is chaotic, the demons sneer, Katen Kyakotsu. 35. All the waves, turned into my shield, all the thunder, turned into my blade, Sogyo no Kotori, 99. Beside him, Jushiro Yukitake also liberated Zanpakuto at the first time, waiting for him. As for Komamura Seigen and Ichimaru-jin, they have gone a step further, and the strength of their rising spiritual power has reached their peak limits. See, Bankai Black Rope Scourge Myo. Bankai Kamishinai no Yari. A huge black-armored warrior rose from behind Komamura Seigen, his face below the eyes was covered with a red kerchief, covered with heavy armor, and tied behind his back with a huge thick black rope. And Ichimaru-jin seems to have a lot of momentum. The floors and buildings around him were cut open by the violent impact, and the place where he stood was in a mess. Oh! Go straight to Bankai as soon as you come up. Shenchen raised his eyebrows, looked at Kurosaki Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake, and made a quick analysis in his mind. Kurosaki Shunsui didn't immediately Bankai like the other two captains, not because he didn't value Shenchen, but because of Zanpakuto's ability. He has to fight for a while in Shikai state, and after achieving the desired effect, Bankai can exert the greatest power. Compared to Kurosaki Shunsui, why Jushiro Yukitake didn't start Bankai at the very beginning really makes me a little concerned. Shenchen thought silently, could it be that his Bankai ability has the same prerequisites as Kurosaki Shunsui? It can be said that for Shenchen, the danger level of Jushiro Yukitake ranks first among the four present. Because only Jushiro Yukitake has exactly what Bankai powers, Shenchen is ignorant of. So Shenchen instantly had a clue as to how to fight the next battle. Speaking of which, you haven't seen my Shikai, have you? Hearing Shenchen say this, everyone except Ichimaru-jin was taken aback. What? Isn't that Thunderbolt or the Sword of Light his Shikai? Jushiro's head was full of question marks, and he felt that he couldn't see through the depths of Shenchen. Shenchen is strong and strong, this is not the most terrible, the most terrible is that no one knows why Shenchen is so strong. I just don't understand his strengths. Be careful, he might just be bluffing. Kurosaki Shunsui said solemnly. Is it a bluff? Just experience it yourself. Shenchen smiled slightly, and the mirror in his hand was turned upside down. Upside down, Kinkin looks in the mirror. This was the first time they heard Shenchen Zanpakuto's real name, and everyone's alert instantly rose to the highest level. However, nothing happened in the next second, which surprised them slightly. Only Jushiro Yukitake noticed that Shenchen seemed to glance at him, and that eyes. A pair of red pupils. Jushiro thought in surprise, why does his eye color change? Is this his Zanpakuto ability? I wonder if anyone else noticed. Just thinking of this, Jushiro felt a chill from the depths of his soul. What's going on? Jushiro doesn't understand where this sense of crisis comes from. Obviously the enemy is still in front of him and hasn't moved. He wanted to check the situation around him, but saw Kurosaki Shunsui and Komamura Seigen's pupils shrank together, and then they reached out to him in a panic. Pfft! 39. The next moment, a handful of Zanpakuto pierced through Jushiro Yukitake's chest. Cough, cough, cough. Jushiro was stunned on the spot, blood was pouring out of his mouth, and he looked back in disbelief. I saw that Shenchen had come to his back and gave him a fatal blow. I'm sorry, Shenchen said lightly, but you must be the first to die. Floating, bamboo. 99. Kurosaki Shunsui roared, and Komamura Seigen both slashed with their swords, but they lost their target before they hit Shenchen. It's like this again. Kurosaki Shunsui gritted his teeth, this terrifying speed that is completely invisible. Looking at Jushiro lying in a pool of blood, Kurosaki Shunsui and Komamura Seigen were shaking with rage. Unexpectedly, Shenchen killed one person as soon as the fight started. Chapter 60. Even Jushiro Yukitake, who collapsed to the ground, could not understand what had just happened. As the captain of Godi I-13, he is also Yamamoto's favorite protégé, so he shouldn't be killed in an instant anyway. Why did I, don't notice at all? Jushiro thought vaguely, but couldn't understand it. Of course he didn't know that this was Shenshen's thunder strike that combined multiple tricks and intelligence. The first is Jushiro Yukitake's character. Shenshen knows that he never takes the initiative when facing women or enemies smaller than himself. Shenshen is only 100 years old, much younger than Jushiro, so this mentality will make Jushiro a little slack at the beginning of the war. All that's left is the interlocking combo. 3 Tomo Sharingan's full power hypnosis, coupled with the ultra-high-speed movement of the electric field, and the mirror image of the Kinkin mirror to confuse the enemy. Under all circumstances, Shenshen will kill Jushiro Yukitake in one hit. Electric field teleportation can be described as one of Shenshen's unique skills. He has been hiding and useless when fighting Yamamoto, just to be able to hit the enemy when it is revealed, everyone is caught off guard. No tread. Ichimaru-jin is doing his duty, Kamishini no Yari instantly expands and contracts at high speed, and stabs de Shenchen, who appears in the distance. This performance, no one can imagine that he is actually de Shenchen's subordinate. SHH. However, this extremely fast strike still stabbed in the air. With a flash of electric light, de Shenchen returned to the tower where he stood before. Sure enough, he's faster than Kamishini no Yari. Even though de Shenchen was recognized as the master, Ichimaru-jin couldn't help shedding a cold sweat. The blow just now confirmed what he had guessed when he was the enemy of de Shenchen for the first time. That is, de Shenchen is even faster than Kamishini no Yari. Kamishini no Yari can reach 500 times the speed of sound, so how fast should de Shenchen be? That kind of speed can't be explained by Shunpo. It's not an exaggeration to call it teleportation. Upon seeing this, Kurako Shunsui made the same judgment and loudly reminded his comrades to pay attention. However, he was very irritable, so what if he confirmed de Shenchen's abilities? De Shenchen is so fast that it is impossible to guard against it. No, I have to find a way to restrict his movement. 99. Thinking of this, Kurako Shunsui took a deep breath and swung his sword to attack first. Not alone. The two spiral-like wind blades are getting bigger and bigger, obviously trying to surround the surrounding space of de Shenchen. Komamura Seijin also has the same idea, roaring and manipulating Ming Wang to attack de Shenchen from both sides. De Shenchen smiled and said, "Using the power of wind in front of me? Really never died?" Roar of the fire dragon. De Shenchen turned into lightning and came to the side, opened his mouth and spit out a long flame, aiming at Komamura Seijin. The dragon's roar penetrated the whirlwind on the spot, and became stronger under the blessing of the wind, and bombarded heavily on the body of the black rope scourge Ming Wang. Boom! Komamura Seijin groaned, and was repelled together with King Ming of the black robe, and the black armor in front of him was blasted with a large crack. This made Kurako Shunsui look ugly, and it was undoubtedly his mistake just now. But why did he switch positions to hit Komamura, instead of hitting me straight back? The keen Kurako Shunsui noticed that something was wrong, but before he could think about it, he saw that de Shenchen had turned into a thunderbolt, chasing after the king of the black rope scourge. De Shenchen never misses the chance to beat the reservoir dogs. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Taking advantage of the fact that the black rope was repelled just now, de Shenchen threw out a punch and staggered the black rope again. UBD. Komamura Seijin roared and swung the sword, and the black rope god King Ming followed along and swung the giant blade, but only cut off a tower. Komamura Seijin, who is not good at speed, can't catch de Shenchen at all. The wing strike of the fire dragon. De Shenchen flickered in the air like a thunderbolt, and it was another strike. Ask for flowers. Boom! Akoko was beaten out of balance and fell to the ground, causing great damage. No step. Ichimaru-jin shot out Kamishini no Yari at the right time, and was still dodged by de Shenchen's teleportation, so he had to shrug at Kurako Shunsui. It seems that his speed is my Bankai's nemesis, so why don't you quickly support Captain Komamura? Otherwise, he will only be beaten unilaterally when facing de Shenchen. You don't need to remind me. Kurako Shunsui spat, he certainly wasn't watching Komamura Seijin get beaten. These short breaths were all used by Kurako Shunsui to ascend by Shunpo until it was higher than the height of the black rope. 0. Brilliant. Seeing that time could no longer drag on, Kurako Shunsui slashed at de Shenchen, who was hammering Komamura Seijin with all his might. He is not useless. Under Katen Kyakotsu's ability rules, the higher the standing, the greater the attack power bonus achievement will be. SHH-. Seeing that Zanpakuto had hit de Shenchen's back, Kurako Shunsui's expression suddenly changed. No touch. Could it be an illusion like the beginning? He guessed the fact right. De Shenchen had already come to a higher place, raised the universe and looked into the mirror. It was a split. Chong. Kurako Shunsui reluctantly made a block, and immediately felt a sharp pain in his arm, and the tiger's mouth was already bleeding. His slash was actually strengthened by Shinki. A hole. Komamura Seijin slashed again at this moment. De Shenchen slashed Kurako Shunsui, turned over to avoid the attack, and kicked over the claws of the fire dragon. Boom! King Ming of the Black Rope was kicked into a daze, and he could only futilely hit the combination punches of De Shenchen's follow-up pursuit. For a time, the light of dragon-slaying magic continued to explode on the body surface of the Black Rope Scourge Ming Wang. Boom! 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 It didn't take long before the armor of King Ming of the Black Rope Condemnation was tattered and tattered, becoming extremely miserable. Chuan. Chapter 61. On the ground, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had smashed a big hole, finally managed to recover, but his heart was horrified. Does he know Katen Kyokotsu's abilities very well? Shouldn't it be? Kurosaki Ichigo's ability is due to its complexity, so the specific rules are his greatest secret and guarantee of combat power. Kurosaki Ichigo has always been well hidden. How can De Shenchen, a 100-year-old Shinigami, know? No, calm down. Using illusions to confuse me, and going to a higher place to slash, may be just De Shenchen's natural combat reaction. Kurosaki Ichigo told himself not to think too much, and most importantly, the situation in front of him did not allow him to think too much. Waste any more time and Komamura Seijin will be beaten to death. Ghost. 607 Kurosaki Ichigo hurried Shunpo over, came behind De Shenchen and shouted, "Black!" The rule of Yangui is to only attack the color that the opponent has and shout out, and the larger the coverage area, the stronger the power. De Shenchen, who is now wearing a Death Tyrant outfit, is undoubtedly the most black in his clothes. The broken tooth of the fire dragon. However, De Shenchen didn't even look at him, and his hands completely tore the armor of the Black Rope Heavenly Scourge King Ming. Komamura. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth, but thanks to De Shenchen's attention to you, I will avenge you. In a flash, Kurosaki Ichigo successfully slashed De Shenchen. 99. As soon as he touched it, Kurosaki Ichigo felt wrong because De Shenchen's body had turned into a blue lightning element. The huge change in the overall color immediately nullified Kurosaki Ichigo's slash. What? He doesn't really know. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, looking at the stronger flames emerging from De Shenchen, and clenched his teeth. Then use tricks that you can't prevent even if you know it. He was completely submerged in the shadow, rushed out from the shadow De Shenchen cast on King Ming Wang, and hit De Shenchen's blind spot. Shadow Ghost. This move can almost attack the opponent at zero distance. Because of the extremely fast speed, no one has successfully avoided it, but there is a first time for everything. In De Shenchen's observation Haki field, Kurosaki Ichigo's actions are in full view. Katen Kyokotsu missed De Shenchen by the slightest, and De Shenchen directly ignored Kurosaki Ichigo and blasted the flames that had gathered to the peak on the body of the Black Rope Scourge Ming Wang. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, Red Lotus Blazing Blade. 35. Boom! A violent whirlwind of flames exploded in the air, and King Ming of the Black Rope was beaten into the air, and Komamura Seijin vomited blood. The huge body fell, smashing several buildings one after another, and finally disappeared as a spiritual child. How could? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Komamura Seijin who had passed out, and the hand holding the knife was shaking. Once again he watched De Shenchen take out a captain right in front of him. And he can't do anything, not even stop De Shenchen. Even if I look at it again, I still think it's an exaggeration. Under the siege of the four captains, half of the people were disabled so quickly. Ichimaru-jin was also amazed, but he knew that he didn't hold back at all. In other words, this was the real four captains who were besieging them with all their strength, but De Shenchen was killed in half without even hurting his hair. One more person out, who's next to die? De Shenchen held the Kunkan mirror and glanced over with cold eyes. UBD. Kurosaki Ichigo was furious like never before, but what followed was an unprecedented calm. He knew very well that if he attacked rashly, there was only one outcome, death. Ichimaru, it's just the two of us now, and we have to cooperate fully. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Ichimaru-jin tilted his head. How do you want me to cooperate with you? You just keep attacking De Shenchen, even if his speed can crack your Bankai, he can still create opportunities for me while he spends his energy on you. After Kurako Shunsui finished speaking, he held Katen Kyakotsu and approached the onslaught. Shadow. Anyone who fights as Riatsu will unintentionally use vision and spiritual sense to see things. And the more you focus on combat, the better you are at combat, the more spiritual sense accounts for an overwhelmingly higher proportion than vision. Kurako Shunsui felt that De Shenchen was just like this, so he concluded that De Shenchen would be greatly affected by the shadowing. After all, Kurako Shunsui just exposed the way to attack from the shadow before, so De Shenchen will definitely pay attention to the change of the shadow. Shadowing is when the shadow is firmly fixed on, and the afterimage of the shadow is mapped to other places in the game. In De Shenchen's case, the afterimage left by Kurako Shunsui will undoubtedly become extremely strong. Swish, 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 35. Sure enough, Kurako Shunsui split up dozens of shadow clones at once, surrounding De Shenchen in all directions. No tread, 9. At the same time, Ichimaru Jin also fired a blade 500 times the speed of sound. The two constituted an airtight attack, and almost at this moment, De Shenchen raised the Kinkin mirror. Turn it upside down. The next moment, Kamishini no Yari's attacking position was reversed, and he directly brushed De Shenchen's side, hitting one of them, Kurako Shunsui. Cough. 35. That Kurako Shunsui suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. 4.4 Can you find out? What he didn't know was that in addition to his spiritual sense and vision, De Shenchen could also rely on observation haki to see the world. Moreover, the three-tomo Sharinan can also interpret the flow of spiritual power in Shinigami's body, and the clone alone can't hide it from De Shenchen. The third. De Shenchen didn't answer him, and seemed to be calling the countdown coldly. Holding the blade that pierced Kurako Shunsui, he poured a lot of lightning into the dazzling blue light. Goo! Ichimaru Jin was instantly paralyzed, and he watched as the thunder light that flew later drowned him. Boom! De Shenchen didn't even look at the explosion behind him, and looked down at Kurako Shunsui, who was half kneeling. Now, you are the last one left. G. Chapter 62. Kurako Shunsui covered his wound with a dull look in his eyes. Looking at the three captains who fell to the ground, he still feels a little unresponsive. This directly damages the three captain-level powerhouses? Or when the four of them besieged a Shenchen alone? What a joke! It seems that the captain's judgment is seriously wrong, this guy De Shenchen. It's not to the extent that four captains can handle it. What are you mumbling about? De Shenchen said lightly, do you want to tell me your last words? There's nothing to talk about last words, only a deadly fight to the end. Kurako Shunsui stood up with a wry smile, but fortunately Ichimaru Jin's attack that hit him was only deflected by De Shenchen, so it didn't hit his vitals. Speaking of which, you didn't want to hurt me from the beginning to the end, and in the end you had to rely on Ichimaru Jin's attack. So it seems that you really know my abilities well. Don't ask knowingly, De Shenchen yawned 28 times, or you can just admit defeat, maybe I can let you go when I'm in a good mood. Kurako Shunsui shook his head, you know it's impossible. But this is really a headache. You know, a regular Zanpakuto like me is most afraid of the situation where both Shikai and Bankai's abilities are analyzed by the enemy. On the other hand, I still don't know much about your Zanpakuto ability. This is really a gap that you can't even admit it. Saying so, Kurako Shunsui inserted Katen Kyakotsu into the ground. Even so, I had to Bankai. Several black pine trees and pine leaves began to extend from the ground, and the surrounding scenery within 100 meters became dim. Immediately afterwards, a shivering large area of Riatsu erupted. Bankai, Katen Kyakotsu Katsuki heart. This stubborn resistance made De Shenchen frown slightly, but his heart did not relax at all. Because De Shenchen has not forgotten that Kurako Shunsui in front of him has enough strength to inherit the second-generation Godi I-13 captain in the future. Just judging from that Riatsu who is not much worse than himself, De Shenchen can be sure that Kurako Shunsui is strong. It can be said that among the four present, Kurosaki Ichigo is the most threatening to Shenchen except Jushiro Yukitake, who is unknown to Bankai. Your Bankai rules are all known to me, and Bankai has not achieved the desired results before, which means that half of your Bankai is invalid for me. Shenchen snorted coldly, if that's the case, why are you still doing useless struggles? In your opinion, am I sure to lose? Kurosaki Ichigo asked back with a smile. I don't think so. Although the win rate is very low, at least there is a little bit. Why, you know my Bankai ability, but obviously you don't know Jushiro's Bankai ability. 35. What? Shenchen was suddenly surprised. Because in his observation Haki field, Jushiro Yukitake, who was supposed to be dying, actually stood up straight. In the next second, Jushiro with the violent spiritual power no less than Kurosaki Ichigo, attacked and slashed. Chiang! Chiang! Shenchen's left sword and right sword just happened to hold Jushiro's Sogyo no Kotori. However, the huge force from the blade is not at all like what a seriously wounded person can have. There is such a reversal, is this your Bankai? Shenchen frowned. Jushiro maintained a stalemate and said solemnly, yes, this is my Bankai, Yin Yang Sogyo no Kotori. At this time, Shenchen noticed that Jushiro's Zanpakuto had turned into a black and a white appearance, and the appearance had also changed a lot. But what kind of ability is this? Can Jushiro turn over successfully? Forget it, even if you suddenly deceive the corpse, then kill it again. Shenchen snorted coldly, the light of the sword of oath of victory bloomed, and countless light spots quickly converged. Not good. 99. Seeing this, Jushiro's face changed. Although Bankai's Yin-Yang Sogyo no Kotori still possesses Shikai's abilities, Jushiro is not sure whether he can completely absorb the light slash with such huge energy. And, now he has a better way to deal with it. Bipolar reversal. 9. Jushiro twisted the blade and swayed Shenchen away, causing Shenchen's pupils to shrink. Because at this moment, the true name liberation of the Sword of Oath of Victory suddenly disappeared. Not only was there no high temperature and high heat on the sword, but a thick layer of frost formed on the sword. Shenchen's heart suddenly moved, I see, I understand. Your Zanpakuto, both in style and in name, alludes to that, no wonder you rarely use Bankai. Jushiro smiled bitterly and said, as expected, I can't hide it from you, there's nothing I can do about it. It's too obvious after my abilities are displayed. 35. Shenchen snorted, I never imagined that there is such an ability in the world to reverse the two extremes of things. Just now, you also reversed the dying state to the current state of life, right? 5. However, I guess the two poles judged by this ability 607, the reference point in the middle is particularly difficult to grasp, and it is an ability that is difficult to control. Because of this, you spent so long waiting for the injury caused by blood loss to get worse, so as to reach the standard that you can reverse your state. 39. In just a few words, Shenchen explained Jushiro Yukitake's Bankai ability, which can reverse the polarity of yin and yang. This made both Jushiro Yukitake and Kurosaki Ichigo stunned and couldn't help but look at each other. The strength of the enemy is super strong, but the fighting talent and observation skills are also excellent. Simply too bad. I don't know how many years we haven't fought side by side, your craftsmanship is not unfamiliar, right? Kurosaki Ichigo leaned over to Jushiro and joined him in confrontation with Shenchen. Of course, Jushiro smiled confidently, you and I will join forces and we will not lose to anyone. 35. Even Jushiro, who has a humble personality, said so, of course it is not aimless. Shenchen is even more aware of this. You must know that in the original history, Kurosaki Ichigo and Jushiro Yukitake teamed up, even without even using Bankai, they forcibly stopped Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo for a while. If this can't explain the strength of the two of them after joining forces, then what can explain? Chapter 63. Two of Yamamoto Genri Yusai's most proud disciples finally fight side by side. Facing their alliance, Shenchen did not show any contempt. Although I know Jushiro's Bankai ability, it's a really troublesome power, and there's Jingles Duanyuan watching him. Shenchen's thoughts turned and he quickly made a decision. Looks like I have to use my newly acquired Shikai ability. All this thought happened in a very short period of time. On the opposite side, Kurako Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake have launched a fierce attack. SHH. SHH. At the same time, Shunpo came over and surrounded De Shenchen from left to right. Afterwards, the two of them hit De Shenchen with the most tricky angles, as if they were in a good mood. The final stage, Itoki Iron Blood stains the throat. Kurako Shunsui's Zanpakuto was strangely put back into the scabbard, replaced by a thin thread of spirit condensed on the fingertips. He actually showed Bankai's final trick directly. I noticed that ordinary slashes have little effect on me, and instead I may be restrained by lightning strikes, so I dyed my throat with iron blood that would explode if I hit it. Even in the situation of being under siege, De Shenchen had to marvel at the quick response of Kurako Shunsui. Indeed, in this way, neither he could conduct electricity, nor would the elemental body be immune to the violent fluctuations of the explosion. And Jushiro Yukitake is also a double-edged attack, which works well with Kurako Shunsui. Too bad their opponent is De Shenchen. Turn it upside down. De Shenchen held the Kinkin mirror in his left hand, and under the activation of his ability, the trajectory of the thin line of the spiritual child was forcibly distorted. De Shenchen's right hand is holding the sword of Oath of Victory, fighting with the yin and yang Sogyo no Kotori between the sword and the sword. Is Hind 2 uses, 1 against 2. Itoki's blood-stained throat can't entangle him at all. What's going on? Kurako Shunsui just felt more and more aggrieved. This is De Shenchen's new ability again. How many abilities does he have? In contrast, Jushiro Yukitake's awe in his heart remains undiminished. What are you kidding me? When you're distracting yourself from dealing with Kurako, you can still play on par with me with one hand. You know, he and Kurako Shunsui are on opposite sides, which means that De Shenchen can only pay attention to one direction at a time. And they also opened their Riatsu cover to the maximum. In this case, De Shenchen had eyes on both sides, which really puzzled Jushiro. Chong! There was another fierce collision, and the converging rays of light suddenly lit up on the sword of Oath of Victory. The radiance of this high temperature and heat instantly melted the frost on the blade, making Jushiro Yukitake's heart tighten. Bipolar reversal. Jushiro used his ability decisively and once again dissipated the prelude to the liberation of his real name. But then, the golden light lit up again, repeating the process just now. Bipolar reversal. Jushiro can only keep using his abilities in the sword fight with De Shenchen, forcibly interrupting the real name liberation again and again. It seemed that De Shenchen was suppressed, but after a few rounds, both Jushiro Yukitake and Kurako Shunsui fully understood. This guy. Kurako Shunsui gritted his teeth. I really held the two of us down by myself. Deal with Kurako Shunsui with his ability to twist the attack orbit, then use the constant charge release to force Jushiro to be unable to use Bankai abilities for other purposes. His ability to fight on two fronts is like never before, and there will be no results in this fight. Kurako Shunsui shouted, so I'm going to use that trick. Okay. I'll pay attention. 35. Jushiro nodded and took a deep breath. In the next second, Kurako Shunsui's huge Riatsu directly materialized and transformed into a huge deep water. The third paragraph, Duanyuan. This gigantic water has no distinction between enemy and foe, and has dragged De Shenchen, Kurako Shunsui, and Jushiro Yukitake into it. Sure enough, he still used it in the end. De Shenchen felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. The nemesis of demon fruit power is not only the sea and sea stone. Ordinary water will also have a little effect. For example, in the theatrical version of The Strongest Enemy, Z, Luffy and Brook were very listless just taking a bath instead of soaking in sea water. Case. And now, De Shenchen has entered the body of water with his entire body. Although far less powerful than the effects of seawater or sea stone, it still makes De Shenchen significantly weaker in speed and power. Both Kurako Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake were keenly aware of this immediately, and although I don't know why, this move seems to have a restraint on De Shenchen. They were overjoyed with this discovery. The opportunity must not be lost, it will never come again, and both Jushiro and Kurosaki Shunsui will go all out to attack De Shenchen. De Shenchen looked indifferently at the approaching attack of the two, and held the Kunkan mirror in front of him. Both of them were taken aback by this move. It was neither defense nor dodge. What exactly did De Shenchen want to do? But the arrow had to be fired on the string, and their sharp edge was within easy reach of De Shenchen. Reflect it, Kunkan looks in the mirror. The brand new liberation language seemed very vague in the water, and the two of them couldn't hear it clearly. In the next moment, Itoki and Sogyo no Kotori cut off De Shenchen's neck in unison. Then, big bang! Boom! 35. Itokari's iron-blooded spiritual blast blasted out a waterless area, and Kurosaki Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake were all delighted. King's Zhao. Very good and feel good. It's definitely not the illusion it used to be. They took a closer look at the area that had been submerged again. Indeed, De Shenchen's body was still there, and the water was gradually stained with blood. Finally! The two of them suddenly felt relieved and smiled at each other. Finally killed De Shenchen. This battle can be described as thrilling, and if they are not careful, they will die. But at the same time, there was a sense of pride in their hearts. Even as strong as De Shenchen, facing the combination of the two of them, they will be punished. At this moment, the corpse in the field of vision suddenly disappeared. The smiles of Kurosaki Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake froze on their faces, and they didn't even turn their heads for a while. At this moment, the outside world suddenly flourished. Excalibur. Chapter 64. Before the two could recover from the state of brain shutdown, the roaring torrent of light hit the water head-on from the outside world. Boom! The intense brilliance of the ultra-high temperature heats the entire water area at an extreme speed. The water even started to evaporate on the spot. Well! Both Kurosaki Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake couldn't help screaming as the surrounding waters instantly became scalding hot. Even if there is spiritual power to protect the body, the burning meaning makes them miserable. Bipolar reversal. Fortunately, Jushiro responded quickly, and Yin-Yang Sogyo no Kotori launched quickly. In an instant, the extremely hot boiling water was reversed into extremely cold ice, and the high temperature immediately dropped below zero. In front of De Shenchen, the entire huge water area turned into huge ice blocks on the spot, freezing Kurosaki Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake. Gather with the breath of the stars in the sky, the torrent of brilliant life. De Shenchen, who was outside, sang the liberation language of the holy sword directly. He held the sword in both hands, and the golden light gathered from all directions again. It's better to be frozen than soaked in boiling water. De Shenchen had long expected that Jushiro would reverse the waters he heated. It also takes time for Kurosaki Shunsui and Jushiro to break through the ice. This allows De Shenchen to charge a second time. Crack dash! Cracks appeared on the surface of the ice cubes and eventually shattered completely. Both Jushiro and Kurosaki Shunsui escaped from it in a very embarrassed manner, but what came towards them was a vast sword light. Excalibur. At this moment, both of them were cold, like a nightmare. De Shenchen's timing was just right, whether they used Zanpakuto or Kido, it was too late. Jushiro. Kurosaki Shunsui made a quick decision and knocked Jushiro Yukitake away from him. What? Jushiro was taken aback and watched as Kurosaki Shunsui was overwhelmed by the golden sword light. Kurosaki Shunsui's choice, and Jushiro also understands why. Compared to Kurosaki Shunsui, whose tricks were basically cracked by De Shenchen, there is no doubt that Jushiro Yukitake is the best candidate to deal with De Shenchen. Hold on, I'll heal you right away. Seeing Kurosaki Shunsui falling from the sky with his entire body charred, Jushiro quickly thought that Shunpo used Bankai ability to reverse Kurosaki Shunsui's state. But how could De Shenchen sit back and watch Jushiro succeed? Roar of the Fire Dragon. The huge pillar of fire was spit out by De Shenchen, and when the sky slammed into Jushiro, Jushiro could only lift the Yin-Yang Sogyo no Kotori to absorb the blow. But he is also worthy of being a powerful captain-level master. While absorbing the fire dragon's roar, Jushiro kept rushing towards Kurosaki Shunsui. It's just that De Shenchen can't only make one move at the same time, his mouth is breathing fire, and his hand is shooting a beam of lightning. God's judgment! The lightning beam pierced through the void and slammed into Jushiro, who was absorbing the roar of the fire dragon. Hateful! Jushiro gritted his teeth, raised another knife and shot the fire dragon roaring back, neutralizing the thunder beam in the air. God's judgment Erlin! But Shenchen has another hand, and almost at the next moment, another beam of thunder has penetrated the smoke and dust of the explosion, blowing Jushiro out of nowhere. Jushiro managed to stabilize his body in the air, but he knew that under Shenchen's interception, he probably wouldn't be able to reach Kurosaki Shunsui anyway. Shenchen, Jushiro said in a low voice, I have never had such a sharp and violent killing intent. You will regret it. Although Jushiro himself seems to be gentle, he is the one who proposed the surveillance agent Shinigami, and if the agent Shinigami resists, he will immediately obliterate it. It can only be said that Jushiro's friendliness is towards the people close to him, and it does not conflict with his character of being cold to outsiders. See, do you still want to say that your killing intent just emerged? Shenchen sneered, just now you and Kurosaki Shunsui didn't hold back at all. Then since you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me. Shenchen's words calmed Jushiro a lot, but he became even more suspicious because of it. He recalled what happened in the water just now. How on earth did Shenchen get outside and confuse them to make a successful comeback? No matter what, in short, the soldiers will come to block it, and the water will come to cover it. Jushiro shook his head, throwing his chaotic thoughts out of his head. Shenchen, I know that you are strong, and I also know that I want to beat you alone, which is a fantasy. But in contrast, it's almost impossible for you to kill me. Jushiro shouted coldly, as long as my Bankai is still in effect, I can instantly reverse my injury, you can't stop this. Even if Shenchen can keep him from getting close to Kurosaki Shunsui to use his abilities, but Shenchen can't stop Jushiro from using his abilities at zero distance, right? And as long as Jushiro can use the ability repeatedly, it is equivalent to having an immortal plug-in. In addition, Jushiro's Yin and Yang Sogyo no Kotori also has the characteristics of Shikai, which can absorb and release the energy of the attack, which makes his whole person's survivability to the extreme. It's really a frog in the well. Facing Jushiro's confident words, Shenchen just returned a disdainful sneer. It's actually very easy for me to crack your ability. What did you say? Jushiro frowned. Although he rarely used Bankai because of the difficulty in controlling the reference point between the two poles, he was confident that his Bankai was almost semi-invincible. And Shenchen, who obviously didn't know about this before, just met and fought not long ago, and said that he could crack his ability. How is this possible? However, Shenchen did not answer him further, but said, by the way, let me tell you a little bit. The reason why I was able to escape from the broken fish abyss just now was because of my other Shikai ability 5. And next, your proud Bankai ability will also be destroyed by my Shikai. Stop daydreaming. Jushiro snorted coldly, Shikai will never be able to fight Bankai anyway. Really? Then you might as well experience it for yourself. 35. Shenchen indifferently reversed the blade, as for whether you will die or not, it depends on your own creation. Reflect it, Kinkin looks in the mirror. Chapter 65. With the re-liberation of Shenchen's Zanpakuto, Kinkin Mirror's fourth ability finally surfaced. This is? Jushiro's pupils shrank the moment he saw it. I saw that in front of him, Shenchen had transformed into two people. And every Riatsu on Shenchen is very real, and there is no weakening or halving. This is the most essential ability of the mirror, the power of reflection. Shenchen said lightly, although it can only exist for a few seconds, the avatar reflected in the mirror of Kinkin will have the same strength as me. So, are you ready to die? Don't tell me, you want to. Jushiro understood in an instant what Shenchen wanted to do. It's actually very easy to crack Jushiro Yukate's Bankai ability. But so far no one has been able to do it. First, Yin Yang Sogyo no Kotori can only absorb one energy attack per unit time. Then, you only need to hit two energy attacks that are so powerful that Jushiro must absorb them at the same time. You can crack this trick. As for the ability to reverse the dying state, Wouldn't it be enough to kill Jushiro instantly before Jushiro is activated? Let you have the ability to use it too late. Boom rumble. At this time, the surroundings suddenly became dark. There was thunder in the sky, and dark clouds covered the earth. Why at this time? 35. Jushiro raised his head in surprise, and the dark cloud made his mood just as gloomy. Could it be, because he evaporated a lot of water with his lightsaber just now, so he accelerated the speed of his condensation of thunder clouds? 99. Now it is useless to sigh at fate, because the two Shenchens on the opposite side burst out with shocking Riatsu. One of them pointed to the sky with one hand, and the other held a sword with both hands. The thunder was quickly pulled, and the golden light was condensed at an extreme speed. Faced with these two powerful attacks, the splitting void, who gave up his chant, couldn't hold it for even half a second. In the blink of an eye, Jushiro had already made a judgment in his mind. Shenchen's attack range was so great that Shunpo couldn't escape, and he didn't have time to chant Kido for him. So the only way to deal with it is to rely on Yin and Yang Sogyo no Kotori to absorb one of the attacks, and then use it to disperse the other attack. Although I don't know if Yin Yang Sogyo no Kotori can be eaten, I can only gamble. Jushiro immediately aimed the Yin Yang Sogyo no Kotori at Shenchen, who was holding the sword, because he had seen the Thunderball tricks that day, and the speed was not as fast as the torrent of light. Jushiro decided to absorb the real name Jafang first, and then fight against Lei Ying. Excalibur. Lei Ying. The next moment, the holy sword of light slashed down, and the giant lightning ball also broke through the clouds. It all happened in a fraction of a second, including Jushiro Yukate's thinking, and Shenchen's decision. You've been tricked. 35. In the sight of Jushiro, who was highly nervous, Shenchen spit out these words coldly. In an instant, the spatial positions of the two Shenchens changed instantly. If it is simply reflecting the avatars of the same strength, it is not enough for Shenchen to fight Bankai with Shikai, nor can he escape from the waters of Duanyuan. On top of this, the Kinkan mirror can also allow Shenchen's body and avatar to instantly change the spatial position. What? Jushiro's eyes widened suddenly, but his heart was cold. It's too late. As soon as this thought came out of my heart, the light of the Sword of Oath of Victory attacked from another direction and devoured him on the spot. Boom! The brilliance burst into the sky. Dash! Jushiro's body is struggling in the beam of destruction, and the body surface is constantly undergoing the process of burning out and recovering. This is him using the Yin and Yang Sogyo no Kotori extreme micro-manipulation, forcibly reversing his state without interruption. If Jushiro continues, maybe it will really last until the power of the Sword of Oath of Victory is exhausted. It's a pity that Shenchen won't give him this chance. Boom! The ball of light that Lei Ying transformed into has followed, and the new power of destruction has filled the entire space. The combined damage of these two surpasses the limit of Yin and Yang Sogyo no Kotori. Big God! Dust! After Jushiro let out the last hoarse roar, he was drowned in the loud noise. Above the huge pit, only Shenchen stood proudly in the air, frowning as he looked down. Is that the Spirit King's right arm? 35. Shenchen thought that Jushiro would turn into fly ash, but in fact his whole body was surrounded by a black strange substance. According to legend, this is the indigenous god One-Eyed Lord, who will protect those who donate except eyes. In fact, this is the right arm of the Spirit King, and it does have the power to protect, and the young Jushiro Yukatake survived because of this. However, Shenchen also had a vague idea of what exactly this thing did. He only remembered that after the ceremony of the god hanging, he only needed to dedicate his internal organs to the great one-eyed god, and he could temporarily gain the power to replace the position of the Spirit King. Point 0. Since the Spirit King is involved, it is indeed worth studying. Shenchen landed, walked to the black matter, raised his sword and cut a part of it. Since Zanpakuto of Kurosaki Ichigo can cut off the Spirit King in the future, it proves that the Spirit King's right arm can also be cut. As soon as Shenchen got his hands on it, the black substance crazily wanted to penetrate into Shenchen's body. Huh? Is this trying to possess my body? However, Shenchen is an elemental body, and the black substance failed to succeed for a while, but instead seemed to break into the sea of thunder, and was directly bounced by the electricity. If you change to Shinigami who doesn't have an elemental body, maybe you will succeed. Shenchen snorted coldly, and on this basis, he ignited the dragon flame again, and swept the black matter in a rolling manner. This time, the black matter finally calmed down and lay obediently in Shenchen's palm. Hush 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 dash! Following Shenchen's actions, the black substance on Jushiro Yukate's body immediately made an indescribable sound. It receded like a tide from Jushiro Yukate as if it had been badly damaged. Oh! Shenchen, who saw this situation, understood, is this piece in my hand the body of the Spirit King's right arm? It seems that the reason is because the one-eyed god thinks that Jushiro is no longer a host, and originally wanted to take the opportunity to find Shenchen as a new host. It's a pity, where can Shenchen be parasitic if it wants to? Chuan. Chapter 66. Jushiro Yukate resurfaced, now beyond recognition. His eyes were closed, his whole body was in a state of severe burns, and there was no good skin. If it were an ordinary human being, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. It seems that your good fortune is not bad, and you actually survived. My lord, won't you kill him? Ichimaru-jin got up in embarrassment not far away. Shenchen certainly kept his hands on Ichimaru-jin, and he was the lightest. You also know that this is Aizen's conspiracy, right? If I really kill the captain as he wishes, wouldn't I be in his favor? 55. Ichimaru-jin nodded and shook his head again. But when you fought Jushiro Yukate just now, did you really want to kill? Shenchen didn't deny it, saying, although it's like 607, I'm not a character who doesn't fight back. Since I was almost killed, of course I'll retaliate. However, since he survived on the right arm of the king spirit, then I won't go to make up for it, the grievance is over. Shenchen himself deliberately put himself in the frame of Aizen Sōsuke in order to improve his own survival crisis. He doesn't really have any hatred with Godai 13, nor is he a pervert, so he won't go to extremes for now. Of course, this is on the premise that the opponent does not provoke Shenchen's bottom line, otherwise it will end like Jushiro Yukate. Without the protection of the one-eyed god, Jushiro Yukate would surely die. The Spirit King's right arm. Ichimaru-jin was shocked when he heard it. Isn't the Spirit King you're talking about the Spirit King from the Spirit King Palace? Having followed Aizen for so long, he naturally knew what Aizen's real purpose was. That is to create Wangjian and kill the Ling Wang Palace. That's right, Shenchen said with a smile. Aizen must have never dreamed that part of the Spirit King he had long dreamed to see is now in my hands, right? 5. Ichimaru-jin blinked a little sluggishly. Aizen thought hard to achieve the goal, but he has already been partially achieved by the Great God. And think about what the Great God did just now. Ichimaru-jin couldn't help but feel a shock and thrill in his heart. Even the legendary Spirit King's right arm, the Great God, can be forcibly subdued by force? This is really unimaginable. Okay, keep playing dead, I'm leaving too. Shenchen did not show any pride, and before Ichimaru-jin could speak, Shunpo left. Ichimaru-jin honestly lay back on the ground. To be honest, he was really injured by Shenchen. But he thinks it's fine, at least. Then there is an excuse to recover from the injury, and there is no need to fight against such a terrifying god for the second time. It's really tragic. Anohana Retsu, who came to the aftermath, shook her head and said. Beside her, her vice-captain Katetsu Aizen also opened his mouth wide, unable to speak for a while. If this is played a few more games, I think Jingling Court will be completely destroyed. Before this, Katetsu Aizen had never imagined that Shinigami could have such power. I didn't say that. Anohana Retsu said, I mean the injuries of several captains are very bad, and of them, only Captain Ichimaru is in the best condition. Captain Komamura has fractures and burns all over his body, and the leader of Jing Band also has super large burns all over his body. Captain Jushiro is even worse. Speaking of which, Anohana Retsu's face was a little complicated. To be honest, I don't even know how Captain Jushiro survived. Normally, he should have died in his condition. Katetsu Aizen sweated. Captain, please don't sound like you really want them dead. Anohanaretsu shook her head and did not speak, but an idea could not help but come to her mind. If Shenchen really killed another person, then she would be able to verify whether her findings were correct. Just because after repeated inspections, Anohanaretsu always had a vague feeling that something was wrong with Aizen Sōsuke's body. But because it wasn't the corpse doll that Anohanaretsu guessed, it was Kyoka Suijutsu's perfect hypnosis, so no matter how intuitively Anohanaretsu felt wrong, he would never find any conclusive evidence. Even so, what Shenchen said that day was buried in Anohanaretsu's heart like a seed. After finishing everything, Anohanaretsu reported the situation to Yamamoto Genryusai, Shiro and Chun Shui. Yamamoto Shijikuni's expression did not show joy, anger, or sorrow, but his tone was undoubtedly lowered several times at once. In his eyes, the flames of anger grew even higher. What a skill, Shenchen! Captain, Anohanaretsu said after some thought, actually, regarding what Shenchen said before, I think. Yamamoto Shijikuni interrupted, he has already confessed to killing Tuan, and he has hit 6 captains in a row, what is there to discuss? 99. Just thinking of Godei 13, who had a lot of talent in the past, now there are only a few people left to use, Yamamoto Shijikuni feels angry. A field full of swords stuck on the ground. Holding Zanpakuto breathlessly, Kurosaki Ichigo performed Bankai's crash training. Yuhu, do you want to take a break? Shihaura and Uryu asked aside. No. Kurosaki Ichigo replied aggressively, I want to practice Bankai as soon as possible and get revenge on that BD 4.4 in Shenchen, 95. Hearing this, Uryuki's expression was a little strange. She just got the news that even under the siege of the 4 captains Bankai, Shenchen still managed to counterattack and escaped. So just to the extent of cultivating Bankai, can he really be that guy's opponent? But after thinking about it for a long time, Uryuki decided not to share the news that might hit Kurosaki Ichigo. It's just that deep down in her heart, she has secretly raised Shenchen to the highest alert level. Night fell soon. It's Shenchen's favorite time again, and that is the daily lucky draw. In the darkness of the night, a system prompt appeared in front of the great god. Congratulations to host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. Chapter 67. Shenchen clicked the draw without hesitation. I don't know what I can draw today. The siege of the 4 captain level Shinigami is no joke. The bigger the crisis, the higher the chance of getting something good. Although Shenchen's strength is very strong now, none of his 4 opponents are ordinary captains. Whether it's Ichimaru Jin, Kiraku Shunsui, or Jushiro Yukitake, they all have strengths beyond the normal sense of being a captain. Congratulations to host for drawing peak swordsmanship. The system upgrade bounced out, and at the same time, a lot of knowledge, experience, and technology poured into Shenchen's brain. Swordsmanship? And is it the pinnacle level? Shenchen absorbed the knowledge in his mind diligently, and felt that the peak level 607 swordsmanship was far more advanced than the excellent swordsmanship he obtained before. Shenchen seemed to have a new understanding of the subtlety of every move and every style, and re-understood it completely. Even, countless new whimsical ideas are constantly being born in Shenchen's mind. However, unlike talent-type skills, these whimsy don't just stop at ideas. Shenchen only felt that he had mastered it in an instant, turning it into a new sword technique that could be used in actual combat. Just because of all the mysteries and principles of swordsmanship, Shenchen has been able to understand it very thoroughly. On this basis, it is easy to create new tricks. As expected of a peak-level skill, it is powerful. An excited smile appeared on Shenchen's face. Originally, most of his tactics were strong in long-range attacks. Now with the addition of peak-level swordsmanship, Shenchen's close combat has also become one of his unique skills. Hey, but where do we go next? By the time Shenchen was sure that he had completely digested all the knowledge, the sky was already slightly bright. Shenchen stood up and looked into the distance, and a very distant building came into view. Speaking of which, if I were Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni, where would he think Shenchen's next destination would be? Shenchen carefully recalled what happened before, and after clarifying his thoughts, he finally deduced a result. Today's Godi 13, including me, there are already 13 captain-level forces that can't be dispatched. Thinking of this conclusion, even Shenchen himself was extremely shocked. First of all, not to mention the captain of the 6th Division. Byakuya Kokaki, the former captain of the 6th Division, and Zaraki Kenpei, the captain of the 11th Division, have also been seriously injured by Shenchen. And Aizen Sōsuke, who claimed to be dead, and Tuan Kaname, who was really killed, were even more unlikely to be dispatched. In addition, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Broken Bee were severely injured in the process of capturing Shenchen. It has only been 2 or 3 days now, and it is absolutely impossible for them to recover. Just yesterday, Shenchen added 4 more serious injuries to Jing Lingting's captain. Ichimaru Jin, Komamura Seijin, Jushiro Yukatake, Kiraku Shunsui, except for a little bit of disguise in Ichimaru Jin, it is unknown whether the other 3 are even awake. Oops, I accidentally crippled the entire Godi 13. And it's the one with severe disabilities. Shenchen scratched his head with emotion. That said, Godi 13 is undoubtedly short-staffed, so in this case, Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni still has 2 goals to achieve. 55. The first goal is to capture the brigade headed by Kurosaki Ichigo, and the second goal is to capture, or kill me. The reasoning here, the destination is already obvious. Before Aizen slandered me because I had a good relationship with Rukia, so I specially made a side of the traveler, so there is only one answer. Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni will definitely send someone to guard the place where Rukia Kokaki is imprisoned, which is likely to be the target of me and my fellow travelers at the same time. Penitentiary Palace. Rukia Kokaki sat on the stone platform with a melancholy expression, looking at the rising sun on the horizon through the only small window in the penitent palace. She was restless, not only because of the impending execution tomorrow, but also because of the strange signs of the last few days. During the past 3 or 4 days, the jingling court has been bursting with all kinds of different Riatsu, and all of them have at least the level of captain. What the hell is going on? Rukia thought with a low expression. You must know that the Confession Palace is built with murderous stone, and it can almost completely isolate spiritual power by nature. However, even so, those bursts of spiritual power that kept appearing were still strong enough to make Rukia feel it. It's just that due to the isolation of the murderous stone, Rukia really has no way of knowing who Riatsu is from this vague feeling. This was unimaginable in the jingling court in the past. This means that there are definitely many captains who have taken action. 99. What happened in jingling court? Coupled with the occasional vibration and explosion, Rukia's expression became more and more shaken. Did Godi 13 go to war with someone? Who could it be? In Rukia's mind, Shenchen's face could not help but emerge. Especially the words he said before parting. I will do what I say, even if, against the whole Godi 13. 35. Isn't it? Rukia said with concern for 4.4, did Chen really do such a stupid thing? It's not worth it. It's just that Rukia can't be completely sure, because no matter how strong Shenchen is, it won't be so strong that several captains can't take him down for several days, right? So it's probably not Chen. Thinking of this, Rukia breathed a sigh of relief. Rukia. 35. Before he could relax, the familiar shout made Rukia's eyes widen at once. She rushed to the window in shock, only to see a very familiar figure standing on the bridge outside the penitent palace. It was Shenchen, who came to the Palace of Repentance without concealment and magnanimity. I'm here to save you. Chapter 68. No way? Rukia was so shocked that she couldn't even turn her tongue. She couldn't help but feel moved and worried, and finally turned into annoyance. Rukia immediately slammed on the windowsill and said angrily, Aiken, UBD. Why are you coming here? Didn't I tell you all, don't do stupid things for me? Why waste your own life and great future? Shenchen spread his hands and said, it's too late for you to say these things now. Rukia said with a headache, Chen, I'm very grateful that you came to save me, but I don't want you to die because of it. Go back and apologize to the captain. You are a super genius who became captain at the age of 100. The captain loves talents and will definitely forgive you. 35. It's all said, Shenchen said helplessly, is it too late now? What do you mean? Rukia was taken aback. Shenchen said lightly, because 28 was the captain, I beat Godi 13 from top to bottom so I couldn't go back. Huh? You, what are you talking about? Rukia was stunned, not knowing what to respond to. She felt that she couldn't understand Shenchen's words at all. What nonsense is Chen talking about? Rukia even wondered if Shenchen came over before he woke up. No, don't say such unrealistic words. Don't you understand me? I don't need your help. Rukia shouted subconsciously. But her subconscious combined with the scene of the previous few days, and told her vaguely, this might be true. It's just that Rukia's sanity can't be trusted anyway. You just don't understand what I'm saying. Shenchen responded loudly, I said that if I want to save, I must be able to save. You are still so irritating. Rukia gritted her teeth, but Shenchen pretended to turn her head away. Ah? What did you say? I can't hear. As he spoke, a holy sword of light appeared out of thin air in Shenchen's hand. So, I'd better let you out first to get some air. What? Rukia was stunned, how are you going to let me out? Before she could finish her question, she saw countless radiance fluttering around the penitent palace. The light is rapidly condensing, and the overwhelming terror Riatsu rises up. Stop him now. In a trance, Rukia felt as though she heard the voice of Captain Kurosaki Ichigo. With the power of this move, even a sinister palace composed of murderous stones can definitely be overturned with a single strike. But it was too late, Shenchen slashed out with a whistling sword. A dazzling golden light flickered between the heavens and the earth, a black shadow incomparably small compared to it, and suddenly Shunpo came to the front of the slash. Boom! The more exaggerated and terrifying Riatsu burst out in an instant, dashing in front of the golden sword light, offsetting it. When the strong wind dissipated, a woman with long black braids appeared in front of Shenchen. Forcibly use spiritual power to counteract the true name liberation of the Sword of Victory. You are the first person other than Zaraki Kenpeki who can have enough Riatsu to do this. No, I'm still not good enough. Anohanaretsu shook her head. She threw away the tattered leader Yuri and sighed, it's a terrifying trick, I obviously spent such a huge amount of spiritual power, and even a little power escaped. Shenchen said, so, you and Kurosaki Ichigo are the people who were sent by Yamamoto to deal with me today? That's right, Anohanaretsu nodded. You really came to the confession palace? Shenchen asked, what about Yamamoto you and Yujai Kongwo? Is it just you? It's just us, Anohanaretsu confirmed unabashedly. Shenchen smiled and said, I think, it's not because of the lack of manpower. That's just one of the reasons. Anohanaretsu's expression darkened. Speaking of which, the lack of manpower is still thanks to you, and look at the good things you have done. 99. Rukia was taken aback by this conversation. Although Anohanaretsu didn't say it explicitly, Shenchen would cause Godi 13 to be understaffed, it wouldn't really be. Anohanaretsu has continued, the other reason is that you will come to the confession palace, it is only one of the speculations and cannot be fully confirmed. What's more, you may also be separated from the calamities, so in the case of insufficient manpower, the commander-in-chief and the others have to defend the other important areas of Jingling Court 5. Hearing this, Rukia has no energy to think about who the so-called travelers are. You even directly beat Godi 13 to such an extent that 607 hands were in short supply, what the hell did you do, Chen? Won't really hammer the whole Godi 13 up and down like you said. It turns out that, I wonder why only the two of you come to meet me. Shenchen said softly, after all, I heard that old man Yamamoto ordered that there should be no less than 4 captain-level combat power when fighting with me. You are wrong. However, Anohanaretsu denied him coldly. At this point, there is no reason for the lack of manpower, and Captain Nai and I have not violated the commander's order. Didn't you find it? The commander-in-chief said, there must be no less than 4 captain-level combat power, not no less than 4 captains. Before the words fell, Anohanaretsu had already pulled out Zanpakuto, crushing it on the spot with a terrifying aura. In other words, today's captain can only ask me and Captain Ni to form a team because my combat power alone is enough to be worth at least 3 captain-level Shinigami. The entire blade begins to bleed, and the greatest villain in the history of Soul Society awakens here. Bankai all. Chapter 69. Zanpakuto gradually became curved, and the surrounding ground seemed to seep a lot of blood. This Bankai's posture, this Riatsu. Even Rukia Kokaki, who is isolated from the confession palace, feels infinitely terrified. This Riatsu. Rukia knelt on the ground covered in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Even through the murderous stone, it's still. Is there still such a level of power in the world? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Rukia has never felt such a terrifying presence so close. You should know, how big is the gap between a strong man with the power of 3 and 3 Shinigami with the power of only 1. Anohanaretsu said lightly. But then she shook her head again. No, I shouldn't have asked you, because you are obviously a superb expert with more than 1 strength, and you should understand what I mean. 35. Shenchen narrowed his eyes and said, that's true, but do you think this is enough to defeat me? Who knows? Anohanaretsu smiled slightly. You are strong, but I am also strong, but I don't know who is stronger between you and me. So, I will never despise you, and I even cast Bankai directly from the very beginning in order to express my respect. On Anohanaretsu's gentle face, that smile gradually turned into a sinister grin. Then you won't let me down, will you? Sure you'll let me enjoy the battle, right? Is this the true form of the so-called Godi 13's strongest swordsman, first generation Kenpeki? Shenchen also clenched the hilt. He is familiar with almost everyone in Godi 13, and certainly does not ignore one of the longest-serving captains. From the very beginning, he has led the full-time fighting team of the 11th Division. It is known as the master of all the genres and sword styles in the world. For this reason, he took the name of 8000 Flow. Everything is telling the power of Anohanaretsu. Run away! Ah Chen! Under extreme fear, Rukia still forcibly struggled to gather up her courage and shouted. Although I don't know how Shenchen managed to defeat so many captains, the Anohanaretsu in front of me is obviously different. This is simply a monster different from the normal Captain Shinigami. What's more, in an unknown place, there is Kuroshi Mayuri's eye. Rukia, do you think I won't be her opponent? Shenchen seemed indifferent to Rukia's cry. Of course he understands how tough Anohanaretsu is, and he is one of the few opponents in Shenchen who is not absolutely sure of confrontation. You know, in the near future, Anohanaretsu can easily kill Zaraki Kenpeki again and again without Bankai. This is the case that Zaraki Kenpeki has experienced many battles, and his strength has gradually been unsealed, and he has already had a stronger than ordinary captain-level Shinigami combat power. But he was still killed by Anohanaretsu countless times in an instant, and then cured in an instant. This. Facing Shenchen's question, Rukia was speechless for a while. It wasn't until then that she realized, perhaps Shenchen's strength, like Anohanaretsu, was beyond her imagination. I see, Shenchen said lightly, it seems that you haven't seen what real power is because you haven't seen it with your own eyes. 5. You will soon discover that in the face of absolute power, your seemingly terrifying Anohanaretsu is nothing more than that. In an instant, the Kinkan mirror and the sword of Oath of Victory were held in Shenchen's hands one by one. A Reiatsu, which is not inferior to Anohanaretsu, rose into the sky and collided with Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu, I should have said that. 99. On Shenchen's body, lightning and flames gradually rose. He sneered, compared to those captains who joined forces to besiege me but were still defeated, can you really let me enjoy the battle? Swa! Like a signal for war, the two moved in unison. The speed of ultimate cuts through the air, and the golden and red blades are intertwined. Chong! A loud noise like the collision of prehistoric beasts was heard in an instant. What? Rukia covered her ears in discomfort, but didn't dare to look away for a moment. I saw Shenchen and Anohanaretsu clashing swords, the sword of vowed victory and the blade of destruction were fiercely stalemate. What a violent force! Anohanaretsu only felt a pain in the tiger's mouth, and a stream of blood had flowed out. She looked at the fiercely flashing golden light on the blade of the holy sword, and she was relieved. So that's the case, is it this way of keeping a huge amount of spiritual power without releasing it, that it shows the power to overwhelm Zaraki Kenpeki head-on? And more than that, if Anohanaretsu is not mistaken, Shenchen probably already knew about his Bankai ability through some unknown channel. It can turn everything it hits into blood, and it can be said to be the strongest attack that can ignore physical defenses. The energy that can be wrapped on the holy sword is not material, and it can't function at all. It's too early to be surprised. Shenchen sneered, waved the mirror, and slashed towards Anohanaretsu's head. Dark sword. Anohanaretsu also has a very deep hidden blade in his sleeve, which will severely injure Zaraki Kenpeki in the future, and was forced out on the spot at this moment. Chong! Kinkan, the king's Zhao, looked in the mirror and met the short blade, and the two fell into a stalemate again. But Shenchen can't only attack with his hands, he opened his mouth instantly, and the violent dragon flames gathered at an extreme speed. Roar of the dragon! Well! Anohanaretsu is worthy of being the first-generation Kenpeki, and at the critical moment, his stature was short, barely dodging the direct hit of the fire pillar. But then, blue light illuminated her face. What? Almost at the same moment, Shenchen's knee exploded with electric light and turned into a thunderous blow and kicked Anohanaretsu's body. Boom! Anohanaretsu flew upside down like a cannonball and slammed into the Shrine of Sins, causing the entire tower to shake. This scene simply stunned Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo in the dark. Facing the terrifying Anohanaretsu, Shenchen Actually, he really gained the upper hand as soon as they fought. Chapter 70. Cough, it hurts. Anohanaretsu stood up from a distance and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Your abilities are really diverse, and you can't guard against each other, and you can't be careless at all. 35. You're not too bad, Shenchen said indifferently, you actually have to hit you with all the tricks, but are you trying to surrender now? How come? Anohanaretsu smiled and said, I just got excited. Really, hummed Shenchen, it just so happened that I had just finished the warm-up phase. 35. Bankai Golden Kill Jizo. At this moment, an untimely loud shout sounded. Kurosaki Ichigo, who never showed up, summoned a huge golden demon embryo, but he also never showed up. Only the mist composed of toxins quickly enveloped the entire space. I'm sorry to disturb you at this time, but Captain Anohana, you haven't forgotten our plan for Shenchen, right? 35. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice was erratic and seemed to have no direction. Anohanaretsu snorted coldly, you don't need to tell me, I remember it. 607. Hoo, that's good, otherwise wouldn't I waste this delicate plan with a 100% chance of winning? Against me? 100% win rate. Shenchen sneered, how dare you say that? Or, do you think that if you don't show up all the time, you can guarantee safety in front of me? 35. Even if the poisonous fog obscures the sight, Shenchen's observation Haki can still see where Kurosaki Ichigo is hiding. It's just that Shenchen didn't care about him for the time being because the enemy was in front of him, and Kurosaki Ichigo wasn't really that powerful. Oh, I don't know if it's true or not, but it sounds scary. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed exaggeratedly. Unfortunately, with the interception of Captain Uzuhawa, it is impossible for you to come to me when you have time. Shenchen snorted coldly, intercept me? Do you mean the Anohanaretsu that I just sent flying? 5. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice choked, and after a few seconds he laughed, I promise this kind of thing will never happen again. If you want to ask why, because the poisonous mist spread by the golden killing Jizo is a flammable and explosive poisonous gas specially tailored for your abilities. Speaking of which, Kurosaki Ichigo, with Shenchen's wisdom, had already figured out his entire plan in an instant. So it is. Shenchen's face sank. No wonder it was specifically aimed at me, to come up with this method of PUBG mobile to seal my ability. Things are really starting to get bad. According to my observation, although you can devour flames, you are not immune to the damage of the big explosion, right? Otherwise, you would not use thunder to stop the commander's heat hell. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a sinister smile, and in this poisonous fog, as long as you use even a little lightning or flame, it will cause an unprecedented violent explosion. Of course, even if you can really eat the exploding flames, it doesn't matter, after all, this is equivalent to eating the poison in your mouth. Shenchen gritted his teeth, he was really in a predicament he had never seen before. Indeed, in this case, whether it is thunder fruit or fire dragon slayer magic, it is almost equivalent to being sealed. Unless Shenchen wants to force it with the risk of losing both sides. But on the one hand, the elemental body is not immune to the explosion, and on the other hand, even if the explosion is eaten, it is equivalent to taking poison. In the end, Shenchen can only use Shinigami's methods to fight the enemy. However, Shenchen is not mentally weak, and soon he packed up his mind and got back on his feet. Hehe, as expected, there is no ability in the world, see, that is absolutely invincible, or has no flaws at all. 55. It's just that I didn't expect, Shenchen looked at Riatsu, that you would use your life to cooperate with Kurosaki Ichigo to lay this trap. As Shenchen said, the Riatsu who confronted him is also in an extremely dangerous situation. Not only will she be affected by the poisonous gas as well, but the big explosion is enough to threaten her. Exceeded the prize, Riatsu said lightly, I'm different from Zaraki Kenpeki, I'm not just a madman full of fighting, I still have a mission. Shenchen said, I guess so, otherwise this is not in line with your previous style, is it really tamed by Yamamoto? Call it what you want, but you'd better worry about yourself right now. Riatsu lifted Zanpakuto and pointed at Shenchen from the air. Without those bells and whistles, you can only simply use swordsmanship to confront me. Then how long can you last in front of me with the melee ability of Zaraki Kenpeki that you can barely beat at best? Although the current Zaraki Kenpeki is not weak, it is still far inferior to Riatsu because of the self-sealing. It seems that you may have a great misunderstanding of my swordsmanship, so let's talk with facts. 5. Shenchen stopped talking nonsense, took the initiative to straighten his sword, and attacked Riatsu. Riatsu did not dodge or evade, and also held both swords in hand, fighting with Shenchen. Clang, 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 clang. After a round of extreme onslaught, Riatsu's inner shock couldn't be more intense. What? It's only been so long. Actually, the swordsmanship is already in a different dimension. From Shenchen's confrontation with Yamamoto Shigekuni the day before yesterday, Riatsu can roughly see his level of swordsmanship. However, today's Shenchen's strong sword moves made Riatsu wonder if he was seeing the same person. Every sword is drawn, the kendo trajectory is as precise as calculated, there is no flaw, and the flow is smooth. Even Riatsu, the highest rank in kendo, has to praise her for being beautiful. Clang 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 dash. The two fight faster and faster, and soon outsiders can't even see the shadow of the move. What a terrible growth rate! Kurosaki Ichigo was also one of the bystanders of Shenchen's swordsmanship. Seeing that Shenchen was on a par with Riatsu beyond imagination, he was trembling with excitement and trembling. Why can you become stronger so quickly? What secrets do you have? I really want to know. Chapter 71. Compared to Riatsu's surprise, Shenchen's side was equally dangerous. After all, as the origin of the title of the strongest swordsman, Riatsu is not just a name. Chong. It was another fierce collision, and the stone bridge they were stepping on was almost broken. That is the huge confrontation force transmitted to the bridge, coupled with the scattered terrifying sword wind, and finally almost smashed the stone bridge leading to the Palace of Penance. It's incredible, except for the captain, you are the best swordsman I've ever seen. Riatsu also began to feel a strong thrill during the battle. The kind of pain that opponents are hard to find, although not as severe as Zaraki Kenpeki, but she is by no means absent. It's a pity, in the end, I am better than me. Hadash! The knife flashed, and a corner of De Shenchen's sleeve was cut off. So close! The three Tomo Sharinon in De Shenchen's eyes spun rapidly, deciphering every move of Anohanaretsu. This sure-shot lore almost failed, which also greatly increased Anohanaretsu's interest. It seems that your secret in melee combat is not limited to your superb swordsmanship. De Shenchen snorted coldly while swinging his sword, you talk too much nonsense in battle. This is no nonsense. 35. Anohanaretsu shot staggered sword lights, only by talking to you continuously in battle can you guide your thinking. And as long as you keep thinking about it, between the collision of the sword and the sword, I can clearly feel your sincerity. Although De Shenchen's sword move was not broken, he was stunned when he heard it. Anohanaretsu's words reminded him that it seemed that after Shinigami had reached a certain level of kendo, something similar could indeed be done. Similar to the future Kurosaki Ichigo, it is in the sword fight with Aizen that he understands Aizen's loneliness, which he calls a sword to heart. Even if you do something like that, so what? De Shenchen slashed out with a sword, and after being dodged by Anohanaretsu, the slash cut off the bridge. It's not meaningless, at least I understand now that even with you, who damaged the whole Godi I-13, there is a need for a dialogue. Anohanaretsu hits De Shenchen violently in the air, and the sound of gold and iron is deafening. I will be willing to cooperate with the captain's strategy, but there is another reason, that is, I don't think I have the confidence to suppress you without killing you. Hehe, it sounds like you can suppress me when you want to kill me. De Shenchen slashed out a violent sword light. Indeed, now it seems that no matter how I choose, it is impossible to do such a thing. 39. Anohanaretsu received the blow from the front, and her arm trembled suddenly, as if her bones couldn't bear the force. However, under the effect of the poisonous mist, it becomes much simpler. In this way, it is convenient for me to ask you some questions carefully. 5. As soon as Anohanaretsu's voice fell, an astonishing sword light rose from the ground and brushed past her head. What? In the sight of her constricted pupils, a few strands of hair were cut off and fell in the air. If it weren't for her subconscious dodge reaction, it might be more than just the hair that was cut off. I don't know if you have noticed that when you are chattering, I have begun to gradually surpass you. The corner of De Shenchen's mouth twitched, followed by another sword light. Swish! Anohanaretsu suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, and in front of her, the severed sleeves slowly drifted away. This is the return gift from before. De Shenchen raised his sleeve that was missing a piece. Only then did Anohanaretsu realize that her sleeve was missing a corner in the same spot. This discovery made her terrified, and the fear of facing Zaraki Kenpeki reappeared in Anohanaretsu's heart after many years. She knew exactly what it meant. If De Shenchen wants to cut off her sleeves, he can cut off her sleeves, which means that De Shenchen can also cut off other places if he wants. The swordsmanship scale between the two of them has been tilted unconsciously. Rapid growth in battle? Or some other move? How exactly? Anohanaretsu's thoughts are flying for a while. Such a successful attack at will, is simply the most powerful proof that De Shenchen's swordsmanship is superior to hers. Asking for flowers. Unfortunately, I have a talent that is no less than my level of swordsmanship. De Shenchen said lightly. Peak-level fusion talent. This reward, which was only obtained after the battle with Aizen, didn't look impressive at first glance, but it always played an effect unknowingly. From the time De Shenchen and Yamamoto Shijikuni fought, he has been merging himself with the insights of 3 Tomo Sharinon and the effect of observation Haki. The effects of the two are seamlessly integrated, perfectly controlled by De Shenchen, and combined with Riatsu's spiritual sense, constitute the absolute field around De Shenchen. Enemies within this range can't escape De Shenchen's eyes with any tricks. 0. Even before the move, the swordsmanship has been automatically deduced and analyzed. There are also white hits and shunpo, both of which are a part of melee combat. Under the peak-level fusion talent, they are also quickly merging with swordsmanship, allowing De Shenchen's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, there is an Anohanaretsu next to him feeding the Shenchen endlessly. It's just a little bit ahead of me, I can catch up with this gap right away. Anohanaretsu couldn't fully confirm the disadvantage of the mere few moves, she stepped forward and wanted to make a thrust. The next moment, the Shenchen suddenly stepped forward and slashed back Anohanaretsu. Now in front of me, you are delusional even to make moves. Anohanaretsu bites his silver teeth and wants to change his moves, but no matter what genre he chooses, he can't break through the Shenchen's defensive circle. On the contrary, she was beaten and retreated again and again, and her body was stained with blood as she retreated step by step. Being able to fight reluctantly means that his swordsmanship has not surpassed mine too much. It may have been improved by other methods, but... Thinking of this, Anohanaretsu stopped thinking, because the Shenchen's sword tip was already in sight. Well! A sword fell, blood splashed. Anohanaretsu staggered back a few steps and raised his head to meet de Shenchen's icy gaze. Now, de Shenchen said flatly, I can allow you to continue. Chuan. Chapter 72. Anohanaretsu's temples shed a cold sweat after a long absence. As expected of you. It seems that I'm no longer your opponent, but that's fine. 55. While treating herself with Kaido, Anohanaretsu said, I'll ask straight to the point. You accused Aizen Sōsuke of conspiracy at the team's first meeting? So what evidence do you have to prove it? 35. There is no evidence, de Shenchen replied unabashedly, because of Kyoka Suijutsu's hypnosis ability, even if you go to Central 46 now, you won't see their bodies. If you really want to see it, just wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow is Rukia's execution time, right? Anohanaretsu froze for a moment, frowning. What do you mean 607? Aizen's goal is Rukia, de Shenchen said, so by then, Aizen will definitely act. 99. This means that he has no spare time and energy to cover the central underground chamber with complete hypnosis. 35. Complete hypnosis is not fully automatic infinite range effect, otherwise Aizen will not have Tuan Kaname and Ichimaru Jin take turns on duty before. Anohanaretsu hears more questions. Why is Aizen's target Rukia Kokaki? It's still unbelievable. Anyway, it's still ridiculous that Aizen hypnosis the whole Godi I-13. Absurd. De Shenchen asked rhetorically, should Aizen gather you all and show off his abilities in public? Anohanaretsu fell silent, apparently thinking of something. Looks like you guessed it, that's Aizen Zanpakuto's launching ceremony. Once you meet Shikai once, you'll receive Kyoka Suijutsu's hypnosis for life. Anohanaretsu's expression became more gloomy, and after a while, he said, then why did you kill Tuan Kaname? 99. The reason I've already said, and haven't you noticed? De Shenchen said word by word, the hypnosis of Kyoka Suijutsu must see Shikai in order to take effect. That is to say, the invisible Tuan Kaname was not affected by hypnosis, but still accompanied Aizen in acting. De Shenchen's words made Anohanaretsu go cold all over. She only felt a chill rise straight from her tailbone. If that was the case, then Aizen's plan was too deep. Had it not been for de Shenchen, the entire Godi I-13 would have been kept in the dark from start to finish. Of course, the premise is that what de Shenchen says is true. This conclusion is, in the final analysis, still mere speculation. 35. In addition, you have indeed beaten almost all the captains except you, the captain-in-chief will never trust your words anyway. After a while, Anohanaretsu said. However, I personally think there is value in believing. If you have no intention of continuing to fight against me, please let me go and investigate. Anohanaretsu's words were not a request for mercy, but more like a request and a request to his former colleagues. De Shenchen raised his hand and gestured. Anohanaretsu immediately showed a grateful expression, jumped up and quickly disappeared into the sky. Up to now, de Shenchen's goals have been achieved, and there is really no need to force Anohanaretsu. Aizen's farce is coming to an end. I also took this opportunity to play Godi I-13 over and over again, and the survival reward is considered a soft hand. 5. From the beginning to the end, it seems to be Aizen's strategy, but it is actually all in de Shenchen's master. The development of things did not go out of his control, and De Shenchen took the opportunity to take advantage of the benefits, and it can be said that he became the biggest winner. Huh? In the distance, looking at Anohanaretsu who left on her own, Kurosaki Ichigo was sluggish. Because he didn't want to be affected by the confrontation between the two monsters, Kurosaki Ichigo went to a farther place after the battle, so he didn't hear the conversation between De Shenchen and Anohanaretsu. What happened? What happened? Why did Uzuhawa just leave like this? De Shenchen actually let her go. For a time, Kurosaki Ichigo almost thought that Anohanaretsu had some dirty deal with De Shenchen. Before he could think about it, he felt his whole body froze, as if it was some kind of small herbivorous animal being targeted by the beast at the top of the food chain. He can really ignore the obstruction of the poisonous fog and lock my position. 39. It was an extremely cold gaze that penetrated the poisonous mist and fell on Kurosaki Ichigo. Now you are the only little bug left. De Shenchen said coldly, your disgusting plan is not bad, but I was able to crack it very easily, but I was entangled in the flower before and couldn't use it. 5. What? Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, and then saw a storm spread out from De Shenchen's blade. The Wind King's barrier. This hurricane swept the entire piece of poisonous fog, and this was not over yet. De Shenchen once again made a holy sword, pointing in the direction of Kurosaki Ichigo. The next second, the storm turned directly, blowing all the poisonous mist to Kurosaki Ichigo's side. Oops! Kurosaki Ichigo was horrified, and immediately saw De Shenchen raise his hand and let out a light of thunder, judging his life and death like a true divine judgment. Boom! The judgment of the gods suddenly detonated the entire piece of poisonous fog, shrouding Kurosaki Ichigo in the fire explosion of terrifying 4.4. Seeing that the battle was finally over, De Shenchen also loosened his tense face, and his body swayed suddenly. Cough! De Shenchen coughed and spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Although I am an elemental body, I won't be poisoned to death, but is the poison still effective to a certain extent? De Shenchen felt his vision blurred, which was one of the reasons why he didn't plan to continue fighting Anohanaretsu just now. Well, this level can be completely relieved with just a night's rest. De Shenchen took a deep breath, and just took a step forward. 3 figures had already blocked him. It is Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Uryu, and Chihaoran Yoryuki who have returned from training. Chapter 73. Inside the Palace of Confession. Rukia leaned on the window and looked down nervously, but she couldn't see anything. Although De Shenchen and Anohanaretsu fought so hard before, the entire stone bridge of the shrine palace was also chopped up, so De Shenchen is now at the bottom of the ground under the stone bridge. Through the murderous stone of the confession palace, Rukia could barely sense a trace of Riatsu at most. What happened in the end? Did Ah-chen win? Is he okay now? Although she sensed that De Shenchen's Riatsu was still there, she just saw Anohanaretsu leap into the air with her own eyes and left. From what Rukia knows about Anohanaretsu, she's definitely not the type to run away in the middle of a fight, so something must have happened next. While Rukia was worrying about 607, she suddenly felt 3 strands of Riatsu. One of them, she tried very hard to identify it carefully, only then did she look surprised. It turned out to be a household? Is he already so strong? Judging from the strength of spiritual power that can be sensed through the murderous stone, Kurosaki Ichigo has undoubtedly reached the level of captain. So that's the case, the travel disaster that Captain Uzuhawa said was a family of them? Thinking of this, Rukia recalled the grudge between Kurosaki Ichigo and De Shenchen in this world. To be precise, it was Kurosaki Ichigo who was unilaterally beaten by De Shenchen. With Yuha's character, this matter will never be left alone, and he is not the kind of personality who would be afraid of powerful enemies and avoid war. Even if he didn't know that Kurosaki Ichigo and the others had been annihilated by De Shenchen outside the West Gate, Rukia still had a vague feeling. That means they are probably going to fight De Shenchen. No, one household. Even knowing that her voice couldn't reach that far, Rukia couldn't help crying out. Even if you reach the captain level, you will definitely not be Ah-chen's opponent. From the battle just now, Rukia already understood. Captain level combat power, perhaps for 99% of Shinigami, is already the pinnacle of the realm. But judging from Shenchen's current strength, being able to cultivate to captain level strength is just the minimum threshold for qualifying to fight Shenchen. Looking at the three figures in front of him, Shenchen sighed. You really picked a good time to come here. I think so too, Shihaoran Uryu said. After all, from the scene, you just experienced a big battle, right? And even though you can't see the injury, but you look shaky just standing now? There is no doubt that now is your weakest time. Is that so? Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback and said dissatisfiedly, then why do we come to fight him? I want to defeat him in the strongest state. Idiot! Uryu punched him in the head, nearly knocking him over. Less naive, didn't you feel Shenchen's Riatsu before you came here? You can't let your willfulness be yours for an opponent of this level. Kurosaki Ichigo murmured, I'm cultivating so hard, isn't it just to be ashamed? My goal now is far more than just saving Rukia, Shenchen, I must defeat it. The more he spoke, the more passionate his voice became. I am clearly called a friend by Rukia, but I personally arrest Rukia, this kind of behavior I can't bear. Not to mention, he also hurt my friends, which is absolutely unforgivable. Noisy is really loud, Shenchen interrupted. If you want to fight, just shoot, you will find that not taking your two companions is a wrong choice. In fact, Shenchen also understands why Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihaoran Uryu didn't bring Sato Yasutara and Inu Orium here, just because they were too weak. Not only would they not be helpful with them present, but they would also be a huge burden when facing an enemy of Shenchen's level. Even Uryu Ishida was allowed to come along because he claimed to have enough secret skills to deal with the team leader Shinigami. Ha! I don't bring them because it's unnecessary, and now to defeat you, the three of us are enough. 35. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed confidently, but did not notice that the atmosphere around Shenchen was icy. Really, my current state is really not very good, I feel dizzy and want to go back to sleep. But with the mere three of you, I think I can win this kind of time. There must be a limit to arrogance. Shenchen's murderous aura overflowed immediately. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihaoran Uryu were fine, but Uryu Ishida was so shocked that his body froze. Damn! What a shame! Ishida Yulong looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was eager to try, and gritted his teeth. Kurosaki Ichigo has raised Zanjutsu and laughed, I am completely different from before, you can taste the results of my training. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. A huge crescent shape tore through the ground, heading straight for Shenchen. When it comes to the speed and power of the attack, as well as the coverage, it is indeed several times larger than when it was at the West Gate. This is the decisive difference between reaching the realm of Bankai, but unfortunately, it's still the same in front of Shenchen. The Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. 35. 4.4 Shenchen punched out, and the flames on his fist broke out, directly tearing the whole crescent shape /. Watching the crescent moon and the shattered spiritual power dissipate in front of Shenchen, Kurosaki Ichigo opened his mouth in disbelief. Shenchen, even Shikai didn't even use it, so he easily defeated his tricks. Let me tell you a truth today. Around Shenchen, the air began to distort due to the high temperature, and the moisture was affected to boil and evaporate. There was even more thunder in the sky, and a huge dark cloud covered the sky and cast a huge shadow. Even if I temporarily become weaker because of the poisoning, Shenchen said coldly, it doesn't mean that you bastards have become stronger. Chapter 74. A huge pressure suddenly enveloped the hearts of the three. Yoo-hoo, do you understand? This is not an opponent you can be careless about. Shihaoran Uryu quickly shouted, use the strongest form from the very beginning. 39. Kurosaki Ichigo finally became serious too, holding the knife in both hands. I understand. I just happened to let Shenchen see, your captain's Bankai, I have already mastered it. 99. The voice fell, and the rolling air waves scattered out. Bankai. Tensa Zanjutsu. 35. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted, the blue Riatsu gradually turned red and black, and an air current surrounded him. Instant coax. Uryu also instantly entered her own enhancement mode, with the highly compressed Kido surrounding her back and shoulders. When the clothes on her back and shoulders break, Kido injects into Uryu's hands and feet, causing her to wreak havoc with even the slightest wave of her hand. "Let's go. It is good." Kurosaki Ichigo responded and rushed out of the center of the airflow, dressed in neat black clothes. Uryu also sprinted over at high speed, tearing the air and making a 28 roar. SHH. Hi. 35. The Bankai characteristic of Kurosaki Ichigo is the ultra-high speed achieved by compressing spiritual power. And Shihaorin Uryu not to mention, speed itself is her biggest support in combat. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the two had already arrived around Shenchen and surrounded him from left to right. Tensou Zanjutsu slashes upwards from the lower left, and Shunko's feet slashes downwards from the upper right. Showing speed in front of me is ridiculous. For a split second, they seemed to faintly hear Shenchen's sneer. Almost at the same moment, Shenchen held the knife in the left and the sword in the right, and stabbed in both directions at the same time. Compared to the aggressive attacks of Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihaorin Uryu, it seemed like an ordinary stab. But under this stab, it directly and accurately penetrated the gap of their attack. Varied? Oops! Both Kurosaki Ichigo and Uryu shrank their pupils, and a sense of crisis erupted in their hearts. This urged them to change their moves on the spot, and without hesitation, they retreated backwards. The two stopped in shock until they were dozens of meters away from Shenchen. Shenchen still maintained the posture of raising his sword and stabbing, but there were a few more drops of blood on the blade of Kinkin's mirror and the blade of the sword of Oath of Victory. Well! Until then, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a pain in his shoulder, and a tear slowly appeared. What was that just now? 35. Shihaorin Uryu also had the same cheek, and there was a faint blood hole there. Before she could think about it, her throat was sweet, and she suddenly coughed up bloody phlegm. Uryu. Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback. "Are you alright?" Uryu waved her hand. Her instant coaxing momentum was too great, and she temporarily forcibly changed her moves in the opposite direction. The sudden change of inertia caused her to suffer a little internal injury. But what terrified Uryu the most was Shenchen's sword that forced them back in an instant. It's not some weird ability or trick, Uryu can be sure, the rest is. What a terrible swordsmanship! Uryu's heart sank. Just a simple stab, and instantly found the flaw in our physical skills. It's unimaginable. If you think about it carefully, the two Riatsu that they felt on their way to the battle seemed to belong to Shenchen and Anohanaretsu respectively. As the head of Shihaorin's house, Uryu is naturally aware of the real horror of Anohanaretsu. Although I don't know what the final result will be, I can see that Shenchen didn't have a single sword wound on his body after Anohanaretsu retreated. Apparently, Shenchen at least also had a 55-50 fight with Anohanaretsu. Originally, Shihaorin Uryu thought that perhaps Shenchen was not weaker than the greatest villain in the history of the original Soul Society due to his diverse and powerful abilities. Now it seems that Shenchen's swordsmanship alone is enough to do this. That's an exaggeration, that's first-generation Kenpei. What are you talking about, Uryu? Kurosaki Ichigo didn't understand a little, but he felt it just now. It seemed that his defenses at the moment of the attack were completely useless, and Shenchen found the weakest point at a glance. Then, break it. However, Kurosaki Ichigo himself is not based on swordsmanship. He immediately turned his head and said, "Hey, Ishida. What were you doing just now? Why didn't you attack? Remember to cover me and Uryu." Ah! Ishida Yulong woke up like a dream. "Oh, I see." Because he was on the periphery, he could see more clearly, and he could clearly see the moment when Shenchen's swordsmanship was enlightened. This feeling that even the soul has to be pierced by 607, coupled with Shenchen's murderous aura, makes Ishida Yulong feel that even his thinking has slowed down. And most importantly, even if he raised his bow to aim at Shenchen, he always had an incredible intuition in his heart. It was an archer's intuition, which made Ishida Uryu feel that even when Shenchen attacked Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihaoran Uryu, there was no flaw in his body. There is absolutely no way to start. Forget it, it just so happens that I'm not feeling well, so let's end you guys quickly. 5. Shenchen felt that his body had begun to weaken, and said with a frown. He turned the world upside down, looked in the mirror, and liberated directly. Mirror it, Kyunkin looks in the mirror. Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Uryu were stunned when they heard this liberating language. They remembered that when they watched Shenchen Shikai earlier, this liberating language was not the same. And Shihaoran Uryu even had a cold sweat on his temples. I almost forgot, he just fought back while being poisoned. Even so, it's still so strong, and now I'm going to use Shikai again, I'm going to have some ominous premonitions. Shihaoran Uryu's feeling is not wrong, because next, they will face one of Shenchen's plug-in level ability head-on. Chapter 75. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihaoran Uryu are undoubtedly extremely fast enemies. Therefore, Shenchen understood that it was impossible to charge up the sword of victory in front of them. But as it happens, speed also happens to be one of Shenchen's greatest strengths. Wind, howl. The next moment, two identical Shenchen appeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihaoran Uryu. Before the two were surprised, both Shenchen liberated the Wind King barrier at the same time. Is it the illusion that was cast at the West Gate? Wait, that doesn't seem right. 5. Just thinking of this, Shenchen has already launched an attack. Not using his real name to liberate, does not mean that Shenchen cannot use the other powers of the Holy Sword. One of them, Shenchen, has reversed the hilt, and under the acceleration of the Wind King's enchantment, he instantly surpassed 3 times the supersonic speed. This brought him to Kurosaki Ichigo in an instant, and the golden light bloomed on the blade, and he slashed towards Kurosaki Ichigo, who was horrified. The other Shenchen, in a flash of lightning, teleported behind Uryu. It's so fast that you can't even see it. Fortunately, Shihaoran Uryu had already experienced a teleportation of the electric field, barely able to reflect it, and kicked back with a kick. Wind King Hammer. Shenchen had already slashed out with one sword at this moment, and the violent explosion of the Wind King's enchantment, combined with the radiant blade, slashed Uryu into the air. Wow! What a great power! Uryu flew out of the sky, only to feel that the left foot that collided with was already numb. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo was also slashed by the giant force, and also scraped a ravine of more than 10 meters on the ground before stopping. Damn, what's the matter with that monster-like power? Even if you insist on going on, you won't be able to stop it. 35. Kurosaki Ichigo's hands were shaking, and it was extremely difficult to get up. Shenchen's move is a combination of the Wind King's barrier and the Holy Sword's power-boosting method, and it is undoubtedly a masterpiece of peak-level fusion talent. The result of this is a monster attack that far surpasses everyone in Godai 13, making both Ichido and Uryu miserable. Disease. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ishida Yulong hurriedly fired a very fast sacred arrow. However, Shenchen didn't even turn his eyes to him, he just tilted his head at will, and flutteringly avoided Ishida Yulong's fastest trick. Compared to these two little bugs, it's really annoying to see your dung, whose strength is not even as strong as a reptile, to appear here. Shenchen said in a low voice, the terrifying spiritual power has completely crushed Ishida Yulong. Just based on your poor fighting ability, who gave you the courage to challenge me? 5. Ishida Yulong just felt that he was overwhelmed, unable to move his body, and was horrified inside. 2. To be killed. Just as Ishida Uryu had this thought, Kurosaki Ichigo let out a loud roar. No more shots at my comrade. A hole. At the same time, the violent fluctuation of red-black rose from Tensā Zanjutsu and was cut out by Kurosaki Ichigo with all his strength. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. The power of this ultra-high-density spiritual slash is simply extraordinary. Judging from this terrifying attack range alone, Kurosaki Ichigo would have predicted that even if Shenchen showed the Zanpakuto abilities he had at the West Gate, it wouldn't be enough to deflect his slash to miss. Boom! The crescent moon swept across the sky, but under Kurosaki Ichigo's expectant gaze, the Shenchen he aimed at disappeared in place. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment. His strongest attack that condensed Bankai crystals was so inexplicably lost. It seems that the time for the mirror clone is up. Shenchen on Uryuki's side glanced here and raised his hand at Kurosaki Ichigo. 30 million volts Thunder Beast. 30 million volts Thunderbird. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Thunder Beast Tide's triple hit hits Kurosaki Ichigo, who was caught off guard. Electric light blooms, and Kurosaki Ichigo's screams can't stop. To be honest, I'm already a little bit bothered by you, so I'll just kill you here. Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo had temporarily lost his ability to resist, Shenchen turned his hand and was about to strike a fatal blow. You can't even think about it. At this moment, a beam of lightning that was no less than Shenchen shot out from Shihaoran Uryuki. Boom! Lightning and thunder. Shenchen's thunder and lightning cancelled each other out, frowning at the reappearing Shihaoran Uryuki. At this time, Shihaoran Uryuki has Thor's horns on the head, and there are 6 more drums Tomo-style rings on the back. Shinko Thor battle form. This is one of the derivative moves of Shun Kao. Shihaoran Uryuki can release a large area of bursts of thunder by moving the 6 Tomo on his back and then opening his hands up and down. And these thunderbolts are not just in name, their attack power can even completely destroy nearby buildings. The destructive power is amazing. Oh! Shenchen sneered, do you want to use Ray to deal with Ray? Wang Zhao, I have already collected your battle data, even your ridiculously fast teleportation has something to do with thunder and lightning, right? Shihaoran Uryuki said solemnly, so, I think this is the best way. Boring. 39. Shenchen snorted coldly and made a lightning strike. God's verdict. The thunder beam shot out from his hand. Uryuki also opened his hand instantly, and the electric light immediately fell from the sky, cutting off the thunder beam. It's really effective against him. Uryuki was delighted. It's just this kind of trick that uses the shape of the god of thunder, and delusional thinking can be compared with the incarnation of thunder. As soon as Uryuki's words came out, Shenchen's whole body instantly burst into more powerful lightning. It seems necessary to educate you well. What an unrealistic fantasy. Chapter 76. Boom. 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 Uryuki does not stop, and controls Tomo like a storm, making the mighty thunder continue to fall. Not to be outdone, Shenchen played all kinds of thunder fruits tricks one after another, turning the scene into a thunder and lightning carnival. Bam! Boom! Bam! 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 Unprecedented thunder confrontation was staged here, and the azure blue brilliance even illuminated half of the jingling court. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo reluctantly delivered another blow, while Ishida Uryu kept shooting arrows to protect Shihaoran Uryuki. With the combined efforts of the 3 of them, they managed to hold a stalemate with Shenchen for a while. Where does his thunder and lightning ability come from? Why is it difficult to compare even the top-level Thor war form? Uryuki became more and more frightened as she fought. Shenchen made her feel like the pinnacle of thunder and lightning. So annoying. Shenchen swung out another lightning strike, turning his head towards Yulong Ishida at the same time. Roar of the Dragon. The light of Longian illuminated Ishida Yulong's face. He quickly swayed all kinds of Quincy's props and tricks, but it was difficult to stop him. Boom! The pillar of fire fell, smoke and explosions obscured the location of Uryu Ishida. Ishida! Kurosaki Ichigo was in a hurry, like a hot-blooded young man who passed on the 607 lineage, a force suddenly poured out of nowhere in his body. He roared and gathered a large amount of black spiritual power, and cut out the crescent moon with all his strength. The next one is you. Shenchen looked over coldly, invert it. Reflect it. 35. A series of double unleashed Shikai abilities allows a new Shenchen to appear out of nowhere, rushing towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Is he crazy? Kurosaki Ichigo watched helplessly as Shenchen's clone slammed into the crescent moon, but he didn't dodge at all. However, his eyes widened immediately, because the crescent moon shot across the body of the avatar, but it had no effect. No, this is not a clone, but the phantom trick at the west gate. As soon as Kurosaki Ichigo thought of this, he saw the body of Shenchen's clone suddenly turn into a real body. It is the continuous combination of the third ability and the fourth ability of Kinkin Mirror. Dragon Slaying Profound Truth, Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. 35. Golden flames ignited around the body of Shenchen's avatar, and shot straight at Kurosaki Ichigo like a missile. Because this combo was used so unexpectedly, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was invincible, didn't have time to react and was hit on the spot. Boom! The more exaggerated Big Bang rises in place, and Uryu can feel Kurosaki Ichigo's Riatsu rapidly weakening. One household. Uryuki's heart is so anxious, I'm afraid Kurosaki Ichigo will be beaten to the point of death. Are you still free to worry about others? Shenchen said coldly. The thunder on the body has grown bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a huge figure standing upright. 200 million volts Thor. Under Uryuki's horrified gaze, the huge body punched out. The air was instantly blasted, and Uryuki kept triggering various thunderbolts to hit Shenchen, but he couldn't stop this Thor's body in the slightest. I can only watch helplessly as he hits me. Boom! In an instant, all that remained in Uryuki's mind was the loud noise and the severe pain in his body. Show me clearly, Shenchen said coldly, this is the real Thor. After all, Shenchen continued to throw punches mercilessly. Bang bang! 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 35 bang! Bang bang! 39. In the distance, Kurosaki Ichigo, who fell in a big pit, opened his eyes with difficulty. See. He is now in tatters, and he was beaten to death, but was woken up by this continuous loud noise. What's wrong with me? As soon as he woke up, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't even see clearly, and his mind was stuck. In a blur, Kurosaki Ichigo slowly recalled something. It hurts, did I lose? Even if I learn Bankai, I still lose. He only remembered the shocking blow of Shenchen, the irresistible force that directly hit him to a dying state. No, now only Uryuki is fighting Shenchen. Kurosaki Ichigo looked into the distance again, and saw that the tall blue light giant was beating down fiercely, while Uryuki was struggling to resist in the smoke and dust that exploded one after another. Ugh! With little success in resisting, Uryuki was beaten again and vomited blood. Damn! Kurosaki Ichigo looked anxious. He struggled to get up, but felt like his bones were broken, and he couldn't even move a finger. Don't ignore me, Shinigami! But at this moment, Ishida Yulong's voice rang. Just now, he exhausted all means, and finally offset some of the power of the fire dragon's roar, and barely survived. At this moment, he used this breathing time to charge the sacred arrow to the extreme that he could reach. Disease. Terrifying arrows that were at least 10 times thicker than the original shot out. Shenchen was originally due to the Thunder God's body, which caused the target to become larger and difficult to dodge. In addition, the speed of the arrow increased several times, and he was dizzy and couldn't dodge successfully by seeing and hearing. Seeing that the arrow hit the huge giant's body, Ishida Yulong looked overjoyed. I finally hit him. Well done, it's a pity it's useless at all. However, Shenchen's indifferent voice made him see the reality clearly. Even if the holy arrows hit Shenchen, they couldn't penetrate the defense of Thor's body. How could? Ishida Yulong was desperate for a moment. Rukia was right, in front of Shenchen, being able to reach the level of captain's strength is the minimum threshold to qualify for the battle. Under this, even if Shenchen was hit hard, it would not be able to cause any damage to him at all. Die! The body of Thor kicked Uryuki away with one kick, and issued a ruling in the face of Uryu Ishida. The next moment, the thunder of the sky drowned Ishida Yulong. No one! Ishida! This scene made Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrink, and a certain string in his mind seemed to be snapped. The boundless black Riatsu wrapped his body, and a pale mask began to appear on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. Chapter 77. A devilish temptation voice resounded in Kurosaki Ichigo's head. Not reconciled. Ah, of course I'm not reconciled. Kurosaki Ichigo recalled how confident he was at the beginning, and he was able to train to Bankai after breaking the record, and thought he would be able to compete with Shinigami, the captain. As a result, Shenchen told him ruthlessly that he was still far from it. Even Shenchen beat his Bankai with only Shikai. Then do you want power? 35. The voice asked. Power. Kurosaki Ichigo exclaimed in the darkness, I want the power to defeat him. Very good. It seems that the question of whether or not to beat him can be omitted. The yin laughing voice said, and then gradually revealed the body. It's a pale Kurosaki Ichigo. If you want to beat Shenchen, give me your body. I'll do it for you. To be honest, your Bankai is really horrible to use, Tensā Zanjutsu doesn't use that. What? Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback as he stared at Subai in front of him. Before he could react, he was beaten by Shenchen to the point of being on the verge of death, and was taken advantage of and suppressed by Subai. On the outside, Kurosaki Ichigo's body faithfully responded to the change. With emotional outbursts and sanity snapped, a hollow mask appears on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. What it is? Uryu, who fell into the pit in the distance, raised his head with blood on his face, and muttered to himself in confusion. I saw the piercing laughter of Kurosaki Ichigo. The mask and the rising red-black crescent moon was already burning on Tensā Zanjutsu. Ha 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 ha, are you that Shenchen? You really admired the name for a long time. But then I'll let you know what Tensā Zanjutsu's true power is. Just wait till you die. Oh. Shenchen raised his eyebrows. Didn't you expect to be forced to hollow so quickly? In fact, this is one of the developments that Shenchen is looking forward to, but it is also within Shenchen's expectations. Otherwise, it is not impossible for Shenchen to work hard and kill Kurosaki Ichigo forcibly. However, Shenchen deeply felt that the level of crisis today was not enough. After all, he had only fought with 2 captains. Even though Anohanaretsu was a super-spec level powerful captain, they didn't reach the point of life and death in the end. I don't know how the system would determine the difficulty of survival. So if you want to make sure you can draw something good today, Shenchen will start with Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. SHH. Hollow's family suddenly charged forward, and the slashing air attacked with the power of the crescent moon. Shenchen's sword also radiates the brilliance of the liberation of his true name, increasing the power of his slashing in the same way. Swords meet. Chong dash. The melodious sword sound rose, the Hollow family's wild laughter stopped, and they were beaten back several steps. What? It's more powerful than me. The Hollow family is still very confident in their own strength, and it is not without reason. You must know that in the original history, after Kurosaki Ichigo was controlled by Hollow, he suddenly injured Byakuya Kukaki who was suppressing Kurosaki Ichigo. This shows that the strength he showed at the time was at least 2 or 3 times that of Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just learned Bankai. However, he felt that the blow was a sure shot, but was instead crushed by this Shenchen in front of him. What a joke! You will feel incredible things, and there are more. Shenchen's indifferent voice sounded from the Hollow family's side, and the ultimate speed of the electric field teleportation was difficult for even the Hollow family to respond. Damn, so fast! This time, even Subai, who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, was so scared that he was sweating coldly, and he controlled the Hollow family to quickly defend. Chong! Shenchen slashed it away with a sword, and then pursued him closely, interweaving a sword, light, and sword shadow with Tensā Zanjutsu of the Hollow family. Both of them used a special method to increase the power of slashing, making close-fitting bunts roaring like heavy artillery. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, they didn't know how many moves they fought. Slightly Hollow screamed, and the mask had been chopped off. He hurriedly backed away, but the holy sword followed him like a shadow, leaving a bloodstain on his arm. A hole. The Hollow family hurriedly waved a knife to counterattack, but the Kinkan mirror had already inserted horizontally, penetrating all the defenses of the Hollow family with precision. Puff! Blood splattered, and Hollow's thighs were severely penetrated. Hollow screamed loudly, not knowing whether it was because of the pain, or because of anger. However, incompetent fury can't solve any problems, let alone make up for this overwhelming gap in swordsmanship. Shut up, you are noisy. 35. Shenchen's swords crossed and slashed, knocking Hollow's family back several somersaults, covered in dust. No, it's not an opponent at all. His swordsmanship is overwhelmingly strong, and it has surpassed me by too much. Hollow got up in dismay, looking at Shenchen with a faint look of horror in his eyes. Originally, his most self-confidence was the way he used his power countless times better than Kurosaki Ichigo, but this is no different in front of Shenchen's swordsmanship. It can even be regarded as the arrogance of vain self, the king's Zhao, and was ruthlessly crushed by Shenchen. Ended. Shenchen Shunpo went to the Hollow family with a chaotic brain and slashed them down. Stop it! Suddenly, Uryu shouted loudly. No. It should be said that Uryu appeared beside Shenchen before the voice came. Kito's energy had an effect on the elemental body, and she kicked Shenchen out. Shenchen landed in midair, and his feet plowed more than 10 meters into a ravine before stopping. Although there is a reason for my poisoning, but her speed just exceeded my reaction. 55. Shenchen was slightly surprised by this discovery, and he looked up to understand the reason. Just because of today's Shihaoran Uryu, she has already opened her fastest ultimate mode. Sunrin Black Cat Fighter Princess. Chapter 78. I saw Shihaoran Uryu, who appeared in front of Shenchen, had turned into a half-human half-beast state, with cat ears and cat tails. Her whole body was covered by lightning, and her hands and feet also had cat claws composed of lightning, and a large number of electrical discharges appeared all over her body. This is one of Shunko's derivative moves. According to Urahara Kisuke's words, it is even the ultimate trick that surpasses Shunko Thor battle form in all directions. It's a pity, because Uryu thinks this trick is too half-baked, so he is not very willing to use it. She feels this way because Uryu in this form acts completely with emotions, and can't even understand human speech, only pure animal thinking. Even the Riatsu in her body will change with different emotions, and it can change to 48 times in 1 second. But in return, Uryu's speed will become more agile, his behavior will be unpredictable like a cat, and even the lightning strikes he will release will be more than Shinko Thor war. I see, this is your strongest move. Shenchen's eyes narrowed. Kurosaki Ichigo and 4607 Fengyu and Uryu in front of him were barely qualified to threaten him. Among them, Hollow, who is controlled by Sub-I, has reached the upper level of the captain-level Shinigami, and Uryu is a very strong captain-level Shinigami. After opening Senryu Black Cat Fighting Girl, Uryu's combat power is far superior to the general captain Shinigami. Coupled with Shenchen's current negative state and the consumption after the battle, it directly gave the two of them an opportunity to take advantage. It's really a headache, although I don't want to, but I have to go together. Regardless of whether Uryu could understand it or not, Hollow burst out with laughter and then charged forward. He wants to get back his shattered self-esteem in Shenchen, and he will use blood to bring shame. Immediately, two extremely fast figures began to besiege Shenchen. Clang 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 dash. I saw two shadows flickering around Shenchen's body. This is not so close to being invisible anymore, but it is so fast that countless after-images are left behind. This, caused Shenchen to appear to be surrounded by dozens or hundreds of hollow households and Shihaoran Uryu. They attacked Shenchen frantically, but what Shenchen did was to deal with it calmly. The jet black blade strikes, deflecting it upside down. The azure blue thunder blasted out, and the clone responded. The rest, whether it is claw attack or knife slash, can't break through Shenchen's airtight sword defense at all. Damn it! You have already tried your best, but you can't even touch him. Sub-I became more and more aggrieved, but soon his eyes lit up. His speed is slowing down. And the precision of his tricks is declining. Indeed, although the battle had only started not long ago, the intense exercise had already made the toxins in Shenchen's body aggravated and eroded. Although due to the characteristics of the elemental body, the poison that could have been lethal with only a single point was suppressed to almost no effect, but it still could not bear the slightest sequelae such as dizziness. This can be deadly in combat. I didn't expect that I haven't won them yet. This kind of battle itself is already considered a malfunction for me. Shenchen himself knew this, of course. And he also found a problem: even though his abilities are many and strong, he still lacks an overwhelmingly powerful trick. It can be said that as long as the strength reaches the captain level, then there is the possibility of resisting his strength. And like some elite powerhouses among the captain level Shinigami, they can forcibly support for a short period of time without defeat. My strength is not enough, Shenchen said with a clear thought. I need to be stronger, more decisive. 35. What, is there a way for me to evolve to a higher level? In a chaotic mind, Shenchen's insights gained from the peak level fusion talent in the previous days exploded in one burst. All the inspirations were collected and finally displayed on Shenchen's external moves. The crystallization of the fusion of my two strongest abilities, the final result. Fire and thunder, these two extremely violent energies, organically combined at this moment. The two huge energies all shrunk into Shenchen's body, and then erupted like a volcanic eruption in the suspicious eyes of the Hollow family and the Black Cat Uryu. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. 35. Thunder and Longian shone on Shenchen's body, and he felt that his current power was extremely surging. This time it's really going to be a quick fight. Shenchen stared coldly at Hollow and Chihaoran Uryu, and attacked. Lei Yanlong's Iron Strike. 95. Accelerated by flames and lightning, Shenchen moved in front of Kurosaki Ichigo at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to react to and punched. The Fire Dragon Slayer magic and the power of Thunder Fruit erupted violently in the fist, and then double exploded on the Tensā Zanjutsu held up by the Hollow family. Boom! This is not just the power of 1 + 1 = 2. The entire mask of Hollow's family was completely shattered, and the whole person was blown up to a height of hundreds of meters, and then crashed down. The roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon. Shenchen turned his head abruptly again, gathering the spiritual power of the dual attributes of lightning and flame in his body, and spitting out a huge fusion of thunder and flames. There is a huge thunder light in the flame wave, breaking through the void all the way, destroying everything. Whoosh! Shenlong Black Cat Fighter is worthy of being the fastest form of Flash Goddess Uryu, who is famous for Shunpo, but he was able to dodge at the last minute and fled towards the surrounding area. However, this is not the end. Shenchen maintains a spit stance and shakes his head in the direction where Uryu fled. Boom! 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 In an instant, the entire 3 buildings outside the Palace of Repentance were cut off by a thunderbolt laser and collapsed on the spot. And the roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon, which swept past, also caught up with Uryu in an instant, and bombarded her directly into a high-rise building in the distance. Rumble rumble! The foundation of that tall building seemed to be unable to withstand such a huge force, and collapsed into ruins in the smoke, burying Uryu alive. One move, one kill, all in one instant. Chapter 79. As of this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo and Chihaoran Uryuki's Riatsu have been weak to the point of almost non-existence. Originally, they had been injured by Shenchen before, but now Lei Yanlong's terrorist attack has become the last straw that crushed them. Shenchen carefully felt the spiritual power of the two and snorted coldly. Life is tough, but I'm tired of your stalking, so kill you. His expression became extremely cold. Today, Kurosaki Ichigo and Chihaoran Uryuki just hit the gun. They came to Shenchen when he was most uncomfortable, annoyed Shenchen, and gradually touched Shenchen's anger and bottom line. These two people, like Jushiro Yukitake, made Shenchen extremely unhappy, so let's just kill them here today. Kurosaki. Chihaoran. On the blackened ground in the distance, Ishida Yulong was dying to watch this scene. He could clearly feel Shenchen's killing intent, and understood that the two who were also dying today would definitely not be able to resist Shenchen's killing. No. Judging from the terrifying power that the thunder and fire intersected just now, even if Kurosaki Ichigo and Chihaoren Uryu are intact, they will definitely not be able to defeat the Shenchen. Damn, I can't be reconciled. Even if I die in battle, I can't play any role. Ishida Yulong's face filled with remorse. Back then, although Uryu didn't say it clearly, it was obvious that he disliked him for being too weak, so he wanted to leave him, Sato Yasutara and Inu Orium together. This made Ishida Uryu's dignity as a Quincy unacceptable, so he swore to tell them that he had enough to contend, even enough to kill the leader-level Shinigami's killer. It's a pity that Ishida Yulong couldn't use this whole card until their entire army was wiped out. It's not too late to use it now, right? A voice suddenly rose in Ishida Yulong's heart, as if it turned into a lingering desire. Better than finding out that it's too late to use it, right? 99. But Ishida Yulong was still struggling. If I really use it, then I will forever lose the power of a quencher. So far, do you still have time to care about this kind of thing? That voice was like Ishida Yulong asking and answering himself, constantly convincing himself. Besides, don't you want to rebel against that Shinigami called De Shenchen? Are you willing to act like an ant in front of him? The sound is getting louder. The answer is no. Right. Where is your arrogance as a quencher? You don't need it now, when will you wait? Ishida Yulong finally heard clearly, this is his own voice, a cry from the soul. That's right, I want to save my buddies, Kurosaki and Chihaoren, instead of watching them get killed right in front of my eyes. And most importantly, I want to show that Shinigami who looks down on me, the true pride and power of Quincy. This belief turned into strength, supporting Ishida Yulong to stand up. He undid the sanguine glove, and even the terrifying Riatsu that surpassed Kurosaki Ichigo's level rose into the sky. The final form of Quincy. Dispersing spirit gloves are the ancestral treasures of the quencher, and have a high-level function of spreading spirits. As long as it wears it, the Quincy will be hindered by its powerful spreading force, and cannot use the spiritual child to make the shape of a bow. But once you make a bow in this state and keep it for 7 days and 7 nights, you can quickly approach the maximum limit of the Quincy extinguisher. Ishida Yulong used this method to practice. However, the loose glove can only be used once, and once it is put on, it cannot be taken off again, because under the influence of the Quincy master, the constricting force of the spiritual child has exceeded its own limit. Excessive fire will eventually burn itself, and when it is released again, the practitioner will gain great power in an instant. Although the price that comes with it is the loss of all his abilities as a Quincy, the rewards are huge. It is the final form of the Quincy that Ishida Yulong is using now. 4 flowers. Huh? Are you going to get in the way too? De Shenchen's observation Haki moved, and icy eyes swept across. Originally, I didn't want to use this trick anyway, but you forced me. You shouldn't trample and underestimate the Quincy, so I have to make you pay the price. Ishida Yulong shouted fiercely, now, are you ready to kneel to the ground in front of this Quincy's ultimate power? You got 2 things wrong. 99. De Shenchen's expression did not change at all, and raised 2 fingers in front of the stunned Ishida Yulong. First, with your nondescript abilities, you can't be called the ultimate power of a Quincy master. It should be said that you underestimate the Quincy master yourself. Point 0. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Ishida Yulong's face turned red and white when he was told, and said angrily, do you want to say that I don't understand the Quincy at all? As a quencher, how could it be better that you, Shinigami, know more about the ultimate of quenchers? Stop insulting me. De Shenchen smiled and said, speaking of insulting you, this is the second point you made a mistake before. I'm not trampling on the Q master, I'm trampling on the Q, it's always only you. UBD. Ishida Yulong was furious, and the huge spiritual bow in his hand shot arrows at high speed. Boom. Just the process of the bombardment of the arrows of the spiritual child broke out with a terrifying momentum like a cannon. Lei Yanlong's iron strike. De Shenchen clenched his fists, the power of thunder and fire superimposed on each other, and the hammer immediately hit the tip of the giant arrow. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion shook the Confession Palace 3 times. Is this the attack power that can instantly kill a normal captain-level Shinigami? It's really quite a power. 99. Amidst the smoke, Shenchen's admiration came. Looks like I have to congratulate you. Congratulations on your evolution from being worse than a reptile to a trickier little bug. Chuan. Chapter 80. You won't be able to be so calm anytime soon, my power is definitely beyond your imagination. Ishida Yulong's expression was gloomy and cold, and even the veins were bursting on the palm of the hand holding the bow. After all, this is the ultimate power in exchange for sacrificing all his Quincy abilities. In fact, why didn't Shenchen know this? However, angering the opponent in battle and preventing the enemy from thinking calmly is also a part of tactics. Although it is not as good as the holy text pervert of some Quincy exterminators in the Invisible Empire, it is undoubtedly a very powerful level. Shenchen thought silently. When he thought of the existence of the Invisible Empire, Shenchen faintly felt a huge threat. Even if you don't mention the man who is almost the strongest in the whole Shinigami world, the leader of the Invisible 607 Empire, Youhabach, he also has several holy characters of Quincy under his command, which is simply a plug-in level. Even, with the current strength of Shenchen, he couldn't even think of how to defeat them. And now Ishida Yulong, who is now in the final form of Quincy, can display the power completely worthy of this title. In the original history, Uryu Ishida instantly killed Kurosaki Ichigo in Bankai state with just one blow. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo is not a captain who is good at frontal combat, it is enough to show that Ishida Uryu has crossed over to the realm beyond Shinigami. Even Shenchen, who is a step stronger now, is already qualified to touch it with Ishida Yulong. Lei Yanlong's roar. Shenchen shot without hesitation, and it was the thunderbolt laser beam that penetrated everything. Ishida Yulong also did not show weakness, pulling the bow and shooting arrows. The terrifying arrows enough to kill Bankai collided in the air. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion rose again. Seeing this victory, Yulong Ishida's face was ugly. Damn it! It shouldn't be like this. Why hasn't Shenchen lost yet? Why hasn't he shown overwhelming strength enough to beat Shenchen to beg for mercy? What a joke! Do you want to tell me that his usual strength is enough to compare to the final form of the Quincy that I gave up and switched? Ishida Yulong roared angrily, I will never accept it. I will never accept it. What a roar, is it so hard to face reality? 39. Shenchen rushed out of the smoke, lightning in his left hand and fire in his right hand. Even if it temporarily changes from incompetent rage to capable rage, it's just barely qualified to fight me one-on-one. While speaking, Shenchen spun out the tricks in his hand, Dragon Slaying Profound Truth Kai. Red Lotus Thunder Blade. Not good. Ishida Yulong's pupils shrank, and Fei Lianjiao, who was augmented by the final form of the Quincy Exterminator, escaped the blow in a thrilling manner. He jumped up into the sky, and when he looked down again, his heart could not help beating wildly. I saw that the entire land below was already covered with a sea of energy of fire and thunder intertwined with carnival. What if it got hit? Go to hell! Ishida Yulong gritted his teeth, not letting go of the neutral block where Shenchen finished his ultimate move, and shot an arrow with all his strength. However, Shenchen would never reveal any flaws. He grabbed with both hands and then lifted it towards the sky. Suddenly, the explosion ocean composed of lightning and flames was like a vortex of ocean currents, which was lifted up by Shenchen towards the sky. What? Ishida Yulong was horrified, and the next second he saw the overturned sea of energy, blocking his attack like a curtain. This was naturally the remaining power of the Red Lotus Thunderbolt Blade before it had fully exerted its power, which was well used by Shenchen and turned into a shield to seamlessly intercept Ishida Yulong's attack. This was far from over. With the cover of the big explosion rising in the air, Shenchen rushed straight up. After that, Ishida Yulong saw Shenchen's hands raised high, and the fireball became bigger and bigger, until it was close to the size of a meteorite. But when Yulong Ishida landed and stood, he saw an even more incredible scene. I saw that among the dark clouds in the sky, another huge lightning ball like a meteorite fell, and the sky and the giant fireball merged with each other. Damn it! If this one blows out, Yu Wei alone is enough to kill Kurosaki and Chihaorin. Ishida Yulong didn't dare to neglect. Zhang Gong bent down and aimed at the two huge energy balls in the sky. Afterwards, the already devastated ground began to disintegrate, turning into fine pieces of spiritual power and continuously pouring into the arrows of Ishida Yulong. Everything in the Soul Society is composed of spirits, and he can decompose and absorb spirits for his own use. No wonder he is strong enough to kill Bankai in this state. Da Shenchen under the sky noticed this scene, and it can be said that Soul Society is like the home of Yulong Ishida today. However, Da Shenchen also feels that he is not bad. After all, this is an unprecedented special broadcast. Fusing the fire dragon's brilliance and laying into each other, and finally turning it into. The fireball and the thunderball have blended with each other, but the volume has not increased, which means double the concentrated energy. Lei Yanlong's brilliant flame. The big move that destroys the world is smashed. Drink 35. Ishida Uryu also shouted with all his strength, and the arrow that inflated its spiritual power to the limit shot 4.4 in the air. The two ultimates attacks were tit for tat, and instantly turned into a ball of destruction that swept through everything. Boom dash! The deafening loud noise even made people almost deaf, and the flames and impact of the explosion directly shattered the confession palace composed of murderous stones. Wow wow wow! Even though Rukia had shrunk to the other end of the confession palace, she was so shocked that she covered her ears and closed her eyes and shouted. When she opened her eyes again, a huge gap had appeared in the wall of the penitent palace, and the strong wind blew on Rukia's stunned expression. Actually, the aftermath alone has already destroyed most of the Repentance Palace. Chapter 81. When the smoke cleared, the bottom of the Repentance Palace had already been dug 3 feet into the ground. The whole ground has sunk more than before. And those white high-rise buildings around the Confession Palace were also turned into ashes, looking extremely tragic. So that's the case, you know you can't do it, so you gave up decisively. Da Shenchen waved his hand to dissipate the remaining firelight, and looked at the already empty battlefield, thoughtfully. Whether it was Kurosaki Ichigo or Shihaorin Uryu, who was buried alive, they were all dug up and fled in an instant. So many things can be done in that instant. The speed of Fei Lian's feat in the final form of the Quincy Exterminator is really unusual. 35. It's just that this skill was originally used for combat, but now it is forced to be used for escape. In fact, Ishida Yulong's idea of 607 is not difficult for Da Shenchen to understand. After the earth-shattering fights just now, Ishida Yulong has already deeply understood. Even the momentary sublimation he gained from giving up his career as a quencher was far from the level of slaughtering Da Shenchen, and it was hard to say whether he would win or lose if he continued to fight. In this case, Ishida Yulong still has a time limit, and once the final form disappears, he can only be slaughtered by Da Shenchen. But he still had someone to save, so he immediately gave up continuing to entangle with Da Shenchen, and instead took cover and quickly rescued people when he still had the strength. Hi? Are you here? At this moment, Da Shenchen suddenly changed his expression and looked up into the distance. Although the other party has been deliberately shrinking Riatsu, he still can't hide it from Da Shenchen's observation Haki field. It was Yamamoto Genri Yusai who came very fast. After I sensed the Riatsu when I was fighting with Kurosaki Ichigo and the others, I understood that the calamities and I were gathered here, so there is no need to guard other places. 5. Da Shenchen deduced the cause and effect in an instant. However, at this time, after a series of battles, the consumption has been very serious. In addition, the negative state of poisoning could not be cleared. Da Shenchen decided to retreat temporarily and talk about it tomorrow. Thinking of this, Da Shenchen rose to the same height as the Palace of Penance and looked at Rukia Kokaki, who was lying on the gap and looking down. Although I have let you out and let you breathe, it's a pity that I can't take you away for the time being. Hey! What the hell is going on? 35. Rukia waved his hand in dissatisfaction, and I was almost killed by you just now, do you know that? Haha, how could it be? Da Shenchen smiled. I have a way to sense in advance that you have shrunk to a corner inside the Confession Palace, and after careful calculation, you know that you will not be hurt, so you made such a move. Yes, is that so? Rukia looked dubious. Judging from her rationality, the murderous stone that constitutes the Sin Palace can isolate spiritual power, so normally, it is impossible to know her position by judging Riatsu at all. But at the same time Rukia knew Shenchen very well and knew that he would not lie about such a big thing. All in all, the situation has changed a bit, and if you take you now, it will be a little troublesome in the future. Shenchen said, besides, there's no need to take you away right away, so let's see you tomorrow. Rukia was stunned for a while, and asked, what do you mean by seeing you tomorrow? Do you want to come over when I'm being executed? 35. You must not. Although I know that you are very powerful, much more powerful than the average captain, you can't imagine the power of the captain. Rukia knew that Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni would be there when he was executed, and if Shenchen came back then, he would definitely be dead. Humph, speaking of Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni, he came over after a while. I have a word for you to tell him for me. Shenchen snorted coldly, we will see you tomorrow. 35. Rukia's eyes widened, are you really going to fight the captain? Be realistic. Shenchen waved his hand, turned into a thunderlight and quickly lifted off, leaving only one sentence. What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you just now? That old man Yamamoto, I've already beaten him once. Almost not long after Shenchen left, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni rushed to the scene with a gloomy face. Tisk, is it still late? In terms of speed, it's really not that much that Jinglingting can surpass Shenchen. Although he had vaguely anticipated this situation, Yamamoto Genryusai was still dissatisfied. What he didn't know was that Shenchen only showed the speed of pure Shunpo when he played against him. If you talk about the speed of light with electric field teleportation, then no one in the entire Soul Society can match the speed of Shenchen. By the way, Rukia Kokaki. Yamamoto Shijikuni also came to the ruins of the penitentiary palace and saw Rukia shivering sitting in the gap. You still obeyed the rules and didn't escape with Shenchen. Yamamoto Shijikuni said, why, does Shenchen have a message for you to convey? 35. Hearing this, Rukia was stunned, and said strangely, how did you know that he had a message for me to convey to you? Yamamoto Shijikuni said indifferently, if it is another sinner, then the old man may not be sure, but if it is Shenchen, who has both strength and courage, the old man can be sure that he is definitely not the kind of person who runs away in a hurry after sensing the old man, so it must not be so simple. Although Rukia didn't react on the surface, she was so shocked that a stormy sea was already set off in her heart. Even though they are against each other, the commander-in-chief actually thinks highly of and appreciates Ah Chen? So in these days, what earth-shattering things did Ah Chen do? After hesitating for a moment, Rukia said, he asked me to tell you, tomorrow, see you at the execution ground. Hey, arrogant brat! After Yamamoto heard it, he turned and left without stopping. Now that Shenchen has said so, there is no need to pursue him. Because he said he would come, he would definitely come. Chapter 82. After arriving at the safe place, Shenchen first fell asleep. The repeated battles and the slight poisoning have made him very tired, so he urgently needs sleep to replenish his energy. However, Shenchen did not rest unprepared. Even during the break, Shenchen remained vigilant enough to unfold observation Haki without interruption. As soon as someone walks into this field, Shenchen wakes up immediately. Boom, 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 boom. After an unknown time, a footstep sounded, and a figure broke into Shenchen's observation Haki induction. After seeing Shenchen, this figure walked straight over and stayed beside Shenchen. Although Shenchen woke up early, he still pretended to be asleep without opening his eyes, wanting to see what the other party was going to do. I saw that figure raised his hand and aimed at Shenchen's body. Then Kaido's light comes on. What? 28. She suddenly made a sound of surprise. There is almost no toxin left in the body? No, it doesn't seem right. She pondered, it's not so much that it's detoxified, it's better to say that there was almost no poisoning from the very beginning. 99. Now, even Anohanaretsu can't figure it out. How did De Shenchen manage to fight for a long time in such a large concentration of poisonous mist, but basically no poisoning? You must know that even after she went back, it took a long time to detoxify herself. Captain Yusohana, don't you think about the possibility that after I capture Kuroashi Mayuri, I will force you to find out the whereabouts of the antidote? De Shenchen opened his eyes. Anohanaretsu was startled, shook his head and said, Captain Kuroashi Mayuri's toxin is the latest model to be debugged for you. Due to the lack of time, he doesn't even have an antidote himself. 5. Because of this, I need to detoxify myself, and because my medical skills are the best of Godi I-13, I can cooperate with him to realize this plan. So that's how it is. De Shenchen nodded and said, how did you find me? Anohanaretsu smiled and said, I thought about a few places that Shinigami wouldn't usually go to, and then checked one by one, and finally found you. So, De Shenchen asked, have you been to the central underground chamber? Anohanaretsu said, yes, but the central underground chamber is no different from usual, and I was scolded by Central 46 for it. De Shenchen said with a smile, I told you to talk about it tomorrow. If that's the case, what's the matter with you coming to me now? Anohanaretsu said, in addition to wanting to help you detoxify, I also want to remind you by the way. 35. I have already told the Commander-in-Chief about the statement you provided, but unfortunately you have no evidence so far, so the Commander-in-Chief did not listen to it. And Rukia Kukiki will be executed tomorrow, I know you will pass by then you will definitely face the Captain and Vice-Captain Kojiro Sasuke. The more Anohanaretsu spoke, the more serious his tone became. Because of the possibility of you are right, I don't want you to really fall because of this tomorrow, at least until the evidence you said appears tomorrow before we talk about it. De Shenchen hummed, are you so sure that I will fall? I'm not so sure, I think it's a 100% sure thing. After all, Captain Yamamoto has already been run away by you once, so next time he will never let this mistake happen again. Anohanaretsu said solemnly, therefore, in this battle, I guess the captain will directly use Bankai. You won't have any chance by then. The power of Captain Yamamoto's Bankai alone is no exaggeration to say that given enough time, it is enough to destroy the Soul Society. You must not have unrealistic fantasies that can compete with it. Not to mention the Vice-Captain Sasuke. He is a strong master who masters the advanced Bankai, but although he has followed the chief captain very early, he has only passed Bankai 2 or 3 times, so even I don't know what Bankai ability he has. 99. Although Anohanaretsu had already fully understood De Shenchen's strength through the battle with De Shenchen, she still made this judgment. After all, it was Yamamoto Genryusai who tamed her, the Soul Society's greatest villain of all time. So Anohanaretsu knows better than anyone how terrifying Yamamoto Genryusai is. Not to mention that Bankai of Yamamoto's heavy country has been more diligent and has undergone new changes in the past 1,000 years compared to the original time. In fact, why didn't De Shenchen know this? Compared to those bells and whistles of different abilities, Yamamoto's Bankai can be described as the ultimate fire element. And it is precisely because of this simple power that it is even more difficult to deal with. I know, you don't need to remind me specifically. 35 De Shenchen said lightly. If you have nothing to do, please come back. Anohanaretsu nodded, turned around without any hesitation, and left. But when she came to the door, she also stopped. Captain God. I call you that because I hope to continue to be your colleague in the future. You're strong, even to the point of being fascinated by me, but that also means being your enemy is the biggest headache. So I'd rather be your companion in the future, Anohanaretsu said deeply, turning back, rather than your enemy. So, please don't die. Take care. After saying that, Anohanaretsu's figure disappeared outside the door. What are you doing? Is this fascinated by me? Sure enough, people who are obsessed with kendo and fighting are still very pure in this regard. 995. De Shenchen scratched his head amusingly, and also walked outside the door to look at the sky. The sky was already darkened by night, and it was no doubt that the time to get the survival reward was coming. In today's continuous battle, not only are there traps specifically for me, but there are also outsiders like first-generation Kenpeki among the enemies. Besides, I also met the Berserk Hollow family, the Shihaoran family master who is full of strength, and even the final form of the Quincy. Shenchen thought about it all the way, only to think that today's existential crisis is simply breaking the table. Chapter 83. In Shenchen's extremely anticipatory mood, the system prompt arrived as scheduled. Congratulations to host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. Start the lottery. Shenchen ordered without hesitation. The huge roulette wheel was spinning in the light, and when it stopped, Shenchen looked at the high-level reward with great surprise. This is Mangekyo Sharingan's skill. Finally, his 3-tomo Sharingan broke through. To be honest, the 3-tomo Sharingan is good, but in the battle of Shenchen level, it is still a little lacking. For example, 3-tomo Sharingan's hypnosis has little effect against opponents at Aizen's level. Shenchen needs to cooperate with the situation of the battle, Aizen's undefended advantage, and Shenchen's own acting skills. All the conditions put together, Aizen is barely overwhelmed. Even hypnosis Jushiro Yukatake could at most make him negligent for a moment. Therefore, Shenchen urgently needs to improve the use value of Sharingan. Suddenly, Shenchen felt his eyes heat up and covered his eyes involuntarily. The pupil in the eye socket is changing rapidly, 3-tomo slowly rotates, and finally turns faster and faster, turning into a brand new pattern. When Shenchen opened his eyes again, he could already intuitively feel that the world in front of him was different. In terms of dynamic vision and visual clarity, it is a leap forward, which can be described as an epic breakthrough. Shenchen took out the Kinkan mirror again, and looked at his eyes on the mirror-like reflection of the blade. It turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. After thinking about it, Shenchen was relieved. That's not bad, as one of the big hitters in the Hokage ninja world, Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan is already very strong. Of course, Mangekyo Sharingan's 2 pupil techniques and Susanoo, Shenchen can also be used today. And after a little try, Shenchen is even more satisfied. Now, tomorrow will be more certain. The next day, Sokyoku Hill. Rukia Kokaki had been put on the rack, and 3 cubes rose from the ground to lift her up into the sky. And in front of her, the spear of Sokyoku is gathering momentum. Below the torture rack, the densely packed Shinigami formed a large circle. Captain, do you think Shenchen will come? Asked Kojiro Sasakaibe, the vice-captain of the first team. Why don't you ask? Yamamoto Uenyujai Shijikuni snorted coldly, that kid won't give up, and he's also not afraid. So there's no doubt that he's going to get caught up in it. Just seeing the Shinigami lined up at the scene, a wave of anger continued to rise in Yamamoto Shijikuni's heart. Because at first glance, the ocean formed by the Black Death Tyrant outfit only lacked a dozen or so of the white it should have. That's the color that belongs to Captain Hayori, which means that almost none of Godi I-13's captains are there. That was supposed to be the top 13 who led Godi I-13. Now because of Shenchen's betrayal, almost no one is available. Before this, even Yamamoto Shijikuni never imagined such a situation. Almost all the captains of Godi I-13 were seriously injured because of Shenchen, and he damaged the entire Godi I-13 by himself. This has never happened in the past, and it is absolutely unimaginable. Ordinary people don't even dare to think like this in a dream. Whether or not Shenchen will come over in the end, the execution will not be stopped. Yamamoto Shijikuni said in a cold voice, the time has come, let the execution begin. With Yamamoto Shijikuni's order, the light on the spear of Sokyoku flourished, liberating its true stance. A huge flamingo flies in the sky, it is the king of shell destruction. Goo, is this what the spear of Sokyoku really looks like? It's so spectacular. Just watching from a distance can't bear the power. What a terrifying power, said to be equal to the power of a million Zanpakuto. The Shinigami below were all subconsciously talking about it. After all, executions with Sokyoku are rare. Everyone is in awe of the legendary Shinigami blade. This is the final executor of this capital punishment, and it will soon penetrate the body of the sinner, and the capital punishment will end. Hearing Yamamoto Shijikuni's voice, Rukia's thoughts flew on the rack. Fear is definitely there, but the cold sweat just came out, and it was evaporated by the high temperature. In addition, there is a hint of relief in Rukia's heart. Am I going to die? Until now, Ah-chen hasn't come, so that's fine. At least he won't die here. Rukia is very grateful for Da Shenchen's full rescue. So she didn't want to see Da Shenchen die because of this, but even so, Rukia couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope in her heart. Da Shenchen will appear like a hero to save the princess, like the prince who rescued the princess at a critical moment. Execution. Yamamoto shouted loudly, and the King of Destruction shouted loudly that he was about to penetrate Rukia. Did I say you could touch her? Suddenly, a whistling sound that seemed to come from outside reached everyone's ears. Afterwards, the sturdy lightning beam that descended from the sky bombarded the shell-destroying king. Boom rumble. The huge blue beam of light is like connecting the heaven and the earth, covering the body of the giant flamingo and suppressing it ruthlessly. Wang Zhao. The king of Shell Breaker immediately made a sharp scream of anger and began to struggle fiercely. But at this moment, a figure that was incomparably small in comparison, appeared with an aura that made the King of Destruction of the Shell feel frightened and chilling. The dragon-killing magic of fire was in full swing, and the flames on the surface of the shell-destroying king were being absorbed continuously. It's Da Shenchen! Everyone exclaimed in unison, looking at the scene in front of them as if they were in a dream. What the hell is he doing? No way! Does he want to absorb the power of a million Zanpakuto? He's actually eating the King of Destruction. He's going to devour Sokyoku. It's so crazy. Stop the liberation of Sokyoku immediately. Yamamoto Shijikuni also saw his pupils shrink and immediately ordered. Otherwise, the Destroyer King will be eaten up by him. No. Chapter 84. The so-called power equivalent of a million Zanpakuto refers to its form after it has penetrated the sinner. At that time, the King of Shell Breakers will expand dozens of times its current destructive power, truly reaching the level of 1 million Zanpakuto. Before that, even Kurosaki Ichigo was enough to block a blow from the King of Shell Breakers, let alone Da Shenchen. Cracking! The Destroyer King let out a scream of rage, and for the first time in his history, he felt a fear of a Shinigami. Until then, it has always been used to execute Shinigami, like the butcher's knife that judges Shinigami. Today, the position seems to be reversed. Its King of Shells has become the prey, and Da Shenchen is the hunter at the top of the food chain. Buzz! At this critical moment, the giant firebird suddenly shrank, was released from its liberated form, and changed back to Sokyoku. A spear fell weakly from the air, and it seemed that its vitality was severely damaged. As expected of Sokyoku, the taste is really good, and it really makes up for it. Da Shenchen wiped the corners of his mouth and turned to look at Rukia with wide eyes. You are still here. Rukia squirmed her lips and said, even she didn't realize it, wet tears had already involuntarily swept across the corners of her eyes. Yeah, today I'm going to save you in earnest. Da Shenchen smiled, raised his hand, and above his palm, the powerful flame that absorbed the self-destruction Shell King was burning. Then, Da Shenchen took the next hack. Crack! The torture rack made an overwhelming sound of shattering, and was smashed by Da Shenchen on the spot. Rukia also fell from the rack and was caught by Da Shenchen in the air, holding him in his arms. Rukia, I destroyed the Confession Palace yesterday, so you can rest and recover for a night without the restriction of the murderous stone. Now you should have the strength to run by yourself, right? 35. Rukia nodded and said, yes, but there are so many Shinigami staring at me, I can't run without Zanpakuto, right? Don't worry, they won't have time to chase you soon. Da Shenchen landed, put Rukia down, and looked in the direction of Yamamoto Shijikuni. Because, this, will soon become a purgatory-like battlefield, in order to survive, they must first be able to escape from here. Fighting an enemy of the level of Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni is so terrifying. Just wanting to survive in front of the spreading Yue, already had to run away desperately. Okay, then take care. Rukia is not a screeching person either. Knowing that it is useless to say anything now, she nodded and started to break out. You guys seem to be too arrogant. Do you really think I'll let Rukia Kokaki escape? Kojiro Sōsuke snorted coldly and stopped in front of Rukia. However, a burst of thunder light forced him back, causing Kojiro Sōsuke to look at Shenchen, who shot him angrily. Then you really think? Shenchen said lightly, am I going to let you stop Rukia Kokaki? These words made Kojiro Sōsuke's veins burst. He slowly pulled out Zanpakuto and said in a low voice, Captain, please let me go here. I am no less angry than you for these villains who trample on the dignity of Godi I-13. Yamamoto Shijikuni didn't say anything, but he didn't stop it, which in Kojiro Sōsuke's view was the acquiescence. Facing the imposing Kojiro Sōsuke in front of him, Shenchen just glanced at him indifferently. Go away, my opponent is not a trash fish like you. 39. I said it just now, you'd better not be too arrogant. Kojiro Sōsuke scolded angrily, I just saw that your thunderbolt is well used, but you're not the only one who is good at thunderbolt power. Bankai Huang Yanling leaves the palace. 35. This is the only Zanpakuto that can control the weather other than Hiran Meru, showing an extremely gorgeous Bankai form. The Riatsu that erupted from Zanpakuto was released into the air, causing the electrons to condense with each other into a cloudy sky, and an oval-shaped purple electric light appeared. This is like the canopy of the nobles, but these are composed of thunder and lightning, representing the profound cultivation of Kojiro Sōsuke in the lightning system Zanpakuto. Hi, is this Huang and Yanlingli who can even hurt old man Yamamoto? Shenchen looked up and saw that the purple electric light was divided into 11 beams, and it was foreseeable that the speed of lightning would fall from the sky to bombard the enemy. It is said that Yamamoto Shijikuni's Jin'iozai in the name was created in response to the power of Kojiro Sōsuke. It's good that you know, I. As soon as Kojiro Sōsuke spoke, Shenchen interrupted him. But just leaving a scar on Yamamoto Shijikuni makes you so proud? 35. Shenchen said disdainfully, a person who is complacent because of this victory is not worthy of being my opponent. Now my realm is far higher than yours, but looking at your appearance, it seems that I won't believe it. The flames and thunderbolts rose up on Shenchen at the same time, then the fastest way is to let you use pain to actually recognize this. Come and try if you can. Kojiro Sōsuke roared, but immediately widened his eyes in surprise. Because he saw with his own eyes that the two violent energies, lightning and flames, actually blended seamlessly in Shenchen. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. 35. The terrifying power filled Shenchen's body again, and Shenchen sneered. Sorry, I'm going to ask you to leave the scene immediately. As soon as the words fell, a roaring pillar of lightning and fire was already lashing towards Kojiro Sōsuke. Lei Yanlong's roar. Do not underestimate me. Kojiro Sōsuke commanded Huang Yanlingli with all his strength to lower the thunder to confront him, but as soon as the two touched, an overwhelming situation appeared. The thunder and lightning of Huang and Yanling's palace were not even able to stalemate, and they were quickly suppressed and rolled back at a speed unseen by the naked eye. Boom! Chapter 85. Cough, what's the matter? Was he so strong before? Kojiro Sōsuke spent a lot of spiritual energy to barely protect himself from the explosion, but before he could breathe, Shenchen's figure rushed out of the smoke. What? Kojiro Sōsuke paled in shock, but the lightning defense wall that had descended frantically was as fragile as paper in front of Shenchen. Shenchen clenched his fist, and the thunder and fire intersected and punched out. Lei Yanlong's iron strike. The attack penetrated the defense of Huang Yanlingli Palace without hindrance, and hit Kojiro Sōsuke in the face like a spark hit the earth. For a split second, Kojiro Sōsuke seemed to see a phantom of a giant dragon attacking him. It was a vision condensed by momentum, and then the pain flooded Kojiro Sōsuke's brain, making his mind go blank. Bang! Boom! 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 Kojiro Sōsuke flew all the way upside down, smashed down, and bounced back on the ground, and didn't stop until several hundred meters away. Looking at Kojiro Sōsuke covered in blood, all the Shinigami present were shocked. Even though he is the master of Bankai's powerful Shinigami, he was attacked twice? What a joke! That's Bankai! Why is it like a toy in front of him? Isn't that outrageous too? Isn't Bankai the highest level of Shinigami? This scene in front of me simply subverts everyone's three views. In their eyes, Bankai, who is too powerful to climb, the highest symbol of longing, seems to be nothing in front of de Shenchen. With just 2 hits, he almost killed Kojiro Sasuke. This is de Shenchen's strength. In the crowd, Abarai Renji gritted his teeth. He looked at de Shenchen with envy and jealousy in his eyes, extremely complicated. To be honest, with Renji's original character, even if he has been drinking before, it is unlikely that he will specifically target de Shenchen, who is also a commoner. But Renji knew early on that de Shenchen was Rukia's best friend. Obviously at the very beginning, Abarai Renji was Rukia's best friend. However, in so many years, the relationship between them has long been estranged. In the original historical development, it was also because of the appearance of Kurosaki Ichigo that the two gradually restored their friendship. And now because of the existence of de Shenchen, this thing no longer exists. Because of this, Renji has been very upset with de Shenchen in the bottom of his heart. Even if he is petty to trouble de Shenchen, Renji can feel a little bit of revenge pleasure. I didn't expect that in such a short time, everything has changed. Thinking of this, Renji was even more at a loss. In the blink of an eye, de Shenchen, who felt as if he had replaced himself as Rukia's best friend, had become stronger than he could ever hope to be. Even Byakuya Kokaki, whom Abarai Renji regarded as his lifelong pursuit target, was defeated by de Shenchen. Before Renji could react, de Shenchen had transformed into the captain of the 6th Division, and became the immediate boss who was pressing on his head. Before Renji could get used to it, de Shenchen was suddenly declared to be defecting, but even the captain who dispatched all Godi I-13 failed to catch him. For him now, even Bankai, isn't it just an existence that can be crushed at will? Renji bit his lip unwillingly. He looked at Rukia who was fleeing, and was a little undecided whether to go after him or not. Hey! Some Shinigami asked, should we stop that Rukia Kokaki? At this time, most of the Shinigami woke up like a dream. Yes, this is our duty. Just when many Shinigami wanted to rush over together, Renji suddenly shuddered and woke up from the complicated thoughts just now. As if he had made up his mind, he suddenly jumped in front of everyone and pulled out Zanpakuto. Deputy Captain Abarai, what do you want to do? The Shinigami were all surprised when they saw Abarai Renji say slowly, I've decided, I want to save Rukia too. So no one will ever try to pass me, growl, Zabumaru. The change here was also noticed by de Shenchen, who glanced over there with a little surprise. Then, de Shenchen looked at Yamamoto Shijikuni again. Even if you see your vice-captain beaten like this, don't you plan to take action? It's really cold-blooded. The old man didn't make a move, because it's not the time to make a move. Yamamoto Shijikuni said coldly, after all, that is Bankai who can hurt the old man. I advise you not to underestimate Kojiro's pride. Drink Kojiro Sasuke responded to Yamamoto Shijikuni's trust with a loud shout, and he struggled to get up from the ground, his blood-stained eyes staring at de Shenchen. My Bankai is more than that. Take a good look at it, my pride, my dignity. As soon as the voice fell, Kojiro Sasuke had already inserted Zanpakuto into the ground with his backhand, and suddenly the thunder and lightning canopy in the sky seemed to be connected to the ground. These two formed a huge space, and finally transformed into a real palace in the periphery. Forbidden Lihuang Shrine. All of a sudden, it was as if there was an extra will of thunder and lightning, and the temple issued a ban. What? When de Shenchen wanted to stop it, it was too late. He suddenly felt that the power of his thunder fruit was rapidly fading, and he withdrew from the Thunder Flame Dragon mode in the blink of an eye. Hey, hee. Kojiro Sasuke laughed intermittently as he coughed up blood. How is my Bankai ability? At the cost of not being able to use any of Zanpakuto's power during this time, all the lightning elements in this area are blocked. Sure enough, fighting against Shinigami means fighting an intelligence war, Shenchen said with his expression unchanged. Otherwise, if you encounter an unknown Zanpakuto ability, you will easily suffer 9. But since this is the case, it means that you are defenseless during the period when you are using the Forbidden Thunder God Palace? Then you just need to kill you. 55. Shenchen's heart moved at will, and in an instant he came to Kojiro Sasuke, and the holy sword slashed. Chong! An extremely hot blade emerged from the sky, blocking the sword of vowed victory. Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni finally shot. Chuan. Chapter 86. The following is the Commander-in-Chief's order. At the same time as Shenchen's sword, Yamamoto Yuanyuzai Shijikuni agitated his spiritual power, and his voice spread throughout the audience. From now on, all Godi I-13's Shinigami will flee outward, away from this battlefield. The farther the better. Hearing this order, everyone was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Is the Commander-in-Chief trying to say that if they stay here, their lives will be in danger because of the battle between him and Shenchen? That guy, is he already strong to this extent? Abarai Renji supported Zanpakuto and looked back, who had just been besieged by the Shinigami and was bruised in the blink of an eye. It's too exaggerated to be able to easily kill us just by fighting Yu Wei. 623. Renji gave a wry smile, feeling that he was just shocked by Shenchen's easy defeat of Kojiro Sasuke, but he was once again refreshed by Shenchen's strength. Before that, when he saw Shenchen who appeared on the execution platform to rescue Rukia, he had a momentary desire to replace that person's place with himself. Now Renji knew that it was absolutely impossible. Because the strength gap between them is already too big to make up. Back! Back quickly! The vice-captain of the 4th Division, Katetsu Aizen, shouted loudly that these vice-captains are now in the highest positions without Unohanaretsu present. Under the command of the vice-captains, they didn't care about chasing Rukia, and first dispersed to the outside world. Everything went as Shenchen said to Rukia as expected. Looks like you're finally getting serious. Yamamoto Shijikuni snorted coldly and said, this is natural. You ran away last time, this time I will never repeat this mistake again. So that's the case. In order to guarantee this, you just deliberately didn't take action just now. While distracting me, did you lower my vigilance against Kojiro Sasuke? 5. In this way, you succeeded, Shenchen sneered, but do you think that sealing one of my powers can make me helpless? 99. You'll soon find out if you can. Yamamoto Shijikuni's words became extremely deep, and at the same time, a huge Riatsu like a sea of stars enveloped the spot. Feeling this terrifying Riatsu, everyone who was fleeing knew why the captain let them leave quickly. Otherwise, if you face it head-on, you may be knocked unconscious by Riatsu. That's too scary, isn't it? Even a vice-captain level Shinigami like me can't stand it. Ise Nanao, the vice-captain of the 8th Division, thought in shock, and when he thought of Shenchen who could face the chief captain, he felt even more powerful. Little do they know, Yamamoto Shijikuni is far from showing his terrifying side. Bankai Remnant Fire Blade. Yamamoto Shijikuni is full of fire power as soon as he comes up. The Sword of Fire. He raised the residual fire blade high and swung it down at Shenchen. All the flames that were sealed into Zanpakuto erupted collectively in an instant. Boom! Just such a simple swing has the power of Bankai's trick. Wow! The violent aftermath of the flames spread rapidly, causing many Shinigami who had run far away to rush forward again. What a joke, with a sword with such power, staying nearby is really not enough for how many lives? That Shenchen must have been killed by the captain. It must be so. Among them, only the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo, still looked back with hatred. Her eyes are full of resentment, just because Shenchen killed the captain Aizen she most admired. Sadly, things were far from what Hinamori Momo had hoped for. Hey, isn't that true? Yamamoto Shijikuni stared at the large burning flames in front of him, and a gloomy color flashed in his eyes. This is the sword that impressed Youhabach once swung, everything is over, and everything it hits will be burned with explosive flames. That's how it should be. But in Yamamoto's vision, the huge amount of flames shrank rapidly and finally converged into De Shenchen's mouth. And look at De Shenchen again, unscathed. Knowing that I can devour flames, are you giving me a big meal? De Shenchen smiled, thanks to you, the spiritual power that was spent on your deputy captain just now has all been replenished. Yamamoto Shijikuni snorted coldly, the little spiritual power you added is not worth mentioning to this old man. I just want to experiment and see if you can eat the amount of fire at Bankai level. Oh! De Shenchen raised his eyebrows, what's your conclusion now? Yamamoto Shijikuni didn't answer, but once again dodged in front of De Shenchen and slashed with one sword. It's all useless. De Shenchen raised his sword to hold the residual fire blade, but suddenly his pupils shrank. The part where the holy sword and the remnant flame intersected instantly became extremely crimson, like a red-hot iron body. It's so hot! De Shenchen hurriedly waved his sword and swept away the residual flame, and retreated several dozen meters away. Even so, the sword of Oath of Victory was still extremely hot, and De Shenchen felt that his hands were almost burned. That's my conclusion. Yamamoto Shijikuni said indifferently, you're already struggling just to eat the ordinary 4.4 sword of arrogance, so you can't compete with my Bankai no matter what. Until then, De Shenchen finally saw the reason for the sharp rise in temperature just now. I saw that Yamamoto Shijikuni's body was already wrapped in flames like a blazing sun, and it covered both the body and the blade at the same time. Remnant Fire Sword West, Remnant Sun Prison Clothes. No wonder even the Holy Sword can't resist, I'm afraid there is no metal on earth that can directly touch you. De Shenchen narrowed his eyes, realizing that the temperature around Yamamoto Shijikuni had surpassed the ignition of everything in the world. That is equivalent to 15 million degrees in the center of the sun. If you approach him without any defense, you will even turn into fly ash in an instant. Chapter 87. The scene is like a small sun descending on the earth. The moisture in the air was evaporated in an instant, and De Shenchen felt like he was sweating, but he couldn't be sure. Because the sweat beads disappeared the moment they first appeared. Not to mention De Shenchen, even the Godi I-13 troops that had fled far away were still affected. No way, it's obviously so far away. 2nd Division Vice Captain Omada is horrified. He, a big fat man, had already run out of breath, but now he can't wait to run faster. The rest of the Shinigami also had chapped lips and thirsty throats, and some of the weaklings were even starting to get a little heat stroke. You've already done this, can't you still kill that De Shenchen? Unable to help, an idea suddenly appeared in their hearts. Under everyone's attention 28, Yamamoto Shijikuni also suddenly moved. He attacked brazenly carrying the scorching sun. De Shenchen immediately retreated and dodged, keeping away from him. Don't try to escape. Yamamoto pursued with a horizontal cut, but was dodged by De Shenchen in a thrilling way, and then quickly swept up the residual fire too. However, at the end of the 3-hit combo, De Shenchen did a backflip, and the two reopened the distance. What? You can only dodge now, can't you try to swallow the old man's flame? Seeing that he could not hit De Shenchen temporarily, Yamamoto Shijikuni lightly mocked. De Shenchen smiled bitterly when he heard the words, not to mention trying to devour the twilight prison clothes. I am afraid that as soon as he got close, his body would burn due to the high temperature, right? I don't devour, just because it's not necessary. Hearing De Shenchen's response, Yamamoto Shijikuni sneered. It's time for you to be stubborn. The answer to Yamamoto Shijikuni is the light rising from the holy sword in De Shenchen's hand. Naive. Do you think this old man will allow you to successfully charge up? Yamamoto Shijikuni knew this trick for a long time, and once again slashed it with a knife. The residual flames burned all the air along the way, but it failed again. The remnants of the fire that failed to return continued to attack one after another, and even the earth on the side was dried up and cracked due to overheating. SHH. 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 With several swords in a row at extreme speed, they were chasing and killing De Shenchen like several golden crows. De Shenchen maintained the posture of holding the holy sword with both hands, and the Mangekyo Sharinon in his eyes was spinning at high speed. I can see. I can see clearly. Although all the actions of Yamamoto Shigekuni are mysterious, they are still being dismantled step by step. Coupled with observation haki, Shenchen dodged left and right while avoiding Yamamoto Shigekuni's slash perfectly. However, while maintaining the power of the tricks, you can still deal with the old man at the same time. Even Yamamoto Shigekuni was unstoppably shocked after he continued to attack for a while. The understanding of swordsmanship shown in this is simply extraordinary. Only in this way can all the attacks of Yamamoto Shigekuni be nullified while distracted to accumulate tricks. This is much more difficult than a simple sparring when there is no way to counterattack. In just a few short days, his swordsmanship has improved by several realms. This son must not stay. This makes Yamamoto feel a sense of crisis in his heart. If he continues to let Shenchen grow up, who knows how far he can evolve. Drink! Yamamoto Shogun shouted loudly, and instead threw the remnant fire blade on the ground. Immediately, the flames of the cunning sun prison clothes spread into a sea of flames, turning into a ranged attack. But at this moment, Shenchen's power has also reached its peak. He leaped high, and against the backdrop of golden light spots, he slashed the holy sword at the top of the planet towards Yamamoto Shigekuni. Excalibur. Because of Yamamoto Shigekuni's urgent pursuit before, this can be described as a light of destruction that broke out at a very close range. Humph! Yamamoto Shigekuni was fearless in the face of the ultimate god-made armament that was launched at a near-zero distance, and the spiritual power was delivered with all his strength, and the flames of the sunken prison clothes rose to the limit. The next moment, the torrent of light and the flame of the blazing sun confront each other head-on. Boom! Both are extremely high temperature and high heat, so the situation after contact is more like the flames of the sunken prison clothes are constantly being blown away by the brilliance of the sword of vowed victory. When the golden light slowly dissipated, except for the ground where Yamamoto Shigekuni was standing, a large semicircular deep pit had been blown away by the power. It's a pity, it seems that it's just barely enough to break up the cannibal prison clothes. Yamamoto Shigekuni's captain Hayori was already gone, but the cannibal prison clothes were also left with only a trace of flames beating on his body. No, this moment is enough. However, on the other side of the smoke, a very aggressive gaze came from the sky. Although no signs were found, but the intuition as a top expert, 623 brought a great sense of crisis to Yamamoto's heavy country. What tricks does he have? In this situation, he can still threaten me? In the blink of an eye, Yamamoto Shigekuni thought a lot, and his body had already raised his hand to block Shenchen's line of sight. In the next second, a tear of blood slid from the corner of Shenchen's eyes. Amaterasu. Like the prison clothes of the remnant sun, it is also related to the sun, and the black flame named after the sun god descends into this world. Amaterasu was once presumed to be the strongest physical attack, and even Uchiha Sasuke used it frequently even after he had the combat power of a god. This means that this fire that never goes out, even in a god-level battle, still has a powerful formidable power that is not outdated. So does Shenchen used to deal with Yamamoto heavy country, it feels just right. What? Without the slightest warning, the fire of Amaterasu burned on Yamamoto Shigekuni's arm. This surprised Yamamoto Shigekuni, he didn't see the move at all. Doesn't it mean that this move is impossible to guard against? The most important thing is that this black flame doesn't seem to be extinguished at all, it spreads rapidly towards Yamamoto's body, and there is a momentum that it won't stop until Yamamoto's body is burnt out. Chapter 88. This scene reversal directly shocked everyone. Even many of the Shinigami who had been concentrating on escaping the scene before stopped because of sluggishness. They all stared at the scene in disbelief. The unbeaten Godi I-13 captain Yamamoto Motonyoshai Shigekuni, who was undefeated as if they believed, was actually injured by the enemy after Bankai. And he was injured before the enemy. Am I dreaming and still awake? Omada murmured. Ise Nanao also took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, as if he thought he was wrong. That's the commander-in-chief. It's the strongest Shinigami. So, 5. Just kidding? I don't believe that Shenchen can play like that with the captain. Even after the release of such a terrifying Bankai, why can't de Shenchen be taken care of? Even some of the vice-captains were still in disbelief, feeling that their worldview was broken. As for Yamamoto Shijikuni himself, the inner shock is not much at all. The pain of the arm being burned by the flames was transmitted to Yamamoto Shijikuni's brain along the nerve. Since Master Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, the strongest at the top of the flame category, Yamamoto Shijikuni has become the master of flames, how many years has he not felt this pain? 1,000 years? Or 2,000 years? Or 3,000 years? Humph! However, Yamamoto Shijikuni deserves to be Yamamoto Shijikuni, and the shaking in his heart is only temporary. His eyes narrowed, and the sunken prison clothes rekindled, forming a layer of isolation on the surface of the body, stripping off the fire of Amaterasu in one fell swoop like taking off a piece of clothing. You are very good, to be able to abolish an arm of the old man. This is a trauma that the old man has not experienced in 1,000 years. Yamamoto Shijikuni looked at de Shenchen coldly, and it has been at least 2 or 3,000 years, and this old man has never been burned by fire again. However, in the end, the old man is still better. At the same time as the voice fell, a huge knife-shaped flame rose into the sky. Hado S96 One Knife Cremation. This trick is a sacrifice forbidden technique that must be activated by scorching a black body. The power is so strong that it can even beat Aizen, who has become stronger after merging with Hogyaku, revealing flaws. This vast and spectacular attack came so suddenly, with little warning, that it drowned de Shenchen in the center of the spreading shock wave. 35. The Shinigami on the periphery were directly shocked, and their faces were abnormally illuminated by this blood-red light. But even so, their eyes were still fixed on the battlefield without daring to move for a moment. This time, Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice-captain of the 10th Division, swallowed nervously. At least it can at least hurt de Shenchen, right? Originally, what Matsumoto Rangiku thought at first was that this could at least damage or even kill de Shenchen. However, before she even said a word, de Shenchen's terrifying power flashed through her mind before, making Matsumoto Rangiku's questioning uncertain. Even with such a powerful Hado, and it was shot by the commander-in-chief sacrificing his arm, it's still hard to believe that de Shenchen can be defeated. Please, it must be successful. The vice-captain of the 7th Division, shooting range Tijamon, prayed secretly in his heart. He was extremely angry that his captain was seriously injured by de Shenchen. However, due to his lack of strength, Tetsuzumon suffers from the fact that he cannot help Komamura Seijin take revenge on de Shenchen. Therefore, now he can only pin all his anger and hope on the captain. Focusing on the battlefield with the thoughts and anticipation of each vice-captain, the knife-shaped flame that soared to the sky finally dissipated. In the scorched deep pit, the exposed scene made everyone disappointed. Although I have fully instilled spiritual power to repair and maintain it, I still almost failed to hold up the defense, which is really a bit dangerous. I saw that de Shenchen was still intact. However, after seeing the scene clearly, many Shinigami including Yamamoto Shijikuni frowned again. What it is? Around de Shenchen, there is a purple half-length giant phantom, which is shrouding de Shenchen. Exactly one of Mangekyo Sharingan's stunts, Susanoo. Only this kind of pupil technique activated in an instant can appear and protect de Shenchen in that instant. Another ability that doesn't exist in Kido. Yamamoto thought, frowning, but I'm really not sure if it's his Zanpakuto ability. There is no way, because de Shenchen's various skills are too many. So much so that with Yamamoto's knowledge, he doesn't even know where those powers come from. But forget it, it's not a very threatening and powerful move anyway, it can't change your order of impending defeat. Yamamoto Shijikuni snorted coldly. He would say this because there were a lot of cracks visible to the naked eye on the surface of Susanoo. This makes Susanoo look like brittle daxia, and it shatters completely with just a touch. Really? De Shenchen smiled slightly, then look again? 35. As de Shenchen spoke, he reinfused his spiritual power, and the cracks on Susanoo's body began to repair quickly. Can you do that? Yamamoto Shijikuni was taken aback for a moment. He thought it was similar to Komamura Seijin's Bankai Black Rope God's Wrath, although the body is big enough, but as long as the damage is damaged, it must wait for the owner to recover. Who would have thought that De Shenchen's trick would be able to make quick fixes on the spot? This FG-. Isn't it impossible to finish it at all? 99. The king is good, how can you fight? Does it mean that his spiritual power must be exhausted? 39. The vice-captains who were watching also subconsciously shouted, just from this point of view, this trick is really shameless. Hehe. The old man just said why you are so arrogant, so this is your reliance. Yamamoto Shijikuni sneered again after being stunned at first. He raised the residual fire blade and aimed it straight at Susanoo. Just a mere chicken and a dog, watch this old man break it with a sword. Hadash! With an extremely fast thrust, Yamamoto Shijikuni suddenly came to Susanoo and instantly pierced through the purple giant. It didn't even stop for half a minute, as if the defense didn't exist. Yamamoto Shijikuni just cut out a circle with his knife and dismembered the entire Susanoo on the spot. Remnant Fire Sword East, Rising Sun Blade. UN. Chapter 89. The moment he saw the pitch-black blade, De Shenchen had already started to retreat. Of course he knew that it was the ultimate blade that concentrated all the heat of Ryujin Jaka's flame on the tip of the blade, neither burning nor releasing explosive flames, but just wiping away everything it touched. Susanoo can't stop it for even half a second, so it's probably even hotter than the center of the sun. 99. This is equivalent to condensing the flames of the dying sun prison clothes as much as possible. De Shenchen couldn't imagine how high the temperature could be. Your defense, in front of this old man, is no different from nothing. Yamamoto's heavy country chased and killed him, slashing the purple giant to pieces at a speed far faster than De Shenchen's repair of Susanoo. I don't even have time to use the divine weapon. 623. De Shenchen retreated again and again, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his temples. He estimates that even if he can use the full body Susanoo at that time, he will still be unable to resist the high temperature of this ultimate. That pure supreme temperature makes the blade's attack power surpass everything. However, unlike Yamamoto Shijikuni, De Shenchen never used Susanoo as a support. That was at best De Shenchen's backup. After all, De Shenchen knows very well that temperature is Susanoo's nemesis. In De Shenchen's memory, when the adult Uchiha Sasuke fought Atsuki in Peach style, even if he used Susanoo, he was still burned through the defense. Therefore, it can be said that Yamamoto Shijikuni can be regarded as Susanoo's nemesis. Evil obstacles, die. After Yamamoto slashed Susanoo, the next target is naturally De Shenchen. Finally lured you to this distance. Looking at Yamamoto Shijikuni who had sneaked into his side, De Shenchen showed a sneer. Amaterasu. De Shenchen's eyes bleed again, but Yamamoto Shijikuni was prepared. The old man just guessed vaguely. Only if the arm blocking your sight is burnt, it means that you mostly rely on seeing to activate. Yamamoto Shijikuni's combat experience can be said to be rich. Even if his arms were burnt, he would wonder why De Shenchen didn't attack his head? He didn't attack his vitals? He didn't attack his legs? In the end, there was only one answer that I could think of. It wasn't that De Shenchen didn't want to attack, but that after he launched the attack, only Yamamoto Shijikuni raised his blocking arm. Buzz! The fire of Amaterasu blazed up at the focus of the line of sight, but it was Yamamoto Shijikuni's remnant of fire that slammed into his field of vision, causing Amaterasu's high temperature to be useless. It's your chess move. Yamamoto Shijikuni was full of killing intent, death. 35. Faced with the murderous aura that was enough to stun the vice-captain level Shinigami into a coma, Yamamoto Shijikuni did not see any despair in De Shenchen's eyes. On the contrary, Yamamoto Shijikuni only read 4 words from it: you are fooled. Hehe, I expected you to guess the activation conditions of Amaterasu. Inferno-style flame control. De Shenchen's other Mangekyo Sharinon rotates at high speed, and the fire of Amaterasu suddenly deforms, turning into a pitch-black sickle and slashing at Yamamoto Shijikuni at 0 distance. You stinky BD! Yamamoto Shijikuni roared angrily, but had to back away immediately, and was pushed away by Amaterasu's sickle in the blink of an eye. The main reason was that this move was too sudden. No one would have imagined that the flames would suddenly change shape, and they would still be able to move and chase by themselves. As a result, Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't even have a chance to reopen the cannibal's prison clothes, so he could only slash the Amaterasu scythe while retreating. It's really amazing fighting talent. I expected this old man to crack your moves, so did you specifically catch the moment of relaxation after the old man succeeded in breaking the move? 99. When he stopped again, Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Shenchen with completely different eyes. There is no doubt that this is an opponent equal to him, even if he is Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, there is a chance that he will be hit if he is careless. How good would it be if such talents hadn't betrayed Godei 13? I was also taken aback. I didn't expect that under such circumstances, you could actually get out of your body, and I began to admire you a little bit. Shenchen twitched the corners of his mouth. This was the truth. That sudden flame control is one of Shenchen's unique tricks, and once exposed, the effect it can exert will drop sharply. Unexpectedly, the bottom card was turned over, but Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't hurt a single hair. The compliments are spared. To be honest, the old man is a little reluctant to kill you now. Yamamoto Shigekuni took a deep breath, and then said heavily, "It's a pity that this old man will never forgive those who betray justice." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shenchen said lightly, "You are the one who is deceived and the enemy of justice, and we will find out soon." 99. Shut up, you don't have any proof at all for your nonsense. Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted coldly, "If you still have any trump cards, just use them, otherwise, your next move will be your death." 35. You're that confident? Shenchen laughed. Don't forget that I was not only unscathed in front of your invincible Bankai, but also hurt you. So what? Yamamoto Shigekuni said coldly, "I'll tell you, old man, the Bankai ability of Kunhuo Terran has only been used halfway. This is undoubtedly the truth, Shenchen is most clear with 4.4. He said so much just now, in fact, he just wanted to delay the time. Because Shenchen is really running out of options this time. Sure enough, after Thunder Fruit was sealed, is it still too reluctant to fight against Yamamoto's Bankai? Shenchen thought anxiously, is there any other way? Speaking of which, the only trick I've ever hurt Yamamoto Shigekuni is Amaterasu. And my current strongest state is the Thunder Flame Dragon mode, but unfortunately I can't use it for the time being." Suddenly, Shenchen had an idea. "Then, can we combine the two into one? Swallow all the fire of the Sun God in the belly, and finally incarnate into Amaterasu Black Flame Dragon." Chapter 90. Countless thoughts ran through Shenchen's mind, and bits and pieces of the battle with Yamamoto's heavy country resurfaced. The peak-level talent is in play all the time, Shenchen is trying hard to find inspiration from those pictures. Maybe it will work. This is actually a very risky idea. Because as far as Shenchen knew, the dragon-killing magic of fire couldn't devour flames higher than dragon flames. For example, Natsu failed to devour the fire of the god-killing magic, and the fire of Amaterasu did not know the level at all. However, Natsu managed to swallow the divine fire in the end, and Shenchen's situation is different from him. The flame of Amaterasu is under Shenchen's own control. Although the dragon-killing magic of fire can't devour his own flames, Amaterasu already has 623 fire with a completely different power system. Shouldn't it be included in this scope? In an instant, Shenchen thought a lot. Besides, Amaterasu actually started to burn at the focus of his eyes, not strictly speaking the flames created by his body. Coupled with the auxiliary control of flame control, Shenchen finally came to the conclusion that it's worth a try. Yamamoto Shigekuni felt that Shenchen's momentum had changed and frowned. Could it be that Shenchen really has any whole cards? Amaterasu. Seeing that Shenchen's eyes were bleeding again and the black flames were burning again, Yamamoto Shigekuni sneered. "Sure enough, it's just the old man's illusion that you still have a whole card. It's like this trick, do you think it can still be effective for the old man after repeated use?" In Yamamoto's view, Shenchen is undoubtedly helpless. Shenchen smiled and said, "I never said that this Amaterasu was used to beat you. What? 99. Yamamoto Shijikuni was stunned for a moment, and then he watched as the flames of Amaterasu gathered in Shenchen's mouth under the control of flame control. Afterwards, Shenchen let out a muffled groan with a slightly painful look on his face. But at the same time, a fierce sense of threat continued to rise in Yamamoto Shijikuni's heart. Although I don't know what he's going to do, I can't let him succeed. 35. Yamamoto Shijikuni made a decisive decision, and the residual fire was cut down with a knife. The black blade that vaporized everything, but for the first time hit a defense that could not be broken through immediately. It was a black flame that appeared out of thin air. Although Yamamoto Shijikuni could feel that the residual flame was constantly cutting the black flame, the progress was slow enough that Shenchen could fight back. Black flame dragons. Broken teeth. Shenchen's hands lit up with dark flames and hit Yamamoto Shijikuni heavily. Boom! The fire of the blockbuster Amaterasu exploded. If the previous Amaterasu hurt people, it was simply burning, then the current Amaterasu has turned into an explosion. This is a dramatic improvement in attack and damage methods. Much more powerful than before. Is this a new trick? 55. Yamamoto Shijikuni retreated very fast, his body was already burning with the sunken prison clothes, blocking this move. However, when he looked down again, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. I saw that the cannibal prison clothes had been torn apart, and the remaining black flames were actually burning the flames of the cannibal prison clothes. The flame, is burning the flame? This scene is beyond the cognition of Yamamoto Shijikuni. Although he can feel it. The temperature of the black fire is far less than the 15 million degrees of the waning sun prison clothes, but this fire of Amaterasu does not seem to be an ordinary natural flame, but it has the characteristic of nothing burns. Success! Shenchen stood in front of Yamamoto's heavy country, and a roaring black fire surrounded him. Amaterasu Black Flame Dragon Mode. Looks like a new trick you came up with temporarily. Yamamoto Shijikuni narrowed his eyes. I have to praise it for being beautiful, but I can't believe that the power has been increased by changing the way the power is used. 5. In Yamamoto Shijikuni's view, the previous Amaterasu and flame control seemed to be controlled by Shenchen as a weapon. Today's Amaterasu Black Flame Dragon Mode turns Amaterasu into a part of the body and becomes more like an arm. I didn't expect that the combination of Longian and Amaterasu would bring about a qualitative change in the fire of Amaterasu, adding new characteristics. Shenchen looked at the black flames rising in his hands with excitement, which is undoubtedly the real fire. Come on, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni. Shenchen clenched his fists and smiled, let's start the second round. Crazy child. Yamamoto Shijikuni said nothing and took the lead in attacking. He has already sensed the danger of Shenchen, and he must completely obliterate Shenchen. The roar of the black flame dragon. However, Yamamoto Shijikuni has just taken a step, and a tsunami of black flames is blowing in the face. Yamamoto Shijikuni could only muster the flames of all the sunken prison clothes to fight against it. Sure enough, his black fire can erode other flames. In terms of temperature, the twilight prison clothes are more powerful, but Yamamoto Shijikuni clearly felt that the flames of Amaterasu were eating away the twilight prison clothes. Even the super high temperature equivalent to the center of the sun can't stop this process. What kind of flame is that? SHH. Before the stalemate on this side was over, Shenchen on the other side jumped up. Yamamoto looked up in amazement, and saw that Shenchen in the sky had raised his hands high, and a 4.4 black giant great fireball quickly took shape. The brilliance of the black flame dragon. The asteroid-like Amaterasu great fireball crashed down. Drink! Yamamoto Shijikuni also shouted loudly, mobilizing the flames of all the dying sun prison clothes and draining them all upward. He is almost equivalent to actually creating a small sun on the earth. Boom! In an instant, the dark scorching sun and the red scorching sun collided in the air. The Shinigami of Godai 13, who had been far away from this place, could only see faint shadows. But in the next moment, the black and red light seemed to divide the world, causing the retina of each of them to be filled with a burning sensation. Chapter 91. The heat was rolling in, and even Shinigami, a high-ranking official, felt unbearable. The vice-captains who were present had to join hands to protect many weak Shinigami with a barrier. What the hell? If de Shenchen is not killed, we will be killed first. Hisagi Shuei shouted. However, people like Hinamori Momo and Shooting Range Tijamon hoped to play as fiercely as possible. It's better to be intense enough to kill de Shenchen completely. Damn it, why can't the commander-in-chief deal with him yet? Shooting Range Tijamon gritted his teeth. Hinamori Momo also had red eyes and fists with both hands. De Shenchen, why are you so strong? It would be nice to die. Hearing these words, Matsumoto Rangiku and Kira Izuru, who were struggling to support the barrier, were a little sad. Alas! I can't think of a de Shenchen, and it will make everyone not like normal. 28 In the past, I never imagined that a single Shinigami would be so powerful that he could turn the entire jingling court upside down by himself. Even in the physical sense of turning the world upside down, it is no exaggeration. De Shenchen fought fiercely with Yamamoto in the air, and countless flames turned into scattered meteors and fell. It should be almost time. After kicking the sea of flames from Yamamoto Shijikuni, de Shenchen's eyes looked in a certain direction in the distance. Then, he rose into the air and headed towards Shunpo in the distance under the cover of Heian. Stop for the old man. Yamamoto Shijikuni threw the residual fire too sharp, and also quickly caught up. Under the watchful eyes of all the Shinigami, a huge explosion exploded in the distance. Boom! The earth-shattering loud noise is still incessantly heard even though it is so far apart. And it's still moving, constantly bursting along the way. Central Underground Chamber. At this time, Anohanaretsu did not appear at the execution scene, but took a deep breath while looking at the scene in front of her. It really is. Everything is just as de Shenchen said. In front of her is the corpse of Central 46 who has been dead for many days. Anohanaretsu can't imagine how long the entire Godei 13 would have been kept under wraps without de Shenchen. Looking at the corpse and bloodline, it's definitely been more than a month since Central 40SIX's death. Anohanaretsu walked along the way, examining Central 40SIX's body one by one. Maybe they were killed before de Shenchen was captain. Thinking of this, Anohanaretsu was terrified. It turns out that they, Godei 13, have been being manipulated by someone other than Central 46? But they all take the orders of their superiors and faithfully implement them. Don't say de Shenchen is the sinner of the Soul Society, he is the savior of the Soul Society. 95. Looking back on the past, Anohanaretsu couldn't help but secretly thank that he believed in de Shenchen. At the same time, she is also secretly glad that de Shenchen is strong enough. Otherwise, someone else would have been arrested and executed long ago in the face of such a frame-up. Only with the heaven-defying strength of de Shenchen can he stand alone against the entire Godei 13 until the conspiracy is revealed. Aizen Sōsuke, is it really you? Anohanaretsu gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the temperature in the room rose suddenly. It's so hot, what's the matter? Anohanaretsu was taken aback, she was already sweating profusely, isn't this temperature rising abnormally? In addition, the ground of the central underground conference hall began to tremble slightly, and there seemed to be loud noises coming closer and closer. Today should be the day when de Shenchen went to the execution site of Rukia Kukiki? What happened? Anohanaretsu rushed out in shock, her eyes widened at the site where she entered. Boom! I saw a huge black flame colliding with another huge sea-like red flame. Black Flame Dragon Mode, Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, Jet Black Blazing Blade. De Shenchen shouted loudly, and entangled Longian and Amaterasu with both hands, and finally intertwined into a vortex of red and black flames. Yamamoto Shijikuni also snorted coldly, and the scorching fire around his body was burning like a real scorching sun, and greeted the past with the momentum of a volcanic eruption. Although there is no special effect of Amaterasu's black flame, the overwhelming heat that surpasses Amaterasu alone is enough to achieve the power to break the trick. Boom! The violent shock wave seemed to overturn everything, and Anohanaretsu felt that his leader, Haori, was about to burn. Is that so? De Shenchen and Yamamoto captain. However, Anohanaretsu had no time to pay attention to this, and watched it all with his mouth open. She recalled her advice from yesterday, thinking that De Shenchen would not be able to compete with the captain no matter what. But the figure in front of him is wrapped around like a divine fire, but what is it? He actually can really play against Bankai, the captain of Yamamoto's total 623. Anohanaretsu's state of shock was awakened by the screams of the building behind him. She looked back and saw that Yue had just swept away, and the central council room could no longer hold up a little, and many cracks began to appear. Oops, don't let the evidence be buried. With this in mind, Anohanaretsu hurried to the battle scene. Captain God! Captain! Hearing Anohanaretsu's voice, Yamamoto Shijikuni temporarily stopped the offensive. He glared at Anohanaretsu and said angrily, "Not to mention why you call the sinner captain, just because of your unexcused absence today, the old man will hold you accountable afterwards. But forget it for now." This old man ordered in the name of the commander-in-chief to join hands with me to quickly suppress the villain De Shenchen. Although Yamamoto Shijikuni is still confident that he can beat De Shenchen at this moment, he also understands that this is not something that can be done in a while. But as long as the time to defeat De Shenchen is delayed for one more moment, it will be a huge damage to Godi I-13's face. Therefore, Yamamoto Shijikuni issued this order. But he never expected that Anohanaretsu said with a resolute expression after hearing this. "Please allow me to refuse." Chapter 92. What did you say? Yamamoto Shijikuni was stunned when he heard the words, and then asked back with an incredible face. Anohanaretsu is the captain he personally recruited and one of Godi I-13's longest-serving captains, so he should be the one with the least problems with loyalty. But just now, Yamamoto Shijikuni heard that Anohanaretsu disobeyed his commander-in-chief for De Shenchen. "Captain Yusohana, what do you mean?" Yamamoto Shijikuni asked in a dangerous tone. Anohanaretsu raised his head and said, "Captain, I don't want to be an enemy of Captain Great God, because he is the great benefactor of Soul Society." "What nonsense! Are you going to rebel too?" Yamamoto Shijikuni glared in anger, and the already hot surrounding space continued to heat up rapidly. "I think for such a stubborn old man who doesn't listen to persuasion, it would be better to show him with his own eyes." De Shenchen laughed, and Amaterasu black flames surged, heading straight for the central council hall. "You can't hurt Central 46. As the leader of Godi I-13, Yamamoto Shijikuni is of course obliged to protect the safety of Central 46. So he made a decisive move, and the raging flames swept away, catching up with De Shenchen like a tsunami. "Mirror it," Kyunkin looks in the mirror. De Shenchen didn't back down at all, just raised Zanpakuto and murmured. Suddenly, the second De Shenchen appeared. He is also wearing a black flame battle suit, and controls the fire of Amaterasu, which is not inferior, like a roaring black flame dragon, and competes fiercely with the tsunami of flames. "What?" Yamamoto Shijikuni was startled. Is that his Zanpakuto ability? A clone? Why does a clone created by Shikai make him feel no weaker than De Shenchen's body? But it's too late to think about it too much. Yamamoto Shijikuni is worthy of Yamamoto Shijikuni, and his strength has reached the point of being unpredictable. At that moment, in addition to continuing to fight De Shenchen's clone with flames, he could continue Shunpo's pursuit of De Shenchen in the past. This spare power that can be erupted in the fierce battle is the biggest reason why Yamamoto has been able to suppress Jingling Court for thousands of years. Chiang. However, in front of Yamamoto Shijikuni's sharp blade, Anohanaretsu appeared. With first-generation Kenpeki, who has the same strength far beyond the average captain, even if he is still not Yamamoto's opponent in the end, it is absolutely guaranteed that at least for a moment, Yamamoto's edge can't threaten De Shenchen. Mazhiwa. This old man will not show mercy to you. Yamamoto Shijikuni roared, but at the same time against the two top players Anohanaretsu and De Shenchen, he really couldn't draw a third hand. Therefore, Yamamoto Shijikuni could only watch De Shenchen wielding the black flames, tearing apart the top floor of the central auditorium like a roaring dragon. The wing strike of the black flame dragon. Boom! The zenith is broken, and the scene of the tragedy below sees the light of day again. "Captain, please take a good look." Anohanaretsu said loudly, "Central 46, all of them have died." Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes looked away, and his pupils could not help shrinking to the size of a pinhole. Varied. He swung away Anohanaretsu with a single sword, and Shunpo entered the interior of the council hall, and it didn't take long for him to come to a conclusion similar to Anohanaretsu. "Captain, they have been dead for a long time, but orders have been issued continuously during these days." Anohanaretsu landed with him and said, "The conspiracy behind this is already obvious." Yamamoto Shigekuni was silent for a moment, then waved his hand to put away the remnant fire blade, and the flames in the sky dissipated immediately. He looked up at De Shenchen in mid-air, hesitated for a moment and then said, "So, are you really innocent?" De Shenchen simply replied with 2 words, "Nonsense." Yamamoto Shigekuni was suffocated, but it was not easy to attack. He took a deep breath and managed to adjust his mood. "It seems that now, it does provide strong evidence for your accusation against Aizen." De Shenchen interjected, "I was wronged by House Hung, then I was accused by thousands of people, and finally I was hunted down and killed. It's such a dangerous situation, I almost lost my life several times. Godi I-13 can't make it up to me, but I can't say it." Yamamoto Shigekuni. He really wants to scold people at this moment, although you are mostly right, but where did you guy come from so dangerous and almost lost his life? The ones who were almost killed were obviously the captains who were chasing you. This matter will be discussed later, don't worry, you won't be wronged, great God. Captain. Yamamoto Shigekuni said solemnly, "The most important thing now is to stop Aizen Sōsuke's conspiracy. Do you have any clues?" "A clue?" De Shenchen looked in the direction of Sokyoku Hill and said, "As far as I know, Aizen's target is Hogyaku that Urahara Kisuke is hiding inside Rukia Kokaki. If you want to find out where Aizen is, you just need to go to Rukia's side. If Sokyoku fails to execute the sentence, he will definitely do it himself." Although De Shenchen is familiar with the things behind and the future development, and understands that the method developed by Urahara Kisuke to take away Hogyaku will not hurt Rukia's spiritual body, he is still a little worried. Although Aizen did not bother to kill Rukia after taking Hogyaku in the original history, but who knows if it will change with De Shenchen. Therefore, De Shenchen also felt that it was time to rush over, otherwise it would be bad if he was really playful. "Well, it's not too late, let's hurry over there." As soon as the words fell, Yamamoto Shigekuni took the lead and rushed in the direction of Sokyoku Hill. Up to now, more than half of his previous anger towards De Shenchen has been passed on to Aizen Sōsuke, who is the mastermind behind the scenes. De Shenchen and Anohanaretsu also quickly caught up, and the 3 of them ran fast, and De Shenchen's observation Haki quickly found the target. There. 35. Following the direction De Shenchen pointed, they saw Aizen Sōsuke standing in front of Rukia Kokaki intact. Chapter 93. Blue. Die. Yamamoto Shigekuni let out a howling roar, but Aizen glanced in their direction unhurriedly. "Oh, it's coming so fast? Could it be that it's the work of Captain God again?" With that said, Aizen used Urahara Kisuke's method of taking out the Hogyaku, reaching out and piercing Rukia's body directly. Cough. Because of Kyoka Suijutsu, Rukia has long been unable to move and can only be slaughtered by Aizen. In the blink of an eye, Hogyaku was taken by Aizen intact. Oh! Aizen was a little surprised, it's really amazing technical ability to not damage the spiritual body at all. At this time, the overwhelming flames had already swept over, but they had completely avoided Aizen's position. Without a doubt, it was Kyoka Suijutsu's complete hypnosis that worked. Even Yamamoto Shigekuni's ultra-wide attack is difficult to avoid. "Aizen, are your days of hiding like a mouse finally over?" However, there is 623 people who are not affected by Kyoka Suijutsu, and that is De Shenchen. He descended from the sky, carrying black flames that filled the sky, like a pitch-black meteor. Boom! The ground exploded, and Aizen had already retreated to a distance of 100 meters, looking at De Shenchen who was hugging the unconscious Rukia with some fear. "Isn't this Captain God?" It's been a long time since I saw him. Aizen squinted his eyes, and what about me hiding like a mouse? Aren't you the same? Ha, Aizen, you really have a talent for laughing. Shenchen put Rukia on the ground and sneered, I'm completely different from you, compared to the stinky ditch rat like you avoiding Goatee I-13. Rather than saying Goatee I-13 was chasing me during this time, it's more that I was chasing Goatee I-13 during this time. Aizen's face darkened, but it was difficult to say anything to refute. Indeed, before framing Shenchen, Aizen never imagined that Shenchen could do this. He actually disabled almost all the captains of Goatee I-13 with just one person. In this case, is it really possible to call Goatee I-13 to surround Shenchen? It was Shenchen that surrounded Goatee I-13, okay? But that expression only appeared for a moment, and Aizen smiled again inexplicably. I have to say that the strength of Captain Great God really exceeded my expectations, so I have to thank you. 99. If you hadn't followed my plan and swept away the captains of Goatee I-13, how could I have gotten what I wanted so easily? 35. Aizen had just finished speaking, and before Shenchen could reply, Anohanaretsu's eerie voice rang out. Aizen Sōsuke, you're not going anywhere next. After all, the terrifying Riatsu has already erupted, crushing the audience. At the same time, Yamamoto Shijikuni also landed on the ground, superimposing a more terrifying Riatsu. Under the overlapping of the two, even the clouds in the sky seemed to be crushed to the ground. Wow, this is really unusual. Captain Aizen, do you have a way to deal with it? Behind Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, whose injuries have not yet healed, exclaimed exaggeratedly. Aizen, let's capture it! Yamamoto shouted. Aizen did not respond to Yamamoto Shijikuni, but said, the time is up, let's go, Yin. 35. Hearing this, Yamamoto Shijikuni and Anohanaretsu were about to make a move, but suddenly a large hole was torn in the sky. From behind that pitch-black, space, the heads of countless Minos Grande protruded. That's... Anohanaretsu raised her head in surprise, Hueco Mundo. SHH-. 99. The next moment, a square beam of light struck down and directly enveloped Aizen Sōsuke and Ichimaru Jin. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yamamoto Shijikuni and Anohanaretsu, both of them were suspended high, straight through the space gap connecting Hueco Mundo. Negation. Seeing this scene, Yamamoto Shijikuni raised his brows, and his hand holding the knife was already so angry that blue veins burst out. This is Minos Grande's way of saving his comrades. Anyone who has fought Minos Grande knows that once negation appears, no one can touch Aizen Sōsuke in it. Damn it! In the end, I could only watch Aizen escape like this. Yamamoto Shijikuni and Anohanaretsu were both furious and helpless. Looking at the helpless crowd below, Aizen showed a triumphant smile. Goodbye, Soul Society, especially you. Captain Shenchen. He looked at Shenchen in particular, and there was already a bit of complacency in his tone. The confrontation with you was very pleasant, but unfortunately, in the end, I was the one who came out on top. This made Aizen regain his self-confidence, although he lost half a move when he actually fought, but so what? Wasn't it as strong as Shenchen that he played with the applause and indirectly helped him obtain Hogyaku? The greatest liberation of all spiritual power. Just thinking of this, Aizen's expression suddenly changed, and he looked down in surprise because Shenchen's spiritual power began to rise steadily. What do you want to do? This can't help but surprise Aizen. According to what he knows about Shenchen, Shenchen should not be the kind of person who can do useless work, right? Especially since he is clearly in the negation, this is an invincible state that even Yamamoto's heavy country cannot destroy. Dragon slaying profound truth, Shiranui type, Black Lotus Phoenix sword. The dark flames on Shenchen's body burned to the ultimate, and he rose into the air, turning into an Amaterasu Phoenix and charging towards negation. Boom! The earth-shattering vibration came out, and Shenchen and Aizen came face to face again. Do you think it was because your plan was successful that you took Hogyaku smoothly? Shenchen's voice entered Aizen's ears, but you are wrong, very wrong. Isn't it? Aizen frowned. Shenchen said lightly at a volume that only Aizen could hear. Aizen Sōsuke, you need to be clear about. Because I allow you to take Hogyaku, you can successfully take Hogyaku. 99. Chapter 94. Hearing this, Aizen was a little surprised at first, but slowly calmed down. He sneered and said disdainfully, Shenchen, I thought you could have any ideas, but it turns out that I think too highly of you. I didn't expect that the last words you said turned out to be just such an incompetent barking like an afterthought. Captain God. At this time, Riatsu on the ground had already shouted. I don't know what you want to do, but if you can, please take back Hogyaku. What? The word Hogyaku fell into Aizen's ears, and for the first time he felt a real sense of heart shock. You know, a scheming and cautious man like him never leaked the fact that his goal is Hogyaku to go to I-13 from beginning to end. As far as he knows, Ichimaru-jin's undercover behavior has nothing to do with go to I-13, so it is also impossible for Ichimaru-jin to leak the secret. Coupled with the fact that they came so quickly, it seems that they went straight to Rukia Kokaki from the beginning, and there is only one truth. Shenchen. Aizen said coldly, you actually knew from the very beginning that my target was Rukia Kokaki, Hogyaku. Shenchen sneered, that's why I said it all. Stop being complacent, Aizen Sōsuke. Without my permission, how could you possibly take Hogyaku? Your actions are truly my master. As soon as this statement came out, with Aizen's arrogance, he was immediately provoked. However, he deserves to be a person who is extremely deep in the city, and he quickly suppressed his anger and snorted coldly. Let's not mention whether it is true or false, even if everything is as you said, so what? All you can do now is to watch me achieve my goals unstoppable. 99. Really? Shenchen said indifferently, will you look again? What are you looking at? Aizen was stunned for a while, then subconsciously moved his gaze back, and suddenly his pupils contracted. What? This, how is this possible? I saw that negation in front of him was being rapidly burned by the black flames, which meant it was eroded away. What kind of flame is this? It can burn negation? Even Aizen couldn't hide the shock in his emotions. Amaterasu is a special flame that does not exist in this world. After the sublimation of dragon-slaying magic, the characteristics have become even more terrifying. It seems that your amulet is not so safe? Shenchen smiled coldly, hearing Aizen's face ashen. This is without a doubt the most powerful response to Aizen. After Aizen took a few deep breaths, he said coldly, Captain God, I have to say, the surprises you gave me are really endless. But the next time we meet, is the time to really see the difference. Although there was no response to Amaterasu's black flame dragon's power, his ascent in negation was a little faster. Almost as soon as they finished speaking, Aizen and Ichimaru-jin had already submerged into the space rift. Shenchen also fell from the sky, looking up at the void with Yamamoto Shijikuni and Riatsu. Captain God, what happened in the end? Shenchen shrugged and said, sorry, my Amaterasu dragon flame can burn negation, but it will take a certain amount of time to burn through 5. Riatsu nodded understandingly and said, it's not your fault, Aizen ran too fast, and there is nothing he can do if he doesn't stay. In fact, whether Shenchen can keep Aizen or not, only he himself knows the truth. As Shenchen said, why did he allow Aizen to take Hogyaku? Isn't it all for the sake of future survival crisis protection? If there is no Hogyaku, then where should Shenchen go to find the Arrancars core, and where should I go to touch the Aizen after Hogyaku merged? Now I am strong to a certain level. Looking at the entire world and the Soul Society, there are only a few people who can threaten me. Shenchen thought to himself, with the improvement of his strength, it is really not an easy task to obtain the difficulty of survival. What Shenchen can look forward to now is that only Aizen can be more powerful, and there is an invisible empire in the future. As for whether or not to play, Shenchen already knew exactly how far Aizen could finally reach with Hogyaku. Ask for flowers. In this case, Shenchen is confident that he can always surpass Aizen in strength. Here, everything is settled. With the irrefutable evidence of Central 40 SIX's corpse, coupled with the double certification of Yamamoto Uenyujai Shijikuni and Anohanaretsu, de Shenchen is undoubtedly completely whitewashed. However, judging from the entire process of disclosure to the outside world, de Shenchen has never been hacked. After all, as Anohanaretsu said, de Shenchen is not only a sinner, but a great benefactor of Soul Society in this unprecedented turmoil and jingling court. It would be an understatement to say that de Shenchen is the savior of Godai 13. In the end, it became although I robbed the execution ground, beat up a bunch of captains, and beat all my colleagues into the hospital, I know I'm still a good Shinigami. Except for Hinamori Momo, who still reacted violently, the rest of Godai 13's Shinigami reluctantly accepted the reality. I didn't expect that in the end things would turn out like this. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku and Ise Nanao were walking together on the streets of Shirate. I can't even dream that the captain of the great god who was beaten and killed before, turned into a great hero of the Soul Society. Ise Nanao also shook his head, feeling very psychedelic. The destination of their trip was the temporary repaired first team meeting hall. Because the captains are basically all hospitalized for their injuries, this time the team's first meeting was unprecedentedly attended by the vice-captain. Before the past, the two also inquired some news. The theme of this team meeting is to reward the great hero who exposed Aizen Sōsuke's conspiracy, Captain de Shenchen. When Matsumoto Rangiku and Ise Nanao arrived at the conference hall, they found that in addition to the vice-captains, only Anohanaretsu, Yamamoto Shijikuni, and de Shenchen were present at the captain level. Just as they were about to say hello, their eyes were suddenly attracted to Haori, the leader of de Shenchen. I saw that behind the white captain Yuri, in addition to the original 6, there was an extra 3 above it. Holy crap, what's the situation? Chuan. Chapter 95. The original captain, Haori, will have a diamond-shaped icon on the back with a big Hueco character number written in it. At this time, Haori, the captain behind de Shenchen, had 2 rhombus-shaped sharp corners overlapping each other, forming a pattern like an angular infinity symbol. Among them, the 2 Godai 13 numbers of 3 and 6 are written for the first time. Seeing this Captain Haori, Matsumoto Rangiku and Ise Nanao were completely stunned. What the hell is this? And seeing that Anohanaretsu and Yamamoto Shijikuni didn't have any special reaction, the two felt even more incredible. They all know that Anohanaretsu will not be mentioned for the time being, but Captain Yamamoto pays great attention to the honor brought by the Captain U-623 Ori. Even if you lose the Captain Yuri accidentally, you will be scolded by the captain, let alone changing the Captain Yuri like this? What's going on here? We're not still in Aizen's hypnosis, are we? I don't know either. Haven't everyone else seen the captain of the great god Captain, Haori? Matsumoto Rangiku and Ise Nanao whispered subconsciously, and both of them suspected that what they were seeing was a hallucination. Quiet. Yamamoto Shijikuni leaned on a cane, which made the two of them dare not speak any more, but they were still full of doubts in their hearts. Hello, Captain, Captain Great God, and Captain Uzawa. Another vice-captain was present, and it was Omida Marekio of the 2nd Division. After he greeted him with a respectful salute, as soon as he raised his head, his small eyes immediately widened. Huh? Captain God, what happened to your Captain Haori? Did you wear it wrong? As soon as the loud voice appeared, Omida covered her mouth with a little aftertaste, and cold sweat oozes out from her back. And Matsumoto Rangiku and Ise Nanao shouted in their hearts, they said it. Finally someone speaks directly. I didn't wear it wrong, de Shenchen smiled, you will find out about this later. Everyone was a little puzzled when they heard this, and looked at Byakuya Kokaki, the vice-captain of Division 6 standing behind de Shenchen. To be honest, Byakuya Kokaki, as the head of the Kokaki family, the head of the 4 aristocrats, is in the position of vice-captain, which has been regarded as humiliating his status. In addition, Byakuya Kokaki pays a lot of attention to etiquette and rules, so even if de Shenchen, the captain, does something rude, he will scold him without hesitation, right? Unexpectedly, Byakuya Kokaki, who was facing everyone's attention, still had no change in his expression. He just said indifferently, "The commander-in-chief will explain after a while." Although the injury is still unhealed, Byakuya Kokaki spoke with a sense of authority, and immediately made the rest of the vice-captains stop talking. "Okay, now that we're all here, let's hold the team's first meeting," Yamamoto Shijikuni said. In this meeting, in addition to presiding over the reconstruction of the jingling court, the old man will also focus on the personnel transfer arrangements. Because in this incident, the captain of the 6th Division, Shenchen, turned the tide, so he will be rewarded with a promotion. Hearing this, the vice-captains all looked moved. Shenchen is already one of the 13 people at the top of Godai 13, how can he be promoted? Would it be possible to directly become the commander-in-chief? But when they thought about Shenchen's captain Hayori, vague guesses immediately flooded into their minds. As expected, Yamamoto Shijikuni continued, "In addition to continuing to serve as the captain of the 6th Division, Shenchen will also serve as the captain of the 3rd Division at the same time. Double captain. This is something that Soul Society has never done before." "Wait, please wait." Sure enough, the deputy captain couldn't accept it, and Tijamon said anxiously, "Your Excellency Captain, please forgive me for my objection. In the history of Godai 13, no one has ever captained 2 teams at the same time, which is against the rules." 35. Yamamoto Shijikuni glanced at him lightly, and said, "Although there is no rule that you can do this, there is no rule that you can't do it. The most important thing is that Shenchen has a great favor for Godai 13, if he doesn't repay, wouldn't Godai 13 be embarrassed for this?" 35. Tetsuzamon's rebuttal at the shooting range could be said to have hit the iron plate. Godai 13 is the organization created by Yamamoto Uenyuji Shijikuni, and all the rules are set by Yamamoto Shijikuni, so he naturally has the final interpretation right. Not to mention saying never before in history, Yamamoto Shijikuni itself is almost equivalent to the history of Godai 13. The shooting range Tijamon wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yamamoto Shijikuni. This promotion was also decided in view of the mutiny of the former captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sōsuke, the former captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, and the former captain of the 9th Division, Tuan Kaname. This has led to many vacancies in Godai 13's current captain position, which urgently needs to be filled by capable people. If there is no precedent in history, then Shenchen will be the first one. These words blocked everyone's mouths at once, which can be said to be the final decision. Shenchen was informed about this before, and it was both helpless and funny. He never imagined that Yamamoto Shijikuni's so-called compensation to him turned out to be this. 4.4. Indeed, this is considered a promotion and a salary increase, giving both power and money. The first meeting of the emergency team was basically held on the day Aizen defected, because many things could not be delayed. So when Shenchen returned to the courtyard after a long absence, it was already the end of the month. It should be almost midnight, right? If you insist on saying it today, it is extremely thrilling. Shenchen thought silently, but fortunately he survived and developed new tricks to survive. Successfully surviving in an extreme survival crisis means that the probability of Shenchen's lottery draw today will be ridiculously high. I don't know what to expect. Shenchen waited with great anticipation for the reward prompt, and ordered without hesitation, "Start the lottery." Chapter 96. There is a big reason why Shenchen would be so confident in today's draw. Although his Amaterasu Black Flame Dragon mode sublimated Amaterasu's special ability, Shenchen was enough to fight the residual Fire Blade for a while, but there was a limit. To use a vivid metaphor, Amaterasu Dragon Flame has a powerful magical effect, while Remnant Fire Blade has an extreme physical effect. The Remnant Fire can't be like the Amaterasu Dragon Flame without burning anything and never going out, but its simple ultra-high temperature is incomparable to the Amaterasu Dragon Flame. This caused Shenchen to make a special trip to Anohanaretsu after the battle, because he had many minor scalds and burns all over his body. Congratulations to host for drawing peak Zanpakuto talent. Seeing this reward, Shenchen was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. If an excellent Zanpakuto talent is guaranteed to be able to cultivate 100% Bankai, how powerful should a peak-level Zanpakuto talent be? 55. The so-called Zanpakuto talent is more than just connecting with Zanpakuto to 8. It also includes the use and understanding of the liberation of Zanpakuto. According to Byakuya Kokaki, the Bankai of Zanpakuto normally takes at least 10 years to master and adjust slowly because of its enormous power. And the better the talent in this area, the shorter the time it takes to skillfully use Zanpakuto liberation tricks. This is why Shenchen was able to use his Shikai abilities with ease right after he developed his Shikai abilities. Peak level talent. If you use it to train Bankai, it will definitely crush the general improvement speed, right? Just thinking about it like this made Shenchen feel the temptation and immediately began to practice cross-legged. After just a few breaths, Shenchen opened his eyes in shock. This is no longer the level of 1,000 miles in a day. I rely on it, this is 1,000 miles in a day, right? He looked at the Kinkan mirror in front of him, and felt that only a few seconds had passed, and the relationship between the two seemed to be a little closer. At this rate, even if I don't rely on turning my body, I can completely train Bankai within a few days. Shenchen could feel that his Zanpakuto was a particularly difficult type to cultivate because of the powerful ability of Kinkan to look in the mirror. Even so, Shenchen is now confident enough to fully develop Bankai within days. And it's different from the God-turning crash method. Shenchen is the master's own Bankai who can also be fully skilled at the same time. Time passed day by day. The Jingling Court has entered a period of huge project restoration. It is true that the successive battles have damaged too much area of the Jingling Court. As the main culprit, the destroyer, and one of the few active captains, Shenchen is naturally responsible for presiding over the restoration work every day. Hi. There should be several captains who have recovered to the point where they can get out of bed. When can I release my stress? Sitting at the top of the construction site, Shenchen looked at the busy Shinigami below and said to himself helplessly. Hey, Ah-chen, stop complaining. Rukia Shunpo, who was free, came to him and poked Shenchen's hair. UBD, you obviously left all the work to the deputy captain and the officer, and you just fish by the side every day. 99. How can you contaminate people out of thin air? Shenchen said dissatisfiedly, I'm not fishing. I'm here to give them enough morale, so no paddling at all. Rukia, 66, 99. My dear friend, you are as shameless as ever. 55. Shenchen countered, don't talk about me first, you are here to be lazy and go to this world to perform tasks, right? What? There's no such thing. This time, it was Rukia's head and whistling, and he kept his head around. Shenchen sighed and asked, okay, what's the matter with you running back to Soul Society to find me? 9. Rukia then became serious and said, I am in this world today, and I have encountered some very strange enemies. They are all white and their heads are red, like a big rooster, or a white radish, but they are not empty. I always feel that it seems a little familiar, but I can't remember where I saw it, so I want to ask you if you know it. 99. Shenchen said strangely, big rooster? White radish? You should be talking about the soul, right? Ah. Yes, that's right. Rukia clapped her hands, it's just a soul. I told you, have you returned all the knowledge you learned at the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts to the teacher? Shenchen really admired that he could guess what it was from Rukia's wonderful metaphor. The so-called missing soul is the soul lost in the broken world on the way to and from the Soul Society and the present world. Just why did the ghosts suddenly appear in the world in large numbers of 623? Thinking of this, Shenchen always felt a little sense of sight, as if he remembered what was about to happen. That? What is that? Just then, there was a commotion on the construction site below. The Shinigami raised their heads one after another, staring at the sky in astonishment, and even Rukia raised her head and widened her eyes. Ah-chen, look! Shenchen looked at the sound, and saw the scene of the world reflected directly on the sky of Soul Society. The next moment, a piercing siren sounded from the station of the 12th Division. Let's go see. Shenchen and Rukia looked at each other and Shunpo went to the Technology Development Bureau. At this moment, in the Technology Development Bureau, Kurosaki Ichigo has regenerated his body with his own technology, standing on the stage intact to preside over the exploration work. Report: an unknown spiritual wave was found in the Broken World. Broken B, who was still in a wheelchair and had not recovered, also arrived and immediately commanded. The secret mobile unit listened to the order and immediately went to the boundary to investigate. I advise you better not to send them 9. At this moment, Shenchen's indifferent voice came from the door. Chapter 97. Hearing this voice, everyone present was shocked. Great God, dust! Broken B gave Shenchen a complicated look. Although Shenchen has been proven not only innocent but also meritorious, Bro B still finds it hard to let go of the person who beat him up. Oh, isn't this Shenchen, the famous double-team captain? Your presence has really made the Technology Development Bureau shine. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care at all, clapped his hands and said. Broken B also cleaned up his mood and said coldly, Captain God, I am giving orders to my unit, you have no right to stop it. Really? Shenchen asked rhetorically, then do you remember the latest rules and regulations issued by the Commander-in-Chief about the double-team captains? Broken B's face became a little ugly, and Shenchen continued, if you read it, please tell me what is the difference between the double-team captain and the ordinary captain. The captain of the double division. Broken B gritted his teeth. First of all, he has the authority equivalent to the captain of the 2 divisions, so. Therefore. So what? 33 Shenchen hummed, go on. Broken B gritted her teeth, but Kurosaki Ichigo took it. Therefore, the captain's order of the double-team captain, in theory, takes precedence over any captain except the chief captain, which is called the double fan priority order. Besides that, if there are 2 team captains who disagree with the opinions of the double-team leaders, the principle of quality over quantity shall prevail, and the orders of the double-team leaders shall prevail. 99. In fact, even Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked by the super high authority given to Shenchen by Yamamoto Shijikuni. Judging from the above 2 orders, Shenchen's power is at Godi 13, almost the highest except for Yamamoto Genryusai. Even if you want to dismiss Shenchen's captain's order, you must gather at least 3 captain's orders to fight against it. Captain Nai is right, so. Captain Broken B, do you have any opinion on my blocking? Shenchen said lightly. Broken B snorted and said, the Commander-in-Chief will give you the authority to give you double priority orders, which is simply a wrong decision. I'm not asking you right or wrong. Shenchen exclaimed, I'm asking if you heard my captain's orders. Broken B took several deep breaths, his chest heaving up and down, and he clenched his fists after a while. I understand, the double priority order shall prevail, and the investigation order of the secret mobile force shall be withdrawn. In fact, the Broken B is very clear why Yamamoto will give Shenchen so much power. In addition to the compensation for Shenchen, the most important thing is to win over Shenchen, a peerless powerhouse outside of his specifications. After the battle with Shenchen, Yamamoto Shijikuni knows that such a master is an enemy, and of course it is better to be a friend. Then, giving great power and trust is the best way to win over Shenchen. I will prove that you are ordering indiscriminately. Broken B thought to herself. Shenchen ignored him, but walked up to Kurosaki Ichigo and studied the information on the screen with him. A huge alien space suddenly appeared between Soul Society and this world. Mum, this should be called goo, right? It's goo? Do you mean the space formed by the gathering of a large number of ghosts? Yes, Shenchen nodded, it was Gyuka's intervening between Soul Society and the present world that created such a lens-like effect. I see. No wonder you can see the world directly from Soul Society. Kurosaki Ichigo said thoughtfully, but the goo normally wouldn't be this big, and wouldn't it be possible to get stuck in the middle of the boundary? It's just a naturally formed valley, of course not, but what if it's a human factor? Shenchen's words made Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes light up, and he immediately walked to the keyboard and entered some new commands. The reason why Shenchen is so clear is because seeing this scene, he finally recalled what was going to happen. Yan Long from Longtang Temple is about to attack. Shenchen thought to himself. Longtang Temple was a powerful noble of the Soul Society thousands of years ago, and was exiled to the boundary by Central 46 because of the failure to seize power. Now its owner, Longtang Temple Yan Long, is undoubtedly the return of revenge. What did you say? During the period when Shenchen and Kuroashi Mayuri were studying the Gugu, Broken Bee had been secretly using Kido to communicate with the outside world, but at this moment, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The entire Technology Development Bureau looked over together, and Broken Bee couldn't help hiding, and said anxiously, "Hey! Say it again! Zilla, Zi, the entrance is closed, Zilla, we can't get out." As soon as the voice from the Kido technique reached this point, it was followed by a scream, followed by a loud noise. "What's the matter? Please answer. What happened?" Broken Bee asked several times, but there was no news. She raised her head with a livid face, and met Shenchen's icy gaze. "I told you not to send people. It seems that you are in order to fight against me, at the expense of violating the priority order, and secretly sending people to break the boundary to investigate and prove my mistake." Broken Bee's face was blushing for a while, but she also understood that this time it was her serious mistake. "For violating your order, I will personally go to the Commander-in-Chief to plead guilty." "What's the use of your plea? Can you save those Shinigami?" Shenchen's merciless words made the face of the bee blushed, but he was too remorseful to answer. The great god, Wang Hao, no longer reprimanded him, but began to give orders. "Everyone in the Technology Development Bureau, you continue to observe the situation of Yugu, and report the data to the Captain 5. As for you, Rukia," Shenchen said, "you and I will go to the world to check what is owed to the soul." 99. Okay. Rukia nodded blankly, and followed Shenchen all the way out of the Technology Development Bureau Park. Until then, Rukia couldn't help but ask, "Ah Chen, why did you come to this world with me on purpose?" "Because if I didn't expect it, the ghost appeared in this world to find the prayer beads, and I already knew the true form of the prayer beads." Shenchen looked at Rukia, and the next sentence made Rukia's body tremble. "You met a girl named Akane Shizuku, Shinigami, before you came to me, didn't you?" Chapter 98. Rukia said incredulously, "Ah Chen, why do you know about this?" "You don't care about that," Shenchen said, "but that Akane Shizuku is obviously tricky, right?" Rukia nodded and said, "Yes, I checked Godei 13, Kido and the Shinigami Academy, but I didn't find Akane, a Shinigami." Speaking of which, she thought of Shenchen's words again, and her heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? She is the crystallization of the memory fusion of the souls, the body of the rosary." Shenchen said, "Yes, I think Gu's sudden appearance this time is probably also related to her." 99. So no matter what, finding Akane and bringing her back to Soul Society is the best option. 5. During the conversation between the two, the door has been opened, leading to the present world under the instructions of Hell Butterfly. Present, Karakura Town. A girl with purple hair ran in front, followed by a youth with orange hair. "Hey! I told you to wait." Kurosaki Ichigo came to a cemetery after chasing Akane Shizuku, who had just met yesterday. 623. "What are you doing here?" Akane said from the front, "I can remember, I was definitely buried here before my death." 55. Is that so? Kurosaki Ichigo is a little puzzled, he has never heard that Shinigami can have memories of his life? And thinking about Urahara Kisuke's investigation into the ghost again, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little dangerous. "I say you." Just as Kurosaki Ichigo spoke, not far from them, a large Japanese-style sliding door appeared out of thin air. Kurosaki Ichigo recognizes that door, which means someone is coming from Soul Society. Is it Rukia? When the door opened, a familiar figure of Kurosaki Ichigo appeared. But when he looked at the person next to him, Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his teeth in an instant. Shenchen. Kurosaki Ichigo has fond memories of the man who nearly killed him. "What are you doing here in this world?" Shenchen glanced at him lightly, "Is this world your home? Why should I tell you when I come here? See, one household, calm down." Rukia said, we came here to take Akane and Shizuku. 99. Hi. Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback, why? Remember what the manager Urahara said about the rosary beads? I couldn't find anyone in Soul Society at all, which means that I'm afraid Akane Shizuku is the body of the rosary beads. Rukia's words startled Kurosaki Ichigo. He turned his head to look at Akane Shizuku, and saw that Akane Shizuku was also full of disbelief. What? Wait, this is absolutely weird. I'm a Shinigami. Akane said incoherently, I can still remember my name, and I can still use Zanpakuto. Shenchen asked back, then do you remember, why did you come to this world, and what was your past? 39. Of course Akane Shizuku was just halfway through when she got stuck. Because she found that her memory of the past was really blurry, as if the memories of many different people were mixed together. Look, Shenchen said lightly, your memory is very confusing, because you are a collection of missing souls. 99. Wait for me. 55. Suddenly Kurosaki Ichigo interjected, I can't agree. I can't agree that you take her away like an item. Shenchen said speechlessly, what are you making up for? Kurosaki Ichigo, like Renji, is the type that doesn't listen to people very much, and continues to speak impassively. Take a good look. Isn't Akane Shizuku standing right now? She's a Shinigami now. Even so, Shenchen said coldly, it doesn't change the fact that she is a rosary. She must go back to Soul Society with me. 55. You impersonal BD. Rukia did it that time, will you do it this time too? Kurosaki Ichigo turned his brain into Shinigami by swallowing Yashimura. I won't let you succeed again. 99. Days and nights after returning from Soul Society, Kurosaki Ichigo's thoughts were all about his powerlessness in the face of Shenchen. It was like a nightmare, and had countless nightmares in Kurosaki Ichigo. How dare you draw a knife to me? You really don't remember to eat. Have you forgotten the fear of being almost killed by me so quickly? Shenchen's voice became icy cold, full of extreme danger. Well, I'll use blood to help you remember. Hey, you quickly apologize to Ah-chen. Rukia's cold sweat broke down, what is Kurosaki Ichigo doing? Obviously it is impossible to beat Shenchen. Rukia, you rarely come to Karakura town these days, so you don't know. I have secretly practiced new tricks in order to defeat him. 5. Kurosaki Ichigo said confidently, and the Riatsu on his body began to rise and fall violently. Bankai Tensa Zanjutsu. The crimson-black beam of light shot up into the sky, and Kurosaki Ichigo took a step forward to attack Shenchen. However, before this first step was completed, Kurosaki Ichigo met Shenchen's icy gaze. It seems that it is necessary for you to remember the gap between you and me, and in your soul. 39. Those are blood-red pupils with wonderful patterns spinning in them, as if they can inhale the human spirit. Kurosaki Ichigo for a moment, only this scene was in his mind. SHH. When Kurosaki Ichigo came back to his senses, Shenchen had come to him at some point and punched out the iron fist of the fire dragon. The air was swayed by a huge force, and Kurosaki Ichigo flew upside down with blood spraying from his nose and mouth. Shenchen used electric field teleportation to catch up with him in mid-air, stepped down with one foot, and rubbed Kurosaki Ichigo on the ground like a skateboard. Bang 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 bang. Shenchen stepped on the Kurosaki Ichigo and plowed hundreds of meters, smashing countless tombstones along the way. I think I heard something just now, do you have a new trick? Shenchen looked at Kurosaki Ichigo under his feet sarcastically, let me guess, is it the prostate break? Chapter 99. It hurts, what just happened? Kurosaki Ichigo with blood all over his face is still stunned. How could he be beaten like this just after Bankai? Obviously, Shenchen doesn't even use the superimposed form of flames and lightning before. What Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know was that after Shenchen evolved into Mangekyo Sharinan, although he failed to obtain Tsukuyomi, the hypnosis illusion that he could bring with him was even more effective. Even a giant Riatsu like Kurosaki Ichigo will be attacked in an instant when he is unsuspecting. Damn, obviously there has never been such a big gap before. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes reddened and his blood surged. He clenched the handle of Tensazanjutsu's sword tightly, and just as he was about to swing the sword, he felt a violent electric shock spread throughout his body. Ah! He couldn't help screaming loudly, and his whole body was paralyzed. I haven't said you can move, what are you moving? Shenchen said lightly. In this short period of time, Kurosaki Ichigo has been so electrocuted that he can't even lift his knife. Only the next moment, another red-black Riatsu suddenly rose from his body. Oh! Shenchen was slightly surprised, and the next moment, a slash similar to the crescent moon blasted off Kurosaki Ichigo. Damn! 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 5. Shenchen stepped back not far, and Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him had stood up again. But what Shenchen is focusing on is the real reason why Kurosaki Ichigo can make a crescent moon even if he can't swing a knife. The Shinigami agent card that radiates power continuously. Is this Kurosaki Ichigo's full bloom? Shenchen is a little surprised. How did Kurosaki Ichigo learn full show so early? Why did Jinjo Kyujo and the others contact Kurosaki Ichigo so early? This time, Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback. Why do you know about fulfillment? He looked at Shenchen in surprise, met those red eyes, and his body froze again. When he came back to his senses, Kurosaki Ichigo only felt that his hands were loosened, and the Shinigami proxy card had disappeared. So this is what you call a new trick, why did Skyushin approach you so early? Shenchen's voice came from behind him, and Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head in shock, only to see that Shenchen had his Shinigami proxy card in his hand, looking at it with interest. When? Kurosaki Ichigo is shocked. It's the same as before, I didn't even realize what happened. You. Why do you know about Skyushin? I'm asking you, don't answer questions with questions. Shenchen kicked in neatly, but this time Kurosaki Ichigo was ready. He was already a speedy Bankai, and he had been on guard before he evaded Shenchen's kick with a short stature. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to fight back, Shenchen, who was still kicking, suddenly flashed purple light around him. Boom! Susanoo appeared out of nowhere and punched Kurosaki Ichigo, who was caught off guard. Ugh! Kurosaki Ichigo flew out again, breaking a dozen tombstones one after another before stopping. It was beaten too badly. Rukia had already covered her face, feeling out of sight. She didn't say anything to stop her because she believed that Shenchen was measured and would not kill Kurosaki Ichigo for such a small conflict. However, Rukia looked a little strange. Why did Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly froze for no reason in the few fights just now? As if Shenchen just glanced at him, Kurosaki Ichigo will be slaughtered by Shenchen in a second or so. BD, what new trick is that? Kurosaki Ichigo groaned as he tried to get up, and was met by a very fast arrow. Chong! He hurriedly slashed open with a knife, the arrow just landed and made a loud noise, and the second shot came right after. What? Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo was shot through the shoulder and nailed to the ground alive. Each Susanoo is equipped with a different weapon and has various effects accordingly. Shenchen's Susanoo has a huge bow and arrow as a weapon, and has no other features. The biggest feature is that it is fast. Ask for flowers. Very fast, very fast. Even when Danzo was too late to use the body replacement technique, he could only rely on Izanagi to continue his life after being hit, and even Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't keep up with this speed immediately. The same thing, I won't ask it a second time. Shenchen controlled Susanoo to rebuild his bow and aim at Kurosaki Ichigo. So if you don't want to suffer, just answer my question just now. Kurosaki Ichigo stared fiercely at Shenchen on the ground, his eyes spitting fire. Who will answer you obediently? UBD. Shenchen snorted and threw the Shinigami proxy card back. Susanoo was about to let go of his bow and arrow, and immediately startled Rukia. Wait a minute. Ah Chen, you've already started very hard, why don't you stop here? However, Rukia's voice is still a step behind. Susanoo's arrow has been fired. Whoosh dash! The arrow slid through the air, but it flew over Kurosaki Ichigo, whose pupils were constricted, and shot directly at a place where no one had been before. Chong! Immediately, 5 figures were shot out of the dark. It was only after they landed that they could see clearly that they were all wearing dark green clothes and armor. I didn't expect to be discovered. Captain, you are very good, you can even see through the concealment techniques of the Longtangsi family. One of the mature women said in cold sweat that she was the one who took Suzanu's arrow just now. But as a price, her double-blade weapon wrapped in chains had shattered, and Suzanu's arrow stabbed her stomach slightly. Shenchen said indifferently, no matter what kind of concealment technique, trying to show off in front of me will never end well. 39. The woman gritted her teeth and said, what a big breath. It's a pity that your unexpected blow was still blocked by me. Is it? Shenchen asked indifferently, Suzanu's arrows have been transformed into black flames. The sudden black flame swept through the woman's body, causing her to let out a shrill scream. Chuan. Chapter 100. What? 35. Hurry up and save people. Help her put out the fire. The woman's companions were all shocked, and the first masked man just touched her, and a black fire suddenly ignited in his hand. Ah! He couldn't help screaming, but he couldn't put out Amaterasu no matter what. Don't touch her. This flame cannot be extinguished at all. These words made the rest of the people tremble, and they didn't dare to approach immediately. The masked man was also resolute, and chopped off his own hands on the spot to avoid being burned all over his body. Looking at the original woman, she has turned into a scorched corpse. We've already been killed and wounded even before the official battle. 623. Everyone was shocked and inexplicable. When they looked at Shenchen again, they were already full of fear. Who is the captain of this Godi I-13, and why is he so strong? Who are you? Sign up. On the other hand, Rukia Kukaki has drawn his sword and drank. Akane Shizuku, who was the target, had just recovered from the confusion that she was a rosary, and quickly turned into a Shinigami state. We are the retainers of the Longtang Temple family who worship glory. The remaining 4 stood tall and proud, with indescribable pride in their voices. Longtang Temple. Rukia frowned, feeling a little familiar, but couldn't remember. Like your Kukaki family, the Longtang Temple family was also a high-ranking top noble 1,000 years ago. Shenchen said lightly. Hi, the masked man who stopped the blood snorted, I thought the Soul Society had forgotten our existence, but I didn't expect you, the captain, to have some insight. Shenchen has already continued, it's just that the Longtang Temple family, after all, can't compare to the 4 great nobles. They lost the power struggle, were expelled from the Soul Society, and are now just the losers. 9. UBD. The 4 people on the opposite side were suddenly said to be furious. Listen, we're not losers. That lord was supposed to be the ruler of the Soul Society. If you don't want to be called a defeated dog, then name it. Shenchen tapped one by one with his fingers, and gave the names according to the characteristics. The masked retainer, the fat retainer, the thin retainer, the eyeless retainer, and the female retainer who just died. The 4 retainers. Don't look down on people, the fat retainer said angrily, we all have names. My name is Jia. It doesn't matter, Shenchen interrupted, dead people don't have to have names. Speaking of which, the other party couldn't bear it at all, not to mention that Shenchen had already killed one of their comrades. Whoosh! Whoosh! They attacked immediately, the fat retainer threw several short-edged throwing knives, and the thin retainer threw darts, circling both sides to attack Shenchen. Their target is Akane Shizuku, you protect her. Shenchen gave a command to Rukia, then glanced at the 2 who shot. In an instant, the fat retainer and the thin retainer only felt a little nervous, as if they were dominated by 2 blood pupils. Can't move. They thought of it in shock, but immediately saw that the previous attack hit Shenchen, and they were instantly overjoyed. Success, eh? The reason why Shenchen didn't dodge or block was because it was unnecessary. I saw that the attacks of the 2 directly penetrated Shenchen's elemental body, and it had no effect at all. How about trying to explode? With the hatred of being forced to cut off his hand, the masked retainer swung a sledgehammer and penetrated into De Shenchen's whole body and hammered it hard. Boom! The explosion exploded and smoke enveloped the audience. But before the masked retainer was happy, a big purple hand popped out of the smoke and shot him to the horizon. Just as the smoke had just dissipated, De Shenchen discovered that a large number of iron cables had protruded out of the box behind the eyeless retainer to bind Susanoo. The raw material of this iron rope is inexhaustible soul, and it can also trigger a big explosion at the end. Boom! 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 9. De Shenchen was overwhelmed by the large firelight, and the thin retainers who escaped from the Mangekyo Sharingan's domination also threw a lot of iron wire, entangling Susanoo. This can also be detonated by the soul, and he immediately triggered a more violent explosion, causing the entire cemetery to be enveloped in a roar. Ah Chen! Rukia was anxious when she saw this. She could see that these retainers were all powerful. The strongest among them is even comparable to the very powerful vice-captain. That's the truth. In the original history, 3 of the retainers of Longtang Temple were powerful warriors who had to open Bankai. Are you still free to worry about others? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded behind Rukia. Rukia, be careful. The immobile Kurosaki Ichigo gave a loud warning, and Rukia was startled and immediately turned around and swung the knife. However, the opponent's strength far surpassed Rukia, and he liberated Zanpakuto faster, turning Rukia into a pole weapon. I don't need to call my real name to be able to shikai? Does this person have a captain-level cultivation? When Akane saw this scene, her face immediately turned pale. Just like Byakuya Kukaki immediately understood that Renji had acquired Bankai after seeing Shikai without liberation, 4.4 itself is an ironclad proof of the strength of the Comer. I'm Yan Long of Longtang Temple, call me Gu, Miss Rosary. Yan Long turned to look at Akane Shizuku, who of course refused to obey, shouting to free Zanpakuto. I'm not going. Lure the night away, Meyer Maru. However, the combat power of the two is vastly different, and before Akane Shizuku could make a move, Yan Long was instantly stunned. The unconscious Akane fell into Yan Long's hands, and just as he was about to turn to leave, he heard a cold voice coming from the air. That's the person I'm taking away, did I say you can touch it? This is De Shenchen's voice, which is unbelievably clear even in the midst of successive big explosions. Chapter 101. What? Yan Long heard the words and looked at the rising explosion in surprise. Could it be that the captain was still unscathed during such continuous and violent explosions? But what else can you do when you are trapped in the explosion, apart from uttering harsh words? Soon Yan Long shook his head again. His pride as the head of a noble family made him dismiss De Shenchen. Just when I thought of this, Yan Long suddenly heard a scream. Ah! 35. I saw the flame of Amaterasu burning on the female retainer, which turned into a machete under the remote control of flame control, directly slashing the fat retainer. The next moment, the massive explosion of flames had suddenly shrunk inwards, and finally converged in De Shenchen's mouth. He actually ate the flames. 35. The retainers widened their eyes, and even Yan Long was shocked. Even with his knowledge, he didn't even know that there was such an ability in the world. The taste is bad. Sure enough, the enemy who is not good enough even makes the flames so unpalatable. De Shenchen shook his head. 28. So, let's give it back to you. 35. The next moment, he opened his mouth, and the starlight turned into a pillar of fire. Roar of the Dragon. Long Yan swept past and hit the thin retainer on the spot. Seeing that the thin retainers were swallowed up by Long Yan, the rest of them were shocked. Why didn't he run away? It's that guy's eyes. The fat retainer's voice suddenly sounded, don't look into his eyes. 95. Once you look at him, even the control of your body will be deprived for a moment. He had been hit before, so he knew exactly what was going on. De Shenchen also looked over in surprise. The fat retainer was supposed to be instantly killed by flame control, but now he was reborn from the other short blades. This is a clone's trick? But it seems that each one is similar to the main body. It's quite amazing. De Shenchen commented in a leisurely manner, causing the fat retainer to snort coldly. You didn't completely kill me with that move just now, which means that your calmness will come to an end. Are you serious? Shenchen sneered, especially when 2 of your companions have died? Even if it's just the 3 of us, it's enough to deal with you. The fat retainer shouted, Lord Yanlong, let me hold you here, you go with the rosary first. Yanlong nodded, he could also see that Shenchen was a formidable enemy and should not be entangled. Just as he turned around and took a step, the 3 retainers also shot at Shenchen. Watch out! The remaining 3 of them happened to be the 3 strongest among the retainers. Even if Abarai Renji, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and Byakuya Kokaki faced them, it was Bankai who could solve their opponents. Unfortunately, now they are facing Shenchen. No matter how many there are, they are all just chickens. Shenchen raised his hand, whether it's Yanlong or you, neither of you can leave. Wanlei. Rumbling dash. Suddenly thunder rolled in the sky, and countless thunder and lightning smashed into the air. Although Shenchen's Wanlei this time is a version without dark clouds, the power of the explosion is enough to cover the audience. Varied. Yanlong and his retainers raised their heads in awe, and the blue light illuminated their retinas. Boom! 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 Like Wang fell one after another, and the retainers were beaten to the core, and even Yanlong had to stop and draw his sword to fight. Especially the fat retainer, the one with the most body was taken care of, and he was completely turned into fly ash before he could even let out a scream. Another one was killed. Now even Yanlong feels agitated, but he knows that the strength of his retainers is not inferior to Godi I-13's excellent vice-captain. But how long has it been since the war started? Shenchen killed them one by one. Besides, look at that man, he looks so easy, he definitely didn't even use half of his power. Yanlong quickly made a judgment in his mind, if Shenchen really used all his strength, then what? Maybe today he really can't leave. You too, even if you risk your life, you must stop him for me. 55. Yanlong gave an order loudly, and the remaining face-covered retainers and blind-eyed retainers were already dying. The 2 of them were covered in green smoke and stood in front of Shenchen. Behind them, Yanlong sped up his steps and jumped into the sky. Go away! Shenchen strode towards Yanlong as if he didn't see them. You don't take us too seriously. The masked retainer was furious when he saw this, and smashed it with a sledgehammer on the spot. Eyeless retainers were also furious at being ignored by Shenchen, and controlled the maximum number of iron cables to besiege Shenchen from many places. However, Shenchen didn't stop, not even making any move in response to their attack. The only thing that has changed is the explosion of thunder in the air, and the sudden blue light. 623 The Sea of Thunder. The cemetery turned into a thunderous carnival in an instant. The thunder and lightning roared and turned into a sea of thunder, and the 2 of them were burned to ashes in an instant. Too powerful as a vice-captain, can't even stop him for a moment. Seeing this scene, Yanlong immediately slashed out a large piece of sword light with his sword, and at the same time manipulated a large number of ghosts to block Shenchen. It's just that all these efforts came to nothing in front of the rapidly expanding lightning and fire. Boom! One by one. Thunder Fruit and Fire Dragon Slayer magic worked together to destroy everything in the blink of an eye. Just waiting for the smoke and dust to dissipate, Yanlong of Longtang Temple disappeared. Huh? Could this be the secret method of the Longtang Temple family? In Shenchen's observation Haki, Yanlong seems to have opened a space door and disappeared after entering it. No wonder in the original historical development, 3 captains were dispatched and failed to intercept Yanlong. Forget it, that's fine. Shenchen fell to the ground again leisurely, and there was still some expectation in his tone. I hope this crisis that almost destroyed the Soul Society will add to the difficulty of my survival. Chapter 102. By the time Shenchen brought Rukia back to Soul Society, the siren had already rang through the jingling court. Captain, please go to the temporary station of the first team. The commander-in-chief held the first meeting of the emergency team. As soon as he felt Shenchen's Riatsu, Abarai Renji went directly to Shunpo. Shenchen nodded and handed Rukia to Renji. Chen, I'm sorry. I couldn't keep Akane Shizuku. Beside Renji, Rukia hesitated. It's alright, don't worry. Shenchen waved his hand, and then set off all the way to Shunpo to the first team's station. In the temporary conference hall, 6 captains were already present. They were among the first to resume operations, Shabi and Zaraki Kenpeki and Hitsugaya Toshiro, as well as Anohanaretsu, Kuroashi Mayuri and Yamamoto Shijikuni. As for other captains, such as Jushiro Yukitake, Shenchen beat him so badly that he couldn't even get out of bed. Captain God, you are finally here. Yamamoto Shijikuni opened his eyes to look at Shenchen, who was late, and gestured to Kuroashi Mayuri, you start explaining the situation. Kuroashi Mayuri nodded and said, thanks to the whimsy provided by Captain Great God, I quickly confirmed the status quo. Currently, the huge space called the Valley of Souls, which is composed of a large number of undeserved souls, has been stuck in the boundary, and it has an impact on the present world and the Soul Society at the same time. Hearing this, everyone except Broken Bee couldn't help but look at Shenchen in surprise. Didn't expect that the captain of the Great God could also contribute to this research? However, the current situation is urgent, and everyone thought about it too much. Toshiro asked directly, this is not a natural phenomenon at all, right? That's right, confirmed Kuroashi Mayuri. Captain God also mentioned to me that this is most likely artificial. Man-made. Broken Bee asked, who is it? How dare you? I do know about this. Shenchen raised his hand. All the captains present cast their surprised eyes again, how do you know again? I wonder if everyone still remembers that there was a nobleman called the Longtang Temple family 1,000 years ago. Shenchen asked. I just played against the current owner, Longtang Temple Yanlong, in the present world, and it is clear that he is taking revenge on the Soul Society for the hatred he was banished thousands of years ago. Oh! Anohanaretsu said in surprise, according to the captain of the Great God, didn't even you keep him? 35. Anohanaretsu's words made everyone's face pale. They all know how strong Shenchen is, which in turn shows how tricky the Dragon Temple is. I told you, Toshiro couldn't help but said, I'm definitely trying to fish again, right? Otherwise, how could anyone escape in front of you? For Shenchen's strength, Toshiro is very recognized. Especially when he was recovering from injury, he also heard a series of earth-shattering events that Shenchen did later. In Toshiro's view, unless it is another super-specialized powerhouse like Anohanaretsu or Yamamoto Shijikuni, it is impossible to escape Shenchen's pursuit. Plus, Shenchen's notoriety of being lazy every day, despite being the overseer of Jingling Court's reconstruction work, has already reached Toshiro's ears. Seriously, why is he a slack like Matsumoto again? Thinking of this, Toshiro had a headache. On the other hand, Yamamoto Shijikuni expressed his understanding, it is normal for Ryatang Temple Yanlong to escape. No matter what, the other party was once the top family of the Soul Society, and they must have some special secret technique or artifact. Kuroashi Mayuri heard the words clearly, that's it, so it makes sense. Just now, I detected the sudden activation of the ghost due to the appearance of the rosary beads, which will cause the Gugu to start attracting both worlds at the same time. There must be some secret method in the Longtang Temple family, which can force the Soul Society and the present world to get closer, and then let the two collide to complete their revenge. What did you say? Toshiro widened his eyes, why didn't you say something so important earlier? Kuroashi Mayuri said, it is precisely because I want to tell you that I sounded the alarm of Jingling Court. Yamamoto Shijikuni's expression also became serious, and he asked, if this happened, what would be the consequences? If it's better, it's the Soul Society or the world disappears, and if it's not good, maybe the world will be destroyed. Kuroashi Mayuri's understated words directly shocked everyone. What a disaster! Anohanaretsu muttered. Hello, Zaraki Kenpeki asked, how long? Kuroashi Mayuri shrugged and said, although the information is not very sufficient, it is difficult to make a specific judgment, but there should be less than an hour left. In less than an hour? Both Toshiro and Broken Bee exclaimed in unison. Wouldn't that mean the end of the world is imminent? This matter is urgent and urgent. Yamamoto Shijikuni immediately knocked on the scepter and said loudly, immediately activate the Kido cannon, and wipe out all the 300 circles, including Yugu and the other. Wait. Captain, wait a minute. Anohanaretsu said solemnly, are you sure you want to do this? This will cause a huge loss to both the Soul Society and the present world. Wang Liuhao, the power of Kido cannon can even smash such a large space called valley, and it is undeniable that it will definitely spread to Soul Society and the present world. Especially, under the circumstances that the Jingling Court has been destroyed and the enchantment is basically completely invalid. Broken Bee also gritted his teeth and said, Captain, I also feel that I must think carefully about it. I think it's better for me to lead the secret mobile force immediately and break into the space called the Valley to stop the Dragon of Longtang Temple. It's useless, Kurosaki Ichigo said, we don't know where the entrance is, so there's no way to get into the valley from Soul Society. Ah, about that. Garden. Shenchen raised his hand again, I know where the entrance to the valley is. The rest of the captains. Damn, why do you know that? How much do you know? Chapter 103. But this time, before Shenchen said it, Yamamoto Shijikuni directly vetoed it. There is no need to know the entrance, we have little time left, and it is impossible to gamble on stopping Yanlong of Longtang Temple. Why not? Zaraki Kenpeki hummed, I'll just slash him then. 35. Yamamoto Shijikunideo, first of all, we don't know how much heritage the Ryutangi family has. Secondly, according to the information, Yanlong of Longtang Temple can control a large number of Old Souls and form an innumerable army of Old Souls. In addition to the fact that Godi I-13's combat power is seriously insufficient today, it is unknown whether we can break through the army of Old Souls. Yamamoto Shijikuni's reaction was also expected by Shenchen. You must know that even if Shenchen was not involved, that is, during Godi I-13's heyday, Yamamoto Shijikuni still made the judgment that it is very likely that the entire army will not be dispatched in time. What's more, there are not many captain-level masters who can be mobilized today. Captain. Please think about it again. Broken Bee said anxiously, Jingling Court can't bear the destruction again now, I don't know how many people will die by then. That's right, also different from the original historical trajectory, the Jingling Court is now in a state of almost no defense. This made the 623 Yamamoto heavy country silent. After a while, he said solemnly, compared with the destruction of the world, this is also a sacrifice of last resort. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent, and they all felt that the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Oh, if you want me to say it, it's better to spare Jingling Ting. At this moment, Shenchen spoke suddenly, directly breaking the silence. Not to mention how many Shinigami may be affected and die, just the further destruction of Jingling Garden will increase my workload. You know, Shenchen is currently the chief person in charge of rebuilding the Jingling Court. So for me, let's give up the Kido cannon and go straight to Longtang Temple Yanlong. As long as the missing rosary bead is taken back, the Old Soul will naturally dissipate, which will also make Kyogo disappear. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said, this is indeed a feasible solution. No. Yamamoto Shijikuni said flatly, the old man just said, you can't take this risk. Shenchen said, I fought Yanlong of Longtang Temple once, and I can tell you very clearly that he has no ability to stop Godi I-13. Yamamoto Shijikuni still exerted his stubborn character and said heavily, the matter is related to the safety of the world, how can I completely listen to your words? There is no need to discuss at this time, the old man issued an order in the name of the Commander-in-Chief, and immediately prepare the Kido cannon to destroy the Gugu. Shenchen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, what if I refuse? The scene suddenly turned into a tit-for-tat. Feeling the smell of gunpowder, the captains present were all stunned. I didn't expect that the captain of the great god would actually do it directly with the chief captain. But when they thought about the previous incident, they knew very well that Shenchen, who was not afraid of heaven and earth, really had the courage. Captain God, Do you insist on doing this? Yamamoto Shijikuni squeezed the scepter, and Shenchen didn't give in at all. That's right. The time in the conference hall seemed to be stopped at this moment, and the air was as heavy as a block of lead condensed. After an unknown amount of time, Yamamoto Shijikuni suddenly looked away. Okay, but Godi I-13 has to prepare both hands. You are responsible for the invasion of the valley, and the others are responsible for instilling the spiritual energy savings Kido cannon. If the time is coming and you haven't succeeded, then whether you are in the valley or not, the old man will launch the Kido cannon. This seems to be telling Shenchen that I don't care if you are in or not, but the meaning behind it makes everyone's eyes widen. See, what did they just hear? That commander-in-chief, actually compromised. He actually gave way to Shenchen. This is unprecedented. Is it true that Captain Yamamoto thinks so much about Captain Great God? Toshiro thought stunned. He knew very well that this was because Yamamoto Shijikuni was unwilling to tear his face with Shenchen. Since Godi I-13 was founded, he hadn't heard of anyone who had such a big face in front of Yamamoto Shijikuni. Don't worry, it will be resolved soon. Shenchen flicked Captain Yuri and strode out of the meeting hall. Tisk, this kind of good thing can only be left to him alone, it's so cunning. Zaraki Kenpaka snorted, and the other captains looked at Shenchen's back with mixed expressions. Captain God, please be sure to succeed. Anohanaretsu prayed silently in his heart. Soon, Shenchen returned to the world and found the entrance called Gugu beside the bridge. Then he jumps, invades, all in one go. In the valley, Akane Shizuka was being hanged in the air by Yan Long with a secret technique, and began to fuse with a large number of ghosts. Akane Shizuka screamed, "Let go of me!" She felt that with the fusion of the lack of soul, her originally vague memories were gradually disappearing. In the end, maybe even the ego will be erased. Am I going to disappear? No. No. I don't want to disappear. Even if she can't remember the past, Akane Shizuka's current consciousness is very clear and normal. Therefore, this disintegration of self made Akane Shizuka instinctively fearful. It's over, who can come, help me? She felt her consciousness getting more and more hazy, and the man she saw in the cemetery today could not help flashing in her mind. That man rubbed Kurosaki Ichigo, who had learned Bankai, on the ground with ease, and then crushed and killed all the retainers of the Ryudaji clan. He was undoubtedly the strongest person Akane Shizuka had ever seen. If it was him, would he be able to save himself? Even if I could. I'm afraid not. Someone is coming. At this moment, Yan Long's alert voice entered Akane Shizuka's ears. Akane Shizuka tried her best to look up and saw the figure that seemed to be full of invincible, standing in front of her. Chapter 104. The piercing alarm sound resounded in the sky above Jingling Court, making people panic. All the high-ranking officers and vice-captains, and even the active ones, were called to instill the spiritual power of the Kido guns together. The rest of the Shinigami can only tremble in the Jingling Garden, waiting for the end of the world to come. Hey! Look at you! What is that? As the gravitational force of the valley is getting stronger and stronger, the vision in the sky is also expanding. Suddenly, many Shinigami noticed, and the vision began to appear again, valley. Kuroashi Mayuri raised his head and said clearly, "It's probably called the scene in the valley?" Hi. Zaraki Kenpaka raised his eyebrows and said, "Is it because you are too close, you can see it?" This time, Captain Zaraki's simple mind really got it right. Kuroashi Mayuri let out a weird laugh, "That's right. If you say that." Hichugaya Toshiro also looked up. The place where the most congregated souls gather is the place where the prayer beads and the dragon of the dragon temple are located. Not only that. Broken Bee suddenly said, "Look, the captain of the great god is also there." Not only these captains, but the Shinigami in Jingling Court are basically looking up at the sky at this time. Since it was equivalent to the trial of the Soul Society's survival, they naturally noticed that familiar figure. Captain God. It's Captain God. Did the captain of the great god break in? In the hearts of many sharp-eyed Shinigami, there is a sense of hope. It must be successful, Captain Great God. Nanao was also watching this scene and couldn't help but pray secretly. Although his captain was beaten badly by Shenchen, if this strength is turned into the strength of his own survival at this moment, it becomes extremely reliable. Called the Valley. Looking at Shenchen with the word invincible written all over his face, Akane Shizuku's pupils reappeared with brilliance. It's you. And Longtang Temple Yanlong looked at the figure that appeared in front of him, his eyes filled with gloomy color. I'll only say it once, let go of Akane and I'll be captured. Shenchen said lightly, I will spare your life and take you back to Soul Society for trial. Do you think this is possible? Yanlong shouted loudly, my clan has been framed for thousands of years, and the anger of revenge against the Soul Society, how can it be so easy to stop? That's none of my business, it's not my job. Shenchen interrupted him bluntly, making Yanlong blushed. His chest went up and down for a while before he said, I admit that you are very strong, maybe you are also very top among the captains. But don't underestimate me too much. I just didn't fight you in this world because it was my first priority to bring back the rosary beads. 99. Yanlong's confidence is not without reason. In his opinion, what if Shenchen is a captain? His dragon temple, Yanlong, is also a formidable combat power at the captain level. Judging from Shenchen's understanding, Yanlong can vomit blood after Kurosaki Ichigo, who beat Bankai twice, undoubtedly has the strength equal to an excellent captain. It's a pity that this is still far from enough to see in front of Shenchen. Humph. I can probably guess what you're thinking, maybe you're still delusional about being able to fight against me? Shenchen sneered, but unfortunately, this is just your sitting and watching the sky. You are the one who sits and watches the sky. 35. Yanlong pulled out the blade from his waist and pointed at Shenchen. For the past 1,000 years, my clan has been wandering in the broken world, so I have acquired the ability to control the wandering soul. This gives me enough fighting power to match Bankai even without Bankai. This is definitely a power you've never seen before. Sorry, the Mangekyo Sharinon in Shenchen's eyes began to spin, I've seen it before. And time is running out, I have to make a quick decision, so. Amaterasu Black Flame Dragon Mode. Ask for flowers. The black fire was released and absorbed, and turned into a raging jet black dragon flame wrapped around Shenchen. What kind of trick is that? Yan